support in here. I'm gonna work in the top super fans or top fans. And I hate using the word fans, but that's what TikTok calls y'all. So, but I'm gonna work them into songs or content that I make to show appreciation. That I don't want y'all to think that it's going unnoticed. And I know sometimes I don't see all the gifts that y'all send. I don't always shout out, like if you send a Cash App or something like that. But I do appreciate your show of appreciation for what we do in here. So I did write this song for y'all today. If you don't hear your name, it don't mean that I don't appreciate you. It don't mean that I don't love you. These are just the top super fans and the list that TikTok sent me. Plus, I worked in a few that I know for a fact that shows their support on a regular that I want to show support for. Unfortunately, Maddie, you're not in this song because the support, like you're a host. You're a host. So I didn't necessarily call out host. So it don't mean that I don't support you. But the appreciation that I show for your support, Maddie, is you're a host. So that's, just know that I appreciate you, Maddie. But no, your name isn't in this one. But this won't be the only one. Okay? So if you don't hear your name, don't think that I don't appreciate you, because I do. And this is something that I plan on working into the live stream. But hold on. Let's see. Oh, want to shout out what's up to the YouTube. Same thing to the YouTube nerds. I haven't gotten around to y'all just yet. That don't mean I don't appreciate y'all. Oh, sorry. YouTube. Same thing to the YouTube. Oh, goodness. Nerds. There we go. Okay. That don't mean I don't appreciate y'all over there. I really do. Thank you so much. We're growing the community, the nerd community on YouTube. I'm getting to know each of you. So when I, start the show, when I work y'all into the content, I want to make sure that I do it with your personality. So just getting to know y'all over there. Thank you so much. Make sure you shout out, say hello in the comments. What's up, Brian? What's up, RP? Cleveland Cooley. I'm starting to really know you. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis. Maddie. Mr. Davis said they love you. Blessing. What's up? Angela Dragon. Marduk. What's up, Love Bug? All right. Y'all go ahead and tap the screen. Y'all know to feed the bees, send the popular votes, share the live out, help us get to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. We 9 minutes into the live stream. And here is the new song. This is my support for those of you that are in the top super fans. And the song is called Happy and Free.
Are you relaxing and chillaxing with an open book? Don't do that on TikTok, that's not a good look. Grab your collard green and cornbread, sky candy and Kamari. Did you mean calamari? Nah, I said Kamari. I'm no fancy Nancy, I'm woke like Adrian Reddick. Fuck the fall like Jamal, free like Keddy Woody Bedded. Writing my own scripts like a Beth Bridal Dimzel. Sweetie pie, why they lie? K-Free will. That's so dumb, we're having fun, where they go? They run, pause, they run. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in chat, keep it cute. Thinkers mic, absolute. No cab, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker in the nerds, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian, and say it loud. Facts only. Tell them Brian, they stuck in la la land, cause she mute them when they wrong. They be mad if fear of thoughts trapped in their head all night long. But I'm happy and free, I'm baptized and I'm bothered. Building unity with Stephanie. Did you say except for me? Go get Persephone. Cause she back from the dark with the glow in her hand. Teaching lessons from the underworld they don't understand. Hop a crack jokes while the truth got deep. And the clock took notes, never fell asleep. And the arc and a lit sage for the vibe. Mr. Curtis kept time while the comments collide. Auntie Charlene said, baby stay bold. Mama Bash whispered, let the story unfold. Then Joshua typed fast, Yahushua chimed in. Barnabas laughed saying, think I did it again. So if they ask who the crew be, point to the sign. Thinker and the nerds, the stars still align. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, think your chat, keep it cute, keep it cute. Thinkers Mike, absolute, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker and the nerds, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, keep it cute. Thinkers Mike, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Love to the chat. See y'all next live.
Y'all like it?
Yeah, that was cool.
Could y'all point out the nerds, the names that I was using?
Yeah, I heard some that I was familiar with.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I'll play it again when everybody get in here. Yeah, collard greens, happy and free. I named the song after Happy and Free. Like Happy, they support like a motherfucker. And not that I'm like belittling anybody's support. But Happy be supporting like a motherfucker. Brian supports like a motherfucker. Relaxing and chillaxing. Unbaptized and unbothered. Yeah, like I just want y'all to know that I do see it. I do see it. Yes, I curse dipshit. I almost called you dipshit, but your name is dip seat. But I caught myself. I caught myself.
How was
Um, I
Go
do
ahead.
curse. We curse in here. We're adults. What were you finna say, Nelly?
No, I was just gonna ask you, have you spoken with Lala and how she's doing?
Yep. I speak to Lala every day. She's doing good. She, yeah, like I said, she went through a death, a real hard death. And she had to take care of some family members of the person who died, some little bitty babies of a family member who died. Um,
Oh,
and
okay.
so she's getting it together. But she's
Well,
doing good, laughing. She's back to laughing and stuff. So,
that's
yeah.
good. Well, if you talk to her again, just tell her, send her my love. Miss her on here.
Uh, Will do. And I know that she would love to hear from y'all. Like, just reaching out, letting her know that y'all miss her in the live, that y'all are thinking about her. I did get an update about nephew too. Um, Elevation's son that's in the ICU. He is getting ready to get weaned off of his medicine, off his medications. He's not taking to the medication that they gave him to fight the encephalitis, but they are getting ready to take him out of ICU. I messaged her and asked her if they're moving him to like a regular room, but she hasn't messaged back yet. But he is coming out of the ICU at the next day or two, so that's a good thing that he's coming out of the ICU. But the medicine that they're giving him, she said he's not responding to that medicine to fight the encephalitis. So we'll know what the next what their next step is going to be for that. But yeah, what's up, Selena?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing tonight?
We're doing good. Did you hear your name in the song?
I just got here. I was studying for my neuroscience exam,
Oh, is that
but I'm gonna go
tomorrow?
back and listen to it. Yeah,
Oh, I'll play it
I'm gonna
again
be up
later.
studying. Yeah, I'll be up studying
Okay.
all night, so I'll be here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll play it again later when everybody get here. It's just
Yay!
when you get here early,
Mm-hmm.
there's benefits to being on time.
I know. I hate that.
No,
I
I'm
was
joking.
like,
I'm
no.
joking. I'm joking. Are you excited for next week?
I am.
I'm
I
so
am.
excited.
I
Thank you,
am.
relaxing.
Oh my
Yeah, I'm
God. Thank
excited.
you.
I can't wait to see what skit you have for us to do.
Girl, y'all
Is
gonna
it
love
is
it.
it funny?
Yes, but I need you guys to send me your favorite lyric or title of a Bash song. I'm sorry, Pink Beard
Okay.
song. So
Okay. Okay.
yes,
Man, that's hard. Why you give us that hard ass thing to do? Like he has so many songs.
cause
It's
I
hard to pick.
know it's bangers, but I
Damn.
want to
Oh,
embody what
I already
you
know. Never
like.
mind. Church. Church.
Yep. Okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah, mine's
Say
gonna be
less. All
church.
right,
Just that when he
gotcha,
says church, just that right there. Like,
gotcha.
yeah.
Done and
I
done.
love to see Bash perform that song because he looks
Me too.
so like in his element. And then he gets
Absolutely.
so excited like a kid and he jumps up and down and he sticks
Hmm.
his tongue out and then he just starts rocking
Hmm.
back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I love it.
Y'all gotta see it.
Huh?
I said I told everybody else they gotta see it.
Yeah, I
Cause
posted it on my page for anybody that wants to see Bash perform church.
hmm
There is a performance of him performing that on my page. He was performing in Atlanta, and we all went down
hmm
to support him in Atlanta. Okay. Y'all, the guest box is open. We have reached 101 shares. Don't stop sharing. Um, keep sharing. Keep supporting the live so that we can get on the FYP. I appreciate y'all so much. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, it is 18 and up tonight when Maddie comes up. For right now is 21 and up. I'm surprised Chicago didn't come in here to do his usual spiel.
Yeah, I was looking for him.
He probably somewhere knocked the fuck out.
He's live.
Oh, Chicago's live.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay, okay.
I'm trying to add the people in the guest box, but there we go. Cherry.
Hey, Thinker. I'm Cherry. Hi, panel. I am a deconstructed
Hey, Cherry.
atheist, and
Hi. How are you?
I sometimes talk about just deconstructing and stuff on my page, and everyone would inbox me and say, "Oh, you think a lot like Thinker. You remind me of Thinker." And I was like, "Who is Thinker?" So I found your community over here, and I was like, "Oh, okay," because like when I get off of my TikTok lives, it'll suggest similar lives. And you're always number one, Thinker. It's always like, now that you've ended your live, look at Thinker's live. And I'm like, what is going on? So I just like love the community that you built over here, the space. Especially it's so important for us to be able to talk about atheism and stuff like that. I have a completely different approach to my atheism than a lot of people, but I got there just the same.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up and introducing yourself. I appreciate that. Can I ask how old you are before we get into a conversation?
Yes, I'm 32.
Okay. And do you want to pick a topic on the board? I think like so that we can like kind of get to know what your approach is. I think maybe topic one might be or topic two.
Okay, yeah. I
I mean,
was
not topic two,
looking.
topic one or the last topic, like something to do with atheism,
Yes,
so that we can.
yeah. So, what do atheists have wrong about God or the Bible? And yeah, so basically, the reason that I'm an atheist, that has nothing to do with Christianity or God or the Bible. How I kind of see the world is one, the difference between mythology and religion is time and space. So all religions are mythology. The only thing that makes it a practicing religion is if it's popular at the time. So how I try to explain to people is just like China has had dynasties that have risen and fallen, came and gone throughout time, and we can look back or we can see how Rome has fallen and governments have came and fallen. The same has happened with religions, right? So all throughout human history, religions have rose and fall. Names of God have rose and fallen. Zeus, Odin, etc., etc., etc. And everybody always believes in that time, in that day and age, that they have the correct Bible, that they have the correct religious text, and they have the correct name for God. I'm calling BS on all of it, and I'm saying that humans make up God, that God doesn't make up humans. So we're the ones who sit around and come up with these stories and these ideas and these creation stories. And honestly, I don't believe any of it, not just Christianity or the Bible. What's
Yeah.
up, pretty cat?
Yeah, I agree. That something that I talk about as well. That the God is an idea or a concept that lives in the mind of the person who believes in it. That's how I see it. And that goes for like the Mesopotamian stories, the Egyptian stories. Any God in
Right.
history.
And then another thing that I would like
One
to
one sec,
say.
one sec,
Oh, I'm
one
sorry, I didn't mean to
second.
cut you off. I was agreeing though.
Thank you. Yeah, no. As I was saying, yeah, I agree with you that that goes for like any type of religion. And we do talk about like the history of religion in here, but primarily we're focused on like deconstructing Christianity because Christianity affects our daily lives and what we see happening in the world today here in the West. And so, not just talking about deconstructing from these ideas just because they're illogical, but like attacking the idea and discussing how it currently affects reality today in society and what we can do going forward. Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. And to piggyback on that as well, like no, yeah, it's like I speak on Christianity the most because I was born and raised Christian, even though I never really believed it. I see the 45,000 denominations. And I think that the work that everyone in this space is doing here is so important because it's not like there's a group of non believers as large as the group of Christians, and Christianity can be overrepresented. And then, as far as what we were saying earlier, if people lived in a desert and it never rained, then they would start doing rain dances and they would create a rain god. And then on the contrary, like if someone couldn't grow any crops, then they would create a god that, grows crops, et cetera, et cetera. If the women are struggling with infertility, then now they have a fertility goddess who helps the woman with fertility. So that's how I kind of approach my deconstruction, side, and try to bring people to the light who are I try to, broaden out that lens of that hyper focus on Christianity.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely glad to meet you. And like I said, as stick around the community, we'll be glad to hop over there and check you out.
Yeah, and it was great to finally just talk to you, say hey. I mean, I don't know how you run your panel here tonight, but I definitely chime in when allowed to, but my takes are very different than the typical takes that we hear in these spaces.
Yeah, I have a dedicated co-host that I allow to stay on stage. I only do one guest at a time. So
Okay.
yeah, but I
No,
definitely
I'm not
thank you for
God
coming.
color. I'll hop off though. Thanks, guys. But no,
Okay.
I absolutely am not God. There is no God.
All right. Thank you so much. Hutu.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
Yes, I'm 25 and I'm a believer.
Okay. And which topic did you want to come up and talk about?
Let's do God's will versus that's just life.
All right. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, from my interpretation of scripture, I would say that Everything that happens in not just my life, but every human's life is not just that's just life, but it is directly God's will.
But the question is, what's the difference? Like, if I were to say to you, that's just life, and you say, well, that's God's will, what's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is God's will is something that's been ordained. That's just life could be a coincidence or just something that, randomly happened by chance or due to a human being's free will, versus God's will being this was going to happen before creation because it was ordained by God.
Yeah, but how do you know that something has been ordained by God other than you being the one that's saying it was ordained?
Because scripture tells me everything was predestined by God.
So scripture tells you that it was your God's will for a grandfather to essay his granddaughter.
Correct, yes. Even sins were ordained by God, everything. Good and bad things.
So your God punishing you for something that he ordained for you to do is ordained by your God. Like you're literally being punished, right? For your God ordaining you being a sinner.
So the important part is I'm a compatibilist, so I believe that anytime a human being sins, they willfully do so based on their desires. Anytime I've committed a sin, it's not because I've been handcuffed and I have to do that saying, no, God, I don't want to do this. I willfully do that and I want to do it. Therefore, I am guilty of the sin I commit, although
Not if
God
it's
did ordain
ordained.
it.
If your God ordained it, right, that means he decreed it, he planned it, he desired it. Therefore, you are doing your God's will, not your own. It can't be his will plus your free will at the same daggone time. It's either he ordained it or you did it yourself.
Right, so that's what
So it
compatibilism
can't be
is.
both.
That's what
No, it can't be.
compatibilism
It
is.
can't be both. That it can't be both. It can't be that it is his will and your free will at the same time. You're either acting out your God's ordained will or not.
Correct. I agree. I'm willfully acting out God's ordained will. Yes.
Right. And so you are willfully sinning because it is your God's will for you to sin.
Sure. And so if a non-Christian goes to hell because they have sinned, they're in hell because they willingly chose to sin.
They willingly chose to follow your God's will. Your God is punishing people. Your God is sending people to hell for doing exactly what he wants them to do.
No, the important part is God actually hates sin. So I think it's
Not if
possible.
he's ordaining people to sin. If he's ordaining it and it is his will for a person to sin, and that person follows his will and sins, and he sends them to hell, he is sending people to hell for following his will. That's like Judas, right? The story of Judas. Your God ordained for Judas to betray your Jesus. Correct?
Yes, but I do have an explanation for that.
And you're okay. Your God ordained Judas to betray your Jesus, and then your God, knowing that Judas could not bear the regret, right, the remorse for the action that he had done. Although he obeyed your God's will, your God knew that Judas would take his own life, and then sends Judas to hell as the son of perdition or the son of the devil.
Yeah, so like I said, I think there is I think God has the ability to ordain sin without being a sinner himself. And I also think God has the ability to
I
ordain
didn't call your
sin.
God a sinner.
Well, sure, I'm just telling you my beliefs.
I didn't say your God was a sinner.
Okay, I
But
know.
why? I didn't say your God was a sinner.
I know. I'm just telling you my beliefs, and I also believe
Yeah, but
that.
don't hold on. Don't take the conversation somewhere that we have not gone. I did not call your
I
God a
was
sinner.
I was tying it back in. And then the second thing I was going to say is I also believe that God has the ability to ordain sin, yet the human who commits the sin is to blame for it, like Romans 9 tells us. So that's how it ties
I
into the
mean,
conversation.
of course you believe that. You think your God shit smells like strawberries and ice cream.
No, I
It
never said
doesn't
that.
negate the fact. It doesn't.
Don't
Yes,
take
I
the
mean, let's
conversation somewhere.
stop
Don't take
talking
the
over me. Stop
conversation
talking
somewhere
over me.
else.
Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. You think your God can do whatever he wants to do and it's good. You smell your God's shit and you smell roses. The very fact that you are saying that your God can ordain you to sin and it is your fault for obeying his will is bullshit and it's illogical as fuck.
So what's interesting is God commands us to not sin. So I'm not necessarily
Not if it's his will for you to sin.
so
If
like I
it's his
said.
will, if it's his will for you to sin, he is not commanding that person to not sin. You are to obey his will. Obedience is the thing that he wants the most from any of you. So if it's his desire, right, for you to sin, then you will do that sin.
So I don't think it's God's desire for me
What do
to
you think
sin.
will means?
I don't think God desires for me to sin. I think God
What do you think
ordained.
will means? What do you
So,
think will is?
so hold on. Can I finish
What is
one
what is
sentence?
will? What is will?
Wait, can I finish a thought?
What is will?
Okay, so no, I can't finish a thought without answering the questions
What is
that.
will? What is will?
Okay, so can I finish a thought?
What's the definition of will, Hutu? You just keep saying the same shit. What you're saying is illogical.
So God's
I
will.
need to know that you understand what the definition of will is.
Yeah. So
Because you just said it's not his desire. So that tells me you don't know what the definition of will is.
so God's will is something that is necessary to happen. It will happen.
You think saying God's will means it will? That's what you think that is?
Wait, sorry. Yeah, necessary to happen is what I said. Did you hear that part?
That's not will. It's his desire, his
Wrong.
intention.
Wrong. So
Yes, it
God does
is.
not desire
Like
you to
does
sin,
it
but
what
he
is the
does
definition of will?
ordain
That's
you
what
to
I'm asking you. Like this is why I think you came up with this illogical ass explanation because you think will means it will happen.
No, I said necessary to happen.
Is that you think will has something to do with something coming to pass?
Yeah.
When he
Oh,
says it is,
absolutely.
when he says it
Yeah.
is my will, he is saying it is my desire, my
Is
intention. Like
wrong.
he's not saying it is my will. It is not. It is my action or like what the hell? Like this is why this conversation makes no sense.
Well, if you never listen to the other person talking in the conversation, it won't make sense. I agree.
Oh, I have listened to you, and I keep telling you that what you are saying makes no sense.
So God can ordain. Do you know what ordain means?
We haven't even established that you know what will means.
I just told you it's necessary to happen.
You don't. That's not the definition.
Okay, tell me then. If I'm wrong, correct me. I say it's necessary to happen.
Doesn't mean that it's necessary to happen.
Well, then
When
please tell me what it means, thinker.
I already fucking told
Okay,
you what
and
it
you
means,
can't. Yeah,
Hutu.
you can't.
I already
Several
told
times
you
she
what
told
it
me.
means.
You didn't.
So now who's not listening?
So can you tell me what ordain means? Have you heard that word
No,
before?
no.
Okay. I mean,
I already told you what the will of a person or an entity is. You didn't fucking listen.
no, I listened. It's necessary that it will happen.
You
Necessary
like
to
literally
happen.
you are taking the word will, right?
You don't have to use will.
Like
So I
you
literally
like
said
you are you
necessary to
okay?
happen.
Are you okay? We are talking about the will of a thing. The
Necessary
will
to happen.
of a thing. Like I don't know what your elementary school teachers like. This is something you should have learned in fucking grammar school. But the will of a person or an entity refers to their desire, their intention, or the mental faculty to choose, decide, and act.
But we're not
It
talking
does
about.
not mean, and yes, the fuck we are when he says
Are we
it
talking about
is
a person?
my will. It is your God an entity, a conscious mind?
Are we
Is your
talking
God
about
a
a
conscious?
person?
Is your God a conscious mind, or is he a fucking rock?
Are we talking about a person or an
Is your
all-knowing
God is your
being?
God a conscious mind or a fucking rock?
Not like ours. Not like our mind. No.
Is he a conscious mind?
Not like ours. No.
Is he a conscious mind?
Not like ours. No.
Is he a conscious mind, motherfucker?
like
I didn't
that, no.
say is he your conscious mind because you
No.
obviously don't have one. Is he a conscious mind?
Not like ours. No.
That you just gonna keep saying that stupid shit?
Well, I mean,
Like,
yeah,
are you sure? Are you sure you're 25? Because
yeah.
I'm getting 17. I'm getting 17 and fucking condescending as fuck.
Well, you're the one who's screaming the whole
Yeah,
conversation.
because
So
you are
that's not wrong.
ignorant as hell.
No, I
You
told
are
you that
ignorant as hell.
God's
And
will
then
is
you think,
necessary to happen.
just denying a definition, right, is the way to have a conversation. Like the definition of will, and the fact that the sentence says his will, and you are saying necessary to happen. Like, do you have a will?
Yeah, so all I'm saying is I wouldn't
Is
consider
do you
God a
have a
person.
will? Do you have a will?
So I wouldn't consider God a person
Do
on
you have
Google.
a will? Do you have a
No,
will?
no, I don't.
So you don't have a free will.
That's not what you asked.
I asked, do you have a will?
Yeah,
Like, are
not
you
free will.
okay?
You asked, do I have a
Like,
will, and then do I have a free will?
this is the ignorance that your God produces.
So
This
see,
ignorance right here.
you asked two different questions as if
No,
they're
the fuck
one.
I didn't. I asked, do you have a will? If the will is free,
No, I don't
you
have a
have
will.
a will. You just have a free will.
No, I've never written a
Like
will.
how far does your thought process go? Like how far does Jesus allow your thought process of your free will to go? Not very far.
So you asked if I had a will. No, I've never written a will, and no, I
Shut the
don't.
fuck up, who too?
And no, I don't believe I have
Shut
free
the fuck
will.
up. At this point, this just lets me know that this is the dumbest conversation, and I don't want to start the show off like this. You don't have the intellect to even have this deep of a conversation.
So show me free will in
Go
Scripture.
learn. You don't have free will, motherfucker.
Well, I
You
agree.
don't
I
have it.
agree. I agree. Yeah.
But you got up here and said you did. Bye.
Wrong. I said
Oh,
I know fucking way I'm finna talk to a 25-year-old who thinks will means it will happen.
yeah, that was dumb. And he
That
begged to
shit
come up
didn't
here for
make any
that.
fucking sense. Huh?
He begged to come up here for that.
That motherfucker said it will happen. Like what? Like, child of Christ.
Hello?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
19.
Maddie, are you already in here? Hold on for a second. Maddie, are you already in here? Why am I losing my voice? Let me see if the
I got her.
okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I got her.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Maddie.
All right. Hi, how you doing? I'm the 18 plus co-host. What topic you want to talk about today?
Um, what do atheists have wrong about God or the Bible? Uh, I'm thinking.
Like, do you have something to add on that topic, or am I not? Did he say something I didn't hear him?
He said he's thinking. He said he's
Oh,
thinking.
okay. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
And while he's thinking,
you're
can we
fine.
get these likes up, y'all? Let's get to 100K in the next 20 minutes.
What happened? I just got back. What happened?
He said he was
Yes, he
thinking,
dropped.
and then he dropped.
He said what?
He said he was thinking about his answer, and then he dropped.
Oh, maybe his connection timed out. I don't know. I mean,
I
his
hope so.
connection dropped. Let's see. I went to go get my favorite ink pen. I don't, he's not in the guest box, so we'll move on. Rich Boy Rebel.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, and you?
Good. Can I get your age? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
I'm 36, and I left religion at the age of 12. So I don't believe in any religions, but I'm not an atheist.
So you're not deconstructing. You're not a believer. You're not an atheist. So you wouldn't qualify for the conversation. So I will have to put you back in the chat. Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. All right, y'all keep in mind that I'm only allowing people who are either a current believer in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing or thinking about it, or atheists. If you have any other belief, I don't have anything against that. It's just not the conversation in here. Okay. And the only people allowed to hang out on stage are co-hosts or dragons. And the dragons know who they are. I'm trying to get the guest box open. 1 second. Y'all, okay, the porn bots have changed what they do in the chat. There is one in the chat using emojis. I'm finna go ahead and mute them, but look what they're using now. So y'all can catch them. Serenity, let me see. No, Serenity. February, you'll be a dragon. Fey Night is not connecting. 1 second. You almost there, Serenity. Almost there.
My bad.
Chavez, you came
Yeah.
up on accident.
Nah, I didn't know. I didn't know it was brought up. It
Did
didn't
you
do the whole.
request on
Yeah,
purpose or
yeah,
on
yeah, yeah,
accident?
yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It just didn't
All
do the
right.
thing.
How old are you? And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm 33. I believe in the Bible, and I believe
All
in
right.
the God of the Bible.
Okay. And give me just a second. I need to answer a question for Thomas. So dragons can come up on stage and participate in questioning a guest. And so that's an extra benefit they have. They can take us off topic if there's something else that they want to talk about, like something that's on their mind, politics, anything like that. Dragons have that stage priority. If you are a nerd, if you are a blue butterfly, you can come up, talk about your deconstruction. You can take us off topic. And then if you are a nerd in your second month and up, you can come up. You can go off topic with deconstruction and like research based questions and things like that. Just nothing outside of deconstruction until you reach dragon status. Okay, Chavez, what topic did you want to do?
God nor Jesus were against slavery.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Um, First of all, we have to understand what slavery was back in the biblical days. It was what we would now refer to as indentured servitude. See, back in those days, chattel slavery didn't really exist. So indentured servitude, we already know what that is. You know, you spend 7 years, you work for a master, and then after your 7 years are up, you are paid in crops and farm animals. You might even take his daughters to wed. So that's what slavery was in the Bible. So
So
he wasn't exactly against slaves in the Bible, and that's what it refers to when it says slaves obey your master.
Have you ever read?
okay, hold on, Mary.
Yes, you can
Hold
go
on.
to Genesis where it
Hold
talks.
on. No, stop.
Oh, okay. I thought
Dang.
you asked me
Like
a question.
y'all don't.
I
No,
was
that
ready to
wasn't
answer.
me.
Oh, okay, my
No,
bad,
that
my
wasn't
bad,
me. And I've
my
been
bad.
saying hold on for like I don't know. I said hold on like 5 times.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask you a question. What I want to know is how much have you studied the slavery during that time, and especially in ancient Israel?
You mean the slavery in the Bible?
Yeah, and history, like in ancient Israel and in the Bible. Like, how much have you studied of that?
A lot of it.
Okay, so
But
you actually have studied the scriptures in the Bible pertaining to slavery
yes,
in
yes.
ancient Israel. Okay, hold on for a second. In ancient Israel, and you've actually studied how slavery was practiced in the ancient Near East.
Yes, and all over. Yes.
Okay, so how many? Can you tell me about Babylon's slave system, like their slave laws and what they did?
Babylonian slave system. It was basically what I just said: indentured servitude. You would
For how
spend
long?
You would spend 7 years. It doesn't have to be 7 years. You would spend 7 years, and after your 7 years are up, you could then spend another 7 years, and another 7 years, and another 7 years. Basically, slaves back then were for people who didn't really have a field of specialty. They didn't have money, so they would go and find a rich master to work for, and they would provide for them. They would have shelter for them. They would feed them. They would give them, like I said, at the end of their 7 years, they would be paid in crops and shares. So they would have their own after did their time, basically.
So, like, what I want to, like, I'm asking you, right, about Babylon. Babylon didn't have a 7 year indentured servitude slave system. Where did you get that from? Like, what's your source for that?
That's in Genesis.
Babylon is in Genesis.
No,
Well,
slave
can
when
you
slave.
not? Can Are
Oh
you
my God.
drinking or eating? Like, what are you doing?
Hold on. Let's get there, okay?
No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no.
You
Listen, you are smacking or something in our ear, and it sounds disgusting. Like, can you not
On my
do that
fault.
in
I
the
was drinking
microphone?
water. I was drinking
Okay.
water.
All right. In the future, just put yourself on mute for that. Keep in mind
Gotcha.
we have headphones on,
Oh, my fault.
and yeah. Okay. I'm not asking you about Israel. I'm asking you about Babylon's slave laws. Like, where did you get that
Okay.
Babylon had a 7 year indentured servitude law?
So, in order to understand, the present or so we have to put it on a timeline. And in order to understand, history, you have to know what came before. And so once you learn what came before, then you're able to move forward and you're able to move forward. So even though that's what slaves were, you did have countries and regions that practiced um, basically more of like a prisoner of war type of slavery, like what Egypt did to the Israelites. That wouldn't be considered the slaves which God would or which God would allow. God didn't. God,
Wait, hold on for a second. Do you think that you're answering the question that I asked you?
I'm getting there. Like I said,
No, don't get there. No, 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 no. Don't get there. This
okay.
is a like we're
Cut and
not
dry.
at like hold on. Will you stop? My job as the host is to
Gotcha.
manage this space, right? It's to manage this conversation.
All
Like
right.
we're not at dinner where you can have like long drawn out conversations. I need you to be concise. I asked you a
Okay.
direct question. Where did you get the information that Babylon had a 7 year indentured servitude law?
Every region had this, and every region also didn't have to follow this. So while Babylon did have this, they
Where are you
they didn't
getting that?
necessarily have to
Where
follow,
where are you getting that Babylon had a 7 year indentured
which is
servitude law?
why I was
Like when I say where are you getting it, hold on. When I say where are you getting it, I'm asking for your resource for that. What resource do you have that we can read, right?
yeah,
To see this 7 year law in the Babylonian laws and their codes.
which is why I went back to Genesis. That's the whole reason I went back to Genesis, because you can't just
Okay,
when you're
okay. Babylon is not in Genesis. That like
it's not.
Babylon's slave laws are
I
not
know that.
right.
I
So
know
the
that.
answer is that you're making it up.
Oh
Babylon
Lord.
had the oldest slave code. I mean, the oldest legal codes. Mesopotamia had the oldest legal codes in history, right? The code of Ur-Nammu. Then you have the codes of Lipshit Ishtar. You have the Hammurabi codes, which all existed prior to the Mosaic law. And Babylon only had 3 years for indentured servitude, not 7. They released their servants in 3 years. Egypt had 6 years and released in 7. The Hittites had 6 years released in 7. Israel had chat. It's the first nation on record having lifetime chattel slavery with no pathway to freedom. This is why I asked
That's
if you
incorrect.
studied it
That's
or if you're
it's,
just talking. That's okay. That's okay. But listen, hold on. I'm talking right now. I'll give you a chance to respond.
okay.
This is why I asked if you studied it, right? Or if you
Right.
were just talking out of the side of your neck. When I ask for resources, I don't want you to just come up here and just say things. Like when you say something, you should be able to point to the scripture, right? That says this is not lifetime chattel slavery, right?
Got you. Got
This is Babylon 7 year slave code, right? If you're going
you.
to state something as a fact, you should be able to back it up, like I'm about to do right now, and then you can respond. So
Got you.
Leviticus 25, we're gonna go there first, and this is referring to the slave laws for ancient Israel, for the Israelites, that the God of Israel gave the Israelites. And we're going to start at verse 39.
Okay.
Okay, it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. You see that statement there. Do not make them serve as slaves. They
Right.
shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They either are to be hired workers or debt workers, bound laborers. They
Right.
shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. Jubilee in ancient Israel was either every 7th year or every 50th year.
Hmm.
For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. This statement right here lets you know who these laws right here pertain to. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. The indentured servitude or the hired workers, the law pertained to Israelites only.
Okay. So.
Because hold on,
Okay.
because
My bad.
the God did not want his servants to be slaves of anybody else. They could not be sold as a slave. They could not be made to work as a slave. They could not be treated as a slave. He says, they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. Then we get into this as for is but, right?
Right.
For the male and female slaves whom you may have. These people up here cannot be slaves. But for the slaves that you are allowed to have, it is from the nations around you that you
Right.
may acquire male and female slaves.
Hmm.
You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property.
Right.
You may keep them as possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. This would be lifetime chattel slavery or lifetime bond servitude.
Correct.
You
But
said
now,
that they didn't have that.
no, I said they didn't have that until Egypt, until Kemet.
No, you didn't say that. That's not what you said. And this is after that. Kemet
Well,
doesn't even have lifetime chattel
they
slavery.
did because
No, they didn't.
so
Kemet
let's
did
go.
not have. They didn't have lifetime chattel
So let's
slavery.
go to let's go to
Had
let's go to
Kemet? Kemet
Genesis.
had stop.
Oh,
Kemet
we're not doing
had.
that.
Hold on. Stop. I'm talking right now.
Oh, okay.
First off, you're lying. First off, you're lying.
I mean, we can
You
go to the
literally said.
scripture.
Hold on. Stop. No, I'm talking about you're lying about what you said you didn't say. You did say that it wasn't chattel slavery. Second, Kemet, Egypt had pathways to freedom. Their people worked when they had people enslaved for either debt or war crimes or just criminals. They rehabilitated them. They allowed them to work their way through the system and then work their way back out into society. Israel was the first nation to not have a pathway back to freedom. Now you can respond. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
All right. So we're gonna go to Genesis, right? This is before Leviticus. This is Leviticus happens after we're taken out of Egypt. All right. So in Genesis, and like I stated before, there was no chattel slavery until we went into Egypt. Egypt was the first, or Kemet was the first place who instilled chattel slavery. So we go to. I'm sure you guys know about the story of Jacob and his 12, and you know about how Judah and his brothers sold Joseph into slavery into Egypt, right?
I know that Joseph went into Egypt as a worker. Yeah.
As a slave. He was sold.
No, he didn't. He didn't go into Egypt as an Evid. He did not.
Okay, so I'll
Neither.
go to that.
Neither were the Israelites in Egypt as Evids.
Okay, I'll go to that scripture then, where it says that they
Okay.
sold him into slavery. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. So we're in Genesis 37. Genesis 37. And let's get to that. Skip. And 26. We'll go to 26. All right. And Judah said unto his, oh, man, let me let you get to it. Genesis.
I know the scripture. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Okay. So you know.
Yeah. I like I just stated they were not Evids in Egypt.
So
They were
so
my sim, and my sim is a labor gang. They were not slaves. They were workers who were put under harsh conditions. And the Hebrew clearly calls them masim. It does not call them evids.
so you're aware that they sold Joseph, right, to Egypt for 20 pieces of silver, right? Genesis 36.
I just told you I'm aware of the story.
Okay.
And I'm not
So you
denying that
don't.
they were in Egypt. Hold on. I'm not denying that they were in Egypt in the story, right? And history is another thing.
Mhm.
I'm not denying that the story says that they were in Egypt, but they were not Evids, and that's my point. They were Masim. They were a part of labor gangs, and the story says that they were treated harshly, but they were not Evids.
So why weren't they able to be let go in
It
Egypt?
didn't say they weren't able to be let go.
Okay, so
Your
let's go to
God,
that scripture.
your God hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Correct.
Your God literally, that's why they were not able to be let go, because your God intentionally hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Right.
He told Moses, I'm going to harden his heart so that he don't let them go.
Exactly.
That was your God's doing.
Okay, so why do you think he did that? Why do you
To
think he
show his
harmed?
power. Because he's an evil motherfucker. To show his
No,
power.
no, ma'am, you missed it. You missed it. Okay, so the reason why God hardened Pharaoh's heart was, first of all, the reason why he even allowed the slavery to exist in Egypt or Kemet was because Judah sold his brother into slavery. So you know
Wait,
we
hold on. He can't allow something to exist, right? And then Joseph was sold into it, right? Slavery existed in the ancient Near East, regardless of your God. But what you and I are talking about is lifetime chattel slavery. We're not talking about slavery, period. You and I are talking about whether lifetime chattel slavery existed in Egypt.
this was Lifetime.
It was not lifetime chattel slavery. They
Okay,
were
we'll
a
go to
part
that
of
scripture.
will you stop fucking talking while I'm talking?
We'll go to that scripture.
Again, the story says they were masem. They were a part of a labor gang. They were workers. They were treated harshly, but they were not eveds.
Right. So why weren't they able to be released? Why didn't he release them?
We already went through that. I just
Okay,
went
so let's go to the scripture where it talks about how this was not a period of time. This was generational. This was generational. So first of all, understand that when Joseph was sold into Egypt, he came out as a I forgot what title he was given after he was interpreting the dreams. And after that, that was one pharaoh. After that pharaoh was no longer the pharaoh of Kemet of Egypt, there was another pharaoh that didn't know the Israelites, and the Israelites began to grow in number, and basically that threatened the Egyptians, and that is exactly why they were enslaved. So let's go to that scripture.
wait, you do realize that this story says that they were already growing in number and
Right.
prosperous before prior to this, right?
Yes. Yes.
You do realize that prior to this other Pharaoh and Joseph dying, the Israelites were treated like royalty
Yes.
in Egypt.
Yes. And then once
And
the
it,
new and then once the new Pharaoh took over, he knew the Israelites not. He didn't know them. Or or
and
or
then
or, or rather,
he enslaved them.
yes, let's go to that scripture.
They lived in Egypt. They were in Egypt, and then he just enslaved them. They were royalty to the point that Jacob was given a royal
Joseph.
funeral.
Yes.
No,
Yeah, Jacob was given a royal, and Jacob.
Jacob
Yeah,
was
you're
given
right.
a royal funeral, and then all of
Yes.
a sudden, right, they're just enslaved.
Okay, let's go to Exodus now.
Yeah,
Right?
let's go to Exodus 1:11. Let's do that. Let's go to Exodus
Okay.
1:11 right quick.
Cool, cool.
All right. It says, therefore, they set taskmasters over
Excuse
them.
me. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. Do you mind going back to
Hold
the
on.
eighth?
Hold on.
Do you mind?
Hold on.
It's
Hold
just.
on. Let me make my point, and then you can make yours.
Got it. Got it.
If you
Okay.
need to read 8, that's not a part of my point.
Okay. Okay.
All right. It says, therefore, they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor. They
Hmm.
built supply cities, Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. This word taskmasters here is masim.
Okay. Those are the you
Okay,
realize.
hold on.
Okay.
That word is misem.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes. In
hold on,
Aramaic Hebrew. Yes.
hold on. This is in Hebrew.
Aramaic.
It's Hebrew. This is not Aramaic.
That is
This is
Aramaic Hebrew,
not.
man.
This is not. No, no, it's not.
It
This is
is.
biblical. No, it's not. This is
You know,
biblical Hebrew.
the Bible was written in Paleo Hebrew, not Aramaic.
No, there. Nothing was written in Paleo Hebrew.
Okay.
Nothing was written in Paleo Hebrew. We only have a
Okay.
few inscriptions written in Paleo Hebrew, and Paleo Hebrew is a script. Paleo Hebrew is like writing in Times New Romans or Sanskrit.
All right.
Do you read Hebrew?
Yes.
You read Hebrew?
Paleo Hebrew.
You read you read Paleo Hebrew.
Yep.
What do you have in Paleo Hebrew that you can read
I
today?
can I can send it over to you in your
No. What books do you have in Paleo Hebrew that you can read today?
oh, there's no, we ain't got no Paleo Hebrew Bibles now. You know that.
What I
It's just
said
books.
books. What books do you have that are written in Paleo Hebrew?
I don't need a book to
So
read.
how are you reading Paleo Hebrew? What are you reading in Paleo Hebrew?
I don't have books either.
Okay. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell me what. Hold on,
Anyways,
wait. I want you
we're
to
gonna go
tell me.
back.
No, stop,
You're getting
stop.
off
I want
topic.
you to
Let's
tell.
get back
No,
to
we're not.
topic.
No,
Let's get
we're
back on
not. You
topic.
don't run this fucking stage
Why are you screaming?
because
Why are
you
you
don't
upset?
run. You don't run this stage. You don't tell me what to
Okay,
do.
cool. I'm not yelling or screaming.
I don't give a fuck.
That's fine.
I
You
am.
can.
You telling me what you're not doing ain't got shit to do with what I'm doing. Good.
Okay,
You're not
cool. You
yelling
can
and
yell.
screaming. You only control yourself. You don't control me and you don't
Cool.
control the
You're right.
stage.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And as I said, I want you to tell me, since you read Hebrew, what I'm saying right here.
Da da da, see what I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. Da da da, you can do that easily.
That's Aramaic
Proclaiming
Hebrew, man.
lineage from scripture, avadima, yeah, no. Da da da, you should know.
That is
Keep
Aramaic
at
Hebrew.
sky, yeah, I told you so.
Louder,
Is it
Avadima,
not?
Mari.
yeah, no. Why you look like that?
I said,
Now
what am
what
I
did I
saying?
just say?
I
Run the
said
track
Paleo
back.
Hebrew, not Aramaic.
I said, what am
Yes,
I
you should know.
saying?
But if you did, you wouldn't be claiming this, bro. My ancestors were
Are you
West
talking about the
African, had
song that you're
tribes
playing
and
right now?
tongues. I wouldn't give
The
that up
Hebrew
for a
in the
story
song.
undone. So before you claim what you can't translate, at least cite your source before you preach and debate. You say yes, people. I say prove it, boo. If you Hebrew, then what did I just say to you? Da da da, dee, what I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. Da 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 da, you can do that easily. Proclaiming lineage from scripture, avadim haye, no. Now what did I just say? Yeah, I thought so. I said, da, what you gonna do? Can you break it down? Or can you post a clue? Talking tribes and bloodlines, yeah, that's cool. But translation don't bleed generations, fam. This ain't you. You quote scrolls like they family proof, but your sources be TikTok, not actual truth. We study context. You copy and paste, and you call it revelation, claiming bloodlines from a Deuteronomy page. You wear Hebrew names, but forget the roots. Misquoting prophets and designer boots. Lineage ain't learned, it's lived, it's traced. It's not a meme, it's a documented space. Da, you should know. Keep at sky, yeah, I told you so. Vavadim, yeah, no, why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. Run it back, 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 run it back. If you Hebrew, you should've known. Cause I just read your whole argument in Hebrew. Now go study that.
What did I say in that song? What did I say in the song? Turn your camera off. I do not allow cameras on stage. What did I say in the song?
Aramaic Hebrew. I never claimed to know what Aramaic Hebrew is.
That's like the difference between English.
Oh
That's
my
like the difference
god.
between print and cursive, dude. That's all that is.
It's not. It's not. It's really not.
What are the Hebrew
First of
names?
all, Aramaic is. Do
What are
you
the
do you
Hebrew
know?
letters? Like whoever is telling you all that you all speak Paleo Hebrew is out here telling y'all to say that you speak Times New Roman. Like, can you tell me what Times New Roman sounds like? What does Times New Roman sounds like? Because Paleo Hebrew is a script. It's like Sanskrit. What does Times New Roman sounds like?
I have no idea.
I mean, you
I
must,
mean,
since you know what,
what
since
you
you know
mean?
what a,
I
you know what
and we and
paleo, since you know what paleo Hebrew sounds like. Paleo Hebrew is a font. It's a
no. Okay,
freaking font.
that's where you're getting confused.
That's
It's
what
not
it
a.
is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. It's a script.
It's
It's the
not.
it's the pictographs that they use. It's the type of jots and tittles that they used in Hebrew. It's not the phonics.
It's a. It's
It's not the language. It's a font. It's like typing in Times New Roman. It's like
okay.
typing in
So
Sanskrit. So if you're
okay, let me
gonna
ask you.
say that, hold on. If you're gonna say that Paleo Hebrew has a sound, then Times New Roman must have a sound. And I
That's
would
not
like to know
true.
what it is.
That's not the same, and you know it. So
Yes, it
first of all,
is.
well, dang, kind of. Okay, so first
It
of
it
all,
literally is.
okay, okay. Anyways, so let me ask you a question. What do you think the name? Well, okay, let me watch how I phrase this. What do you think the God of the Abrahamic Bible? What is his name in Hebrew, in Aramaic Hebrew?
It ain't Yahuwah.
It's
Like
not.
literally, it was unpronounceable because there were no vowels, and they called him Adonai.
Okay,
Like
that is
it's
a title.
not pronounceable. It is. They didn't pronounce the name. They used the Tetragrammaton, and they would just say Adonai because it was
Okay,
unpronounceable.
so what is a pronounceable name?
They don't have one. Y'all have made up one. They don't have a pronounceable name for
What
their
is a
God.
pronounceable name in Aramaic Hebrew?
They don't.
You
They
know what
don't
it
have
is.
one. Y'all are making that shit up.
So
Y'all
it's
are
not.
make y'all like y'all
So
are
what it?
gluing vowels on the tetragrammaton
We didn't.
and
We didn't make
making
up.
shit up.
We
Yes,
didn't
y'all
make up
are.
Yahweh.
Y'all make
We
up
don't even make.
Yahweh Shai, Yahushawa,
Uh so you do
Yamashamalika.
know.
Y'all are making up. Y'all are
You just
adding
made it up.
vowels. Y'all are adding vowels to the tetragrammaton and making up names.
Okay. So y'all call it Yahweh and y'all say Yeshua. That's Aramaic Hebrew. In Paleo Hebrew, it is Yahweh and Yahweh Shai.
No,
That's what
it's
she
no.
literally just
Oh
said.
my fucking god! Exactly. Um,
Yep.
it's Paleo Hebrew is a script or an alphabet, not a font. It is an
Not a
ancient
font. You
writing
just said it was a
system.
font.
It's
You
a
just said it was a
script
font.
because the word
You
font
just said it
wasn't
was a
used then.
font.
It's a fucking
It
script.
clearly says not a font. You just
It's
said
a
that.
fucking shut the
We
fuck up. It's a
all
historical script.
495 of us heard you say it.
It's oh my fucking god, you are ignorant.
Called it Times
You
New
are
Roman because
ignorant
you say
as
it's a
fuck.
font. It says it's not a font
Do
right
you
there.
know what a fucking script is? Do you know what a fucking script is? A font
Clear as day.
today is
That's clear.
Times New Roman. A font today is
Not a font.
computerized.
It says not
You
a
are
font right there
fucking
in
dumb.
clear English. We
Oh
all
my
see it.
fucking
We
god.
can all see it.
Oh my
Paleo
god.
Hebrew was
I
used in the
fucking don't
time of the
like dumb
biblical
shit.
kingdoms
I
Okay,
don't
so
of
like,
Israel
hold
and
on, Maddie.
Judah.
I listen, I don't like
Aramaic
ignorant
is the rock.
motherfuckers. Oh my god, I don't like ignorant ass motherfuckers. A script is handwriting because they didn't have fucking computers back then. You dumb fuck. A font is what we use today for typing and for computers. The reason I said to you it is a font because I thought your dumb ass would be able to associate script with font. The reason I brought up Times New Roman is that I thought you would be able to associate and understand what Paleo Hebrew was back then versus Times New Roman today. Paleo Hebrew is a fucking script. It is the way people wrote. It is the I don't even know any other way to put it because you don't fucking understand font. It's not the language. It doesn't have a sound.
Everything has a sound.
Okay, so can you
You
make the
can't
sound
really.
of Times New Roman?
Of course, it would just
Do
be
it.
the. It would just be the language whatever is written in.
Times New
What's the
Roman.
Okay.
difference? What's the difference
That
between
is a
times?
font.
What is the
Times New Roman
phonics?
is a font.
What
Paleo
is the
Hebrew is not.
phonetic difference? What is the phonetic difference between Times New Romans and Sanskrit? If you type in Times New Roman versus Sanskrit, how are you to read those differently?
There is no difference because that is a
Right. Right.
Exactly.
not. This is not a font. It says it
Finally.
right there.
Fine. Oh,
Not a
because
font.
computers have fonts, you dumb fuck.
Oh, you're not getting it.
Computers have font. Back then they had scripts.
Okay. Okay. So you're basically saying what you're trying to say is okay. Let me ask you this: what came first, Paleo Hebrew or Aramaic?
Oh my fucking gosh. I fucking
I'm just asking a simple question.
Aramaic is a language. Paleo Hebrew is a script.
Okay. So
They
let me.
are
Okay.
different. Paleo Hebrew,
Let me ask a
paleo,
better
stop,
question.
stop. Paleo Hebrew, yes, thank you. It's like writing in cursive. Paleo Hebrew is like saying cursive. Paleo Hebrew is like saying print, like writing in print versus cursive. Aramaic is a language versus biblical Hebrew being a language versus Spanish and writing in print. Do you understand?
You don't understand.
Oh
You
my
you
fucking gosh.
you don't because you. Okay, I'm trying to ask you a question to where you can understand it, and you keep dancing around it. So Paleo Hebrew was not only a a script, but it was
It
its
is
own.
cursive versus print.
Hold on, Selena.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. So
You
Aramaic
don't
is
have to
this,
say that.
Aramaic is its own thing. It's a
Aramaic is
it's
a language.
it's a we're reading it right now. It says it is
Oh my god.
derived. It is derived.
It's a language.
Do you know what derived means?
Oh
Do you
my
know what
fucking
derived
gosh.
means?
Oh my.
It comes from it.
It's a
Mm-mm.
language that comes from Hebrew and mixed with
Thank
Mesopotamian because it's
you.
a
We're getting somewhere.
Mesopotamian language.
We're getting somewhere
It
finally.
derives
Holy
from
shit.
Mesopotamian language. It is a language. Paleo Hebrew is how you write that language.
No,
It is the
ma'am.
script.
No,
Yes.
ma'am.
Paleo Hebrew is a script.
Okay, so let me
It
ask
is
you
a
this.
script. It's
Do
not a language.
okay, okay. You're right. So we'll go by what you're saying right now. I know you're not right, but I'm saying that for
You know
argument's
what?
sake.
Tell me what's the difference. Hey, tell me what's the difference between what you are calling. I'm gonna pull up. We're
So
gonna
let me.
go to. Stop! Don't ever do that again. This is why I'm yelling at you because you fucking keep trying to control this
We
fucking
can't have a
conversation.
conversation.
You keep cutting me the fuck off when I talk. What is the difference between this shin and how you pronounce this shin and what you are calling Aramaic Hebrew
It
and the
is Aramaic
Paleo Hebrew?
Hebrew.
How do you pronounce the shin and
Let
Paleo Hebrew?
let's get something understood first. Is that
How
not
do you?
Aramaic Hebrew?
I don't care what you call it. You can call it
It's
Aramaic
not
Hebrew. I
what
don't give a
I'm
fuck.
calling
I
it.
don't
It's
give
not what
a
I'm
fuck.
calling it.
What
It's what
is
it
the
is.
difference? What's the difference in
Is
the
that not
pronunciation?
Aramaic Hebrew?
I don't care. We'll say
Is
yes.
that
What's the
not
difference?
Aramaic
We'll
Hebrew?
say yes. I don't
It's
care.
not will
What's the
say,
difference?
it's what it
What's
is.
the difference in the pronunciation?
It has plenty.
How do you pronounce the shin in Paleo Hebrew?
It put in its own vowels. That's the difference. It put
The shin.
it
You
put in. Is
How do
that
you pronounce?
does that not have its own?
How do you pronounce this letter in Paleo Hebrew?
I don't even know what that is in Paleo Hebrew.
What
I don't study
what's
Aramaic
your S
Hebrew.
sound? What's the S in Paleo Hebrew? What letter? What's the S? What's the sh sound in Paleo Hebrew?
Sh,
Yeah,
shin,
what is it? What is it called? It's called
shin,
what? It's
shin.
called shin. That's called shin. That's shin right there.
Okay.
Okay? What's the nun? What's the nun?
It looks like a Y.
Nun?
Yeah, it looks like a Y
And
in
and
our
and,
in
it's
English.
and how is it pronounced?
Nan,
It's pronounced nun.
nan.
None.
Yes.
What's the ayin?
Ayan.
So same sounds.
No, not ayin. Ayan.
Ayan.
Yes.
I what's the resh?
Rash.
Rash.
Yes, rash.
Rash. Where are you getting the phonetics? Like where are you getting
See,
these
and
phonetics from?
that's the difference.
Answer the question.
That's
Where are
the
you getting the
difference.
Okay,
You're
where are you
getting
getting
your
the
phonetics
phonetics?
from Aramaic Hebrew.
Where
I'm
are
getting
you
mine
getting
from
them? No.
Paleo
Okay.
Hebrew. You're
Listen, I have the same chart you have for Paleo Hebrew. What I'm asking you is, where on this chart does it tell you to put a ash with the resh? Where on the chart does it say pronounce this
you're
this
you
where on the chart? Answer the question.
you're
Where
not
are
getting
you
it because you're
getting?
pronouncing it
I
in
am getting it.
Aramaic Hebrew.
Hey, I'm trying
It
to
is a
learn from you.
it is like a
I'm
it
trying
is
to
okay.
hey, Chavez.
I got you.
Chavez.
I got you. I got you.
Hey,
I'm gonna
stop.
explain it to where
Stop.
you can
Stop.
understand.
Will you
You're
hey, what I am asking you is on the chart that you have for Paleo Hebrew, right, with the pictographs. I want to know where when you get to the resh, where does it say for you to put an ah sound when pronouncing that letter? That's what I want to know where you got that from. You're on mute
muted me. You muted me. Okay,
because you
so
keep talking over me and I have to yell over you.
you don't have to yell. This is a
Stop talking
conversation.
over me and I
There you
won't.
go again. There
Stop.
you go
Yeah.
again.
You need to
See?
you need to realize that this is my stage. If I am fucking talking, you don't.
And that's cool. But if you're gonna have a conversation, it has to be back and forth.
If I'm
Otherwise, it's
talking and I'm telling you why you were muted, then you shouldn't be
a
talking.
monologue.
If I'm telling you why the fuck you were
You want
muted,
to preach?
if
That's
I
what
am telling you
the
why you
conversation.
were muted, if I am telling you why you were muted, you should be listening, and then you won't fucking get muted again.
Y'all
I can
stop using
make
caps in
something
the
full
comments,
sense
please.
without
Only
you.
warning.
Now, the difference between Paleo Hebrew and Aramaic Hebrew is Aramaic is derived from Paleo Hebrew. It has its own, we'll
Fucking
say,
lies. How do you
dialect
get the
or
phonetics? How do you get the phonetics?
accent.
Is what I'm asking you.
It's like a, you could say it's like a
Phonetics,
different
please.
accent.
Phonetics. Phonetics. Where are you getting the phonetics?
It is like this. It's the same way of
Where do
saying,
you get the phonetics? All this other bullshit that you're
ma'am,
saying,
you're
where do you
interrupting
get?
me again.
Answer my fucking
Here you
question.
go again. I'm trying
Answer
to
the
explain it to
question.
you and you can't
I
hear my
don't need you to
explanation because
fucking
you keep trying to
explain
yell
that
over me.
bullshit. I don't need you
You're
to
trying to
explain
yell
that.
over me.
I am asking you.
You're
What you're
triggered for
doing
no
is
reason.
pivoting. You're
Ain't
pivoting
nobody
because you don't have
yelling.
a fucking answer. You're pivoting because you don't have an answer for it. You don't fucking know how to pronounce that shit. You don't know where you're getting these fucking
You're muting me
phonetics
because
from.
it's triggering you.
Because I'm gonna tell you one thing I hate is fucking dumb motherfuckers who are loud as fuck.
So
You
I'm
are
loud.
dangerous.
Who am
Yes,
I loud?
you are loud and dumb. You are dangerous as fuck with the misinformation that you are out here spreading. You don't study this shit.
Let me ask you a
You
question. Where did
don't,
we
you
get the
don't
word ain't
stop.
from?
You don't study this shit. You don't study this shit. You take stuff that you get from fucking YouTube and your Israelite granddaddies and you just spread it.
Okay.
You don't have anything in Paleo Hebrew script for your ass to read. You have never heard anybody speak Paleo Hebrew because you can't. Paleo Hebrew is a fucking type of handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
And you are incapable of being taught.
Let me ask you a question. Where did we get the word ain't from?
Oh my fucking God.
It's going somewhere. Just
You
let's
actually
go with
think,
the
you
narrative.
actually think, you actually think that I'm about to let you spread more fucking misinformation. Like you have yet to be able to even show any resources
I'm
for
trying to
any of the
explain
shit.
to you
You
why
no,
this
there
is a
you fucking go
derivation.
again. There you go again.
I'm trying to explain
There
to
you go
you.
again. There you go
There I
again.
go again.
You have
What?
yet, you have yet, you are talking while I'm fucking talking.
Ma'am, you clearly
You,
paused.
no, the fuck I didn't. You think that I'm going to let you
For
spread
all the
more
stuff that you
misinformation?
did, you
You have
paused.
yet to, there you go a fucking again.
And
You have yet to
every time
show
I try
one
to help you,
motherfucking
you
resource. Oh
pause.
my fucking God, shut the fuck up.
No.
You have yet to show one motherfucking resource for anything that you have said up here. And all you keep doing is pivoting from point to point to point. You mispronounce the fucking alphabets. And then when I ask you where you're getting these phonetic sounds, you can't even show me that. You want to pivot to some other bullshit.
I told you I would
I'm
send.
not. If you can't show me where you got the fucking rash, the phonetic sounds for this with Paleo Hebrew, then we're done. That's my question. Where are you getting the pronunciations? That's what I want to know.
I can't even speak without you trying to mute me every second. Are we having a
Because you keep trying to
conversation?
talk while because you keep
There
trying
you
to
go
talk while I'm
again.
talking.
There you go
You keep
again.
trying to talk while I'm
See?
talking.
You
Answer my
can
question.
you can do it, but I can't.
Hey, I'm the fucking host. You're not.
Bingo.
What does that
Cry
mean?
about it.
What does that
I
mean
already
though?
fucking told you I'm not
What does that
explaining it
really
again.
mean?
Answer the fucking question.
Exactly. So
You can't answer the question.
I'm
You
trying to
can't answer the
explain to
question.
you the
So that's
difference
what like you
between
want to talk
a
about. I don't
derivation.
fucking want to know that. I don't fucking want to know that. I asked you a specific
Of
question.
course you don't
Where
want to
did
know because
you
that's the
get?
truth.
I
You don't want to
don't.
know the
I
truth.
don't. Cool. That's the truth. Where did you get the pronunciation of these
You
letters?
don't want to get the truth.
I said, cool. It's the truth. Where did you get the pronunciation of these letters?
I was taught it. I can show
I
you where I got
who?
it from.
Yeah. Thank you. Show me. Where did you get it from?
They are ordained saints. Okay.
Who?
So let me explain to you the difference between Aramaic Hebrew and Paleo Hebrew. Aramaic is derived
Don't
again.
fucking
It,
go back to that bullshit. Don't
oh
fucking go
my
back to that
gosh.
bullshit. I already
See, there
told
you
you,
go
cool.
again.
I
There
want
you
to
go.
know, where did you get the pronunciations? Who are these saints?
Why are you yelling?
Who are the saints? Because you are irritating the fuck out of me. Who are these saints?
Of course, I'm irritated in
Yes.
spirit. I'm irritated
Okay,
in
cool.
spirit.
Cool.
Yes,
Who
of
are the
course.
saints?
The
Who
truth will
are the
always,
saints?
the truth will always
Who
irritate the
are the
spirit.
saints? Who are the saints? Who are the saints that taught you these pronunciations?
You can't even let me speak without
Who?
mute.
Because you ain't saying what I'm asking you. Who are the saints
There's
that taught you these pronunciations?
there's plenty of saints.
Who
There's
are
plenty.
they? Name them.
You want me to name each and
I
every?
want you, the ones who taught you. Yes.
How about you name me every historian that taught you Aramaic
Why the fuck would I
Hebrew?
do
Come
that?
on now.
This is what I'm talking about. You're fucking pivoting because you're
Exactly.
lying. You are
Exactly.
fucking
What
lying.
are you
That's
talking
right.
about? You want me to list
You
off
are fucking
everybody?
lying. Just
Like, come
name
on now. How
one,
does that even make
motherfucker.
sense?
Name one. Who taught
Name
you?
one
Who
historian.
taught
Name one
you
historian
how
that
to? I
taught you
can tell
Aramaic
you.
Hebrew.
I can tell. I don't speak Aramaic Hebrew. I speak biblical Hebrew. And Joshua Bowen, Dr. Joshua Bowen, taught me how to speak and read Hebrew. Sal, the author of
Aramaic Hebrew.
A Grammar for Biblical Hebrew, C.L. Sal taught me how to speak and read Hebrew. Now, who taught you? are these saints?
You keep muting me. I can't even speak without you
Okay.
muting me every
Answer the
time.
question.
Who are these people that these people that you said Joshua Bowen? What does he call that?
Answer my question. Who taught you how to pronounce these things?
Answer my question. Who? What did
I
they?
asked, no, motherfucker, you don't run shit in here. Like all you do, except your motherfucking mouth, and you
We're
probably
getting to.
about to run, and you probably about to run in a minute because you know you fucking lying.
Ain't nobody running.
Yeah, your ass is gonna run in a minute. You running in this conversation. You running in this conversation.
I'm running.
You're running.
You're running. You
I've
can't even.
answered your fucking question. Like I don't even have to. I have nothing to run from. I am
But you.
asking you, where are you getting the pronunciations for this fucking paleo script that you claim has a different sound? You muted yourself there. No one muted you. Why the fuck did you just mute yourself?
Because I'm constantly having to unmute every time.
You
Every time I try.
nobody muted you there. You fucking persecuted
Oh my
yourself for no
gosh.
fucking reason right there. Why?
Oh my gosh. Because I'm constantly having to unmute. That's why. And
What the
every
fuck?
time.
So you mute you got PTS
So you
motherfucking
got.
mute D? Like why the
Yeah.
fuck did you
Yep.
mute
Because
yourself to
I'm
unmute
constantly
yourself?
having to unmute every time
Like
it's time
what
for me
the
to
fuck?
speak.
Like are
Every
you
time
fucking
it's.
serious? Are you
Yes.
fucking serious?
Of
Like
course I'm serious.
motherfucker said,
We all see
I
y'all got.
cannot.
We all see that y'all
I
are
can
muting me every
shut the
time I
fuck
try
up.
to speak.
You just sat there and tried to pretend like you didn't have a fucking answer. So you just tried to pretend like somebody muted your ass. Don't you know that I can see every time a mod mutes you? I know when you mute yourself, and I know when a mod mutes you.
I muted you this time.
Why is he having such a hard time naming who taught him?
because he doesn't
Because
want
he's
to name them.
lying. He's
And he keeps
lying. That's
asking
why.
more questions so he doesn't have to name them.
He has no idea that fucking Paleo Hebrew is not a phonetic. It doesn't have a phonetic sound. That is a fucking type of handwriting style. And whoever is teaching him this stupid bullshit. And then like somebody a Hebrew Israelite commented on the video of that song on YouTube talking about this isn't what I expected Paleo Hebrew to sound. I said what? I said if you can tell me what Times New Roman sound like, then I'll tell you what Paleo Hebrew sounds like. Like y'all out here teaching this incorrect shit, and then you are incapable of being taught the correct shit. You rather continue teaching the wrong shit. And it's motherfuckers like you that I don't fucking like. Because you'll keep teaching people incorrect shit.
Can you come off mute and just tell us who taught you?
There we go. See? You see? Every time I try to say something, I'm muted.
Okay, fuck the mutant. Just tell us who taught you.
Yeah, fuck the muting. Stop muting me.
Okay, tell
Stop
us.
muting me.
You're not muted right now. Tell us.
So, James Bowen and all these other dudes, who do they.
Motherfucker, tell us
Who
who
is
taught
James
you. We're
Bowen?
not
Oh
talking
my
about that. Who
gosh.
taught you? What the
Can I
fuck?
speak? Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak and tell us who taught you. Or get muted.
I don't know what you being white got to do with anything. If you was over here being this damn dumb, I'd cuss you out too. I don't give a fuck about if you're white, black, Asian. If you over here lying and interrupting me, I'm gonna cuss you out.
Dr.
Anyway,
Joshua, Dr. Joshua Bourne did not teach you. Who taught you?
I'm asking what did Joshua Bowen teach? What was he
Like,
teaching?
why the fuck do you think that we're gonna answer a question that you have and you haven't even answered
I
ours?
will
Like,
tell you.
motherfucker, you don't run shit in here. You don't run shit in here.
Stop talking over her.
It just sounds like you're lying because you're deflecting. It would be so easy to say who taught you. You would say, well, so and so is the one who taught me, but you're not saying none of that. So you're lying.
I want you to tell me
Yeah.
who taught you how to pronounce these things.
There's plenty of ordained saints of God. One of
Yeah,
them,
like who?
my gosh, my gosh.
Who?
I'm trying to speak and I can't even get it out without being
Go
interrupted.
ahead. You been saying a bunch of nonsense. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Name them.
Yahweh. That's one.
Yahweh.
Yes, that is who y'all call Judah.
So Judah taught you his
No,
dead ass.
Yahweh.
Judah's dead ass taught you how
Oh
to
my
speak in
gosh.
Paleo Hebrew.
Oh my gosh. Yahweh is Judah in Paleo Hebrew.
Okay, so
Y'all say
Yahweh does dead
you
ass
say
taught
Judah
you.
in English.
Yahweh does dead ass.
Lord
Do I
have
do I
mercy. Did
still say
Joshua dead
dead?
ass teach you?
Do I still say dead or do
Did,
I say
jo-
dead
did, jo- did
ass? Do I
Joshua's dead ass
hey
teach
do
you?
Dr.
I
Gold
do
is
I
still
still say
alive.
dead ass
We're
or
not
do I
talking
still
about
say dead ass or should I say diarwada ass? Yahweh does diardias ass taught you how to speak in Paleo Hebrew.
Yaju is another one.
Yaju Judah. Wait, are you a Yaju Judahite?
Lord, you dumber than I thought.
Are you a Yaju Judahite? Are you a Yaju Judahite?
Mm.
This guy's ignorant. He
You're
really
not on mute. You're not on mute. I know you want to mute yourself, but you scared because I can say I told your ass you was gonna run, motherfucker.
Yep.
Told you was gonna run.
You know, a lie don't care who tell it.
And a fart don't care who smell it. Sorry,
That
my
shit
grandma
is
used to say that.
ridiculous. Well, Yaju Judah is teaching them paleo like that paleo. What is he a Hebrew Israelite? Look, now I want to play the song. Forrest, are you still in here? Look, he did exactly. I swear. This is why I fucking love this fucking community. Hold on.
Are you relaxing and chillaxing with an open book? Don't do that on TikTok, that's not a good look. Grab your collard green and cornbread, sky candy and Kamari. Did you mean calamari? Nah, I said Kamari. I'm no fancy Nancy, I'm woke like Adrian Reddick. Fuck the fall like Jamal, free like Keddy Woody Bedded. Writing my own scripts like a Beth Bridal Dimzel. Sweetie pie, why they lie? K-Free will. That's so dumb, we're having fun, where they go? They run, pause, they run, It's the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in chat, keep it cute, Thinkers mic, absolute. No cab, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker in the nerds, the fam, the alliance, and I can't forget Brian. And just say it loud, facts only. Tell them Brian, they stuck in la la land, cause she mute them when they wrong. They be mad if fear of thoughts trapped in their head all night long. But I'm happy and free, I'm baptized and unbothered. Building unity with Stephanie. Did you say except for me? Go get Persephone. Cause she back from the dark with the glow in her hand. Teaching lessons from the underworld they don't understand. Hopper crack jokes while the truth got deep. And the clock took notes, never fell asleep. And I arc and I lit, sage for the vibe. Mr. Curtis kept time while the comments collide. Auntie Charlene said, baby stay bold, mama bash whispered, let the story unfold. Then Joshua typed fast, Yahushua chimed in. Barnabas laughed, saying, Thinker did it again. So if they ask who the crew be, point to the sign. Thinker and the nerds, the stars still align. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, check, keep it cute, Thinkers mic, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker and the nerds, the fam, the alliance, and I can't forget Brian. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, keep it cute. Thinkers mic, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Hey, 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 to the chat. See y'all next live.
I knew that motherfucker was gonna run. But Terry, I see you over there, mad as fuck, right? Because I'm black. You're mad, right? Calling me an animal, spelling out whore, like all in all caps. The crazy thing about it is, right, is that you pulled your motherfucking ass up in the middle of the night to listen to a black woman. Like this black woman had no idea your white ass existed. But Terry, you know my black ass do. I think that says more about you than it says about me. And then on top of that, you are filled with so much motherfucking hate for my blackness. You hate what's coming out of me, what's coming out of my mouth so fucking much that you got to spend your energy and type that shit in the chat. That says more about you than about me. Yeah, he on YouTube. Eric T.
Oh,
Hi, how are you?
good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay. Nelly, you want to do this one?
Yeah, no problem. Hi, what's your name again, sir?
Eric.
Eric. Hi, Eric. Okay, and well, I guess we already established that you're a Christian and believer in the Bible, right?
Absolutely not.
Oh, you're not. So you're an atheist?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. So what topic would you like to discuss? Are you there?
I mean, what are we talking about?
Okay, why did you come on the stage?
No, I
That's
just went
what.
on here and dropped them. Like I don't. Yeah. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 18 and up tonight. 18 to 24 will come up and talk to Maddie. 25 and up will talk to Nelly and myself. I hate conversations like the one that just happened because people get scared. If you don't act like his ass, you won't get treated that way. If you act like him, you're going to get treated that way. Content with low visual. What? For some reason, like if I whatever I do with Hebrew, TikTok is flagging me. Like the Hebrew song, they keep violating. I just got a violation for having the Paleo Hebrew on the screen. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I don't know.
It's probably something they don't even understand.
I also think late at night there's an AI that controls violations because if you notice, when you get violated at night in the morning or whenever they have like actual people come in, they'll review the violation and they'll either lift it or violate it officially. So I think there's an AI that comes through and does it for them.
Yeah, but they approve the violation and they keep violating it over and over again.
Yeah, that's what they do. Like, I had some videos at one point that would get violated and some comments, and if it get violated at the night, it'll keep sending like it's violated to you, even you when you try to appeal. But then actual people come in later and they'll look at it. And I think it goes through like a group, a team of people,
That's
and
what I'm
they
saying.
see if
That's
it's
not
violated
that's
or
that's
uplifted.
that's not what's happening with mine though. Like as soon as I post it, it goes into violation, and then I appeal it. and then they approve the appeal, and then it goes into violation again, and it's just doing that over and over again. That's what's happening with mine.
No. I also think after a while on TikTok, like when it was getting real heated in the political comment, my comments would always get violated. So if I posted something, it wouldn't even be in a violation. They would put it in violation and it wouldn't get unviolated until like a month later. Like, and I would keep appealing and they would just keep violating. So I think that's what's happening to you because they violated it so many times. They're just automatically violating you and then they're looking at it like later in the month or something. It's going to be something done like that. I hate their violation system.
I don't know. They like it. The very first time I posted it, they violated it for substance abuse. Like it gave it some random ass reason for violating it, and then I deleted it, posted it again, changed it, and they violated it for substance abuse. So then they finally approved it, and then went right back in and violated it for unoriginal content. Yeah, so I don't know why. What's up, Shan?
Hey, thinker. Hey, y'all. Maddie, Mr. Nelson, B Throttle. What's going on, y'all? Hello, self.
Hey.
Hey,
I did want to come up and talk about God nor Jesus being against slavery, but I also wanted to ask you too, in reference to I guess your stuff being banned, and like the last thing you just said too. Is it specifically only banning like the Paleo Hebrew stuff, or is it like the Yiddish and the Paleo Hebrew that's banning like
I don't
together?
speak Paleo Hebrew. Um, it's just the Hebrew song, the biblical Hebrew. I don't speak Yiddish either. So I've only uploaded the song once. But it's anytime I do something with deconstruction. Every
Mm,
song that I've uploaded, they automatically restrict it as soon as I upload it. Like the very first one I did, silent questions. I had to go through 3 different edits for them to finally approve that one. The "fuck you" song, they violated that as soon as I uploaded it. And then they immediately approved the appeal. I didn't have as much trouble with the "fuck you" song as I'm having with this Ata Yadata.
that's crazy. I don't know. Well, the only theory I had at first, but it was probably I just heard, did somebody new recently like buy Twitter, not Twitter, TikTok or something?
Oracle. Yeah, I had to go block them so I could get a normal feed. My feed was weird. It's Oracle.
I wonder if maybe they are. I'm thinking like maybe with the ongoing, stuff like this overseas and like Israel and stuff like that, maybe they feel anything that is like in Hebrew or something like that, maybe they feel like it might be some type of propaganda, maybe to spread hate against Israel or something like that. Maybe that's why. But other than that, I don't know why it'd be maybe it's just your channel specifically, the type of strikes or the type of reports people be making, why your particular things are getting flagged like that. But I don't
Yeah.
know. I do hope you're able to post and that shit stops ASAP though. But moving on to addressing the topic, God nor Jesus were against slavery. I actually want to agree with that 100%. I do think that instead of actually not being against it, I do think they 100% approve of it. Um, because one of the first major things that we get met with in the Bible is the children of Israel being enslaved. And then they get free for a little bit and then they get enslaved again, or, conquered and subjugated and essentially enslaved again by, who was it, the Babylonians, I think. And then they ended up being enslaved or subjugated again by like the Medes and the Persians. And like it just keeps on continuing up until Rome and stuff like that. And based on everything that is about them, that you read about them in the Bible, it seems like their God's whole purpose is to keep them subjugated. Like we're assuming that the people now is the exact same people in the Bible. It seems as if their God has been playing in their face for the better part of the last, 4 to 5,000, maybe 6,000 years, give or take a couple of millennia. He's been playing in their face this entire time. And I think the fact that he went ahead and put into the prophecies that they were going to be enslaved and, mistreated by Esau, or the Edomites, or whatever. I think that's just another example of them, or another example of God clearly wanting them to be enslaved because He had the power to stop it, the know-how to know that was going to happen, and He still actively chose not to. And I think along with slavery too, when we talk about like forms of subjugation, forms of slavery too, I think we also have to consider the fact of him also not, or them not also being against the subjugation of women as well. Because I think there's like maybe the ethnic or the racial aspect of slavery that most people are going to think of too. But men have also very much so enslaved women at different iterations at different points in time, right? That's why we have the sex work industry, something that was driven by men's proclivities and men's desires that ended up becoming an industry. And I think if you even want to push a little bit further, I think that's why I think it wouldn't be too far to say that neither God nor Jesus are against PDF files, if you get what I'm saying, right? Because there's no way that you can have not only a whole industry driven by men's desires upon women, but oftentimes those same men had desires for children too. So I think they're not against like the regular racial or ethnic slavery, maybe even like prisoners of war type thing, of course. But I think when you actually break it down and apply it to the other maybe fields, for lack of a better term, or the other aspects of like subjugation and conquering, they're very much so in support of like sexual slavery. Slavery. They're very much so in support of other forms of subjugation, especially when it comes to children, which is why I think God, quote unquote, felt so comfortable impregnating Mary, who was no older than 15 when it happened. And it's like saying you could have created a whole nother being, right? Or if you knew that you were going to allow human beings to evolve to the point where we knew that pedophilia was wrong, or PDF files were wrong, you could have blessed Mary to where she could be impregnated at like the age of 20 and then still lived a long, healthy, great life without having to worry about a lowered lifespan or something like that, right? I just feel as if there's too many holes in some of the things that God does to not critically analyze the things He does and realize that He has the same proclivities as everyday men. I just want to get that off.
Well, thank you for coming up. I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, Shen always makes good points when he comes up.
Yeah.
Nelly, do you have any questions? Maddie, you have any questions for Shen?
No, I don't.
No, he actually said it really well. He articulated his points very well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope y'all's morning continues to go all right and that y'all get the conversations y'all want.
Thank you. I hope
Thank
you have a
you.
good rest of
Have a
your day.
nice night.
You're welcome. You too.
Thank you.
If he was like a community member, he would make a good co-host. He
Yeah,
has a lot
I
of
think so
good.
too.
Yeah, he has a lot of knowledge. Bay. Bay sleep. Tip to notch.
Tip top notch.
Oh, tip top. Goodness gracious. Sorry about that. How
That's
are
okay.
you?
My name is Tip.
Oh, how are you, Tip?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Give us
Okay.
your age and let me know if you're a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, please.
Okay. I am 37 and I am a believer in Jesus Christ. Not religion though.
Okay.
Just spiritual in a relationship with him.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm going to let you start off with Nelly, and if you could pick a topic so y'all can begin, okay?
Oh my gosh, she's gonna pick the topic.
No, you pick the topic.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
yeah,
I
and
was
then
like,
you
oh gosh.
start off with Nelly. Yeah, no, we wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Tip, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And what topic would you like to discuss?
Um, I'm torn between two. Um, But I think I'm going to go with if God is not a genie, then why do I need him?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say that a genie is more so about wishes, and God is not. He doesn't grant wishes. At least I don't believe that he grants wishes. He 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 works by prayer, and that's how he connects with us. The difference between us fighting for God and God fighting for us is prayer, and I'm a firm believer in prayer. But I have had several times in my life that supernatural things happened to me, and it was just unexplainable to the point where us as humans were limited, and I believe that he's infinite and he's not limited. And I feel like I need him because in life, we sometimes are, things can be overwhelming. Things, we have a lot of emotions. Sometimes we feel underqualified. There's a lot of reasons why we need him. I could talk forever about why I feel like we need him, but a lot of people, this is a very controversial subject, but a lot of people, I feel like, they're riding the fence. Like, I was a believer at a very young age, but I've I struggle all the time still, but I've gotten to a intimate relationship with him, and I have had these supernatural moments, and it just, there's nothing else that explains it. And
Okay,
yeah.
let's dial back a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you tell me what's the difference between praying for something to happen or wishing for something to happen? What's the difference?
What's the difference between
Yeah.
wishing and
Yeah,
praying?
between wishing and praying, what's the difference?
Well, I just said praying to me is the difference between us fighting for God and God fighting for us. It's the ultimate, it's our direct line to him. And, essentially that's our direct line to speak to him. And wishes, I don't believe in wishes. So I'm not really.
But that would be the same thing, though. If you're praying to God, say your foot hurts and it's hurting so bad, and you get on your knees and you pray to God and ask God to ease the pain or stop your foot from hurting.
Uh-huh.
What would be the difference of me saying, "Well, I wish my foot would just stop hurting"? What would be the
Okay.
difference?
Okay. Well, I see what you're saying. I feel like a wish doesn't have any backup to it. You're not, who are you wishing it? Who are you wishing it to and from? You know what I mean? There's no faith in that. What are you believing that it's going to happen? Who's going to grant you that wish? You know what I'm saying? God is not a genie in a bottle, and your wish is not his command. His command should be your wish. You know what I mean? Or at least that's what I feel.
Okay. So I'm just going to assume right now that
Hmm.
so this God talks to you, right?
I mean, audibly, no.
Can't
No,
you?
no, he does not. I don't hear him out loud. No, but he does. He does speak to me through many, many ways,
Hmm.
and I know his voice. I've discerned his voice, and he's
So
spoke to
so
me.
you hear His voice, correct?
Not here. No, I've discerned. I've discerned his voice as saying like, okay, it's not my voice. I'm not saying in my head. I know what I'm thinking in my head, and then I know when something else pops in my head that I didn't think. But I also know when he's speaking directly to me through dreams, through people, through situations, circumstances. just a lot of, his promises, his word.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
let's 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 break that down.
Okay.
Now, when you say he speaks to you through dreams,
Hmm.
I mean that would be you, right? That would be your brain.
Right.
When you go to sleep, that's your brain, and whatever is on your mind, that's what that would be. Okay, now you say the only other way that this God can communicate to you is through other people, right?
No, he can speak to us in a lot of different ways, through circumstances, through signs, through people, through dreams, through his word, through prayer.
Okay, let me dial it back a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, you have a personal relationship with this God, right?
Yes.
Okay, you know every other Christian says the same thing, correct?
I think there's some Christians that don't believe that. They're actually religious.
Well, every other Christian that I've talked to,
Uh-huh.
every other believer that I've talked to
Hmm.
has a personal relationship with this God or this Jesus.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? Now, if y'all have a personal relationship, why does the God tell you different things? Or shall I say it this way? I don't know. Did you hear about the lady that killed her kids?
I've seen a lot of that on the news. Yes.
Yeah, and she said that the God told her to take her kids from this world.
Yeah, I think no, I believe that there's demonic things out there, and I believe that there is an enemy, and
Oh,
I don't believe that God would tell her that. So I don't think
okay.
that she knew who was telling her that. And I
Okay.
mean,
Well,
I
she
serve,
could
huh?
she could say the same thing about you though.
This is true. Yes, I'm not. Yeah,
So that means that each one of y'all have a different God in your head.
I serve one God, and that is the God of love. That is the one who created this whole entire world and created my being.
So the God created you.
Yes.
Your mother and father didn't create you.
No, no, no. Okay, he created humans, right? Which it started with Adam and Eve. So, no, my mother and father did create me. But
Well,
we have the ability to create. That's what he's given us. That's what he gave us territory over when he created the world. He said to us, "Go and create and be trust." He trusted us with the world that he created, and he
but
wanted us to create nations and
but
you
that's
know.
not true. But that's not true. God
No.
never God never told Adam and Eve to go out and do anything like that.
Let me see where. Oh, let me see where it is. Being let me see right here. New heavens include. Okay, include us the universe. Where does it say that? Hold on, give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so he intended for humans to develop his creation, and let's see where it says that he was okay. He gave us commands, right? And he wanted us to be fruitful and multiply.
That's not what he told Adam and Eve. You said Adam and Eve were the first two people on the earth, and you
Yeah.
said that God told Adam and Eve to go out and be fruitful and multiply. God didn't tell Adam and Eve that.
Mm, I'm not sure where I guess it's in Genesis, but let me see the creation of the climax of man by creating woman and man in its image. Mm, well, it's in the Bible somewhere. I know that. Okay, here we go. Okay, he said they would rule their own lives, and in doing so, they violated their own creation and the image and the likeness of God.
Okay.
but now culture was exercising dominion over them. Yeah, because of the
What
fall.
you're looking for, I'm gonna go ahead and help you out.
Okay, go
What
ahead.
you what you're looking for is Genesis 1:27.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, so God created humankind in his image.
Yeah.
In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them.
Mm-hmm.
God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply and
See?
fill the earth and subdue it.
Right.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's not Adam and Eve.
Who
Because
who is it
you
then?
read because you got to look at Genesis 1, then you got to look at Genesis 2. Where in Genesis 1,
Mm-hmm.
man and woman were created at the same time.
No, they weren't. Adam was created first, and he said that Adam
No,
shouldn't be
that's Genesis
alone.
2. That's Genesis 2.
Okay.
But in Genesis 1, man and woman were created at the same time.
Okay, so what does that have to do with what is that?
Well,
What are
you
you
said that he
asking?
told Adam and Eve to go out and be fruitful, and Adam and Eve was never told that. And if you really want to get a little deeper into it, Genesis 2 is the first mention of this Lord God, which is Yahweh.
Right. Well, hold on one second. The first human couple, Adam and Eve, they were given the glorious calling to multiply, right, and fill the earth with more image bearers, right? That would reflect the infinite glory of God. So
Where do
this
you
would
see that
result
at?
in, huh?
Where are you reading that at?
I'm not reading it. I'm talking it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when he said that to them, he what he was saying is this is going to result in an expansion of the kingdom beyond the garden, right? So they were commanded to fulfill the culture activity of subduing God's good creation and exercising dominion over it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's really look at this, because I don't believe that you've read Genesis 1 in its entirety and then
I
turn around.
have. I just don't know. I've had a lot of.
Okay.
I have a bad memory, so I
Okay.
can't quote like some people do. I can't quote it like that. I literally got to go back
Okay.
and read it.
So let's just go and look at Genesis 1. In Genesis 1, humankind, man and woman, were created at the same time. They wasn't created from dirt. The woman was not created from the man's rib, and also the animals
What?
were
No, she
created.
was she was
Oh,
she.
hold on, slow down.
Okay,
Just
okay,
listen.
okay.
I'm talking about Genesis 1.
What
In
Bible are you
Genesis,
reading from?
I'm reading. It doesn't matter. Which Bible do you want?
The one that says the
KJV?
truth.
KJV? Is that what you study?
The one that says the truth, because
Okay, the KJV.
Which one is that for you? Which one do you say says the truth?
the King James version, I guess, is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
that's what
Well,
he's
yeah,
Okay,
asking you.
but what he just read was not what it says.
okay.
Saying he's
Well,
going to read it for you and the one that you need. They say the same thing.
Okay.
so I'm gonna read it in the King James version for you.
Okay.
I just got to pull up the King James version. Give me a
Mm.
second. Hmm. Where is my KJV? I don't know why Christians love the KJV. I mean, love this old English,
Yes,
but
the these and the shouts and the thous.
it doesn't make. I mean, but it's okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So in Genesis 1, and we can start at let's see. Let's start at 21. Okay? Now, it says, and God created the great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind.
Hmm.
And God saw that it was good. Okay? Now, these animals and everything that crawleth the earth was created before humankind in Genesis 1.
Hmm.
Because it's 6 steps to his creation. because the seventh day he rested. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, and what I just read to you was Genesis 21. Okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
God told this is Genesis 22. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply and fill the waters and the seas and let the fowl multiply in the earth. Now, this is the commandment to the animals, the whales, everything that crawleth the earth. That was the commandment that he gave to them. Well, that's what he said to them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let it be. Okay. Now, if you go back, we'll just kind of skip over a little stuff because I just wanted you to see that in Genesis 21:22, the animals were created, the
Okay.
whales and everything. Now you go to Genesis 27, and it says, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male, and female created he them. He created man, male and female at the same time. The animals were created before the humankind was created, according to Genesis 1. Okay?
Okay.
You following me? Okay. Now let's go to Genesis 2. Okay?
Okay.
And see how it goes in Genesis 2. The creation story.
Okay.
Now in Genesis 2, let's see, I want to start that at, let's see. Let's start that at let's start at verse 5.
Okay. Oh
In verse
God.
5, it says, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God, now this is the first mention of the Lord God now, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. Now, we just heard in Genesis 1 that there was a man that was created along with a woman at the same time. Didn't we hear that?
I heard that from you, but that's not what it says in my Bible.
What Bible do you have?
I have a lot of different Bibles. Right now I'm reading the NIV. But all my
I
Okay.
thought
Bibles
you said
say,
I thought you said that KJV was the one that told the truth.
well, they all say the same thing.
That's not what you said a minute ago, though.
No, I said I want him to read from the Bible that tells the truth because what he had read before
But
before
why do you get to jump around from translation to translation, but you question the translation he read?
because there's no translation that says they were made at the same time. Doesn't matter what translation you
Okay.
read. They weren't
Okay.
made at the same time.
I'll tell
Period.
you what.
In Genesis 1, it says they were made on the same day. It says he created male and female, created he them in Genesis 1.
Okay. Well, that doesn't really help to answer why we need him.
Okay, well let's just go back then.
Okay.
In Genesis 1, I read to you, I
Mm-hmm.
believe it was 21:22, that
Mm-hmm.
that God created the animals and everything that crawleth the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that
Yeah.
in your Bible? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go down to 27. What did he create at that time?
Down to 7.
27
Oh, 27. Hold on.
in Genesis 1.
Yeah, I'm
I'm going to let
reading.
you read it.
Okay.
Read it out loud.
Okay. 127.
127. What did
So
it
God
create?
created mankind in his own image. To the image of God, he created them, male and female. God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful and increase.
And what else?
Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky. Then God said, I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of this earth and every tree that has fruit with the seed in it. This will be yours for food. And to all the beasts of the earth and the birds of the sky and the creatures move along to the ground, everything that has breath and life, I give green plant food. And it was so. God saw that he had made, and it was very good. And there was an evening.
Stop right there. You can stop right there because he said he saw what he had made and it was very good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now go to Genesis 2.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that you understand. We just established in Genesis 1 that verse 21, 22, the animals and everything that crawleth the earth was created. Then mankind was created, man and woman was created, correct?
No.
You just read it.
He created mankind in 127.
Okay, and he created the animals in verse 21, 22.
Okay.
So that means they were created before the human was created.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay, then great. So that's what I'm saying. Now let's go to Genesis 2.
Okay.
And I want you to go to Genesis 2, and I want you to start at verse 5 and read.
Okay. Now the shrub appeared on earth, and no plant had sprung up, for the Lord God had sent rain on earth. There was no one to work the ground. The streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground.
Hold on, stop.
Uh-huh.
Read verse 5 again. Read it again.
Okay.
And you're reading from which one are you reading from? The KJV or the NIV?
NIV.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the NIV too, so I can look at what you're seeing because I want to make sure that you're not skipping over because it sounded like you were just skipping over the most important parts of that book. So give me just 1 second. NIV, right here. Hold on. NIV. There we go. Okay, now verse 5. Now read it.
Okay. Now no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams.
Stop right there. Stop right there. He said there was no one to work the ground. Now we're in Genesis 2, but Genesis 1 said he already created man.
Yeah,
he
but
already created woman.
Right, but they weren't supposed to be tending to the ground yet. I mean, he just made them. I mean, if you were just a brand new human on the earth.
Okay. Continue to read because you're getting ready to trap yourself. So go ahead
But
and continue to
hold on,
read.
before we move forward, like what does there was no man mean to
What?
you?
Me?
When it says there was no man, what does that mean to you?
To me? I
Yeah,
mean,
when you read those words, there was no man. What do you comprehend that to mean?
there was not a man to work the grounds. Not that there was no man created. There was no man to work the grounds.
Where was man at?
He was in the Garden of Eden, I guess.
The Garden of Eden hadn't been created yet. So
Okay,
where
well
was
then I guess he was just somewhere. I don't know where he was. He became a living being, so he was just a living being. He was
he
just
hadn't
there.
become a living being here yet?
Okay. Let's see.
Go ahead, keep reading. I'm just trying to understand your logic. Go ahead.
Go ahead and read.
Okay, where am I reading from?
You're reading verse 6.
Okay. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed in his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Well, that's why
Stop
he
right
couldn't.
there. Stop right there.
That's why he couldn't tend the ground, because he didn't breathe life into him yet.
Okay,
Where
so
was he if he hadn't breathed life in him?
I
Where
don't
was
think
he if
that
he?
really matters.
It does. If he doesn't have life, then he ain't alive. So where is he?
It doesn't matter where he is. God is God. He's
I didn't
supernatural.
ask about your God. Where was the man? If he had no life yet, was he a deflated doll? Like where was he?
I can't answer that.
well,
Yes, you can. You have logic. I know you do, Tip. You have logic. If the human doesn't have life yet, then it is not alive yet.
Right.
Then where is it?
I guess still on the ground.
Right. It's still a part of the ground because it had not been created yet. All right. Go ahead, Nelly.
but in Genesis 1, this is what I wanted to get back to. Now you go back to Genesis 1. If you said the man hadn't had life yet, then why did God tell man and woman to go out and be fruitful and multiply if they wasn't even living?
I
This
because he's not telling how he made them in Genesis 1. He's just telling how he created the world.
that's okay. So well, basically, what you're telling me, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6, God was just lying. He just put those in that was a lie. That wasn't the order that it was that he created everything in Genesis 1. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying he was giving you the timeline
Okay,
of
if he
how he
gave you
created.
the timeline started with what? The earth. It started with what a day was. It started what night was. It
Right.
started with the animals being created. Then it started with man and woman being created. And then
Mm-hmm.
on the seventh day, he rested. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, then. So now you go to Genesis 2. Man hasn't even been formed yet. The Garden of Eden hadn't even been done yet. And then he makes a man to till the ground.
Yeah.
So
I didn't go.
so that's
I
two
didn't.
different that's
I'm
two
not a
different
pre. I'm not
creations.
a. I'm not a preacher. I don't. I didn't take any kind of whatever it's called,
This is
classes for the Bible. I can't answer these questions.
okay. I know you can't answer them because, like I
Yeah.
said, the reason why you can't answer them because you have not read it.
No, I have read the
Right. Tip,
Bible.
tip. He's asking you basic reading comprehension questions. He's not asking you spiritual questions.
Okay, but
He's asking you to use your common sense and your ability to comprehend what you read. The things you learned in grammar school.
I didn't get on here to take a reading class.
You
I got on here to
what?
answer the question of why we need
If
him.
you don't know how to read, if you don't know how to comprehend what you read, then you answering questions is a waste of time, Tip. Like, what do you mean you didn't come on here to take a reading class? We're
Because
asking
that's
you to
not.
use
I came
we're
on here
asking
to
you to
answer the.
use your common sense.
Okay, so what do you? What? Why are you putting me down? I can
Who
comprehend what I
put you
read.
down? Who
What
put you
point are you
down?
trying to get at, though? What point are you
That
trying to
what
get
do
at?
you mean? You're the one who keep uh pointing to preachers as if preachers are the only ones that have reading comprehension. I'm telling you that there's no need to do that because you have reading comprehension skills.
Okay, so what do you want to know?
The questions that he's asking you.
Okay, continue with your questions then.
The question that I'm asking you is this. If in Genesis 1, which we
Uh,
read, actually you read in Genesis 1 that the animals were created before man and woman was created. Because
okay.
21, 22 was the animals, 27 was the man and woman. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go to Genesis 2, man has not been created. Hold
Because I
on.
already told you, I already gave you my answer. The
Okay, then.
whole timeline. He gave you the timeline in Genesis 1. Genesis 2 is how he created the man, not when he created the man.
Okay, well,
It
So it's y'all
literally,
that don't
tip,
comprehend it.
tip, tip. It literally says that the trees, the vegetation, and all of that was created before he created the humans in Genesis 1. God, they always fucking run. They
yeah,
always fucking
they
run.
run because that right there. I mean, like I said, she's just regurgitating. She's never read that, never. So they take bits and pieces of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 and combine them, and that's the way it's taught in most churches that I've heard. That's the way I was taught. You know, until I read it. So yeah.
Like it's the for me, it's her, you know, passing her basic logic and her reading comprehension over
Right.
to a preacher and saying like she can't do it because she's not a preacher or she hasn't um studied theology. Like, that's interesting to me. Yeah,
They
but
have they have more
uh,
faith in the preachers and the pastors than they do themselves.
which is, yeah, like those are the things that like I be paying attention to. Like, why are you willing to do that? And like, have you thought about it and considered that you are doing that? Like, you spent all this time in school, right? Like,
Right.
you should be able to comprehend what you are reading, but you're telling yourself that you can't for
Right.
some reason. Um, yeah, I want to show y'all something. I'm trying to get the AI to do this correctly. Give me just a second. If I can get this to open. It keeps doing it backwards, but the AI can't get it all right though. But this would be biblical Hebrew, and this would be Paleo Hebrew. This is Shalom, uh, written. This is the shin, the sound, that this would be. This is the that see that's wrong. This should be the lamed, right? This would be the lamed in Paleo Hebrew. This is the vav, or the wav, what it would have been at that time. And this dagish, this dot right here, a holum, this holum here should be here in front of the vav to make the o sound. And then the hey, this should be a mem and not a hey. So I'm trying to get it to do it right. But this would be the difference between biblical Hebrew and Paleo Hebrew. And the sounds of the letters are the same, right? The word would still be shalom. So like when they are saying that they read Paleo Hebrew or speak Paleo Hebrew, like it makes no fucking sense, because the it's just the way that they are written. That's all, right? That's the only difference. I'm gonna keep trying to get the AI to create the graphic correctly. But yeah, and I'm gonna put it in the Discord for y'all if y'all are ever on a live talking to anyone saying that shit again. You'll be able to use the graphics on your own in your own conversations or in your own lives to try to explain to them what we mean when we say they're basically saying they talk in Times New Roman. But let me bring up somebody else. Give me just a second. Yeah, it's left to right to left, right to left. Right. I think it's right to left. Yeah. You you don't nobody said that you didn't comprehend. I quite literally said you have comprehension skills. You were not using them. I never said you do not comprehend. And for some odd reason you comprehended what I said to you in a negative way. That like that's on you. Miss Sung, how are you? Miss Sung?
Oh, I don't mean to be here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Have a good one. You said, "Can I bring up a thinker, not a thoughter?" Shit, I don't know what these people know before I bring them on stage. The only way to know what they know is to question them. But they get scared and run when we ask questions. Nigerian Congolese, Nigerian Congolese Alliance. I think they came up on accident. They are nerd. Did you come up on accident?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Okay, no worries. I'll take you down. Have a good day. Okay. They might be having internet issues. That's a nerd. Trish? Trish? Okay. Hey, Yala. I don't know what happened. I think you got to send a heart me. Once you send a heart me, it'll activate it. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 18 and up. I always know, like, who is this on stage? Oh, Trish is still here? I thought I disconnected them.
It said Ming Song Lee before it said Trish.
Oh, maybe TikTok is
I'm
having
like, what?
issues. I don't know. Maybe TikTok is having issues. Where are the 18 and up people at? Like, Maddie is here to talk to y'all.
I actually had invited some people my age to talk to me.
What, did they say they were going to come?
Yes, but they didn't show, and I should have known they weren't going to show. Like, I'm so tired of getting my hopes up. Like, I'm so tired of that.
Abu Bakar Sadiq. Abu Bakar. Going once. Hi, are you there? We can't hear you. There's a lot of static. I'm going to take you down because we can't hear you. Maybe try to come back up and see if that fixes it. Can one of the nerds try to come up? Let me see if this is a TikTok glitch. That static, because that's weird that theirs did the same thing as the other nerd. Let me see.
I accepted Auntie Shirley.
Thank you. Hey, Auntie.
Hey, sweet peas, how y'all doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good.
Oh,
It
I'm doing
sound.
good now. I heard my name in one of your songs.
I was trying to. I was like, should I talk about Auntie Charlene cooking, or should I talk about how she come up here and be like, um, telling me to, how you enjoy the, my boldness, and so I
hmm
decided to go that way because I was trying to connect that with Mama Bash, like with your cooking with Mama Bash. So
Right.
since y'all are, the aunties of the space.
Well, I got plumb excited because I love your songs.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I want them all in one place so I can have them. Like,
They are in one place, Auntie.
I mean, like, I want an EP.
Oh,
I want you to put them on. I want an EP. I want an EP. They say so. God be in here jam, and I love the one where you be singing in Hebrew. Girl, that one get my toe to tapping.
if we played, were you in here when we played it when the Hebrew Israelite was on stage?
I did. I sure
Yeah.
was in here, and I was laughing my ass off. Ah, you're so
Yeah.
talented. Oh, you're so talented. Keep up the good work, baby.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Am I coming in clearer than the other people were? I know you needed a test dummy.
Yeah. 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 It's so it's not the TikTok. It's their line. So
Uh huh. All right. Y'all know I went to El Paso for 2 weeks.
how did you like it?
Oh, I had a ball. My sons, they're stationed there. I put a lot of stuff on TikTok. I was all over the place. I was playing on the slides. I was riding. I was
Oh, I didn't sent. I
Oh
gotta go to
yeah.
your page and see it.
I put a lot of stuff up there. I was having a ball.
Did
But
your
I was
daughters go with you?
no, just me. I flew out there by myself because she had to work. So
Okay.
I was gone for 2 weeks. But I was still with y'all. I didn't
I
miss
know.
a
I
spot.
see you. Yeah.
You know I ain't gonna miss it now. I am not. I'm gonna be here to support. These are my family. Hey
Yeah.
Nelly. Hey let me see, who are you today? Who are you
How
today?
you doing?
Betrothed Dimsel.
Huh?
I said,
Betrothed Dimsel.
Bethrottle. I was trying to, yeah, bethrottle them. So hey Maddie.
hi.
Everybody doing good?
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good.
Good to hear about it. I be following you too, Nelly, when you be doing your talks from your cab. The talks from the cab, that's what I call it. When you be in your truck. In your truck cab.
Oh, yeah, I'll be in my truck.
Uh-huh.
Right. But thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all. I'm not gonna hold y'all because I know you just wanted to see if somebody else was if it was the TikTok or their phone. So I'm not gonna hold y'all. I'm here listening
Oh, it's
though.
okay. No, ain't nobody in the guest box.
Okay.
Yeah, they all ran.
Well, I knew when I knew old boy was gonna run. I knew he was gonna run. The first one you said was gonna run, I knew he was gonna run. Especially when you said Yada. What's the man name? Yada Ben
Y'all
Who?
do
What's
Judah.
Hoodoo? Whatever.
What you call it? You know what I
Voodoo.
was
I don't
thinking
know.
about. They always screaming that the letter J wasn't invented and that it's actually Yahuda, right?
Uh huh.
But then he goes and joins Yah Judah.
Okay.
Like, why are they willing to ignore the J in his name and then scream that the J didn't exist? Like, what the fuck is that?
It's it's desperate needing to believe in something, and then this believes puts the black person, in a position of authority in their minds, and so we are the ones. If that's the Hebrew Israelites, right?
But I didn't even know that he was claiming to be Hebrew. Like I don't know too much about the Yadu Judas movement. Other than that, it's a forming cult, and that he's claiming to go after Rome.
My daughter
And
ran into some at the convenience store. They were having a little powwow. You know how they do, and they had given her some pamphlets, and I was holding on to them because I wanted to share that in the Discord. But I'm old and slow. Couldn't figure out how to do it. But it was a key and it told you on their information what each tribal person was connected to, how they were connected to the 12 sons, right? It had, but these were all in the Americas. It had all the different Indian tribes, who they came from. I mean, when I saw it, I should have just snapped a picture of it and tried to upload it that way. I hate I didn't do it because that was so interesting how they done come up with this mess and put it together.
I mean, it's interesting that the Native Americans do not consider themselves Hebrews. Like, how are Black Americans going to identify who the Native Americans are?
But
Like, the
see,
Native Americans ain't running around screaming we were Israelites.
they're not. But I promise you, if I ever come across it again, it's around here somewhere because I got the cleaning. But I hope I find it. They had all the Native Americans as part their different tribes, and some of the Asians. Child, everybody but white folk, and that's the God honest truth. Everybody but the white folk was one of the 12,
Wow.
and this is what they're handing out and teaching. Because I got kind of scared when she came home and told me about it. I said, Lord, if this good jump on that, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Because
Shut up, fat nigger. Shut up, fat nigger. Shut up, fat nigger. Shut
Your
up, fat
mom is a
nigger.
nigga. Your mom is a nigga. Your mom
Shut
is a
up, fat
nigga.
nigger.
Auntie,
Shut up,
don't.
fat nigger.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we don't
Shut
have
up, fat nigger. Be
like
quiet, you fat nigger.
you
No one
do
fucks with
realize that we
yourself.
know that you're obsessed with us, right?
Shut up, fat nigger.
Why are you so obsessed with us? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, don't.
I'm sorry. That was
Yeah,
that old girl.
that's
She
okay.
stood up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was talking before I could think. I'm sorry, baby.
No, that's all right. I definitely don't want TikTok to take you down because they'll take you down quicker
Oh
than
yeah. Before
than
they
than
will him. You right.
yeah, yeah.
You right.
But it's an obsession. It's like they sit around and listen to us talk. They want to know what the fuck we're doing, right? Like what we thinking about next. Like they're obsessed.
And that's so sad. They need a life.
Yeah. Well,
They
they
really
that is
do.
their life.
Well, that's
That
sad.
is their life.
That's sad if that's their
And the
life.
if they would just go and actually just like live apart, like if they don't want to live amongst us, if they would just go and live apart, just do it. Like nobody cares. Just go live apart and let the rest of us who want to be a community live. Like go do your
Exactly.
thing.
Exactly. I was watching some stuff on YouTube earlier, and I was thinking just different. You know how you have different little stuff come up on YouTube, what people doing around the world and whatnot. And I got to look at first. I was looking at some HBCU bands because I used to be in the band back in the day when I was a girly, right? I was a drill team. And so I got to looking at all of that and how and I said, well, you know what? I don't care what nobody say. We some talented people, right? We can. It's nothing in this world that you cannot associate with melanated people doing and doing it well. But it's so many things in this world that you can that you could say non-melanated people just cannot do. And I think it hurt their feelings when they see the excellence that they cannot obtain to. I mean, I was just looking at all
Yeah.
kind of different. I was looking at that, and I got to listening to people singing, and then I went to, I jumped on Neil deGrasse. I was just all over the place, just looking at different stuff. But in every place I went, I saw melanated excellence, right? But I could not honestly say that in every place. I mean, there are some talented non-melanin. I'm not saying they're not, but I'm saying I haven't seen a place yet where we're not excelling in, if I'm making sense.
Yeah. Hmm.
And I think that just hurts their little low feelings because they know it. So he didn't have nothing better to do than get up here and say that because he hurt. That's all. But it'll be all
It
right.
it it's the fact that we're like sitting around talking about something that is not them.
Right.
They're used to hearing the white man did this, the white man did that,
Yes.
and when the conversation isn't about them, right? They gotta try to make the conversation about them.
They feel left out. Bless their little low hearts.
Well, they've been sold a lie. Like white supremacy, like this is why I say it harms even white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they've been sold a lie, and the the goal, right, that they have to try to achieve for this superiority, right? They
Mm-hmm.
can't because it's impossible for them to achieve it. Like they've been told that they create everything, right? That they
Yes.
are the most intelligent, right? That they
Right.
are pure, right? They are the standard for beauty. They are the standard for morality. So the bar has been set really high,
Mm-hmm.
and because of that lie, right, of white supremacy, they fucking keep failing at reaching that bar,
Mm-hmm.
and it like they hate themselves for it, and because they hate themselves for it, they spew that hatred towards other people, and this is why the other day when a guy joined the live, yesterday he was up here saying like talking about we shaked them in the neck, and I'm like, you do realize it was one of y'all that did that. Like
He
the
said,
fact
"What?
that you
I'm sorry."
see that we are shaking them in the neck, like applying, talking about Charlie Kirk, and I'm like, you
Right.
do realize like that was y'all, like, but you see a black person, regardless of the fact that it was a white person who did it, you see blackness.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are your imaginary enemy, even though you are your own fucking enemy. Like, when we ain't thinking about you, you have to make sure that we are. Like, you want to do something violent,
Right.
right? To put us, to put you in our minds, to put you in our mouths, right? In our conversations. Because for some reason you have, not for some reason, like because of white supremacy, you have made us your imaginary enemy while being your own fucking enemy.
Right. Perfectly put. And it's kind of sad. I on on some level I kind of feel sorry for them because
I
it.
don't.
I mean, I guess I can't imagine. I can't give. I can't afford to give anybody that kind of free rent in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, and
Yeah.
especially a group of people who. uh I mean, if you feel like you better or whatever, okay. That's if they make you feel good in the middle of the night, knock yourself out. But you don't have to keep tormenting people
Like,
because you
that's
unhappy.
the, exactly, like, if you the thing is that they don't feel better, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they actually did feel better, they wouldn't be out here trying to make sure you thought the same thing.
Yes.
And I feel like this is the same thing with the God, right? The God isn't worthy unless you are willing to tell it that it's worthy, unless you are willing to tell other people it's worthy, right?
Right.
That's what all the praise is about. When you stop giving the God credit, not you, but you know what I mean,
Yeah, I
when
know.
when
Hmm.
people stop giving the God credit for things, then the God stops doing stuff, right?
Well,
And it's the same way with white supremacy. Like, if people stop thinking that white is superior, then it dies out, right? And that's really what this whole thing is about. They're raised to re ignite the supremacy of whiteness. They feel like it's dying out because nobody fucking gives a damn
exactly.
about their so-called supremacy except them. And so they're trying to put it back in our conversations, back into our psyche, back into our everyday lives, because the god of white supremacy is starting to die out. It's starting to lose power. And just like this God in this Bible used violence
Hmm.
to you know become what it is today, that's what they plan on doing. That's what they plan on doing.
And it reminds me of the the uh, the Olympian gods. Like if you look at Hercules, is a good movie. I used to like. It's old. Well, one of the Hercules movies, where the gods they thrive on the people's worshiping them, right? Coming to their temples and worshiping them. And when the people stop, it's kind of like it takes the God's powers away. That's how, and I said it because that's how God act. He act like I mean, if you get to heaven, all you're going to be doing besides working is praising. You're going to be
Yep.
constantly kissing his ass, right? That's a
Yep.
24/7, 365. I don't know how the time is there, but you know what I'm saying. And if you don't do it, it's like he loses his power because he's no longer in our forefront of our mind. We moved on. We give him that power because we're always talking about him. Everything revolves around him. We keep him relevant. The God,
Exactly.
we keep that relevant. And if we just
Same thing with white Christian nationalism, with white supremacy. That's what they're
right.
fighting for, relevancy. Yeah.
Exactly. Because every time, and then they act like they don't want us around. When we go off and try to do our own thing, they come and destroy it, right? So which one is it? Do you not? If you don't want us here, you be on this side and we'll be on this side, and never the two shall meet, as far as I'm concerned. But when you look over on our side and you see we're thriving, it's just like when I left my husband. That motherfucker told me I wasn't gonna never do nothing without him. I would go hungry before I would call and ask him for anything. He would never know it. You hear me? Because I was going to prove him wrong. And it's the same thing. They feel like we are so beneath them that we could not function if they weren't leading us. But when we go off and we build our own towns and whatnot, and our Black Wall Streets and whatnot, and then they see, oh, well, damn. They not only are they doing well, they're thriving without us. They
Who
can't
else
take
did
that.
that? Who else did that?
Who?
Who else got scared of the success, the independence, the um, intellect, and was like, this can't be. If I let this continue, they're unstoppable.
God.
Who else did that? Yep.
Yep. That's
And
what
then
that was the whole
it,
Adam and Eve thing, right?
no, that's the Tower of Babel.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Excuse me,
Yeah,
more.
because they
Yeah.
in the story of the Tower of Babel, they had created or invented brick and mortar,
Right.
right? So it's symbolic of a time period where they go from huts and forts like with wood and stuff, and now
Hmm.
like they're moving to brick and mortar, and so the God is like, oh shit, they done created brick and mortar, like they working together like that. Like if I let this go on,
No
they gonna be
telling what they'll
unstoppable,
do.
and then they're not gonna need me. Like I'm not gonna be able to do what I do if they continue, right?
You're right.
They're not
That's
gonna
exactly.
see me as God anymore. So he destroys that.
Yeah.
And that's the
That's
same
exactly what he
thing.
did, didn't he?
Yeah. And that's the same thing we saw during Reconstruction, right? The Democrat, the white supremacists in the South said the niggers have gotten too far,
Uh
right? The
huh.
niggers that have made, they said, the word quote, this is a quote, the niggers have made too much progress. That's their quote.
Uh
They've
huh.
made too much progress. So they started reversing everything, right? And so that's the same thing that the God did. That's why I said they're following, when they do this shit, they're following the fucking playbook.
They really are.
We're reading these stories and getting more beholden, more in debt, more loyal, more in fear to the God, right? But they're reading it as a playbook.
It's it's interesting. I never thought about it like that. I mean, because I was thinking about when you're right. That's exactly. He said he wanted to. If we don't stop them, it's nothing they won't be able to do. Isn't that what he said?
Yep. Yep.
If we don't put a stop to it, and that's basically why he didn't want us to have the knowledge.
Yeah.
Wow,
Exactly.
that's why. Because then we will have enough knowledge to realize this ain't nothing but a bunch of bugs, and we will stop. We'll stop, giving all our energy to the worship, and we'll make the him obsolete.
Yep.
And
That's
that
his
probably,
biggest fear.
I was just gonna
Knowledge,
say that probably
knowledge,
scares.
knowledge is like, I'm telling you, like my whole theory, right? And this is me talking.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole theory is that story represents um, how knowledge kills the power source. Knowledge kills the source of their control, which is,
Mm-hmm.
and the God represents the source of their control. Knowledge of those that are conquered. If they gain knowledge, your power source dies.
Mm-hmm.
If they gain autonomy, your power source dies. Look at Haiti. White supremacy couldn't set up in Haiti back then,
Mm-hmm.
right? They had their own knowledge. They refused the knowledge of the British, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they used that their knowledge of their ancestral roots, right? Their ancestral history, their stories, their religion system or spiritual system, and they
Mm-hmm.
beat it. And white supremacy was not able to set up shop there. They had
Sure
to make
wasn't.
deals with motherfuckers that they thought was inferior to them. They had to make business deals with them.
And
Right, but
that's
then they turn around. They paid a shitload of money to keep that shit out of the public eye.
mm-hmm.
Britain did. Britain paid a shitload of money, like to keep that out of the public eye. And then they turn around and demonized what Haiti did. Right? They turn around and said, "Oh, that's they're demons because they got their asses handed to them."
It's something else. And that's why too I believe that this what's going on now, what the attack on our educational system, because a dumb person can be rude, can be led, but someone who has knowledge, You can't easily lead someone who is smart or smarter than you are. And that's why they're trying to dumb us back down. They're trying to do all these things as far as laws are concerned with the educational systems. They're trying to get really they really don't want us to learn nothing. They lie about what they trying. They're changing all the history because they don't want they up and comings to know the truth. And the best way for them not to know the truth is just to take it out the books and tell a lie about it, which is what they did in the first place. Because when I went to school, I know the shit they taught me. And when I grew up and realized the lies and how they did it, I was like, oh my God. So just imagine what if the way they want to teach this history, what's going on now to the future generation in their school books, they want to put that we didn't own slaves. Oh no, those were, we treated them good and they enjoyed it. They learned the skill. They weren't taken from their homeland and brought over here and sold into bondage and families split apart and people. No. We brought them over here. We gave them work and we taught them skills. And that will be the new educational system in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The crazy thing about it is though, they're getting help from black people to write that shit. A black
Oh
woman
yeah.
wrote that fucking story. And
Uh-huh.
that pisses me off.
To no avail. To the
Yeah.
utmost pistopity.
It was she was a black teacher or professor that wrote that story for your boy. What's his name? Um and the Florida governor. What the fuck is his name?
I know you're talking about. I can't call his name. Is he the governor or is he playing something else now though? Rubio?
DeSantos. No,
DeSantos, yeah.
DeSantos.
DeSantos, okay.
Yeah. The I did a whole fucking deep dive on his ass on ancestry.com. Like he comes from immigrants. He's he's both his parents are immigrants, which is like interesting. But no, he's an immigrant.
What
He's not an immigrant, but his parents
his parent right.
immigrated. Yeah, he's the child of immigrants. But what the fuck was I saying about him? God damn it! What was I saying about him? Why did I bring his ass up?
Cause we were
Oh
talking
yeah, the black lady helped him come up with that whole
bunch of
they taught
bullshit.
us yeah they taught
Hmm.
us skill sets, and then Candace Owens started peddling that shit with PragerU, and so like it just when I tell y'all I cannot stand to see black people do shit like that. About as much as it irritates me to hear black people teach, not willing to show resources for the shit that they say. You know,
Hmm.
if you're gonna teach some shit to some people or share some information to some people, be willing to back it up. And so, like when they're teaching like incorrect shit and they're not willing to back it up, that shit irritates the fuck out of me. That is on the same level as the Candace Owens, I don't even know that guy's name. I think his last name is Tatum. Brandon Tatum is I think his name.
Hmm.
Joshua Tatum. I don't know, but stuff like that irritates my ass cheeks. Like you would think that I had a fucking diaper rash or some shit. Like I mean, I black the fuck out because I can see the harm. Oh, Andrew is that his name? No, not Andrew Tate. I don't like Andrew Tate ass either, but I'm not talking about him. But it's so dangerous,
Hmm.
and then you can see how their contribution to the system, right, is what keeps black people thinking the things that they think, right? And then the crazy thing is sometimes they think that they're let me not speak in second person here. We think that we are getting out of the system, right? We think that we're doing the right things to get out of the system, which is interesting because sometimes like a lot of us have the same goal, but we do harmful shit
Right.
because our motivation for it be different. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Like for the young man that was on stage, his motivation, if he's a black Hebrew Israelite, is for black men supremacy, right? Even he might not even be talking about supremacy over white people, but some of them have the goal of having supremacy over white people and women, and then some of them just have the goal of having supremacy over black women.
Oh,
So a lot of times it's the supremacy that is the motivation. So they're unwilling, right, to adjust their knowledge. They're unwilling to fact check their knowledge because it makes them feel good.
right,
Whatever it is that they've found that aligns with this idea of supremacy, that supports or validate that they should be superior to whatever it is that they're trying to be superior to. They're much like a believer in that sense. Like if it goes against that, they're going to get defensive. They're not really looking for truth. They're looking for the truth for them.
right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Listen.
they want to feel that superiority complex.
And so to feel that way, they have to come up with all these tall tales of how, it's all about them. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But I was listening to him, and he tickled me. And I was just talking, I was trying to help him out. Because when you kept, you kept trying to tell him,
Oh
okay,
my God. You let me in. Oh, Jesus, never.
I'm sorry, Auntie. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't even realize somebody else had came up, thinker. I'm sorry.
No. You know, you were talking. Go ahead.
I, I, shoot. Now he didn't. I think what I was going to say was when you kept trying to tell him about the script, he wasn't understanding what you were saying. And if I can understand it, I was really having problems with him not understanding it, the difference between everybody was saying it is the difference between cursive and write. Handwriting, print. That's what I was trying to say. And it has no phonetic sound to it. He wasn't getting it, and so he just got to the point where you called it. He gonna run, and off his little ass went. He's a runner. You need to make an emoji like that. He's a runner.
We actually had one, but TikTok ass took us down to 15 emotes.
Okay,
Increased the fucking price.
I know. But anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go so y'all can get back at it. I'm here listening to you though.
You can stay up if you want and participate in this if you want to.
I would
I
love
know.
to. I would love
Okay.
to. I'm
All
gonna
right.
get on mute.
Okay. Sonic Wind, how are you? Sonic Wind, are you able to come off mute? Sonic.
Turn on the microphone as they turn it on. Yeah, the microphone. Yeah, I'm from Ireland. I'm in the it's down the south of Ireland. It's Wexford. It's called. So yeah, I'm just
Okay.
here on my own in my own house. I just
Okay.
bought it. It's a
Okay.
beautiful house. It's
Sonic,
a lovely
Sonic,
house.
Sonic, 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 Sonic.
Oh
Chill out.
yeah, shut up,
I stop.
Sonic. Yeah, okay,
Oh my God.
right, okay.
Are you drunk?
Slightly. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, are you able to have a conversation about
Oh,
what
of
we're talking
course.
about?
Oh, of course.
Do
I'm
you know what we're
Irish.
talking? Do you know what we're talking about in here?
Um, Give me the script notes.
No. Do you already know what the conversation is about in here?
Well, the conversation was about the likes of me not being too great of a person, regards race and stuff like that. That's what I got from it.
Are you a white supremacist?
Are you fucking kidding me? Half
Then
my
we were not
family is
talking. Then
black.
we were not talking about you. We were not talking about you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. But no, you joke me. My sister, her fella passed away 7 years ago. I don't want to do this, but yeah, three of her boys are mixed race, One of
Hey,
them is
Sonic,
in.
Sonic. That's okay, Sonic. We don't need to know that. All you
Okay,
need to
well
know is
that's
that Sonic. All you need to
right.
know is that we were not talking about you. We were talking about white supremacy, and unless you subscribe to white supremacy,
Yeah, well I beat the
then
shit out
hey,
of
Sonic, can
anyone
you
that
stop?
actually did
Sonic,
that way.
stop. You're about to make me like take you down because I don't think that you can actually have a conversation right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Are you a believer in the Bible, Sonic?
I am. I
Okay.
am Old Testament.
Old Testament. So you don't believe in
Not King
Jesus?
James Bible, no. Because it was an English fella that done that, and he done it for his own behalf, if you understand me. I'm Old Testament, so I am.
Okay. So are you Jewish? You're like
No,
a
I'm
no
Roman Catholic. I was born
Roman
Roman
Catholic.
Catholic. Yeah. In
Okay.
Ireland, we have communion, and that's when you're about 7 or 8. And then confirmation is when you're 12. And then you go to senior school. So at 12, you take a name. The name I took was Christopher because it fascinated me about this big, massive fella, supposedly massive, and he carried Jesus on his shoulders, and he never carried a fella so heavy. And the story is, you can look it up. It's like, how are you so heavy? And he's like, because I'm carrying the word. You're carrying the word on my shoulders. So I picked Christopher.
Okay.
So that's my third name. In Ireland,
Uh, okay.
we
Sonic.
all pick a third
Sonic.
name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that you are too inebriated to have a conversation right now.
Well,
Okay.
that's fair enough. All right. That's grand.
All right. Have a good night.
But you have a perfect night. How about that?
Okay. Thank you.
Is it okay if I just listen in?
You can listen in from the chat.
Yeah, and I will not chat. I just want to listen.
No, no,
Yeah.
you can listen down in the chat with everybody else. Okay, I'm gonna take you off the stage.
Okay. Look at you. Don't you made the right decision.
You know, when you had asked him, was he a white supremacist? Did you watch Sinners, Thinker?
Yeah, I had that
It
in my mind.
reminded, yeah, it reminded me of them. Are you Klan, sir?
Yeah, I actually had the scene in my head.
He kind of sounded like the one of the vampire, didn't he?
Yeah, remember?
Yep,
He's Irish. He called himself white chocolate in the comments, so I asked him, is his white chocolate
he did
infused with
what?
liquor? He called himself white chocolate.
What? Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Ag, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, it's 2 o'clock. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, 18 and up, where y'all at? Maddie is here and she is ready to have conversations with y'all about one of these topics. You aren't boxed in here. We give you a smorgasbord.
Yeah, I had invited well, technically I didn't get invited. I got challenged. Okay, they were challenging me because Venus was having a debate with Slim, and I was in the comments supporting Venus. I really don't like Slim, by the way. My first time ever hearing that
I don't know
wench
who that
talk.
is.
Apparently she debated Christina. She's a Christian woman, but she doesn't know how to have a
When did she
conversation.
debate Christina?
I don't know. I mean, this is just this is what they're telling me, that her and Christina had a debate and she lost against Christina.
When was this?
I would have to ask. I think Mac and Jay are the ones who told me that she had a debate with Christina and she lost. But they were talking to
How the
Venus.
fuck did I not see it? Where the fuck was I at?
I'm sorry, thinker, that wasn't funny, but
Cause I'm trying. Like what?
yeah, she's horrible.
Wait,
Like,
Fee was there too. Wait. Is this when they were in the middle of the night, like at 3 o'clock in the morning? Was it that one? You talking about that one? Okay, yeah. Now I know what y'all talking about. I was asleep. That's what's her name again? I thought Slim was a dude.
No, Slim is she might as well be a dude to be honest. But anyways, she's incorrect, and then she likes to pivot, and she wouldn't let Venus get two words out. Like seriously, it was so bad. And then when Venus would be about to make her point, she'd be like, "No, no, no, just make your point. Just make your point, Venus." I was like, "Oh my fucking god, this bitch is aggravating." But anyways, I was in the comments supporting Venus, and they were like, "Oh well, I'll debate you on this topic." I said, "Well, I'm on Thinkers Live on Tuesdays from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. Come see me." And they was telling me like, "Okay, yeah, we're gonna come see you." I don't see any of them.
They're just seeing you because they're scared to come up. They're probably here and they're probably listening. Some of them probably from the hallway. You just said come see me. They were like, yeah, we gonna come see you, all right. And they're probably observing you, right, to see what your style is, right, what you know, so they can prepare before they do have a conversation with you. But I think the interesting thing about in here, though, right, is that because we don't take a debate approach and we actually have discussions, it's hard for them to prepare. It's hard to prepare for a discussion because you have no idea where that discussion is going to go. And when we are like actually engaging in an authentic way, right? Not for a win. It's hard to prepare for that. So they can
Yeah,
observe. They can observe all they want to.
like they were
It's not a.
arguing. Oh, I'm sorry. You can finish. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My
No,
bad.
I was just saying, like they can prepare all they want to. Like it's not. We don't run a script in here. Like it's
Yeah.
ain't no telling. Like what you know how many different conversations we've had about Adam and fucking Eve in that garden. Because somebody comes up here and says something different, and then like it might pique one of our interests, and we be like, let's dig on that. Like they're not gonna be able to
Yeah.
fucking prepare.
Yeah. It makes sense. Their topic was, "Is God evil?" And I feel like that's such an it's such an easy thing to talk about. I think it's, did God create evil was the exact topic. Such an easy thing to talk about. It literally says he creates it, right? So Venus is trying to bring the point and she's actively using scripture. Slim will interrupt her and be like, "What's the scripture?" Venus will tell her the scripture, and then Slim will say something not grounded in scripture at all. And then when Venus asks her, "What's your scripture?" she'll be like, "Oh, I'm not solo scriptural." So you're pulling this out your ass? Why are you asking me for scripture, but I can't ask you for scripture because what you're saying is from your church father? It was just
This
really
is
bad.
the yeah. Now I know who you're talking about. These are the people who Christina was setting up a debate for me, her, Dr. B, Fee, and Bash, and then she was supposed to be getting her people together. When I found out that they were Eastern Orthodox, like I told Christina, debating in Eastern Orthodox is going to be a waste of your time because they're going to always fall back on the fact that they're not solo scriptura and that they go by the teachings of the church fathers and their religious leaders. And so they're going to be able to run a lot. They're going to be able to deny shit that you say, even when you point to the Bible, even when you point to history or archaeology, because none of that has authority. The authority lies with the church fathers and their leaders. So it's a waste of a debate for me.
Yeah, that's what I was. And then one of them said I was I forget how to say it every time. They said I was Protestant or something like that. What Protestant? There it is. Thank you. My boyfriend just said it. They said
Yeah.
I was Protestant. I'm like, I'm not Protestant. Y'all just aren't making any sense. And
You would be if you were still a believer. You would be Protestant.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what, no, they were saying I was actively a Protestant because I was like, are y'all saying like, are y'all pulling Bible scripts or like what's going on? And they're like, oh, well, you're a Protestant right now. We're not Protestant. I'm like, I'm not a Protestant. I'm an atheist, but whatever. And then we're literally, I got challenged to a debate because Venus asked the girl, what's the difference between, like, what's the opposite of a tsunami? And she said good land. So I was laughing in the comments because out of all the things you said good land. I was like, a better one would be calm water. And then somebody was like, I challenge you to a debate because you sound stupid. You're basically saying anything that isn't calm water is a tsunami. And I was like, no. Is everything that's not black white? No, it's not. There's obviously an in between. We're talking about opposites of each other, but whatever. It's like you're using the color wheel and you're saying everything that isn't red is green because they're on opposite sides when there's obviously colors in between the two, but whatever.
I think it's interesting that they think you said something ignorant and they challenged you to a debate because they think you said something ignorant. You okay, baby? Yeah, I'm good. I think that they challenged you to a debate because no, I have one. Thank you, love bug. Because they think you said something ignorant, and it's literally what they say that I do. They say that I pick people with no knowledge to have conversations with on purpose. But that's what they thought they were doing with you. You see what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
like if you think that someone doesn't know something, why the fuck would you challenge them to a debate?
Hey, I was all down for it. They were like, yeah, don't you hide. Boo, I'm never hiding. I said, literally follow me, I'll follow you back. Come Tuesday, we can have a conversation. They didn't follow me. So I guess they don't want that smoke. I guess I'm a little intimidating. Like, I guess they thought, and then there was a friendly from here, there when I had told them like, okay, yeah, let's do it. And then she was like, oh, okay. I think I know who you are, LOL. You be on Thinker Live because you're straightforward. And I was like, yes, that is me.
Yeah, that's why I said they most likely are going to study you for a while before they even have conversations with you. Um, you know, they're going to try to learn your style or whatever. And so just be ready for that. Especially like if you're going to be debating like Eastern Orthodox, like one of the good things to do is to, study up on the differences between Eastern Orthodox belief systems and the Western, because they're not the same. And then have a good understanding of authoritative versus solo scriptura. And then I think you'll recognize that having debates with them is gonna be a waste of time because all they're gonna do is drag you around.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, that I wouldn't have a conversation with them because the church fathers can literally tell you any fucking thing. Like, they could tell you the sky is fucking green, and you're gonna argue me that the sky is green just because they said it. I'm not having that fucking conversation. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, AG, how are you?
Hi, Thinker. I'm okay. Hi, panel. Hi, nerds. I
Hey,
wanted to hey, Mr. Nelson. I want to come up because um, since you put this new prompt up since yesterday, the first one has been like on my mind, but I didn't know how to formulate it the right way. But you said something that kind of triggered me. For the first question, what do atheists have wrong about God or the Bible? I'm going to kind of choose that one. I'm not thinking that we have anything kind of wrong, but I think that now, as an atheist, and I've heard you say this before too, we're reading it differently. We're not brainwashed anymore, and we're not allowed for them to brainwash us by using the Bible. We're actually reading it with logic and with common sense. So I think when you're in the religion, you can't read it with logic and common sense, and they train you not to be able to do that. So I think they use it as a brainwashing tool. and they use the church and the preacher as a brainwashing tool. That's why they only give you bits and pieces of it to where you're not able to properly think. If I'm saying that correctly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I agree. I agree. That's and I do think that that's why the leaders of the organization set the doctrine up specifically that way. They choose specific parts of the book and build their doctrine around that, and then that's what they tell as pastors. Either become self-proclaimed pastors or appointed pastors. That's the doctrine that they tell them to make sure that they teach, right? So that it enforces their authority and their influence over the members that join the organization. And I think each denomination is set up that way with a different doctrine that cherry picks the scriptures. And they convince the members of their organization not to read or study anything outside of what the organization has deemed as church doctrine so that they stay or are afraid to go to a different denomination or not believe in the God anymore. So I
Yes,
I,
ma'am.
I agree.
Yeah,
Like
because I
yesterday,
was.
did you hear that lady yesterday say that she had to get release papers? Um, I forgot her name, but she came up and she shared her deconstruction story, and she said that she had to get release papers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I have a friend who I was talking to the other day, and he went to an actual university to learn how to be a preacher. And we was discussing again Adam and Eve. This seems like it's the beginning, it's the easiest thing. And I was pointing out things to him that I've learned in the past 2 months that he didn't know. And I'm like, how are you paying this university to become a preacher and you haven't recognized this? And then I'm listening to all these Christians and they all sound brainwashed. They all sound the same. They all sound like a zombie. And it's literally there in black and white. But I've heard them say, oh, you're not reading it through the spiritual eyes or the spiritual ears. And I'm like, no, you're just brainwashed. And I'm
yeah,
noticing this and I'm kind of scared.
yeah. Wait, that was Reese. I thought that was somebody else who said that they had to get release papers. That was Reese who had to get release papers. Um, but yeah, and the it is scary because it's like, what will they allow you to do? Oh, it was. I don't know why I'm thinking it was the other lady that came up after her, Joanna. Um, but okay. What was I finna say? Yeah, no, it is scary for multiple reasons. Because it's like, what are they? Their willingness to allow themselves to be brainwashed makes me think, what are they going to allow us to go through next? Like, what are they going to justify or excuse or ignore next due to their
Yeah, sorry.
brainwashing?
Yeah, like there's another live where this gentleman, he's also an atheist and he has a question on if God asked you to unalive a baby, would you? And there's, I believe, last time I looked, it was like 670 people that said that they would. And I'm dumbfounded by that.
Yeah, they say we ask them that question in here all the time, and every time they say yes. We've only had maybe two people say no.
Yeah, and since we were talking about movies, it made me think about The Matrix. How there was a black lady who created The Matrix who claims she's from the future, but she's here to tell us about what's going to happen. A lot of people think she's crazy, but she's made the Terminator and all these movies. And then I thought about this question like, in the beginning, we're all pretty much in the Matrix, but as an atheist, you take that pill to where you see things differently. And in the movie, the only way Neo can beat them is because he can see through them. So they've lost their power. Same thing with the white supremacy. Same thing with a lot of things. Once you can see through them and see who they are, they lose their power.
Wait, are you saying this person is on TikTok claiming to be from the future or something? What?
Yeah, yeah. It's a black lady who wrote the Terminator. She wrote all the Matrix movies.
Wait, she's on TikTok?
I think I seen her on TikTok, on YouTube. Yeah, and she's the writer and author of the Terminator movies and of the
I
Matrix
I know.
movies.
Yeah, I know the black lady wrote them, but I didn't know that she was on TikTok. I didn't know that. I've never heard that her claim that she's from the future. Um, hold on, let me see. I know she was suing for her rights because they stole her stuff. Sophia Stewart. Let's see this good. Lena and Lena and Lily Wachowski is the writers, but Sophia Stewart is the original writer.
Yes, and she claims that she's from the future, and she's wrote these to tell us about like AI, about
Wait,
what's
she says
happening.
she's from the future.
Yes,
Let me see. I don't know. It was dismissed. The defendants later being awarded attorney fees. Stewart filed an appeal. Still, is why it's circulated in ATL rather than a later. You see, her case was closed in 2005. I've never heard her say she was from the future. I don't know that she's on TikTok. I've never seen her on TikTok either. Let
I
me
believe it
see.
was a YouTube interview she did, where she's sitting down on a couch talking to someone about it. And she's saying that it's written pretty much backwards. That the mother and I believe either the son from the Terminator pretty much is going to be the father of Neo.
So how did you come up with the Terminator? Take us there in the Matrix. Terminator is the prequels to or the beginning of the Matrix. Sarah Connor is actually Neo's mother. So JC, John Connors, Jesus Christ grows up to be Neo, one and the same in the Matrix. The Matrix is in the future. The Terminator is the past. It's time travel, past, present, and future time travel. It's the second coming of the Christ, the evolutions of consciousness, man versus the machine. So the machines, the Terminator machines, hear that a child is going to be born that's going to terminate them in the future when they oppress man. Because see, it's a man versus the machine. It's God's children versus man's children, which was technology. So the Terminator has to time travel to the past because they know it's Sarah Connor. And they have to kill her, terminate her, so she won't have the baby. And Kyle Reese, he comes from the future to protect her, and he inadvertently gets her pregnant. And he has to go back to the future. And so it's the Immaculate Conception, because now she's pregnant and she fell in love with a man, but did it really happen? Did he exist? And then this child, when you see the three Terminators, the boy, and then the man child, subconsciously, he doesn't know why the Terminator is trying to kill him until he's hidden out in the city, in the Matrix, the future. When he reaches 30 years of age, the rebellion, the reloaded, revolution starts. And the rebels come and they find him because they've been watching him all along. That's what the Guardians and the Sentinels are all about. And so they wake him up to his purpose. They take him to Morpheus to train him to fight the machines. They take him to the Oracle because of the prophecy. So this is the whole epic story. It's an epic.
Where's Facebook now a threat where they need to regulate them and shut them down?
Facebook is nothing but a database for the CIA. That's all it is. It has all of your family's pictures, all of your friends. It has all the information.
How do you advise people to share their image,
Well,
their data?
there's not going to be any more privacy. Everything is camera down. Everything is caught on camera. And this is what it's going to be about in the future. Virtual reality that I'm explaining in The Matrix and Terminator. Everything is going to be, so now it's going to be so easy. You're not going to have any more paper passports. It's just going to be where you come into the airport, they're going to scan you, your body, retinal, fingerprints, the whole 9 yards.
This is what clears about.
That's
Right at the
right.
airport, that's what
And
clears, yeah.
this way, nobody has to alter paper and put a picture or a name on there because they have your bone structure, they have your eyes, they got your fingerprints. This is the database. All of this technology.
Okay, yeah. So she doesn't say that she's from the future. She's saying the Matrix is from the future.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to misspeak. I was like, okay, when she said it all, I watched it a few times and I was like, oh, whoa, okay, because, all right. But she wrote this a long time ago and it threw me through a whole loop. I went down a complete rabbit hole with it. So, yeah, just a little threw
I
me
think it's
off.
interesting. Like they were talking about Clear. Like let's see. She said she wrote it in the early 1980s. Is what she said. And then she filed a lawsuit in 2003 for the Matrix. I know Clear started around maybe they started, I think, like around maybe 2005, and then they had to quit for 10 years because she ran out of money. It was like too early of a concept for mankind to, society wasn't ready for what her idea was. And so she ended up going bankrupt and had to put her business on hold for 10 years, and then she started back up. And so now more people are receptive to having their face scanned, their bio data scanned in the airport. But I think it's interesting because a lot of times, like, people have these ideas because we can kind of see where technology is going or where society is going, or what would make things easier, and people see it as like prophecy or futuristic. But like, I mean, like for example, when I first created Nodat, right, TikTok did not exist. When I first created Nodat, my idea for Nodat was for the consumers to be the influencers for the business, to be the not influencers, the advertisers for the business, to make content for the businesses, and they get Nodat points in exchange for their content. And this is before people, were hopping on video. Most people were still doing long form content, blogging on Facebook, and had their blogs. Businesses were working with bloggers. So people were reading and writing and not hopping on video. And so when I first started pitching it to investors, they was telling me that nobody would, want to get on video to advertise a business or recommend a business. But what the issue was is that I was way early. I was too early. I didn't have the capital to back me to even compete with Facebook. And then TikTok bought Musically. And then TikTok did, they had the money to do the R&D. But like, as you can see today, consumers are the advertisers for the businesses, and this is the whole entire thing, like with TikTok. But so it's sometimes people have ideas for things because you can kind of see where the market is going, and they're just like really, really early. Not that it's a prophecy or like that it came from the future. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Again, like I
Yeah.
said,
So
once I
I
heard
don't
her
think
say
she's
all that,
prophesying.
sorry. Yeah, once
No,
I
I'm
heard her
just
say all
saying I
that,
don't
it blew
think
my mind. Sorry.
that's okay. I was just saying I don't think that she is prophesying anything. She just kind of see where technology is going, and then it sounds like she used the story of the Bible to, like, she's interpreting a how she sees the story of the Bible too.
I got it. I got it. All right. Well, thank you for helping me out with that. And then I went down another little bit of a rabbit hole thinking about some of this stuff, how a lot of these Christians, how they say that everything is like God's will, that he knows all and every possibility and all of that things. So I was thinking about I don't know if you saw the movie Men in Black, the one that has Borg. I think that was the guy's name, Boris. It might be Men in
Yeah,
Black
I
2 or
seen it.
3.
I seen it when I was younger. I haven't seen Men in Black too, but I seen Men in Black when I was younger. I don't remember much about it.
Okay, because there's a second one where there's this alien guy where he's supposed to see every possibility. So he doesn't know what's really going to happen until it happens. So I was wondering, is that how they see like free will, or like how they say everything is like God's, like everything they give to God? And just another little rabbit hole I went down.
I mean, it definitely could be the writer's play on how believers say that humans have free will. I mean, I think, like, one thing that we have to keep in mind, that these are humans writing from their like lived experiences. So when they write these movies, they could very well be saying, "This is how I see religion," right? Or "This is how I see free will." For example, right now I'm rewatching Flash. I don't care what nobody say. Those of you that don't like DC Comics, we are not about to fight
Mhm.
about that.
Marvel.
I love right. I love the Flash series. And like watching it right now, I can see how the writer is basically talking about in so many ways he's writing in the concept of how humans, you, we all have a superpower, right?
Yeah.
And not everybody in the Flash series, not one person is like has all of the uh things that humans need to fight evil in the world. Like, we have to come together, right? And use everyone's individual superpower, which is unique. So, and then it shows that even the most, a person with superpower can get their ass handed to them, right? Needs other people to lean on, needs a team, data from other worlds, other cultures, right? When they bring in the Arrow, like when they bring in other DC comics and their worlds, right? Like that person isn't futuristic, right? That, like, they're writing from their and lived experience and their how they see the world, how they see religion, how they see supernatural, the spiritual world, not necessarily spiritual, but the supernatural world, things like that. So like when we're looking at these movies and we're like, oh, that's a code for such and such, we can't do what we did when we read the Bible, right? And ignore that a human wrote this from their own understanding, from their own lived experience, and from what they're inspired by. And this is, we were talking about this yesterday, regarding the Bible being the inspired written word of God. And when Evan came up and he was saying how that's his favorite, the thing that he loves the most about that scripture is that it's a forgery, and that is not true. And I agree with him. It is a forgery. It's not true. And it does work when you're, having conversations with the believers. But also, the way I see it is that it is that statement right there. All scripture is inspired by the written word of God, or God breathed, which means to be inspired by God. I think that's true because these people are writing these stories from their inspiration of how what they've been taught about this God, or even how they believe in this God and how they interact with this idea of a God. And so I think, like Plato said, or Socrates, I can't remember, this is how the quote unquote Holy Spirit works with muses, right? And how we get
Yeah.
art. He was saying this is how we get art, and he was saying without this mind that goes manic, because Plato believed that when a person has a mental illness, that's when they are the best muses. They get the best inspiration because they don't care about what people think about them.
Yeah.
So like the stories that we have comes from that inspiration, the movies, the books, the
Our
songs.
music. Yeah, our music
Yeah,
comes from our pain and suffering.
yeah, and
Some of
how
the
we see
best.
the world, right? How we see the indoctrination or not indoctrination. Some we call it indoctrination. Some of them call it truth, right?
I
Yeah,
got you. I understand. But I appreciate you because, yeah. And I apologize for saying the future part. I thought she said that, but I was completely wrong. So I apologize.
no, it's okay. That's what this space is for, right? Like I said, you don't have to apologize. It's not like you are doing what the young man did earlier, and it's like I don't care what you say. I know you know what I'm saying. So we make mistakes and we fix it and we move forward, right? Like,
Yes.
you don't have to
Well, I thank you,
apologize.
thinker. All right.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. It was an
No problem.
interesting conversation too. Good conversation.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't want anybody to feel like you always have to be right in here. I ain't always right. I've been corrected and had to adjust. That's what this space is about. Learning, growing, sharing, validating or invalidating. So don't be scared to say something that isn't right. Just if you can't back up what you say, just know that we're gonna push back on it. And the pushback can be respectful or the pushback can be disrespectful, depending on how the conversation goes. I think I said that the best way that I can. In other words, don't be scared because I'm not looking for us to know everything and to be right all the time. That's the best way that I can say that. Yeah, if you can handle being wrong, it's not a problem. That needs to be on a shirt, Big Bad. Fact check is a must. You did good. Keisha. Wait,
Quiche?
did she say No, no. Wait, she didn't say her name was Keish. Keisha. What's your real name? Keisha. Is your real name Keisha? I'm trying. She told me her real name yesterday. I'm trying to remember what she said her real name was. I know what that says. What her real name is Keisha. Kishana. Thank you. I'm not crazy, y'all. Her real name is Kishana. But I could have sworn I thought she said Keisha or something. Kishana. That's her real name. Her nickname is Coochie and will forever be Coochie. That's her nickname. That's just in my head.
Hello. Oh my God. I'm on a live. Jesus. Hi, guys.
How are you?
I'm fine. What about yourself?
That's good. I'm doing good, thank you. Can I
Good.
get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist.
Hello, everyone. I'm Devin. I'm 23, and I'm deconstructing Christianity at the moment. It's a bit hard because I live in a household where everyone is a strong Christian. We pray every day, and I feel like I'm living a double life. But we move. It's fine. My question, I don't know if it's relevant to the topic.
If you could pick
displayed
a
it. You
topic, if you could see if that, I'm gonna let you talk to Maddie. Maddie is our under
know.
25 host.
Okay, okay.
And so, if you could pick a topic, just like that maybe aligns with the question that you want to ask, and then
Hmm.
I'll let you start off with Maddie.
Okay. One of my biggest issue is like, because I am agnostic. I believe, yes, I am agnostic. I find it hard to say it out loud, but um, I I don't know how to put this into words. So basically, for me, Jesus exists. Obviously, Jesus existed, but I can't fathom the idea of like him not resurrecting and not dying for our sins. And I'm like, if that's a lie or if that's was made up, I feel like my own reality, like my whole world will crash down. Cause like my whole life I believed that, and I don't know. I find it hard to just detach myself from that beliefs and faith. Um, and what else? Um, yeah, pretty much. I think I had other things to say, but I feel a bit shy to being alive and everyone listening.
It's okay. Maddie will make you feel comfortable.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
listening. I was just waiting till she was done.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I think the good part about deconstruction kind of younger is that, even if you do come to the conclusion that
Mhm.
Christianity isn't for you, you have most of your life to kind of rebuild and re- kind of restructure everything, right? Because one of the things I like to look at is how he supposedly resurrected, but we know
Mhm.
dang on well no human has been dead for 3 days and then rose back up. We now it would have been different if they say he was dead for 10 minutes or something like that. Then we could have a an argument there.
Mhm.
But we kind of know that we haven't seen that before, right? And then if you look at the history of other nations, you would think they would write about this person who died for 3 days and then came back alive, right? That would be something that they would write about. Like that's something that really would stick out in history, but they don't. And you don't really see any other nations talk about Jesus other than the nations that it was in during the time that this book was wrote. So it's scary. I'm not gonna lie, it's scary when you're deconstructing and then you're thinking about how you spent most of your life or all of your life believing in this God just for it to kind of be a fluke. It is horrifying. I'm not gonna act like it's not, but I think the best part is the younger you are, I feel like it's kind of easier to be able to rebuild your thinking process, get out of the conditioning that you've been in your whole life, and kind of start over on a blank slate.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Um,
I think
I
you were saying
think,
that you believe that Jesus is real, though. And
I
is
mean,
that what's
not real,
holding you
like
there?
more like he existed, like he actually, like I hope, I don't know if it's a lie, if his whole life it's a lie. Okay, then I will go crazy. But I think Jesus existed to a certain point, and then everything after, or like everything that we've been taught towards his death might be like each apostle interpretation. Like I believe like that the last part of his like life maybe is made up, but everything else, like he might be like an actual person.
I mean, he could have very well been a real person,
Hmm.
but I think hmm, one thinker says I really like that. She says that this is kind of like a folklore book, right? And a lot of different ethnicities have different folklore, right?
Hmm.
Like in the Philippines, they have folklore. Vietnamese, they have folklore. America has their own folklore, like Bigfoot and stuff like that. So that's kind of how I look at it. So he very well could have been a person, right? There could have been somebody walking around
Hmm.
that was named Jesus and claimed to be a prophet, right? There was a lot of people claiming to be the
Hmm.
prophet and the son during this time. But granted, he could be real. The question isn't whether somebody was named Jesus during the time. It's more of, was somebody named Jesus, and were they doing the miracles that are written about in this book?
Mm.
That I think that's a bigger question, because there very well could be somebody named Jesus back then, but it's more the character itself than just the name. Like, was this person walking around curing sick kids, turning, I think it was shit into bread or something.
No, that's Ezekiel.
I can't remember which one it was.
Jesus turned water into wine in the story,
What?
not shit into bread.
I
That's
think, isn't
hilarious.
it something with like shit and bread though?
No, no, it was
That's
bread.
Ezekiel. That was
Oh, my
bread cooked
bad.
over shit. Bread cooked over human shit.
My bad.
Matthew.
That's my bad. I conflated those two things. But yeah, like, I don't. It's more in the question, like, was he actually turning his blood into wine, or was he, letting people drink his blood or whatever, and turning his body into bread, or were they having like a cannibalistic ritual or whatever was going on with that? But
Oh,
I,
you're talking about the Last Supper when he was
yes,
giving
like,
himself. Okay.
he could very well be real, but
Mm.
like somebody named Jesus could be real, but I don't think like the character is real.
Let
I
me
see.
ask you, Devin, when you said that if you find out that it's not real, that you would lose it, what is it necessarily that you are afraid of finding out that's not real about Jesus that would make you lose it? Is there it's something
Um,
specific?
no, I wouldn't say that, but I think because like Jesus, like I don't know how. Sorry. um, I think it's more the fact that my whole life I followed this man. I you like the stuff he does, like how he was helping the outcasted, like he was not judging anyone. Everyone was welcome to be around him. Really shaped my life, like how I approach people. I don't think it will affect me if I don't believe he existed, but in a way, not know, like you believing that this person exists your whole life and then suddenly done, it was just a genie. It was never real. I don't know, like I don't have a pillar to attach myself onto. Like I don't know, having nothing but just myself kind of scares me. Yeah, I
So more
think
so him not being God is what would scare you.
yeah, yeah, basically. I don't believe Jesus and God are the same person, by the way. I feel like it's his son, but that's a different
So
story.
okay, so if
Hmm.
Jesus and God are different,
Hmm.
I'm gonna go back to the same question because it
Hmm.
sounds like you're saying being by yourself is what scares you the most. Of there not being a
Hmm.
God,
Yeah.
protecting you or hugging you when you need it.
Hmm.
But if Jesus is not God, I still am interested in understanding what would make you lose it if you found out that the stories about Jesus were not real, that he was a man that lived during that time, who built a cult, claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, and was executed by Rome, and that was the end of his story, right? Like if you found that out,
Hmm.
but you still had the God idea because they're different. What is
No,
it that would?
sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Finish. No,
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 go ahead.
sorry.
No,
No,
correct me. What?
what I believe is that Christ is the Son of God. That was, I mean, because I'm Catholic, we also believe in the Holy Trinity and everything. But my for the longest time, I thought Christ was his son. When they say that he's God personified in on earth, I just like I can't resonate with that ideology. But sorry, the fact we as Christian, I mean, not me, but Christianity comes from Jesus, like they're his followers. So we like my whole life I always like look onto the New Testament, like his teaching, and how he affected the church later on. So his disciple went on and prophesied his teachings to the world. So that's why I'm more attached to mostly like the New Testament and Christ alone. I the sense of God, yes, I still believe. Obviously, I used to believe in a God, but I was never like attached to him. Like if I prayed, I would yet obviously reference God, but Jesus is like the point of reference for. I want to say, oh, hail Jesus, but I would like think about him primarily in my prayers rather than God. In a sense, they're attached,
That-
but sorry.
but he like so basically he's not the God to you. He's the mechanism for you to get to God, like the symbol of God for you, but not the
Yeah,
God.
in a way, I guess going to church, seeing like the cross all the time, I feel like I prioritize him more than others.
You do. Jesus is a bigger deity than his daddy. Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
hands down.
If you put it like
Like
that, it's fine.
yeah. He went from being this Jewish carpenter to being
Mhm.
Beyonce of religion. And so I guess when like is it the attachment of him being taught to you as this innocent, like this God that put himself in human form for you
Mhm.
because he loves you so much. He was crucified as an innocent man, like he was so innocent and he died for you. He loved
Mhm.
everybody he came in contact with. He
Yeah.
didn't mistreat anybody. He was taking
Mhm.
care of the poor. And is it like if you found out that that wasn't true, that's the thing that would make you
Yeah,
leave
it's
it?
like your whole foundation crumbled. Like what? Like you ask yourself, what have you been living in? Like, in fables, you know? So that's why I'm kind of like, damn.
So what
So
made you go into deconstruction? Because like deconstruction, you're really putting yourself at the chance that you are going to come across information that goes against what you have been taught about Jesus. Do not
yeah,
spam my chat. Don't spam my chat.
I don't
Okay.
really like those people. Don't even face me. Like I'm reading at the chat. I'm not. I don't really care. I get that
No, no,
all.
no.
Like
They're not talking about you. This is,
oh, okay.
yeah. They're freaking out. They come in here and they do shit like that. This is how they defend their Jesus.
I
Um,
see.
yeah.
Um.
But yeah,
So
do
going.
you know that you're putting yourself at risk of hearing things that do debunk the things that you have been
Um.
taught about him?
I think so. So it's very weird. So before I was deconstructing religion, um, it was very hard for me like to hear people say anything disrespectful about Christianity. I feel like a weight have been lifted away from me now, and now I see things like I'm clocking. Oh damn! Like I see things differently. But the way I started it was by reading the book *Sapiens*. Okay, it's like the history of humankind, and the first like chapter of the book he talks about evolution and us coming from monkeys. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, so it was kind of questioning me. Okay, if Adam and Eve were not real, what the hell? So the whole Bible, like for me, it started from Genesis. Like the whole Bible is not real. Like you're telling me that because for the longest time I thought Adam and Eve were real, and when I was little, I would question why there's a gap in the Bible. Like why is the Bible not linear? And they will always say, oh, well, they pick some books, they put them together, and this is the Bible. And then when you look at like older version, like the Jewish Bible, there was in the story of Adam and Eve, there was another woman. I think her name was Lilith or something, and she was the original woman and she rebelled against Adam. They were actually built equal, so she was not taken by his rib cage. she was her own person and she refused to mate with, or not mate, but refused to be with Adam. And that kind of made sense to me, but at the same time, I was fighting against the ideology. I was like, okay, yeah, I reject that. But now I'm seeing how religion is used to push down women, how to justify misogyny, to justify many things. And I hate how a lot of unhinged men would take religion, like would go into Christianity and say, "Oh, I'm a changed person, and I I want a woman to change me," and like they don't put the work, right? So I was kind of I was kind of like that doesn't make sense. Like generally, us women, we pray, we do most of the spiritual work, and we don't get not rewarded, but like we see a lot of injustice, and everything is blamed onto us. And I'm like, how does that make sense? And so I don't know. I question like my priest, a lot of people who are pastoral like leaders, and they really didn't have the justification. They would just like say very sexist response, and I was kind of like, nah, this is not for me. But yeah, I think for the longest time I tried to cling into this idea of God, and God is omnipotent and like he knows everything, but it's just like there's so much suffering, and I had enough generally in my personal life, but also like in the world. So yeah, I'm sorry for deviating from the original original thought,
No,
but
no,
yeah.
no, you're fine.
Mhm.
So does that mean that you are open to researching, like seeking
Yeah.
and accepting factual information
Hmm.
regarding the story of Jesus?
Yes, yeah. Although I'm scared, it's something I have to do because um I can't stay in this limbo of like insecurity or uncertainty. I have to know for myself, and finally like break through and finally like decide one pathway for myself, for my own sanity. So yeah.
Okay. And then how do you, like, what's your plan for accepting or rejecting information as you are seeking? Like, do you have a plan for that? Like, how do you
So
plan on going about doing that?
definitely reading and researching, but I also sign up to a group of like black known black women who are agnostic or have left Christianity or Islam. So I you know I'm in these spaces like try to talk, and like actually that's my only way of like speaking out, or even being around people who will not judge me for the things I'm saying, because obviously I can't speak around my family or even let them know that I'm not longer. It will make them just outcast me
Oh
or like
yeah, I
reject
know.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely be around people who also are in the same journey as me. And yeah, learning. That's the only thing I'm currently doing. I think I need to also learn for myself. I not just relying on other people's opinion. Like fact check everything I read, and
Yeah.
yeah, see it for myself. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Hmm.
to see, and what I wanted to hear you say is
Hmm.
that you would fact check the things, the information that you receive, because I think that's the most important thing when you are seeking and deconstructing, especially when you have this fear.
Hmm.
And so keeping an unbiased approach as well as you are
Hmm.
seeking, you're
I
going to
also,
want to protect the fear that you have,
yeah.
or protect yourself from that feeling, and even protect yourself from losing this relationship that you have with this God. And so keep that in the forefront of your mind, I would also say,
Hmm.
as you are searching, so that you can do it from an unbiased place. And one thing that Fee always says is, don't go in with preconceived notions, like with a goal of validating what you already know, right?
Hmm.
Don't go in with a goal of invalidating it either.
Okay.
Just go in with like the attitude of, let me see what the truth is, right?
Yeah.
And then be willing to, uh, you know, research and hear arguments from both sides. That I think that's the best way to fact check even yourself as you fact check the information that you're receiving. Make sure that you're also doing a taking inventory of your own thoughts, right, and
Hmm.
your motivation. And the best way to do that is to be open to hearing both sides so that that you are and have done everything in your power to either validate or invalidate what it is that you currently believe.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I wanted to say that I discovered your TikTok through this group of girls who told me to follow you, and I really appreciate for the work you're doing actually. And so yeah, I'll be following your lives, or I will engage with your content.
Well, thank
I
you. Tell
I'll
them
try
I
my.
said thank you too.
I will. I will.
I appreciate that. Do you want to go into? Do you have like a specific question that you are researching, and like, do you want to go into a conversation about it right now, or do you want to
Um,
wait? Or
I have and it's not really a question, but it's like I thought I had in my head. You know how okay, I don't even know how to phrase this, but you know how like a lot of Republican in America are they claim to be Christian and everything, but it's not like reflecting through their action. And I don't know if you guys saw, but recently, like someone asked Donald Trump, "Do you think you will reach heaven?" And he said, "I don't think so." Like he said something else, but he was like, yeah, he was not convinced. So I was like, if people don't believe in heaven and hell anymore, that doesn't stop them from doing bad stuff, right? Like just creating disruption. And after deconstruct, like as I'm deconstructing religion, now the idea of heaven and hell doesn't, like, I don't believe in that anymore. But it also shows that um like if a person does so many bad things, there's no justice, there's no repercussion for their action. So like someone will mask themselves as Christian or believer, and still go on and do all those kind of stuff, but then they're like, oh yeah, but I probably might be saved at the end if I pray. And I just I find it very hard to grasp the idea that some people in this earth are using that as a tool to just do whatever, and there's no sense of revenge or nothing. It just scares me that some people have this power.
so, I
I
have
don't
two
know.
questions. I have two
Hmm.
questions for you
Hmm.
regarding that. The first question
Hmm.
is, do you believe that people who do believe
Hmm.
in heaven and hell, that stops them from doing bad things, with the belief that there is a heaven or a hell? And then the second question is, whose responsibility is it to, you know, put this punishment on people who are using your God as a tool to do bad things and hiding under Christianity? Like, whose responsibility is it to stop that? So those are my two questions for you.
Okay.
Do you
To
need me to
answer,
repeat the first one again, or do you
no, the first one I got it. The second one I
Okay.
might have. I need to repeat it maybe after.
Okay.
So I would say for me personally, I had the biggest fear of hell. I literally had so much shame and so much um like I just couldn't do things because of like of the fear. Like if I die now, would I go to heaven? Like that was my constant question. So I believed all the people had that internal thoughts. But then as I grow older, I was like seeing people just pick and choose things. But I was like, oh, I'm righteous because I'm not doing what they're doing. I don't know. In a sense, I guess like I was in my own bubble. I knew people were evil and wicked and everything. Those are, yeah, I don't know how to explain, but no, yeah, I do believe I did believe that people actually refrain themselves from not doing certain things because of the fear of not reaching heaven or the fear of going to hell. um
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what I'm asking,
mhm,
I definitely think that there are some people who don't do things because of that fear.
yeah,
But what I'm asking is, do you believe that there are people who still have that fear or that belief that there is a heaven and hell,
mhm.
but they do bad things anyway, even with that belief?
Yes, yeah, yeah. Because like, for example, in Catholicism, as long as you like confess, like you go to the priest and actually resent them, like after doing all this crappy shit, but you come back and you kind of ask for help and you actually do the work. I do believe that. I used to believe that it was there was like a saving grace for you. Um, I don't know if they used it like, oh yeah, I know at the end of the day, God will forgive me, forgive for my sin if I ask for forgiveness. In a sense, yeah, I did believe that. Not anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, I yeah,
Yeah, like because we see it every day. Like one would have to be positing that the people who are essaying children in churches or in their own families
yeah,
and going to church on Sunday morning, we're not questioning whether or not they are true believers of Jesus.
hmm,
We're talking about whether or not they believe in life after death and whether that life after death includes a reward or a punishment.
hmm,
And these same people who preach this to people, right, that there is life after death, are the same people that are essaying children in church or that are
that's crazy.
essaying the children and their families, right, or excusing essay.
Hmm.
These same people who believe that there is life after death are the ones committing murder, right, or are the ones that are manipulating this text so that they can convince people to give their money to them so that they can be wealthy and eat good food and live in good houses and wear nice clothes and travel and drive nice cars, where while the people that they're preaching to are struggling financially, right?
Yeah.
But they still believe in a heaven or a hell, and that belief in a heaven or hell or life after death, reward or punishment, doesn't stop them or prevent them from doing these evil things.
Hmm.
And so whose responsibility is it to punish them? Like I know you said that you see it happening but you don't see any repercussion. Like whose responsibility do you think that is to punish
I
them for that?
don't have the answer for that. I mean, I believe it was God, but even the criminal justice sometimes doesn't really do the work. Like someone could get raped, and the person who raped the women or the person who get raped does not actually get many years in prison. And I'm just like, I look at these cases, I'm like disgusted. And I just generally don't know, because like I'm not the person who would invoke for violence or like kill the abuser, but like in certain instance when the justice have not prevailed, like I don't know, I'm not advocating for violence, but in a way, like you gotta take matters in your own hands. I don't know. Like I don't personally I wouldn't do, but if I saw a case of a woman who have been brutally violated and brutally abused, I understand where she's coming from, because your system is failing you. There's no God. What are you gonna do? Just look at this abuser, just walk free after all the pain? I, I find it hard. Like
But
if
if there
mhm,
is a God, though,
mhm,
right?
mhm, mhm.
Like it sounds like to me, you don't think that it would be that God's responsibility to stop the people who are using it in its text to do this harm to people. Like, is there a reason that you don't have an expectation for the God you believe exists, the God that you believe has the power to do things for you individually, doesn't have the responsibility to stop this harm that's being done in its name?
Well, don't know how to answer that question. I don't know. It's because like I've seen how, and I don't know if this is like because of like how I used to believe, but I've seen how, like, for example, I'll give you an example: Jeffrey Dahmer, who did so many horrible things, but later in his years, was he came back to Christ. He came back to, like, he was reading the Bible. He was asking himself for forgiveness and everything. And I feel like us Christian, we force ourselves to like be more empathic and understand. Oh, even after all the crap he done, yeah, by the way, like, I do not justify, like, I'm feel disgusted, but we force ourselves to like not stop thinking critically and just forgive them because they now come to Christ, and they will basically, we get called not to judge them, and it's God is the ultimate judge. And I don't know, at the end of the day, like, I don't know where someone will, I mean, before, I didn't know when where someone will end up, in heaven or hell. That's not my concern, but obviously I would feel, it deep down, I will feel like this person shouldn't even reach heaven. Like, there's no way. Like, I do not care if he I don't care that he asked for forgiveness. Like, it's horrible what he's done, but we are forced, not forced, but we are constructed to believe that everyone has a second chance. Everyone has, um there's a hope that that person will actually be redeemed. And so that's why I feel like, at the end of the I mean, I believe that at the end of the day, God is the ultimate judge, and he sees it all, and he's the one who will put the right punishment for the person. But now I'm like, I don't know, like, if I'm in a position of power, of in a position of like being a judge, I would I don't care. I would definitely put that person in prison, and I will give them like the maximum sentence. But if I'm not in the position where I could help the person, yeah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to kill or take matters in my own hand. But if someone does it, then, because I'm really against violence, but yeah.
But you're God though. Like, where is your
Mhm.
God in this equation? Like, I'm not talking about punishing them
Mhm.
after death.
Yeah. Yeah.
You believe that your God has the ability to answer your prayers, right? And do stuff for you now, like make things happen for you now,
Hmm.
right?
Um,
It do you?
Not really, but it's fine. Go on, go on.
Okay, so if you don't believe that the God has the ability to answer your prayers and do stuff for you now, like the protection that we talked about earlier, where you said
Mhm.
you're afraid to, you know, to be on your own. What is it that you currently believe that this God is doing for you now that you would freak out if you found out that the God wasn't real?
No, my relationship with God was never about like requesting things. It was more like about protection, and
Yeah,
like, if
that's
it,
doing
forever,
something though, right? Like,
yeah,
if he's
yeah, definitely
protecting you,
doing
he's
something.
doing something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
like,
what I mean by that.
um, look, my relationship with God, I never expected things to happen. Like, it was more like, have this belief that things will happen eventually, basically. Um, and now realizing a lot of things I've asked were never answered. And in the Bible, they tell you, okay, things, you just have to be patient. You just don't have faith. Just pray more. And I was never that kind of person. I
No, I'm
think,
talking about like even your prayer
mhm,
of protection, right? That's
yeah,
the your prayer of protection and you believing that
hmm,
this God is protecting you as you move about,
yeah,
on this earth. That's the God doing something.
yeah.
He would have to, I don't know, put a hedge around you, stop people who want to come and rob you. He would have to be actively stopping that to protect you, right? So you believe that the God is doing something on this earth to provide this protection for you, right?
In a way, yes. Yeah,
In a way. Okay, so can you explain it to me how you see this God protecting you,
yeah.
like actively?
um, I would say, I guess, like, I don't know if this is like my parents' protection as well, but like, I don't find myself in situation where I am not like, I'm in a dangerous place, or I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but like there are many occasions in my life I could have died, and I was like, "Oh, it's God! Like God is helping me. Like God has saved me for this time." So I don't know. Like every time like I'm close to death or close to a dangerous position, I feel like it's God. But on a daily basis, I'm not like, "Oh, God did that. Oh, God did that." Like I try not to be, oh, I got like a promotion in at work. Okay, yeah, that's God way of like, giving me things. No, because like I I don't I don't know. Like now I don't really believe that everything you ask for it's God given. Because I don't know. I would say like my relationship with God was more like me telling him the things I'm struggling, and like him helping me cope with the things I was going through. And then if something dangerous was happening, I would say, okay, that's God. But on the daily basis, it's not like it wasn't like a reference point. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. I think
Yeah,
I
no,
find it very
yeah, I
difficult.
know. I get what you're saying, but
Hmm.
even in these, sporadic moments, it's still
Hmm.
you saying, God did something. When you say that you would pray and your God would help you cope, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
The He would help me cope is what I'm interested in, and His
Hmm.
actions in that. Like, how did He help you cope?
I think is so through scripture we learn that he's like, he's like, no, okay, wait, let me start again. I feel like the sense of having someone above you looking over and having that sense of maybe divine protection, or believing, not even sense, believing that there's something out there that is looking over you. It kind of, it's comforting in a way. You kind of walk around in your life and you're like, oh well, if things happen, I know I have God. Like, you have God. But when you like walk around and you just like, you have to rely completely on yourself, I find it a bit hard because I sometimes don't really trust my own intuition, or like don't trust. And then I'm like, what God, at the end of the day, I know it's me. Don't get me wrong. I know it's me, but having like this external force or energy, or God in a way helps me cope with things, making me okay. If this goes badly, you kind of fall into, okay, this is not God's plan, or like this is, I you that okay. So if things goes wrong, I used to believe it like this: if things goes wrong, I will blame myself. But if things went right, it was God. So like if things went badly, I'll be like, oh, I didn't listen to God. So it was kind of like a battling between my own intuition and God's intuition. But now I'm now realizing everything I've done, or everything I do, it falls onto me, and I really need to push myself to listen to my own inner thoughts, and like listen to my own decision making, and not just like wait around and see things happen because you think God is doing something. Um, what is some? Okay, sorry, I was reading the
No,
comments. Sorry,
uh,
but
uh,
yeah. Sorry, Tinker.
I,
I think I have like an inner battle within myself that I need to like fix, and you know,
Yeah,
uh,
and that's deconstruction. Like
yeah.
that's a point that we all come to when we're deconstructing. And I think, like you said it, I think when you say He helped me cope, and then later on you said that my
Hmm.
belief that
Hmm.
this source is watching over me is what helped me cope,
Hmm.
and that's actually what's happening, right?
Hmm.
I think my grandson has gotten me sick for the
Sorry.
umpteenth time. Um, but I think like that's what's actually happening is that
Hmm.
your belief that there is something outside of yourself bigger than you, right?
Hmm.
Is watching your every move and is keeping you safe is what is helping you cope. Not that this being is actually doing something based off of your explanation, right?
Yeah.
And that explains to me why there is no expectation for this same being
Hmm.
who you believe helps you cope there's not an expectation for that same being to stop people from doing the harm that they're doing
Yeah.
in his name, because it's not, it's an idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
For you, there's not actually something that it's doing,
Yeah.
right? And so it's almost like the pink box there, God's will versus that's just life. For you, like, you see the harm that
Mm-hmm.
people who believe in this Jesus, who believe in heaven and hell, you see that they're still doing it. But for you, hey, that's just a part of life, right? That's just a part of the journey,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they'll get theirs in the end, where the God is the most active or the most powerful after death. They'll either go to heaven or hell if they apologize to Jesus for raping a child.
Yeah. It's a difficult journey. I find it very hard, especially because like no one in my family I can talk to, and even bringing up this topic, it would just it would just turn into hellfire. So I find it very hard to be very outspoken or even talking about. You can even tell from the way I can't even say like a straight sentence without interrupting or like changing my views. There's definitely a lot of learning I need to do, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's yeah. We're still learning.
Hmm.
Deconstruction is a lifetime process. I don't think that anybody can be fully deconstructed.
Hmm.
You know, although some people claim that they are fully deconstructed, and a lot of times when we talk to them, they're like misogynistic as hell. Even if they're, no matter if they're male, female, or non-binary, they'll
Hmm.
come up here and they'll say some misogynistic ass shit, and they don't necessarily see that that's a part of the deconstruction thing. So it's a, don't beat yourself up because you don't have it figured out, or because this is the place that you are right now in your journey.
Yeah.
That's what deconstruction is about. But when I would say focusing on getting rid of that fear and that anxiety of
Hmm.
accepting that you do things right, and giving yourself credit for it, and not giving the credit to a God, would probably be the best place for you to start. Right? You've already acknowledged, hey, I already know this is me. Right? I already know that my belief is what's helping me cope. You can either tell yourself it's nothing wrong with me believing that there is somebody out there, a source out there bigger than me, that's looking over me because it keeps me safe. Who the fuck's gonna tell you that you're wrong for that, right? For believing that. But acknowledging that you already know that's you is, I think, the first step. And then I think next, you being able to give yourself credit for the good things, because right now what you're saying to me is that you can only do bad, and the good that you do can only come from this outside source
Yeah.
that you are giving credit to, right?
Hmm.
So not talking to yourself and telling yourself that you only make fucked up decisions, I think is the next thing, right?
Hmm.
And not feeling shame about you saying, "Damn, I did a good job on that." Like I am able to make sound decisions,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. It's
be okay messing up. Like, even if you do make a decision, right? You already got it down to tell yourself, "Well, I fucked up there," but also being okay with the fact that you fucked up, because you are human.
right. Yeah.
You
Hello.
there?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm here. I thought my
Oh yeah,
connection.
no.
Sorry. Sorry. No. No.
I don't know if
But
Maddie had anything to add from a like a younger perspective.
I would just say that. Mm, Deconstruction is scary, right? But even if you come to the terms of yourself that this book is false,
Hmm.
you could still take some of the lessons out the book and interpret it in ways that could help you through life. Like a lot of lessons we learn when we're little, they're not from like reality. They're from books like The Three Little Pigs and little fairy tales like that and Goldilocks. We learn different lessons from them books. So you can always take a lesson from the book and kind of carry it with you, even if you don't want to believe anymore. Like you could still find comfort in the book as fiction and not something to live your life by. And again, it's gonna be scary. Like deconstruction is not always an easy path for everyone. I know I'm a very kind of straightforward person. It's either I believe in it or I don't. So when I was questioning it the whole time when I was a Christian, not really knowing what I was doing was deconstruction. I was just thinking like, oh, I'm just having doubts in the Lord. But really, I was on my way to deconstruction and then I got introduced from Thinker and it only took me a month of, I wouldn't even say a month, maybe a full week of staying up all night watching and listening to her go live and then looking at the sources that she look at. And I was already done with the religion, but it's not that simple for everybody. I know I've always been, it's either it is or it isn't. So just take your time and you're young. So don't push yourself and like scare yourself and go into like a mental breakdown. Just take it one step at a time. And if you
Okay.
think you're not ready for something or if you think you're not ready to know something, don't don't push yourself and try to figure it out because it might have a real negative impact. Just take your time.
Thank you guys so much. I think it's very reassuring. It's helping me a lot. It's to unlearn like 23 years of of indoctrination. It's heavy work, but I'm confident I can do it. It's just I need to be patient, like you guys said. But I'm very thankful for your words, guys. Um,
You're welcome. It was nice. It was nice meeting you, and I wish you a easy and smooth sailing deconstruction. Like it is interesting to learn about like the history behind the book. Oh, and I also wanted to touch on something you said. Not everything in the Bible is fiction. Like when you start researching on your own, you'll learn that there are real kings and there are real kingdoms, but something will be off, like the time period it says happened, or maybe the way a war ended,
yeah.
or things like the flood, like how it says, "Oh, you flood the world." Like you'll find out things like that doesn't exist, but it
Mhm.
is based off of true characters and it uses true empires and stuff like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I see. Thank you, by the way, for having me here. I don't know, should I
You're so
leave the
welcome.
stage or can I stay here muted? Or I don't know.
No, yeah, I'll put you back in the chat. I only allow one
Okay.
person up at a time.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. I look forward to hearing updates um, about your journey. I don't know if the women that recommended the live to you told you about um, joining the community of nerds. We have a private Discord server where a lot of the research that we've done so far is housed in a Google Drive.
Hmm.
We have conversations on there as well. There's a lot of resources
Um,
on the Discord.
they mentioned that in order to get access to that Discord, I need to be here for like a year, like following you for a year.
No,
Is
30
that
days to
one?
get access to the Discord.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, 30 days. The year is to chill on stage, like you see Auntie Charlene doing, like to come up and
Oh,
participate in a conversation with someone.
mhm.
Yeah, that's a dragon status. But after 30 days of being a nerd, you do get access to the Discord, and that's for safety reasons because we've
Yeah, I
had
understand.
people try to come in and cause trouble.
Okay.
Just rather
And
would not
does
have that.
Does it happen automatically, or do I have to DM you?
When you're in the live, just DM a mod and they'll
Hmm.
send you the link.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I will
You're
do
so
so.
welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. It was good meeting you, and I hope you have a good rest of the night.
Oh, it's actually day by in my side of the world, but yes, thank you so much.
Oh, okay. We'll have a
No
good
worries.
rest of the day.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
How do I leave the live? Oh no,
I
no,
got
the
you.
stage. Sorry. Thank you.
I got you. You're welcome.
That was a nice chat. I'm gonna make that my last chat of the night. I got work in the morning. But Thinker, I will come back up tomorrow since I didn't have a lot of 18-year-olds. If you want me to come up, or if an 18-year-old comes up tomorrow, I'll come up.
You mean Thursday? I don't go no
Yeah,
more.
I forgot. Ooh, excuse me. Thursday.
Yeah, yeah. If we get some 18-year-olds, yeah, I'm been doing. That's cool.
Okay. Thank y'all. Good night, Mr. Nelson. Good night, Selena. Good night, Miss Charlene.
Good
Good night,
night.
Sissy. It's
Have a
always
good
good
night.
seeing you.
It's good seeing y'all too. Thank y'all. Night night.
Bye.
Night, night.
Let me down, please.
I got you. All right. Let's see. You gotta figure out where the 18-year-olds be. They in here every other fucking night, but the night that's dedicated to them. I think it's proof that people always want what's not for them.
Exactly.
Pringle can? Pringle can? Okay. I don't know why this is not working. I'm trying to take them down. All right. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There is no wait. It is 3:36 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4:36 a.m. Eastern, and 1:36 a.m. Pacific. And then there is a time wherever you are in the world that is not in America. I just don't know what it is. But the guest box is open. There is no wait. 21 and up, since Maddie is gone. Watch the 18 and ups come up. 21 and up. Y'all want a song while we wait?
You know we always do.
Yes, please.
Which one do y'all want?
I like them all.
You're right. Trying to make us choose our favorite child.
I know, right?
Let's see. Let's see what the nurse say. Fuck you. Oh, I can't play anybody else's music. Sorry, Devin. Gasoline draws. We haven't heard gasoline draws. I think gasoline draws is good for when there's a. Uh, let's see.
Gasoline draw.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to. Let's see. Well, there we go. We had two people say theology, so we'll just do that one since we had two people request that. Where is it? All right, y'all wake up. Theology might put y'all to sleep even more, but wake wake up, y'all. It's almost 4 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love be dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth, there's no need to fear inquiry. I drink will never make you pee. You can't drink to quench my thirst, that's fee. Theology is the study of a subject without an object. Theology is the effect when logic connects. When you stop preaching, your God goes silent. But with fear flows, effortless, divine, not violent. Love is meeting people where they are. A Christian love, you dragging folks too far. Theology. The best teachers tell us where to look. They don't tell us where to see. Theology. Truth has no need to fear and query. That's not theology. Truth and word blend into clear precision. Every time she speaks, it's a soft collision. You have to be a safer space, because when you blame others, you give up your chance to change. Phoebe dropping gems like she don't even try. Each line feel like scripture redefined on the fly. Let theology be about as deep as a tablespoon. The Holy Spirit sounds like an inner monologue with a halo on. She teaches calm, wisdom wrapped in rhythm. No pulpit, no robe, no theology. It's theology. Christian love be dragging folks too far. Where to look, tell us what to see. Theology, truth has no need to fear and query. That's not theology, it's theology. I realize I don't need a savior, just a sister who sees, who don't try to sell me heaven, but reminds me to breathe. Feels what happens when your main focus ain't to be perceived as a good person, but just tries to be a best fit. The best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us what to see. Theology, truth has no need to be great. That's not theology. It's not theology.
Thank God.
Huh?
That's my first time hearing that, and I am crying. That is so beautiful.
Really?
Yes, I hadn't heard that one. That is so beautiful. I'm just a boohooing. Oh my God. And I mean, girl, y'all got to stop. I can't take it.
You know, those are sayings. You know, she has the
Uh huh.
theology channel
Yeah.
on the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, I know those are her saying. But that's just beautiful. I feel like a big old wuss.
We still don't have anybody in the box, y'all. Oh, Auntie Charlene.
This is beautiful. And you're just so talented.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna wake y'all up. That's what I'm about to do. Oh, you know what we haven't heard in a long time?
What's that?
Free Will on Mute. Which one? Oh man, I don't know which one it is though. I can't remember. I need to label these. Damn, I don't know which one it is. Right, Devin. Lightbird, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Oh, this one. I haven't played this one in a minute.
Mama said, baby, forgive and forget. Pray for your enemies, don't hold regret. Turn the other cheek, let them strike you again. That's the way Jesus said to love, that's the way to win. But mine, I feel the bruise and I feel the scar, convincing me to ignore it feels kinda bizarre. If love is a weapon, you can point like a sword. It don't feel like freedom, it feels like war. I don't wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commanded though. They say that it's holy, they say it's divine, but who benefits most when the rule ain't mine? Abusers write the laws and they preach what's best, while we learn silence and call it a test. Love can't be forced, it shouldn't be decreed. It dies in the soil where it can't be free. If it ain't from the heart, then it ain't really love. It's just chains disguised as words. I wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commended though. What if love's a choice, not a cage we wear? What if love's not dead, but the gift we share? They say pretend to. Even if your heart won't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. Hide the hurt you've been through. But real love don't descend, don't commend like a show. Love lives in action, it has to grow. So mama, hear me now, let the old ways go. Love shouldn't be common. I wanna love you if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commanded though.
Lightbird, why are you canceling? Devin, right now the songs are on the Discord for the nerds. You can listen to Love Is and Command It though on my Suno profile at suno.com/ thinker without an I. There's probably 3 other songs on there, but the majority of the songs are in the Discord in a private channel for the nerds. Lightbird, why did you cancel? That who told you that? Like you're a nerd. Like you're a dragon. Who told you? Who told you that? No, Lightbird, you've been here for a very long time. Where are you at? Like literally, we adopted your parrot as our parrot. Hey, you there?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I had surgery last Monday and I can walk again. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's
Oh
gonna
my
take a
God.
while to walk, like a long time, but I can walk again.
Oh my God. Like, Bird, that is so fucking.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
my God. That is wow. Congratulations.
That is wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
thank you.
Wow.
I so want to
How do
share
you
that with
feel?
them. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. They're gonna start setting an income, an in-home. Oh, oops, somehow I got off. An in-home occupational therapist and an in-home nurse, an in-home physical therapist.
That is wonderful.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
I can't even imagine. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy for you. Did how did your family um
What's that?
how is your family doing? Like how they
They're okay with it. My friends are excited for me.
that's good.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah. So I'm just yeah, I'm just really excited. I couldn't believe it. My nurses were impressed. They said they've never seen never had a patient so determined.
And that's what it takes. Like your determination pays off.
Yeah.
So you say that it'll be a while before you can walk for a long time. How far can you walk now?
Like I can walk for like a few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. And then yesterday I pushed it too long, so I don't know how much I can do today, but yeah, I don't care. I can do it.
Oh, I'm so
So,
happy for you. I know
thank you
you've been
so much.
through a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before
Oh
you
my
know it, you'll be
gosh.
talking about, I think I ran a marathon. I'm scheduled to run a marathon.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. Like, oh my gosh. Oh, yeah.
How long was the surgery?
It was only 2 hours.
Okay. And where did you have to stay in the hospital or was it
Yeah, I
outpatient or
did. I did have to
okay.
stay. Um, but I'm released now to some friends. I have to be here for a few weeks because I can't do anything on my own. Um, but yeah, I'm just so excited. I can't stand it.
Oh, Fee is gonna be ecstatic. I know
Oh,
she's gonna hate that she wasn't here for the announcement. Like she's gonna be excited to hear that.
oh, please tell her for me if I don't get a chance.
That'll probably be the first thing I tell her as soon as she come on stage. I can't wait to tell her this.
Thank you.
It
I've
is
been
so
wanting to tell you
awesome.
so bad.
How is Crackerjack?
She's good. She ended up going back to my dad's, but every time I'm on the phone, I with him, if I'm on speaker, I hear her say things like, "I love you."
Oh,
Yeah,
she's
she
gonna
recognizes my voice.
yeah. She gonna
Yeah.
freak out when she see you walking.
Oh, I know it. Oh my
It's
gosh.
so cool. Well,
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you so much. It's been so amazing. Oh my gosh. And when the nurse was here, I remember telling her when I finally gave up because got me to the lake and got me inside, and usually I can swim. And then when I couldn't swim, I said all hope. I gave up all hope then, and then I told her, and then I started crying, I said, I said, and now I can walk, and and I said, my depression is just gone.
Look at that.
It's just so amazing.
Now, I don't know if you
It's
want to
just it's
like
just so
share your
nice.
story for those that don't know the journey that you've gone through. Do you want to share or
Oh,
so
sure.
people?
I was
Okay.
held captive by a man
Okay.
and a woman, and I don't know if I can use the T word. I was tortured, and it messed up my back, and I slowly have lost the ability to walk, and so yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much detail you guys need, but yeah.
Yeah,
So
she's gone through a lot. Gone through a lot, but Lightbird's been a part of the community maybe longer than a year. Like,
yeah,
yeah, like you were here in the beginning.
yeah, I was.
Yeah.
And you guys have become family and very close to everybody. So, and I can't wait to eventually save up money and go on trips with everybody. I just, because I feel so close to everybody.
Yeah, I
So,
can't wait to for you to be able to do that too.
yeah, yeah,
Lightbird.
yes.
Hi, I'm Charlene. They call me Auntie Charlene. I don't think I've ever met you, but I'm so excited to hear your news. So when you get your money up and you go on a trip, I'm gonna make sure I'm there. Cause we gonna get us a good old cutting the rug. You hear me?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
fun.
we gonna cut a rug.
I love that, Auntie Charlene.
I am so excited for you, baby. I'm so happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love that. I'd love that very much.
I don't.
Auntie Charlene probably would be in her poodle scooter just because with her moo on
With my
just
moo.
because.
I love it.
Look, I can get up there. I get up and cut a rug in a minute now. So
I
With
love it
her
very
huggable
much.
arms.
in my huggable arm, that's right. So we
Oh,
got a date. I'm gonna hold you to it now.
told me to it because I really want to go.
Okay. Y'all heard it right.
We heard it.
Okay.
We have a trip coming up next October. There's a convention for the atheist experience, like the um, atheist community. They're doing a convention next October, and so like the information is right now it's private on the Discord.
Okay, I know what one you're
Once
talking
they get
about.
the dates, huh?
I think I know what
Have you
one you're
seen it?
talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So maybe hopefully you'll be able to come to that one. And we are planning on doing some nerd shit while we're there, like really hanging out
Okay.
while we're there. I don't know, maybe go to a club or something. Uh,
Okay.
yeah.
I think I'll be able to start saving in January. Right now, my paycheck is down to 60% because I'm on a long-term disability, and um, because I paid for that insurance in case something like this happened, and so I will. So I got to be really careful, and then I'll start saving, and then I'm going.
Well, I look forward to it.
Thank you. I can't wait. That sounds so much fun.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a blast. Like this is,
Um,
I think the first that this they've ever done like a convention. This will be my first, going to an atheist. It's not even just focused on atheism, but like humanism is the
yes.
focus. Which I love that because it's not pushing anti-religion or anything like that. It's just focused on how can we come together as humans, right?
Yes.
And help each other as humans. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun, and then we can all get together and actually just be humans for a change.
Yeah. And ain't nothing wrong with being tipsy humans, because I do plan on having fun, like as we do when we go on these trips. We have a lot of fun. Like we
Yes.
have one next week, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait. And
Cool.
yeah, we're going to Vash's EP release party, and it's a costume party on top of that. So I'm excited for the costume that I've chosen,
Oh,
which is a
wow.
surprise.
Okay. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Well,
I
thank you.
love October. Now I really like October.
Y'all make sure y'all take plenty of pictures, Thinker, so I can see everybody.
Oh, we will. We
I
will.
hope you're going.
Mr. Michael will be there, so
Oh yeah.
with his professional picture taking ass,
Mm-hmm.
he gonna have us looking right. Yeah, and Selena wrote a skit for us to do, so we're doing a skit too.
Oh,
So we're gonna post that. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
that's so fun.
Did you have anything else?
That was it. I just wanted to announce that and thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for sharing that with us. I'm excited for you, happy for you. And like I said, I can't wait to tell you. Like I'm screaming it for you. I cannot wait to tell Fee.
Thank you so much. And I woke up to your music and I was like, I'm going to tell her.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. I'll talk to you
And the
later.
next time you talk to Cracker Jack, tell him Thinker said hey.
I will, because he
Like the fact
loves
that
you.
the fact when I tell you I'm so fucking excited when you sent that video of Cracker Jack watching the live and agreeing with me, I fell
Yeah.
in love with that right there at that moment.
He always agrees with you. Always. It's so funny. Right. Right. Every time.
That is so cool.
You have a good one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. All right. I think I know how to disconnect.
I got you. I'll take it
Okay. Thank you.
down. All right. What is this person doing in the comments? Typing. What are they doing? Yeah, mute your ass. I don't know what you are doing. That is cool. Anna, are you in the box on purpose?
Hello, Tinker. Hello,
Hey,
co-host. Hi, Chan.
how are you?
Hey,
Um, I'm good now. I'm recovering from a very bad case of strep, but I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, goodness. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank
Hannah,
you.
thank you so much. I appreciate you. Um, all right. Yeah. Did you come up to talk about one of the topics or
Um,
talk about, because
yes.
I know you're a nerd. You don't have to stay on topic.
Oh, okay.
It's up to you.
Okay. I don't mind picking a topic. I'm mostly just came to keep the show going as much as I could help.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Um, Well, just I guess deconstruction stuff as always when I'm here. But I am going to try and pick a topic, just if that will help me stay centered or grounded in this conversation.
Okay.
Excuse me. So I will pick God is an abusive husband, father, leader, etc. Yes, just growing up in the church. I grew up around all manner of prayer warriors and all of that. My grandmother was one. My aunt was one. My mom unalived really early in my life, so I didn't get to see that part of her. But pretty much all the women in my life, yeah. But they, excuse me, they pretty much gave everything they had to the church, including time, the very hard earned money, the very little hard earned money, all of that went to the church. And, life was always hard, but praising God always came first. So I guess to me, it didn't make sense because here were these black women in Zambia, doing their best with very little. Yeah, they were making miracles with very little, and yet all the credit they couldn't take none of it at all. It all had to go to God, of course. Yeah, and let's not even talk about how they just don't get the same kind of respect, or didn't get the same kind of respect, because unfortunately most of the people I'm talking about have since passed. But yeah, so I guess people will call it church hurt, people will call it whatever. I don't know why Christians will always bring up church hurt as if it being church hurt doesn't make it a valid argument. But yeah, he's an abusive God because he insists on, excuse me, he insists on getting his people, his most faithful followers, broken all the way down before he can even be bothered to answer their prayer, if at all he answers that prayer. Yeah, and I guess it's really sad for me as somebody who grew up seeing that. And the saddest part, I guess, was seeing them pretty much live their whole lives, or at least the part of their lives I got to see, be pretty much emptying themselves for a God who really could not care less. Yeah, takes none of the responsibility, accountability, you name it, he takes none of it. He has 100% of all the power in the universe, supposedly, but yeah, he requires mustard seed faith. But anyway, I've talked too much.
No,
That's,
no, you didn't. I agree with you, and I was waiting for you to say, and then he, requires for you to love him for it.
oh yeah, of course
Yeah,
that.
and then constantly reminding you that you shouldn't be, expecting anything because he gave you life. It's kind of like I brought you into this world, I'll take you out. It's where our parents learn to have that mindset, right? That, and as I think about it, like when parents used to say that to us, like that's abusive as fuck. Like you're literally telling your child you would kill him. I brought you in this world, I'll take you out. Like you're saying different words, but you're basically saying to your child, you keep on, I'll kill you. Like that's crazy. And that's the same thing that you know the God expects, like because he gave life and he could take life according to the belief system, you are to reverence him and see everything that he does as good, even when he allows you to be broken down and be wounded, and have the tools to heal your wound and clean your wound, but he doesn't.
Yeah, and the point that you brought up is very important because you must maintain the very, very grateful, very thankful attitude, no matter how much of an insult it is to you and your suffering and the suffering of those you love, Yes, and I don't know if I've said this again on this particular call, but still the majority of my family are still very heavily indoctrinated. I have been trying gently for the most part to, I guess, kind of break their echo chamber, but I'm not under the illusion that anything I say will convince them. I just because I've known them for so long, and just because I know Christians and I know, I guess, how Christians come to be because, yeah, I was raised in the same indoctrination. I think I'm more neurospicy, neurodivergent, just because I don't even know if I have to be for it to just have never made sense to me, but it just never made sense to me. And it wasn't a very, it was a very isolating part of my childhood and just growing up in a household that was very, I'm looking for a phrase, but I can't remember. I'm just going to say narrow-minded because I can't find the right phrase I'm looking for. But they basically just look to Jesus and nothing else. And excuse me. Yeah, so
Well, all
it's
their answers and all their conversations about Jesus. Like you're
yes,
asking them for like, what should I wear to the prom? And did you pray about it?
pretty much, or whatever. If especially if you're a girl, or if you're a woman, or a female presenting person, whatever will be least tempting to your brethren, and so on. So yes, there's
Wow.
all of the yeah, and in the black community here, there's just I mean there's sexism in every community, but I feel like with black people, here in America, and especially in Africa, there's just a lot of the weight is placed on women, just for existing in the bodies that we are born into. Nobody ever takes the time to parent the boy children and tell them, women are not for your consumption, yada yada. Maybe, they are human beings like you too. Maybe don't always sexualize them or whatever. Nobody takes time to tell the boys that. It's always with the girls, cover your legs, cover yourself. There's this tradition in my church where if you're a woman and you wear, it could be modest by all, measures of modesty, but it could just be a little tight in the hips. The church mothers will come running with their extra fabric to cover you up, mostly just, as a power move, just to remind you of your place. Like, oh, you should always be ashamed of the body that you exist in, because you are just, it's like women just exist to be, yeah, for the pleasure of men, I guess. We need to be attractive when we need to be attractive to men, but then we can't be too attractive, or there's just no winning. And I think just growing up in that and then being a woman in that is just, yeah, one of the reasons why my mental health was so terrible. Because obviously I had nobody to talk to about it. Yeah, which is why this community means so much to me, that I'm trying my best to conquer my social anxiety and coming up here, just because it's so validating to find out in my 30s, or just late 20s, I would say, is when I started finding fellow atheists that were also raised in the church, just like me, were Black and or African. Yeah, and I could bounce those experiences off of them and just feel like I'm not losing my mind, because that's pretty much how I felt for all of my life.
Yeah, I agree. It helps keep me sane. I think about this stuff all the freaking time now, and I think because like I would like to see more Black people having these conversations, and I think about ways that we could amplify the conversation to get more of them involved in it, so that we don't have to have these silos, right, or feel so alone. Even just like introducing the idea of being open to other perspectives, and not demonizing people in your family, and not allowing this belief system that you have to divide your families up. I think about that stuff all the time because it can be very lonely. The truth be told, in the comments was addressing the reason why they put sheets over women when they're in the church or when they wear like a tight skirt or something, and they said it's so that your stuff won't show. But there are so many men who have come into the church with tight shirts on, or their dick prints showing through their suit
Mhm.
pants and stuff, but we don't see blankets or sheets put over them. Right? There are men who have bigger cheeks than my ass do.
Same
And when
here.
they right, and when they're shouting, their cheeks and shit be bouncing. Yeah, I don't see no sheets put over their asses.
Yep. Yes, you never see any of that going towards men. Um, yes, and personally, this is not even like a church thing. Just personally, I don't care for all the man nipples I have to see in the street with all the men jogging. I wish they practice
Right.
some modesty in that respect, at least. But I guess it's just on us, and somehow they don't see the irony or the. So yeah, that's um, pretty much
But
my event.
it be with like even women in the church, like, cause I think Happy and Free is a woman. I thought they were the boyfriend of the 12 Gates person. But I think they're a woman. I don't know. But the internalized misogyny of religious women, especially religious black women in the church, man, like the harm that they cause to the mental, like the psyche of black women in and out of the church is ridiculous, and is at a high, right? Because they co-sign the ideologies that men create for them. I can't tell you how many of them are in my comments, regardless of how much information I gave out about Jezebel, regardless of the fact that I'm reading directly from the book and it shows that Jezebel wasn't a whore. It shows that Jezebel didn't execute Naboth and that she didn't pick the witnesses. They like literally are in my comments still asserting that Jezebel was a whore, that Jezebel was responsible for, that Jezebel stole the land from Naboth. And I'm like, you watch this video, right? You heard the information and you're asserting the same shit. Like, uh, they, it's almost like they like the misogynistic ideas because they can use it as a weapon against other women. Like, I don't. You would think it would be freeing to them, but it's not. Like, I don't know.
Yep. Um, and it's so funny you bring up Jezebel. I guess just, she's that character in the Bible. I guess next to Eve, she's the one of the women that they like to blame for everything and that they like to accuse of having this manipulative spirit or whatever it is. They think we're cunning and we're seductresses or whatever it is, and we're whores, of course. Yeah.
For
So
being smart, like, I don't know, you're whoring with books. I don't like what.
I know they just don't like when you point out like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Oh my God, you are being such a Jezebel. Just shut up or some, along those lines. Yeah, and it's so right too what you said about how it's the women who are in the forefront. I don't know how it was here or for you when you were growing up in the church, but excuse me, so sorry. There are all these like women's meetings at the church. I spent way too much time at church. Like after I graduated high school, I was there. I think the only day I wasn't at church was Monday because Sunday I was in the praise team. I was there for the early morning service and then for the mid morning service. Monday I wasn't at church, but Tuesday I was back for like some youth group rehearsal. Wednesday was obviously Bible study, which happened at our house, along with many other households. Thursday we're back again for youth group rehearsal because we had to be doing Kirk Franklin, dances in church and all of that. And Friday was Bible study at church, or prayer meeting at church, and then Saturday was youth group, and then the women would clean the church. So my whole life revolved around the church, like nonstop.
I thought mine was bad. I at least I got one day off. You didn't even get one day off.
No, I had Monday.
Oh, Monday. Okay.
hmm
Okay. I'm tripping on the home Bible study, then the church Bible study. Oh goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. So everybody in my household was in the church. I think only my uncle, my aunts, husband, he was raised Catholic, and that's a whole other different thing. My aunt was Pentecostal, and most of the family was Pentecostal, but he didn't vibe with the Pentecostals, so he didn't go. But he also didn't like really practice his Catholicism, but he was very like, very willing to die on a hill for it. Oh, sorry, and alive on a hill for it. But yeah, excuse me. They put
It's
it.
okay. And also, you can say die and kill and murder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Excuse me. Needed to do that. Yeah. So they put the majority of the work on the women, because the women raise the kids. The women get everybody up on Sunday to go to church. The women are pretty much doing everything. They're the ones making the snacks for the guests that, you're encouraged to bring a new person to church every Sunday. The women are, big in the hospitality ministry within the church, because they're the ones who are supposed to be motherly and welcoming and all of that. But also, they are never, like what I've said before, just never given the credit. If anything goes wrong, it's immediately their fault. They were either, forgot their place, tried to speak over a man, or whatever it is. So it's just very misogynistic and very controlling. I'll give an example of my sister. She is just, excuse me, a year and a half older than me. But she and I have very different lives despite growing up very closely together. She's married to a preacher. She's very much about the church life. Sorry, I'm just going to mute myself so I can clear my throat for a sec.
Okay.
If I can figure out how to do that.
I got you. I'll do it. Oh, okay.
Sorry, thank you for that. Yeah, so she's still keeping at it. She basically took over from my aunt, and it's her job now, I guess, to keep everybody in check and in the church. But I struggle with mental health, but I'm trying to be honest with my healing. I say that because she struggles with mental health too. And I feel very much like her belief in this very misogynistic God is in fact holding her back, just like with a lot of people, just like with a lot of people, a lot of women in the church. Because it's just so many of her problems that she has, or the thinking patterns that she gets herself caught in, if she just got rid of this dependence on this very not present deadbeat God, she would be so much stronger. She would be so much better. She would be lighter. She would be able to live the life that we always dreamt about growing when we were little. She'll look at me today and say, "Oh my God, you've changed. I don't recognize you." But when I look at her, I see the same thing, because before Christianity got to a point where it was actively controlling our day-to-day lives, before we hit puberty and certain things became realities for us as girls in the church, she was one of the most free-thinking people I'd ever met, which is why I think she's still in there somewhere. But just like with most of us, the real her has been shamed into silence. And if you can't even bring up, like, the F word to her is feminism, because that's like the most demonic word you could ever bring up. And she, of all people, excuse me, she grew up light skin where, colorism thrives and all that. So she received a lot of like weird attention from men growing up. So when she was a teenager, she was like, she had all the makings of a feminist, but like my aunt basically just like beat that out of her, literally and figuratively, because I guess that was her own way to reconcile with the fact that, sorry, my sister who I'm talking about is actually my cousin, but we grew up together, so that might be confusing. So my aunt, I guess how she reconciled that, because that was her only daughter who was light skinned and tall and skinny. She grew up being very, the thing that gross men want from young girls, basically. So my aunt, I think, freaked out and basically just turned completely militant on my sister. And I feel like that's probably why she's still, even though my aunt has been gone now for, I don't know, she passed in 2009, so 16 years, yeah. But it's basically like she still haunts her because she's now doing the things that my aunt used to break her spirit. Like she will try to parent me to, or any other female person that we encounter should be like, that person should be wearing that. We shouldn't be able to see that much of your knees or your thighs or blah 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 blah. She's that person now in the church, despite all the effed up shit that she went through. So yeah, I don't know. I hope that one day she gets out of it. Yeah.
Do you think that along with that, like with the indoctrination from her mom, like her willingness to subscribe to these ideas could be like the attention, seeking the attention or missing the attention that she used to get through men because of her light skinnedness? And she's willing to like subscribe to what she thinks men want her to be. Do you think that has anything to do with that?
I think so because she still, I guess, subscribes to the very performative idea of what it means to be a woman. And there's still lots of things that she, just besides the church thing and the religious thing. I can't have a real conversation with my sister, even about colorism. It's like a completely foreign concept to her. Like, that's how deep in the church she is, that she will, if you try to bring this up to her, it will just be like you're talking to a wall. And I don't know, part of that might be because she, somewhat benefited from being light skinned. I don't know, that she doesn't see it. But I feel like a lot of it has got to do with just being in the church and how her whole identity has become based around her usefulness to men and her usefulness to like pushing Christianity, if that makes sense. Like she's completely deleted the human part. I mean, I know it's still there, but if you talk to her, it's honestly like, girl, are you in there? Like it feels like I'm talking to a shell of a person, especially a shell of my sister that I know and love so much. So it's just, yeah, it's kind of extreme with her. So that really spooks me sometimes.
Yeah, I can understand. Is your sister married or?
Yes,
And her
she's
husband is religious, like
yes,
very.
he's a preacher. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he doesn't have like a church that he's in charge of. Yeah, but there he's definitely at a church and he's got like a senior pastor over him, and they do send him some places sometimes to like go preach every now and again. But yeah, she's, as far as anybody's concerned, she's very much a preacher's wife or a preacher wife. Like, yes, all of that.
And especially like if he has a senior pastor over him, usually they're like in line, like if to be the next pastor, like if that pastor retires or passes away, or they're working to be like the next in line over the, you know, another pastor, if that makes sense. It's kind of like politics to me,
Mhm.
that whole, senior what do they call it, junior pastors and stuff. It's like preparing the next person to be the president type shit, and
Exactly.
she's playing the role of the pre-picked first lady, the picture perfect first
Exactly.
lady. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And somebody earlier in the YouTube chat was talking about how Tupac said that he sold his soul, um, and the song, and I was looking at that comment and I was thinking to myself, like, really, what does it mean to sell your soul? And I wonder if believers think that they haven't, because I think when doing things like that, like when you're willing, right, to perpetuate ideas that have been proven to cause harm to women, like to your own gender and your own race, for the purposes of being called a first lady, for the purposes of, having a man in your life, or having men look at you and say, now, this is, this is what women should be. I feel like that's a concept of selling their souls. Like, they can say they sold their soul to Jesus, but they've sold their soul for this specific goal.
That's so right. And I've never thought about it like that. But it makes perfect sense because it is very transactional, the whole religion. Even though, like, I don't know if the payoff is ever worth it, in my opinion, but definitely the way it looks to me is that she's basically, what's the phrase? What's the phrase? Dying to the flesh daily so that she can be
Yeah.
re-whatevered in Christ. I forget what. It's been a long time. But yeah, she's basically just shutting down and quieting down the human parts of herself, because that's praised, right? Despite the fact that we'll always be human, she's completely ignoring all the trauma that is directly tied to her believing this religion and in this God, and she's just focused on just being the best version of a godly woman that she can be. And if she can grow up to be, quote, the mother of a church one day, like her mom was called, like that's like the ultimate thing for her, which she's gotten to experience some of, but then she's still very like, I don't know, she still gets in some really dark places. So I guess I'm just hoping that one day it clicks that she's really just losing all of herself for no real thing in return, because she's very meek still. When it comes to like shaming other women into being not modest, she won't be meek, but she's very meek. She's very much the definition of a Proverbs 31 woman and all of that. But this is just stuff that she struggles with. She's still dealing with just the trauma of her mom being so toxic, and that's on top of being a black woman in a Southern African country with all the misogyny and all the Christianity. Because at least here there was an illusion of separation between church and state. In Zambia, it's just like, oh, it's a Christian nation, point blank period. Like, no questions asked. Like, it's in the constitution. It's there. There's like a national day of prayer. There's a this and that. It's very much, the politicians have caught on that, oh, just push the Jesus stuff and you can basically get away with anything. Yeah, and
That's crazy, because I talked to somebody else from Zambia, and I don't know if it might have been you, who was talking about how the streets are not paved over, the electricity in most neighborhoods where people live doesn't work, but the preachers will fly in on their jets for Sunday service and then fly out back to the UK. Like, they don't even live where their churches are.
I don't think that was me, but like the electricity problem, you hit that right on the nail. Right, you hit that nail right on the head because yeah, most of the country is like in total darkness for most of the day. My sister in particular, they only have electricity 2 hours out of a whole day, and they don't even get to choose which 2 hours. It could be between 2 and 4 in the morning. It could be 4 and 6 in the afternoon. It's a mess. It's a literal mess, and yeah, they have all these politicians and church leaders blatantly playing in their faces, but because they need to stay meek and they need to stay faithful, they will receive their blessing in heaven or whatever mansion in heaven one day. That they've become so complacent. Yeah, and
Yeah,
unfortunately, you can
that's
see that everywhere.
right. And the exactly the brainwashing is, and it's it's pretty deep. When there's not an expectation for this thing that they've sold their souls to, to be these perfect examples of humans on the earth, of what they consider to be, moral superiority, but yet you have to live in darkness for 22 hours out of your day. The
Yep.
majority of your life is in darkness because this deity isn't providing, the resources for you to have light. And you don't live in the dark ages, like you don't live in the
Uh-huh.
bronze age. You're in a time where you should be able to have electricity, and
Uh-huh.
then you're preaching to people to give tithes, to give offering, to so that God can heal you or your children, or give you food or clothing. But the expectation isn't there for that to actually happen. But for some reason you keep giving, and they're able to fly in, preach this to you, and then fly out and live in the comfortableness of another home, and have electricity. And I think this is why they have what these junior pastors, because the senior pastor most likely doesn't live in Zambia.
I mean, I haven't lived in Zambia for close to 8 years now. But I visited back in 2023, 2024. So I can't necessarily speak to that. I will say that when I was still going to church, a lot of the preachers, because the church I grew up in was still relatively small. There were some, I guess by Zambian standards, mega churches, but nowhere near the mega churches here. So for those, I wouldn't be surprised because they already started sending their kids overseas for schooling because of course the schools are underfunded. Of course government school is a joke, you know. Meanwhile, like the average person has to go there because they have nowhere else to go. The politicians don't even bother sending their kids to Zambian universities because those shut down literally whenever, because nobody ever allocates enough funds for higher education. It's a whole mess. And I'm sure there might be somebody listening who's like, "Oh, but you left," blah 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 blah. It was kind of a fluke how that happened. I came for a job. I didn't even think it would happen, and it just sort of happened. And lucky enough for me, we found a nice place to get settled in a nice community, and I found my partner, and we got married, and he was raised non-religious, thank goodness. So yeah, he provided for me the environment that I never had growing up, where I could literally just let my guard down and be a person. So yeah, it's been a lot of work to do. For like 5 years, I really could not string a sentence or two together to like communicate my beliefs or my feelings on any like political issues or anything like that. I knew where I stood or what, but I was just so disconnected from everything I was raised to believe. Like I was completely lost. So I understand when people are like, I'm confused in my deconstruction journey. I don't know what I feel or think anymore and blah blah blah. I completely relate. And unfortunately it it takes the time it takes, but it also really, really helps if you have support, which I didn't have, just FYI. But yeah, I'm glad that a community like this exists that can help people in that position. But yeah, the church preachers, the politicians are playing in everybody's face. They don't even, they just ship their whole family abroad, and yeah, they don't bother with the country of Zambia much. You know,
Yeah.
they've made their
The
money.
Yeah, that was a young girl. I'm muting you because you're typing in all caps. If you want to talk about praise the Holy One in heavens, type it in lowercase. Um, the person that was telling me about the streetways, they was on that same panel. Vessel of Dishonor was on there. Do you know who Vessel is?
I might be familiar, but not really.
She's on the continent as well, but I think she might be in Ghana or Nigeria. I can't remember which one. But she was she went the entire fuck off on somebody from Zambia who was on here basically talking about how he doesn't have to worry about he was a preacher, and he was saying that it's not his responsibility that to worry about the fact that the Zambians want to give their money to the pastors. His only concern is if God answers his prayers. And she was telling him about a young Zambian. I may be saying it wrong. Zambian.
No, Zambian is perfect.
Okay, a young Zambian girl who had to sell her body to get a $1 American to buy some bread to feed her and her little brother. And the preacher said, that's not my responsibility. And he said it isn't God's responsibility. When I tell you Vessel cussed him the entire fuck out. But that's the mindset, right, of these preachers on the continent, because they're using this to get money. They're using this to feed themselves.
Yep. And of course, they do this. They're trying to convince people that they are actually, working to make these changes in their communities and so on. But of course, they're not, because they're only interested in making themselves rich. So they have to find somebody to blame, right? And who else are they going to blame? The gays, of course, they're going to blame the gays. They have no direct correlation to anything causing any of the suffering in Zambia, but just like here, it's always punching down on, the weakest people in the community. Mind you, it's very, very illegal to be gay in Zambia. So, like, they are not like openly gay people. There are gay people, but you have to be very, very, very careful about, yeah, how you live. And you have to like protect yourself above all else, because people will do horrendous shit to you. They'll beat you up, they'll, violate you. And sometimes it will be in public and people won't care. They'll be like, oh, well, he's gay. If he didn't want to be attacked, then maybe he shouldn't be gay. As if it's just a thing that you can, take off and put on whenever it's convenient. So, yeah. And of course, the population is eating it up because, yeah, they would rather a preacher gets their hard-earned money than admit that that's the person who's causing their problems, because that's the person who's actively taking money from their households. But no, it's easier to hate on the gay person because they like the same gender. Like, it's just, yeah, it's just
I
very
think
lazy.
the hate is the glue that holds them together. I don't think if they didn't have somebody to look down on, I don't think they would be able to hold it together the way that they are.
Yep.
But somebody in the comments, when I was talking about the little girl, somebody in the comments said, again, why are we blaming God for what humans do? But I like every time they ask that stupid ass question to me, it, all I hear is, I don't expect God to do anything. That's all I hear. Because even who no one is saying that the God caused the little girl to have to sell her body to feed herself and her little brother. She had to do it because there was no God to provide for her. The
Exactly.
God did if the God does exist, the God did not provide. You can say all day that man put these children in that position. Your God didn't take them out of it. No God showed up to feed the kids. That's the thing that we're talking about. Y'all always want to protect your God's image, and you're willing to do that at the sacrifice of other people. Especially, y'all are so quick to do it at the sacrifice of children. As long as your fat ass mouths are fed.
Yeah, it's insane. Excuse me. And it's so weird that they'll go to their favorite thing, like, oh, free will, this and that and blah blah blah. But where is the girl's free will? Like, she is clearly not in control of her situation. She's literally being forced to a point where she has to sell herself just so she and her brother don't starve. And then somebody is going to still be like, oh, well, maybe she should have not done that. But like, what else how else would she have gotten to not starve? How else would she have gotten money to not starve? They're so preoccupied with just the wrong things, because admitting the real problem would require them to take accountability, and they are not interested in doing that because they benefit too much from making other people suffer.
Like, they're asking this kid, asking us where this little girl's parents are while getting mad when we say, where's your fucking God? Where's your
Oh my
God?
God.
Where's your God? Next space. And you better not get in your feelings. Because if you can ask, where are the parents of a little girl who had to sell her body to feed herself and her little brother? Where is your God? That's your parent. That's your ultimate parent. Where he at? Where he at?
And it's so funny because I'm just going to take an educated guess as somebody who was once a child in Zambia, and say that her parents are probably dead. And I thought, God was the father of the fatherless, but he obviously isn't doing anything about it. But, it's still going to be the girl's problem. It's never the God's fault. They are literal children who are abandoned, and they have no other choice but to fend for themselves. Like, when it comes to the homelessness problem in Zambia, is like predominantly children, like kids, like teenagers and below, you know? And people are not like leaving infants out on the street, but there's like somewhere children get orphaned, and there aren't institutions like proper orphanages. Like, where would those funds come from to have such, such resources in communities? There's nothing for that. So the kids are winding up on the street, and they're having to do the most horrific shit to just be able to get a little bit of food in their tummies so they can, get some shut eye or whatever, if they even go to sleep, because a lot of the time will be too hungry to go to sleep. I know that because I grew up like that. I was hungry too. I was not unhoused, but I can't even tell you how many eviction notices we got because we didn't own the house we lived in. And life was always hard. We did the thing where you ate what you had and then you went to sleep so that you are not hungry again until the next day. Like that's what people, that's what, and that was like middle class. That wasn't, my situation wasn't even like the worst. That's the middle class where people are basically like having to go to sleep, forcing themselves to go to sleep because there's nothing else to eat. You can't afford to be awake because being awake requires energy, and energy requires food, and you can't afford food. And now the electricity thing is really, really bad. Even if you can afford food, it better not be perishable because everything is going to go to waste. So it's just, yeah,
So fucked up.
all kinds
Did
of
did
fucked up.
people try to shame you for leaving?
Constantly. I told my sister in 2021, I told her that I was no longer a Christian. So I was like, I had worked myself up into a whole panic attack just at the thought of telling her. Mind you, this is me being 7,000 miles away from where she is. But she surprised me, and she was really supportive. She didn't ask too many questions because she gave off very much the impression that she didn't want to know why I wasn't a Christian anymore. And she has since never asked me. If anything, she just sort of like talks around it. Yeah, so she knows I told her, but she's never really like acknowledged it. I do appreciate that she doesn't send me scriptures and stuff anymore. And I think because it had strained our relationship a lot for a while, so she has at least gotten to a point where I guess our relationship is more important than her beliefs. I don't know if she would ever say that, admit it, but just her doing that is showing me that she's at least willing to take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And like you telling me that made me wonder if she's in survival mode. Like if her willingness to accept this internalized misogyny and play the role is survivor mode for her.
I think it very much is. Just speaking as somebody who was forced to live at survival mode every day of my life until I yeah, got lucky enough to leave. So I don't blame her for a lot of it,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
because I know, a lot of it is just baked in the trauma that made her the person who she is today. She's still going to be the hurt teenage girl who's trying to win back her mother's love, get some forgiveness for a crime that she doesn't even know she committed. But yeah, that's just like that's how bad her relationship with her mom was because it was my aunt was scary. Like she's been dead since 2009. She died when I was 16, but if I dream of her today, it's not going to be a good dream. Like I will physically wake up with a stomach ache. That's how much she terrified me. And that's
Damn.
because she was a good Christian. So she did all things right by the Bible, by the church, and that's why she was like a horrible, just emotional, like presence to be around. She was terrifying.
I was thinking about my dad yesterday. My grandson and my granddaughter woke up, and when I tell you my grandson looked just like my dad, I have a picture of my dad as a kid, and when he looked just like my dad. His hair is not braided right now, so even the little afro he has all dry and prickly, like he looked just like my daddy on this picture, and I'm looking at both of them play in the living room, and I just bust out crying because my dad and his sister had the hardest life from their birth to the day they died. And they both were murdered. Like my dad was killed by a drunk driver, and his sister was murdered by a guy in the house.
Oh
But
my God.
my grandparents were horrible to them. Like, horrible. And I'm looking at my grandkids, and I see my dad and his sister, and I just bust out crying because like why, you know what I'm saying, for kids that young to go through the shit that they went through, and like, and they're where was the God, you know what I'm saying? That's
Exactly.
all I could think about. And I grabbed my grandson. Well, actually, he saw me crying, and he came up to me and he said, hug. And I picked him
Oh.
up and he laid on my shoulder. And I just hugged him and I just cried. And it almost felt like I was hugging my dad as a kid. Like the love that he did not get when he was my grandson's age. It felt like I was giving my dad that love. And like it just, I don't know how a person can look at children suffering and think like, oh, it's their fault for having the parents that they had, while also believing in an all powerful God who loved you so much that he killed himself for you. Like, I don't get that shit. I don't get
Right.
it.
Yeah, that's so heartbreaking and beautiful. And I like to believe that, in some weird way you are comforting your dad, and it's so sad, but and it's the parents who, they probably had nothing else but the Bible and but the church. So as far as they are concerned, that was the best they were doing. That was them giving
Yeah.
their best. Meanwhile, their children are literally terrified of them. Like the thought of your parents should not make you have nervous sweats. I don't care what, yeah, it's really, really heartbreaking.
Yeah, I agree. And it is, difficult to have that empathy and remember that they were just doing what they were taught, and then not be angry at the people who indoctrinated them with this, right? Because I feel like they stole a lot of lives.
They
They
did.
stole a lot of lives for greed.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Fee.
Morning,
When,
Fee.
Morning, good morning. When we talk about this, specifically when we talk about like the damage that Christianity has done across this globe, I think I know myself. I oftentimes think of like the Crusades and the things that are pretty well known. We don't. Well, I don't oftentimes think about what you guys are talking about right now. I know it exists, right? But I think that's why these spaces are so important, because you lose sight of the little bodies and the little minds that were impacted and were created in these environments. Like when we think about what we know about epigenetics, how the egg that made me was in my mother when my grandmother was pregnant with my mother, right? And all of the environments of my grandmother's household, the food that she ate, the stress that she was under, the way that she was treated, all of those things lead to who we are. So it's almost like the impacts of these belief systems and the impact of being like a good Christian woman to a child that leaves that child terrified, and scared to even look in the wrong direction starts so long before we are even conceived. So the impact of this belief system and the way that this God is present everywhere. He's omnipresent. So he was there in my grandmother's home, where these belief systems were shaping all of her environment. He was there, in my mother's home at the same, in the same regard, watching all of this, just sitting back, looking at it play out. And believers think at the same time that he's there, he knows all, he sees all, he witnesses every single thing. He doesn't have the limitations that we have as humans. He doesn't have anything stopping him from reaching his, I guess, invisible, powerful hand to protect a child from being abused. There's nothing stopping him from raining down manna from heaven in the Bible, but he can't do it now. So I often think of the psychological damage that's done when you're indoctrinated to only rely on, pray to, depend on, lean on, think of, love the very thing that's forsaking you. And you're taught to believe that it will never forsake you while it is forsaking you. You have to say those words while actively experiencing the opposite. That has to do something to your mind. That has to create this schism, if you will, of some sort
to be able to deal with it, or that, the gaslighting that people have to do to themselves every day. Thinker brought tears to my eyes just now talking about her grandson, because it is hard to remember in the times that you were dealing with the fallout of what people have done to you, either intentionally or through neglect, that they are a product of their environment as well. I was watching this TikTok the other day it was really long, but it was really good. But the biggest takeaway was that when we talk to people about, or when we look at our family members, or we talk to people about different things that they believe, if we experience the life that they experienced every single moment of their life, and we were equipped with their mental faculties, then we would see things the way that they do as well. And it's hard to remember that. Like you were saying that Thinkers, your father and his sister's grandparents were horrible people. They were horrible people because of what was done to them to become horrible people. And when we look at like the layers and the chains that lead back as far as we can even remember, they also believe that God was there for every single one of those moments too, and did nothing to protect the people that became the individuals that perpetuated so much harm. So when people talk about, oh, humans are doing this to humans, you're right. They are. They're not feeding. They're being greedy. They're not, taking care of the people that are under their charge. But we're all under God's charge. So if we can look at humans and say, well, they should be responsible because they're the ones that brought these people into the world. They're the ones that, decided to have these children. Your God decided to make all of this. So why is it that we are the only ones responsible for any of this, and this God gets absolutely none? That's asinine to me. And it breaks my heart when I think about a child having to go to sleep because they're hungry. Like, this God has the ability to feed everybody with no loss to himself, and he doesn't. That's heartbreaking.
And they always bring up the fact that he fed 5,000 and he fed 4,000, and he only did that so you would be on TikTok in 2025 talking about it.
Right.
Because when has he ever done it again? If you believe he did this in this book, when has he done that again? Like a God that only uses his power to show his power so that you would bow down to it is a worthless God.
Yep. Like it breaks my heart. Like, and it's everywhere, right? Like it's not nearly as bad in most of the states, as what you were just describing. Specifically with I didn't even hear when that story you were talking about, Thinker, where about the little girl who had to sell herself for $1. I didn't hear that live, and I'm glad she did go off, because why would a little girl have to do that? Why would anybody have to do that when they serve a God that they claim has no limits? That's the piece that's the dissonance that I don't get. Like the fact that a pastor's flying in from the UK to preach to people who can't even, that don't have enough food to eat. And he has to be doing it for his
Or
financial gain.
electricity.
Right?
Like he know they don't have electricity. She said the streets aren't even paved. Like the streets are still like dirt, like rocky. And the living conditions are not up to par, and so they know this, so they don't even live in Zambia, and they flying in on jets to take money from people who don't really have it.
And God sits back and watches that. And then the ones that'll come and, well, God doesn't approve of that. Well, clearly he does. If not in like with just blatant, stamp of approval, he clearly is okay with allowing it to continue and to perpetuate, and these children to continue to go hungry. If not, he would have stopped it. Because if you tell me he has the power to do a thing, that's the same way. If you can tell me that there are no ethical billionaires, there are no ethical gods either. Because even billionaires have limits. It would, in our economic system, it would take them a couple of lifetimes, if not more, to spend all the money that they have. But God doesn't even need that to fix the issues. He can do it without resources. He is the resource. Why not fix it? But we're supposed to believe that there are no limits to what he can do. Like, no.
Anna, did you have anything else?
Not really. I agree 1000% with everything that you've said, that Fee has said. Yeah, there's the obvious damage that religion has done, but there's the stuff that happens every day that we're talking about it now, but we definitely should be talking about it more because
Yes.
yeah, people are in a horrible state and nobody deserves to exist like that. And this is just going to keep happening because we're doing a very good job of passing on the trauma because we keep passing on the Bible, passing down the Bibles because people don't have anything to leave their kids but the Bible, unfortunately. And that just makes them stay stuck in a type of thinking that continues to make them vulnerable to people trying to take advantage of them. I assure you, my grandmother gave her very last coins that she had. She, much like my aunt, basically worked herself to death too, like most people. Yeah, but she, whatever coins she could scrape up, they went to her bishop. Yeah, so yeah, I've said most of what I needed to say. So yeah, I'm I'm happy to go back down.
That I before you go, I don't know if you saw the video. There was, and I think I talked about this maybe a couple days ago. There was a video of a white pastor in a church. I think he was in Haiti, and he was talking to his congregation about how the Haitians will scrape up money just to bring it to them to tithe and offering, do tithe and offering, and they'll even steal from he said they'll even steal from the Mexicans to bring it in here. And he said it doesn't matter to me how they get it as long as they bring it in here. Like, did you see that video? It went viral on TikTok earlier this
I
year.
did not. I did not, but that's very on brand. Very on brand for, yeah, a Christian leader. I'm not even surprised.
It made me so mad. And it's like, how can people see this and just be like, oh, that's the devil, that's not God, and not question like why your God hasn't stopped it, and that your free will is so important to your God that He allows all that to happen because He wants you in heaven. It's like other people are the sacrifice for you to go to heaven.
Absolutely. And it's so scary. So scary.
Yeah. Yep. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Anna. It was a great conversation. You got us over the hump. I will say that. So thank you.
My pleasure. I took an antibiotic right at 4 when my husband left for his Fed job. So that's how his life is going right now. But
You said
yeah,
a
so I'm
third
I'm
job?
tired again. No, Fed. He works
Oh,
for
okay.
the federal government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's having to wake up at ungodly hours to get to work because yeah, he just has to be in the office every day, I guess. Even though they
Because of
proved
the
that people could
shutdown.
work perfectly fine. Yeah. He's in disaster management, so I guess they are still having to go in. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm probably supposed to be taking a nap again. My throat is starting to feel strained. So thank you so much for having me up here. And I'm happy to have helped get over the hump. Yeah, it was honestly a pleasure being up here. And as always, I appreciate so much what you do and what this community means to so many people. And I hope it keeps growing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I hope you feel better. Get some
Me
rest
too.
and
Me too.
all right. Have a good rest of
Thank
the.
you.
Is it
Thank you.
daytime? Oh, yeah, you're in the U.S. Yeah. Have a good rest of the
I
morning. You're
am.
welcome.
Eastern time, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. You
Have a
as
good
well.
rest of the day. All
I would
right.
feel better.
Thank you, Fee. You too. I mean, you have a good day too.
Let's see. I got you. Fee, I have some amazing news.
What you got?
You remember Lightbird with the parrot, the Cracker Jack parrot, Cracker Jacker?
Uh-huh.
Um, she can walk again.
Really?
Yeah, she had surgery last week, and now she can walk again. But she said that she can only do like walk a little bit now, and so she's in physical therapy. She has an in-home occupational therapist, I think is what they call it, uh, that to help get her mobility back up. But yep, she can walk again.
That is such good news.
Yeah,
I'm can't imagine how her life is going to change. That's so great. I'm so happy for
yeah,
her.
yeah.
Nakina said nephew is out of ICU. He's still,
Okay, so they
yeah.
did move them.
They moved him. They're still waiting for him to do get a little bit more responsive, but they're moving to the next phase of treatment. So I texted her yesterday, and when I woke up this morning, she had sent an update.
Okay, thank you for updating. I was telling them yesterday. She told me yesterday that they were gonna do it in the next day or two,
Hmm.
and that they were weaning him off the medication. And she said that he wasn't responding to the medication.
Yeah.
So are they like the next stage of treatment is a different type of medication, or
Yeah, I think
did
the
she?
first
Okay,
treatment was the plasmapheresis. I'm not sure what the second one was. I didn't get all the details of that, but they're starting that to hopefully get him responding soon. But he'll talk here or there. He'll say things to like the nurses or to Nikina. I was telling her it was like the sweetest thing. When I was there, they were giving him occupational therapy for the first or physical therapy for the first time, and she was on the phone, and he wasn't really responding to the lady. But when he heard her voice, his little head turned to find her. I was like, he knows his mama. I was like, it just. And I'm sitting like that. That's why I was texting you or Christina. I'm like, I am not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. But when he saw her, and then or I think it was before that, when she walked to the side of his bed, he wasn't saying much, but he did tell her he loved her. I was like, and that just that's that touches my heart. Like, so yeah, I'm glad to hear that he's moved out of ICU, and I know she's got to be exhausted, because being in a hospital and staying there is absolutely exhausting. So I'm checking on her. I know I can't go up this weekend, and we're going to the trip next weekend. But if I'm gonna try to get back up there and spend some time with both of them again as soon as I can.
are you not far from her or
It's about
how?
it took me about 2.5 hours to get there. But
Okay,
it's up there in the DMV area. It's always traffic. So if it were just without traffic, it would probably take me about maybe an hour 45, 2 hours. But with traffic, it's about 2.5 to get there. It took me about 3 to get back because it was an accident.
okay, okay. Well, I'm glad that you're close by and she doesn't have to go through it alone. Same thing for like G Spots has not been feeling well. I messaged her. She and I are in the same city, so I messaged her and told her if she needs anything, any errands ran or anything like that, to let me know. I think I can't pronounce the illness that she has, but she's
Hmm.
been in a lot of chronic pain
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
she told me about that. That broke my heart too because she's such a sweetheart, and always leads with so much positivity, even on her lives. The believers and Christians are like, she's like, tell me one good thing or tell me something you like. And I love that about
Yes.
her. Yeah. So I really hope she gets to feeling better soon.
Yeah. Me too. Next space. How are you?
I'm good.
How old are you? I saw your comment. Um,
36.
okay, which topic are you trying to challenge for your title?
Um, I guess I see the prompt. There's a lot of good ones. Let me see. It's not really. I don't think it's up there. Basically, my point was him not intervening in every bad situation. Like you were saying about the girl that had to sell for herself for $1. Like, where was he and why he didn't stop it? And
Well, I guess the topic that you could choose it would be if God is not a genie, then why do I need him? Or Job's faith versus faith today. That would be where what you want to talk about falls in one of those topics.
oh yeah,
Which one do you want to do?
we could go for if God's not a genie.
Okay. Go ahead. You can finish what you were saying.
Yeah, it's yeah, no, that was basically why I wanted to interject out. Like, I'm like, well, I mean, if he were to interject in every bad situation, there would be like no chance for a comeback story. Like we all gonna fall, and bad things going to happen, and but that also gives us a chance to heal, to build ourselves back up, and to come back and have a comeback story. So I think that would defeat the purpose of purpose.
Who needs a comeback story?
Um, I'm not saying. I mean, I think we all do, and not
Why?
necessarily to show others that one bad thing or two or three or a lifetime of bad things won't can't and won't defeat you. Some people
But you do
sometimes
realize if bad things didn't happen, comeback stories would be unnecessary.
yeah, but if
Like if
that
your God didn't allow bad things, right, to test y'all so that He could feel loved by you, comeback stories wouldn't be necessary.
nah, that's understandable. But I look at it. Of course, when I say that to myself, it goes like, okay, now, but if um he stopped every bad thing from happening, he would one have to stop everything bad from happening. But before that, he will have to take away everything that's capable of doing a bad thing. I'm pretty sure everybody in this live on this panel, we have made a mistake. And if we gonna put God in this category of this all powerful, the way there's the way the Bible frames it, all powerful, all knowing. But I think the way everybody thinking about it and want him to interfere, that would be like a different type of all knowing and all powerful. Basically, the day you made your first lie or you stole your first thing, boom, justice. So not only would he have to take away all the bad things from happening, he would have to take away everybody or anything that is capable of bad. And that
I
would
mean,
just
you guys are literally aiming to go to eternal life with Him, where no bad can happen. If He can have this no bad world in eternal life, He could have had it now. That's what you want anyway.
no,
Like that
def,
doesn't make any
def,
sense. That's what
no,
you're aiming for.
no, definitely. But I guess what I'm saying is, while this we'll call this the AKA grace period, where he's giving humanity a chance to choose which path do they want before that day comes.
Again, His choice, the His desire or need for you to choose Him, is worth all of this suffering to Him. Right? If He wanted a world where people just worshipped Him, He should have just created that. Like that's all y'all are aiming for in the first place. And then like for you to say that He would have to like get rid of all the people who does bad, like He had no problem sending His chosen people into Canaan to get rid of all the people who did bad according to y'all.
I mean, even the people he sent still end up messing up.
It doesn't matter. Like that makes it even worse that He killed people. He put murder in the hands of other humans to get rid of other humans who He said was doing bad. right? But let those humans live while they were doing bad. He just showed favoritism to this type of bad, and got rid of that type of bad because they were different.
But
But he doesn't have a problem getting rid of the bad that he doesn't want on earth. And typically, the bad your God doesn't want on earth is diversity. That's typically the bad your God doesn't want on earth,
can you
because there's
expand on
nothing
that?
there's nothing in this book that explicitly says the Canaanites were sacrificing their children. But there are explicit statements in this book that says the Israelites were sacrificing their children, that the Israelites were the ones who built the altar to Melech, the Tophet to Melech. Your God didn't genocide them. Your God sent the Israelites into Canaan to genocide the Canaanites because they worshiped other gods, and they had different statutes and different culture.
And also, genociding of people is punishing them, and I'm assuming, and doing so for the purpose of them uh, sacrificing their children. Like, I'm going to punish you for killing your children by killing everybody else. That makes as much sense as beating a child for hitting their sibling. Like, the job that this belief system has done to the minds of people that believe in it is insane to me. Because thinker, you were of course saying the very thing that I was going to say. Why do y'all push back against us every single time we posit the world that you are hoping for? All we're saying is stop, get this God. If he's all powerful and he's everywhere, then have him stop letting children be harmed. Feed the children that are praying to him, that believe wholeheartedly that he is capable of doing the thing that y'all say he can do. But when we posit a world where people don't hurt each other, oh no, God can't have that. Why? According to y'all, that's the very thing that he wants. We're just saying push it along, press the fast forward button. But no, he has to have this world where he's manufactured need for him. If the people's needs are met, if the people are not hungry, if the people are housed and they're safe, then there's no need to rely on this God to one day bring the very thing that he's capable of giving them right now. He's created this loop where you don't even think about what you're doing or what you're praying for or even what you're praying to, because the very thing you're asking for, when people, to Thinker's point, when people who don't believe in this God, diversity, say, hey, we should be doing that, nope, he can't do that, when it's the very thing you want. Make that make sense.
He definitely, I get your point on diversity. He definitely gave us diversity, because without diversity, we wouldn't have this live right now. Because
What?
I don't even
um,
think you know what I have no idea what that is.
this is diversity.
What?
You get to choose. You're choosing to not believe. You're choosing to deconstruct. He's giving you that diversity to think for yourself.
That's not diversity, next. And people don't choose beliefs, right? Can you choose to believe that you are standing right outside my bedroom right now? You can choose to believe it, but that doesn't make it real. We don't choose our beliefs. We believe the things we've been convinced of. And that's not diversity. We're talking about the fact that your God discriminates. If you are not a Hebrew in the Bible, if you're not a part of that particular tribe, he didn't give a shit about you. You were up
Yeah,
for grabs.
but that was at a certain point of time. I mean, it was
Yeah,
not.
it's at
It,
this,
yeah,
it's
that
at
was a
this
certain
time as
point of
well.
time.
It's still the case. Does he not plan on burning people who don't believe in him?
I would say choose.
It doesn't matter if you say choose. Does he not plan on burning people who
Because
do not
you
choose to
could have
believe
some,
in him?
you have people that believe, like the priest in Haiti. He said whoever, and that's crazy. I encountered the last time I was at this church. That's the same type of pastor I encountered, and that automatically set something off to me. Like, oh, these young guys, they're getting money, and if they want to bring it to my church, they can do that. And I had to learn that. And I had went through this whole kind of little rabbit hole of, God, why would you allow this? I was bought in. I was 10 toes. I mean, I served at the church. Like I see my fair share of pure evil at the church. Like, but I'm not gonna blame one rotten apple or rotten apples or people that choose to use his name
Okay, you're
for
you're going on
evil.
to something else. You're going to something else. We were not talking about that. We are talking about the fact that your God still plans on burning people who don't believe in him.
I mean, I really don't got no answer for that, to be honest.
Cause it's true.
No,
Of
yeah, it's
course,
true. Like
it's
if
true that
you choose not to, you choose
your
not
God
to.
is not about diversity. Your God doesn't respect the beliefs of other people.
So okay, so
Your
you have a
God wants
let's
to
okay,
hold
okay.
on. Your God wants to stomp out diversity of thought. The very fact in the beginning, your God didn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He didn't even want diversity of thought there. He only wanted the humans to think what he thought was good, to do what he thought.
His I think his purpose there was for them to choose him freely. Not necessarily he didn't want them to know good and evil, but if I'm talking to somebody and another guy on your line, if I have to chase you to chase me, you don't willingly want me.
That's what he's doing. Even just the fact of him testing them. If you're saying that he withheld this knowledge from them because he wanted to test to see if he was going to choose them, he is the type of man that I would fucking run away from because he would withhold things that I need in order to make me
But he
prove
didn't
my
withhold.
love.
He didn't.
Yes, he did. He withheld the knowledge of good and evil.
He didn't. They
As a,
still got
yes, did he
access to
give it
it.
to them? No, no, and he punished them for it.
You chose another man. Why would I?
Cause he,
Why
what the
would I?
fuck do you mean? That's like saying I'm not gonna feed you. I'm not gonna feed you unless you prove to me that you are willingly with me for me and not for fucking food because you hungry. Like you are the type of man that I would fucking run away from. You're insecure as fuck.
How is that insecure?
What do you
You
mean?
didn't choose me.
If
Why
you
would? Why? What do
what
I
the
owe you?
fuck
You
do you
don't choose
mean?
me.
Could he not wait to see if they fucking choose him without
He
withholding
did.
the knowledge? No, the fuck he didn't. He orchestrated a fucking test. He did not wait. He set them up to see if they would choose him according to you. That is some insecure ass shit.
How's that insecure when the angels betrayed him? He did, and then he didn't stop right there. He didn't say, "Well, the angels betrayed me." He went
Wait,
and
is
did
this
his own. Hold
Strive?
on,
Because
hold
you
on, hold
sound
on.
like you
Hold
whining.
on.
Is
Can
this
I just want
wait?
to get this thought
No,
out?
I want to know: am I talking to Strive or is this joke? Because you sound like you whining when you talk, and I only know two people that whine when they talk. That is Strive and that is joke.
Well, now you know three.
I ain't trying to whine. I'm just trying to get out my point. I don't like when the conversations when we get all riled
I
up.
want to know: are you either of those people?
Nah, I don't know who those people are. I just started
Okay.
doing this MySpace live thing, and
You
I
sound
could.
like you about to cry for Jesus. Like you sound like you
Nah,
about to
bro.
cry for.
Like
Oh yes,
the
you
point
do.
where now you trying to emasculate
You
me,
no what no
bro. I'm
wait
trying to keep
you
my
hold on you
What?
composure.
tagged me
I'm
wait
trying
you
to grow up. I'm trying to
no
grow up and keep my
homie
composure.
hey homeboy you tagged me in the comments right thinker I'm in here because I hear you challenge faith that I want you to challenge my faith now you up here about to cry
I'm
like
not about to cry,
don't that
bro.
you sound like you about to cry this is what you asked for in the comments this is what you asked for did you not
You'll have to come off mute. Stop talking while she's talking.
I'm just trying to get
did
my
you
thought out.
is this not what you asked me for in the comments
Yeah, but I'm trying to get my thought out to say something.
the whining is ridiculous. Like we can have a conversation. I don't care if you get passionate, but damn, like you sound like you
I'm
about to
not
cry.
trying to
Like
yell
I
while
feel
I'm
like I
mad.
need to
That's
step
all. I
back.
don't need to
Like I'm
yell.
finna break your back or
I
some
just
shit.
told you, bro. Stop talking while she's talking.
Go ahead.
Oh. He made us. Okay, he orchestrated that. But one from that, I can say he's not a hateful or vengeful God because he made the angels. They chose to oppose him. He didn't stop creating. He didn't have one child, a defective child, and say, "Oh, well, I'm not gonna create anything else." Now he made us, Lord and the angels, and he orchestrated. He orchestrated that. He set us up. He wanted to see if we would be obedient to him that he created. He didn't have to create us.
Did your God learn that obedience was a thing when the angels did it? Like, did he not fucking know? Did he not test the angels? Like, your God sounds like a human. It's not like a human male with low self esteem and insecurity and jealous and ignorant. That's what your God sounds like. Like, he lacks knowledge, right? He wants to pretend like he has it. He wants to make sure nobody else has it so everybody can still think that he's smart. That's what it sounds like to me. And then he wants to force people to think that he's great through violence. Good morning, Dr.
Well,
B.
I mean, he didn't. He set it up. We got the knowledge now. We got the knowledge of good and evil. So now, why would he take away
Do you
the?
thank Satan for that, or do you thank your God for it? Who? Because you didn't get
Why
it
would I?
because of your God. You didn't get the knowledge of good and evil because of your God. You got the knowledge of good and evil through rebellion, through disobedience.
And look what it cost us.
What did it cost you? The ability for you to know when something is good
Kids
or
getting
bad?
insane.
Your
Kids getting
God,
killed. Everybody going.
no.
Everybody.
You do realize that having the knowledge of good and evil does not mean that you do good or evil. It means you recognize it. It means you are able to call a thing a thing. Just because Adam and Eve lacked the ability to call something good or to call something bad does not mean they could not do good or bad. It doesn't mean that your God couldn't command them to do something good or bad. It just means they wouldn't fucking know that it was good or bad. You do realize that your body still does shit even though you lack knowledge.
And the reality is, they were able to successfully not eat from the tree. They did good until the serpent was introduced. So, can we not pretend that humans are incapable of doing good things? Like, y'all have been fed this story so long and so thoroughly that you don't even think through what you're saying. To Thinker's point, the only reason you know the difference between good and evil right now is credited to the serpent. If your God had his way, you'd still be a robot in Eden, just doing what you're told, not knowing whether what that thing, if that thing is good or if that thing is bad, because that's the position that your God wants you in. Y'all kill me because you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Thinker.
If he
No, go
wanted
ahead.
that position, we would have it.
It's so funny because neither did white supremacy want you to have rights. But you know why you have them? Rebellion. White supremacy didn't want you to have education. You have it because of rebellion. White supremacy didn't want you to have insurance. Rebellion. Homes. Rebellion. Jobs. Rebellion.
So who's the enemy, God or white supremacy?
Both.
The difference.
Exactly. That's what's the difference.
You describe one, you describe the other, because both are about control. Both are about subjugation. In this, throughout the Old Testament, this God does nothing but destroy people who are not his chosen people. He tells you that those people, they can be your slaves for life. Own them and pass them on to your children. Y'all talk about this God as though he is this loving, caring, compassionate, kind, providing deity that we have not seen demonstration of. And then when we ask you for demonstration of it because you say he possesses the qualities, oh, that's not his responsibility. Then I'll ask you what the entire fuck is.
I mean, we all woke up this morning.
That's because I had to pee. That has nothing to do with your God. Like, y'all say that all the time. My bladder is what wakes me up. I'm 51 years old.
Oh
If
my God.
and also, don't wake me up. I've got an alarm clock for that. Feed those babies. Feed the ones that are hungry. Feed the ones that believe in you. I don't even need you to take care of me. I don't believe you're real. You haven't done shit for me, but you haven't done shit for them and they still believe in you. Go take care of them.
So what's your purpose?
Exactly what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Like, what are you talking
Exactly
about?
what the fuck I'm doing right now.
So
You
you
claim your God. Did your God give you a purpose? Next space. Your God woke you up this morning, and gave you a purpose.
yeah.
You still trying to figure that shit out.
Nah, it gave me a purpose.
What's your purpose?
True religion.
To your purpose is religion.
The jeans?
True
Jeans?
religion. True
The
religion.
jeans?
That's what I
He
said.
gave you jeans? I used to work at True Religion in Las Vegas.
Nah,
I
not
didn't have to serve God for that.
all right, comedian. When I say true religion, I mean to help out
The jeans.
the kids you complaining about,
How many have you
and the
helped?
widows.
How many widows and orphans have you helped?
I mean, the
Weird
last time
complaining
I went
about.
out to, I stay in Miami, and from every 2 to 3 months, I go feed the homeless. And that's on
Wait, I said
volunteer. That's no,
widows and orphans. Widows aren't home. Just because they're widows, don't make them homeless.
no.
Orphans. Don't.
There's
I asked how many widows and orphans have you helped? I didn't ask you about the unhoused. How
oh
many widows and how many orphans have you helped?
two widows.
Two. So your whole purpose in your life was to help two widows.
I mean, I just got started.
You. Oh my gosh. I cannot.
I'm like, what you want from me, bruh?
I
Like,
cannot.
You just
bruh,
saying shit.
I'm literally trying my best, bruh. Y'all would have checked me down like I'm a 20-year-old
No, right
pastor.
there
I'm
you
not
go with
there
the
yet.
fucking whining. You came in here asking for this. You fucking called me. You tagged me. Challenge my faith. I hear you challenge faith. That's what I want. Now you whining about it.
I'm not whining, bro. I don't want to be
You
loud
are
behind
You
the
quite
mic,
whining.
literally
You are
are, dude.
whining.
bruh.
Red.
I'm trying to be respectful. I ain't trying to talk crazy because I just don't want to be that type of person, bruh.
There's no way that was your intention when you said the children y'all are complaining about.
Yeah, cause I get tired of. I ain't gonna lie. I get
What
tired of
child did
this.
we complain about?
Listen, bro. I don't even know where you coming from. Like, let me talk to her and anybody else on the
Hey, you
panel.
don't get
But
to do that. Hey,
no,
you don't
that's
get to do
fine. That's
that.
fine. But I'm sick and tired of. I'm sick and tired of it too. I'm sick and tired of. There's holes that God hasn't filled yet. There's understanding I still haven't gotten yet. But I'm not gonna sit there and then bicker and crab. I'm gonna try my best to go out there and do something.
Thank you for the two people, the two widows that you have helped, and I hope you ain't saying you helped them with your gift because
Who
girl,
has
you
you
ain't
helped?
shit.
Who
Like
has
what
you
the fuck
helped?
do you mean,
Who
motherfucker?
have
You
you
can
Who
helped?
Google, you
has
can
you
Google
helped?
my ass. You can Google my ass.
All right,
I
I
can
got
help right
Google.
now.
I got
Hey,
Google
tip.
open.
I don't even
I
have to
got
fucking
Google open,
I don't
sis.
even have to fucking
Hush.
I got
list
Google
shit
open,
out.
sis.
Hush.
Shut the fuck up. I don't even have to fucking list shit out. There are people in this live right now who I've helped.
You said
Right,
Google.
right now to this fucking day.
I'm on Google,
This
sis.
at this very fucking moment.
You gotta chill out.
You sitting up here talking about two motherfucking widows. I helped my brother set up a food program where we feed 3,000 kids a fucking day. I established a program with Google to help black and brown entrepreneurs get funding for their fucking businesses. I wrote a book to help women who went through domestic violence like my ass did get their power back. I can't even think about all the shit that I've done. I built a program for the elderly during COVID to help them get groceries during COVID and the medicines that they need, and connected them with volunteers to call them once a week so they didn't fucking feel lonely in my fucking state. I've been places your ass haven't. And then, like I said, there are people that I help to this fucking day on this goddamn live. Fuck you mean?
I don't know. They love to speak very boldly from ignorance. You can come off mute now that she's giving you the layout.
Granted, yeah, that was
Two
at it.
widows.
I don't know thinker from this tick. I only know thinker from this TikTok, and I probably tuned in a handful of times. But if that's the type of time you on, like, I aspire to be something like you. I mean, our beliefs might not be in line, but if you out there putting in work 10 toes, I can respect that definitely.
But don't you think it's interesting that you have an example that Thinker can set as a human to strive for in this real world that we share, but you don't for your God? And Thinkers, all of her efforts were constrained by her resources. Your God doesn't have such constraints, but you don't have that expectation of him. And I think that's the most damaging thing that's a byproduct of this religion, that you've been conditioned to believe, and we all were conditioned to believe, that this God is the ultimate provider. There's nothing he cannot do, yet you have zero expectation of him doing anything. He is that unethical billionaire. He set the actual template for the ones that live in the world that we live in. If maybe Musk, for example, say you knew him and there was a need in your community, would you think it's crazy for him to look at you and say, "Hey, what are you going to do?" Because he has the resources. He can push a button and the issues be taken care of immediately. He has the resources for that. A couple of people on this planet do. But your God has even more than them, and you don't have an expectation for him to feed children. What kind of mindset do you think that you have to simultaneously hold those two belief systems? And who does it benefit and who does it harm for millions upon millions upon millions of people to hold that same benefit? And the answer is that it harms the children. Because while y'all are sitting back praying to a God that you've convinced yourself can do anything, yet you see that he does absolutely nothing. Those babies are hungry.
Well, I definitely, I can get that. And the more babies that are hungry, the more mouths we gotta feed, more soldiers we need, more boots we need on the ground. So, I mean, the more, like, Thinker, she just literally inspired me. Like, I was locking in, but definitely gonna lock in a lot more. And hopefully, how she inspired me today to do more. Necessarily, we might not agree on beliefs in God, but yeah, I definitely gotta step it up. And hopefully that inspires somebody else and lets kids go hungry.
I don't think that you realize that you are saying that you have to do the work. You.
No, I realize it. I
Do
realize it.
you?
Yeah.
Do you? Because all like the fact of the matter, you came in here right saying that you wanted your faith challenged about your God. When we were talking about the little girl that had to sell her body for $1 to for $1 American to get some fucking bread to feed her and her little brother, what did you put in the chat? What was your response?
No, that my response in the chat wasn't directly to what was said. Remember, there's I
What
think
what
there's
what 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 response am I talking about? Which one are
no
you making an excuse
the
for?
only thing I said or probably said twice was, why do we blame God
Nope,
for the
not
evil
that
of
one.
man?
Not
What I
that one.
said.
Not that one. The one you're making an excuse for. Which one do you think?
To be honest, on that subject, I wouldn't even play like that. My mom and
What
my
what
mom and
did
my
you
aunt
say in the chat?
say what I said. Obviously, I don't remember.
Right, but you making an excuse for something that you don't even remember saying.
So say
Your
it.
response was, where are her parents?" That was your response.
Yeah, where
for
her
for
parents
somebody
at?
for somebody for somebody up here whose purpose is to help orphans, your fucking response was, where are her parents? While we are saying that a God allowed that to happen, a God didn't feed that child, a God didn't protect that child. That child had to take it upon herself, sell her body so her and her little brother can eat. And do you fucking think if she had parents that she would be having to do that?
So you trying to say ain't no shitty parents out here?
If she had parents, do you think she would have had to do that?
I didn't have context of the whole story. I was just asking
Yes,
a
the fuck you
question.
did. Yes, the fuck you did. You was in here when we were talking about it, and your response was, "Where are her parents?" After you said so, again, we
Because that's
blaming
shifting
God.
all the
And
responsibility.
you
That's
stated,
shifting
you
all the
commented,
responsibility.
stop.
Yeah,
You
go ahead.
commented that. You commented that after you commented. So we blaming God for stuff humans do.
Yeah,
So you knew exactly why you commented that about where are her parents. And then you get up here and with this old faux humbleness,
What for humbleness?
this faux humbleness
I'm trying.
about
I
of
don't
you
even
wanting to
listen.
feed
I'm
the
not even.
bro,
children.
I'm just
bro.
trying.
This faux humbleness, this faux humbleness of you pretending that you so worried about these children that go hungry with the two widows that you supposedly helped.
No, I was challenging the
That
logic of the.
I still ain't convinced that in the back of your head you are claiming two women that you fucked as the widows that you helped.
That's disgusting. That's something
It is
disgusting to
what it
say.
is. It is
I
what
would
it is.
never. I would never do that.
What'd you do for the widows?
Take them to the grocery store. Sit down, talk with them. Take them on walks. Work out with them. Fix the plants. Take whatever they need in the house. Sometimes it's just I just go chill with them. Sometimes they just be by themselves.
Nigga, this sound like you dating them.
That
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally
he's
sounds
in
lying.
like
your perverted,
Let me
courting.
go get my coffee.
in
He's
your
lying.
perverted mind, bruh. Them people,
Is
them
dating
people.
a perverse thing to do? What the fuck?
Why would I be dating a widow, bro?
Are they not still human beings? What the fuck? Just
I'm
because
not
their
gonna
husband died, that
date
means
them,
they
bro.
can't date
Like what
anybody?
the,
Like, are you good?
bro? Can I just talk to thinker? I'd rather her chew me out than listen to you,
She
bro.
literally already left. So that
Like
means you're
that's,
stuck with the bear.
bro. You nothing like
Again, is
that,
dating somebody
bro.
perverse? I'm so
Bro.
confused.
Can
How
I
is that
talk to
perverse?
see somebody with some substance? You trolling right now, bro. I'm
How
trying
am
to
I
grow.
trolling? You said the things that you do with these women. I'm saying that
Yeah, and your
sounds like you
perverse
dating
mind is
them.
gonna look like I'm dating them. You weirdo. You sicko.
What? You
The
said you go
fuck,
over to
bro?
their house, you hang out with them, you take them shopping. Like,
Yeah. Get us
yeah,
groceries. What the like, bro?
yeah, you buy them shit and stuff. Sound like you. It sound like you dating them.
You're weird for saying that, bro.
How
You're weird, bro.
is it weird to date a widow?
Bro, these when I say widows, these not like women my age.
Okay.
These not women my age. These
Did
not
you
women my
specify
age.
that before you start talking about all the shit you did? And even if that
Bro,
is the case, are you fully adult? Are they fully adult? Like, that
bro.
don't stop niggas from doing that shit. I don't understand.
Oh, you live in a weird world, bro. We don't live in the same
Nigga,
world.
we live in the same world. Are you
Bro,
are you good?
your perception and mine are two different things, bro. We on
Again,
two
it's not like
different.
I actually accused you of doing that. I told you
So
what
why
it
bring it
sounded
up?
like.
Why bring it
You
up?
expl- you
Why bring it up,
when you were
bro?
talking about taking care of these people, it sounded as though you were dating them. That's all I
Nah,
said.
bro.
You're the one that's so
You're a
immature. You
comedian. You
think it's
should start
perverse
your
to
own
date
live.
somebody.
You're a comedian. That's your calling, bro. You being called to make people laugh.
If I'm a comedian, then you just an
Yeah,
ain't
go
shit
make
nigga.
people
I
laugh,
don't know what to
bro.
tell you, bro. You're getting emotional over nothing.
This ain't
I made an
emotional.
observation and said you sound like you're dating them, and that made you feel like it was perverse to
Nah,
date
you
people.
perverted to.
It's
You gotta
perverted to
stop
date
talking
somebody.
over.
How is it perverted to date a widow? Explain it.
Because he thinks widows are old women. That's where his brain is. That's how
I think
limited
so
he
too.
is.
I
My
think
sister
he
became a
think
widow when she was
All
46.
right, go
Let
ahead
me
and
go
drop
back
me,
on mute.
bro.
a
Drop
widow
me.
could be 22.
Yeah, all right,
Right.
all right. Think it just drop me, bro. Just drop me.
What?
Nigga,
Like
learn
there
how
you
to
go with the
leave.
Drop
daggone
me.
whining.
Drop me.
Like
Cry
why
baby piece of
like
shit.
why are you whining? Why are
Y'all
you whining?
listen. One thing, thinker. When I get to where I'm going, I'm gonna come holler at you.
No, for what?
I'm gonna come holler at you.
For what?
Don't worry, I'm gonna come holler. No, I just wanted. I just no. No. Besides the bullshit and the extra, you really inspired me to do more. I'm not kidding to you. Like
What
f the bull.
like and then you gonna go and give your God credit for that shit. Remember,
Right.
I'm the devil. I'm the serpent.
No.
I'm
You
the
can learn from
rebellion. No, no,
everybody. You
no,
can learn
no,
from
space.
everybody.
No,
You can
no, no,
learn from
no,
everybody.
no,
Just
no,
because you don't
no,
believe
no,
now, don't
stop,
mean it won't
stop,
change.
stop. It ain't gonna change, motherfucker, because I don't believe in this shit that you believe in. I don't excuse bullshit for the sake of my own motherfucking goal of having eternal life. The very thing that you are saying that inspired you is the symbolism of the serpent in that story that we just talked about. Is the rebellion that we just talked about. And then y'all will go and give your God credit for that bullshit. You'll go and feed it to the fucking same system that don't want you to have it. The same system that ignored your motherfucking ass while y'all come over here and eat from us and then call us fucking demons. Your God didn't inspire you to do that shit. Your God, what your God told you to do was excuse it. Your God told you to blame the parents. Your God told you to blame
Challenging the
free will.
logic. Y'all trying to give God all the responsibility, but not the parents?
And he's the fucking God. How the fuck are the parents gonna have more responsibility than the motherfucker who created the parents? The motherfucker that you give all the credit to. The motherfucker that you say wake you up every goddamn morning. He's the fucking God. The same thing that you say has all sovereignty. How the fuck is the sovereign thing not gonna have all responsibility?
All the power, all the glory, none of the responsibility.
Be responsible. Y'all blaming him. He got to be responsible.
Then why are you bitching and moaning when we say you responsible? You are so, oh my goodness.
Just because I asked where the parents is, now I'm the bad guy.
No, idiot.
Why you talking to me, bro? Go find somewhere to be. Like, go
Why are you
talk.
still here? Weren't you just
Bro,
crying about how
I'm
you
trying.
wanted
I
to get
came here
let
for
down?
Tinker, not you,
I don't
bro.
give a fuck.
Of course you don't. You don't got no life.
Duh, nigga.
Like you need to ask yourself why your God got you on here like sounding like you about to cry because his feelings is getting hurt, not
Bro,
yours.
bro. You,
Like
bro, I ain't
quit
gonna lie to
cutting me
you.
off like that. This is why I have to scream at
Bro,
you.
you trying to play me
Hey,
like a pussy or
sis,
something, bro.
sis, sis.
Like
Take a
why the
look.
fuck y'all be calling for me and then y'all fucking start doing all this goddamn whining?
Bro, because now you attacking my character. We going away from the argument, bro. I thought this was
What you
like
did you
a
what
back
did
and
I just
forth,
say? What did I
bro.
just say? What did I just say that attacked your character?
I'm whining.
No,
I'm trying not to
motherfucker.
be overbearing. I'm not
Hey,
trying to be like,
you
roll,
started
roll, roll,
fucking.
roll, roll,
You,
roll. I don't want to be like
stop,
that.
stop. You started
I just
fucking
do it.
whining.
No, I didn't.
Stop it.
Shut the fuck
You
up.
started fucking whining before I even said that shit. What I said to you was you need to ask your God why he has you on here crying about his feelings getting hurt. You are literally whining because of what we're saying about your God. And then y'all would say, we don't have God. God don't need us to defend him. He defend himself. You act like the shit that we saying, questioning why your God isn't doing shit. We're saying, why ain't you doing it?
I just gotta step it up. That's all. If that's what you're doing and you don't believe, I gotta step it up.
God doesn't have to do shit. I do.
Okay.
I'm more responsible for seeing the
I
world through
can't
better
let the
lenses
devil
than you.
outdo God because the
Right.
devil actually inspires his people to actually go out here and feed
Who the
people
devil? You the devil? You don't look like the devil. You don't feel like
people
the devil.
to it.
You couldn't do it.
Motherfucker.
You couldn't do a
Shut
damn
the
Hey,
thing
fuck
for
hey.
me.
up.
This is why you get cussed the fuck out. This is why you get cussed the fuck out.
Oh, that's because we're on live. If you was in my face,
No, it's
man, that
because you
wouldn't
keep
happen.
fucking talking
Hold
while
on.
she talks.
Hold on. If I was in your face, what next? What?
You wouldn't talk to me like that.
Why not?
I'm in your face. It would be a different atmosphere. You wouldn't talk to
Why?
me like that.
Why? Why
You're
wouldn't
a
I?
human being, right? You helping
Why
all these
wouldn't I?
people. That's how you
No.
talk to people.
Hey. Tell me what. Tell me why wouldn't I? What would you do? And what would I do?
I wouldn't do a thing. I
Then
wouldn't
what the
do a
fuck are you
thing.
even talking about?
I wouldn't
Then
do
what
a
the fuck
thing.
are
I
you even
wouldn't have to
talking
do a
about?
thing. You wouldn't play yourself like that.
But, hey, motherfucker, let me tell you something. I don't know if you heard me when I said that I wrote a book for women who went through domestic violence. Like I went through
Then you read
domestic
it
violence,
again.
but I didn't.
Read it
Shut the fuck
again.
up. Shut the fuck up. I went through domestic violence, but I didn't sit there and let my ass get whooped. I fought that motherfucker back. And I swear to God, if you a motherfucking nigga thinking that you gonna put your motherfucking hands on me, I'm gonna fight your ass back. And if I can't fight your ass, there's something else. Don't you ever motherfucking threaten me like that again.
Perhaps that's the deposit your God actually makes. This is how your God shows
Mm.
in violence. You know, he can very easily and readily demonstrate himself through y'all's actions and the things that you say, but he can't do shit to help people. He can give you the power and the strength to tell thinker, you wouldn't say that to me in person. I've never heard a non-believer tell her that. I've never heard it. Even the ones that she gets into it with, they don't say that to her, but it's been said by many a Christian almost on a daily basis. Perhaps that's the power of your God's Holy Spirit.
Because the ones outside the faith, he already got you. So you're not getting attacked.
So why would he
I'm not,
help
Why
you?
would
I'm, like I said, I'm new to this. I'm not 10 years, 20, 15 years. I'm really trying to see, am I making the right choice? Is this what it is? So far, yeah, it's been good, but I came across it live. I said, dang, I ain't gonna lie. She asked some questions that I ain't gonna lie, I gotta think about. So if I'm telling you, oh, I'm a believer, believe it makes you perfect. Nah, it doesn't make you perfect. It just means you made a choice. And y'all could chastise or say, oh yeah,
Nothing.
Christians do this, Christians do that. It's easy to why y'all blaming us? If we
Fee? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what you think I just said. I blame you because it is you, right? In the same way that my actions are me. The difference between you and I is that when I do a bad thing, I hold myself accountable. The problem, the issue with y'all is that y'all consistently behave like this. And it may not be you, but your brethren. Stick around and listen to how y'all speak. Listen to how y'all behave and respond to just logical questions about your God's inability to do, fix, or protect anybody, including you. Including you, whatever it is that you have gone through that has led you to this God, because again, most people find him either in the gaps or in the gutter, one or the other. Whatever that is, and whatever you think that he's gotten you through, you are able to ignore the countless times that this God leaves children hungry, the countless times that this God does nothing to protect children in the Congo, on the continent, in Gaza. He does nothing. And not only the Christian God, it's any of them. All of them are impotent. Yet believers across this entire globe constantly trying to tell us how much power he has, and we better be afraid because he's coming. Y'all act like children who are afraid of Santa Claus. And it's insane because it's gotten you up here talking about what Thinker won't say to you if she were in your face. What does that say to you about your ability to emotionally regulate? What does that say to you about your ability to engage with ideas that don't agree with you? That's what
Especially
maturity
after
does.
coming in here asking
Nah,
for
she
this shit.
talking
Like
crazy.
I didn't even
We
know this
far from the
motherfucker
argument.
existed. He came in here tagging my motherfucking name, begging for this shit. And then he get up here and make himself a fucking victim of the bullshit you asked for.
And next time you issue an idle threat, make sure you have your face in your profile picture.
You said what?
I said the next time you issue an idle threat, make sure you
I didn't
have
issue an idle
your
threat.
face
I didn't
in
issue what?
your profile picture. I honestly don't take kindly to those types of things. I know Thinker can handle herself, but she don't have to do it by herself. I'll
Anto,
let you
come
know
to
that right
TikTok and
now.
find the fuck out. Come to TikTok and find out. How about that? Like it's so crazy that y'all expect people to be all kindergarteny, first grade, elementary school bullshit when discussing your wrathful, violent ass God, who you will say turned over tables in the temple because he was so fucking mad. I don't owe you fucking niceness, y'all crybaby asses. This is that pacifist bullshit that your Jesus taught you. Just because Jesus told you to roll over and get your shit handed to you, don't mean I have to. Motherfucker, I don't want your fucking address. Come to fucking TikTok. That's the address. Why the fuck you trying to give me your address, motherfucker? Close YouTube, open the TikTok app, and bring your ass over here. The fuck? I swear, y'all are a whole ass trip. And then whining about somebody being nice to y'all while y'all out here excusing bullshit. Y'all out here okaying violence and calling that shit holy. Begging for niceties and shit. I don't owe you that. If you can turn a blind eye and excuse a child being raped in the name of your Jesus so your motherfucking ass can have eternal life, fuck ya. I am upset, motherfucker. I'm glad that you can hear that shit in my voice. Y'all been letting this shit go on for too fucking long. Next space.
Yeah.
You
No,
are
I'm
hold
just
on, hold on.
thinking.
Anto, you are a dumb fuck.
No, I'm
You
just
are a
thinking.
dumb fuck. I'm not Anto. Next space. Hold on, Anto. Like the very fact that you can sit here and listen to this and hear children being harmed, hear people being killed in the name of your Jesus. Like you're just a dumb fuck. You are the epitome of how your God wants you to be. The lack of knowledge of good and evil, that's you. You are exactly how this God wants you to be. You excuse anything. You might as well be a fucking groper. Go ahead. What was you finna say?
No, I was just reflecting. Nah, she right out talking crazy. I ain't like, yeah, I was mad. I ain't supposed to say that. I'm dead wrong. Dead wrong. I ain't supposed to say that. I
I
ain't
have
supposed
no
to say
idea
that.
what you're talking about.
No, just the comment about, oh, you wouldn't say that to my face. That's a L. That's some loser shit. That's some loser shit. That's some real loser shit. So as much stride as I probably think I made with my walk, I just I just shitted the bed. So yeah.
Wait, you're apologizing because of your walk?
No. It's not even apologizing. It's just I took a L. I took a
Because of your
L.
walk? Because of your walk? Like, I
Well, no,
swear,
she no.
everything
If
that
she
y'all
can, if no,
fucking
she
do,
right. If she
everything
can,
y'all do is
come on.
attached
Why
to
you over
y'all's
talking me,
desire to
bro?
please
Like,
this
come
God.
on. You're not
Everything
even
y'all do is
moving. You're not even.
everything that y'all do is attached to your desire to please this God, your desire to go into eternal life, your desire to feel some sense of moral superiority or self-righteousness. You might as well had that conversation with yourself because I don't give a fuck about it. You ain't apologizing because you offended me. You apologizing because, like you said, you fucking failed, and your goal to be whatever you think this God wants you to be. That conversation don't have shit to do with me. That conversation
It's
needs to
not
be had
even
with you and
apologizing.
your God.
If I could have got to that point, I mean, initially, no,
Nah, you
it
said
had
I'm
nothing.
not apologizing.
Initially,
I'm just saying I took a L. That's
yeah,
exactly what you said.
initially, yeah, I could have got to that point, but initially, that's not
But you
my initial
said you're
response.
not
Why are you
apologizing.
talking to me, bro? Like,
You said you're
bro,
not apologizing. That's what
bro,
you
why are
said.
you talking to me? I wasn't.
Because I fucking can. Is there a
Okay,
problem?
well, I wasn't. Thinker, I wasn't.
I don't give
Initially,
a
that's
fuck. I don't know how many
bro.
times you need to hear that for it to click into your fucking brain, bro. I do not give a shit. I'm here every fucking day. Every fucking day. I don't care if you don't want to talk to me. I'm gonna talk about it. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, I agree. Anything else?
What is
Yeah.
this? What is this? Turn the other cheek.
I'm trying.
Well,
I'm
shit. Show me,
trying.
show me all four of them motherfuckers. I
I'm
really don't give a
trying.
fuck.
I'm trying.
This is turn the other cheek.
I'm trying.
This what you're doing.
I'm trying. I'm
This
trying.
the
No,
same.
this is accountability. This is what it is.
This the same bullshit you do when it comes to pastors harming children in church.
Nah, you gotta draw a line in the sand somewhere now.
Oh, so you done got mad about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the
Let
other
me see.
side of
Let me
that.
see you get mad. Let me see you get mad about pastors touching kids in church. Get
Nah,
mad. Let me see it.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Trust me, I seen a pastor. He done sold this church I used to go to. I wanted him to go to jail, and everybody hated me for it. I'm like, bro, if God gonna excuse him, God gonna excuse him, but he still needs to face the consequences here. So
Fuck
don't
that.
get me wrong. Like,
Fuck that. Listen to what the fuck you just said.
no, he can still go
Yo,
to
If
jail.
God
He can
gonna
find.
excuse him, God gonna excuse him. You already
No,
know
I
your
didn't
God
say
gonna
God
forgive
gonna.
him for that
Yo,
bullshit.
God
That
can
is
forgive
exactly
him,
what
but he
you
still got to
just
go to
said.
jail. God can forgive him, but he still got to go to jail. What
Man, fuck
happened?
that.
He can
The
find God
fuck?
in jail. What
Y'all,
happened?
this is why your Jesus said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain me." Y'all be giving motherfuckers mercy that don't deserve it. You
If
ain't
he
got
in
no
jail, what more you
motherfucking.
want from
You
what
ain't
more
got
you
no
want?
motherfucking. You wanted him to go to jail. Did you put him in jail, motherfucker?
I was,
Or did you just
I,
say
I
something?
wasn't. No, I was incompetent to carry out the actions that would land him in jail. I didn't know law. I didn't know what I know now.
you don't know how to.
It was the responsibility was it was too
What
much
the
for me.
fuck?
Like,
You didn't know how to go down to the
This is
police
some.
station
This
and
is some
file a
straight
report.
bullshit. This is some straight bullshit.
nah, he changed. It's an in depth story, bro.
You don't know how
It's
to
in
go to
depth.
the police station and
Nah,
file a report.
you need proof. It would have just been accusation if I don't have proof.
What's the point of an investigation if you bring all the proof?
But I don't need all the proof. I just need to prove what he's doing.
Okay. So basically, you go down to the station and you fill out a report, and then they investigate that report and then take actions based on that investigation, right?
And honestly,
Right?
that was a time where I ain't gonna lie.
Right?
Me and God didn't
Right?
we we ain't see eye to
Right?
eye on that one. When he
Right?
did,
Right?
I ain't talking to you. I'm trying to talk.
Right?
I ain't talking to you. I'm trying to talk.
You are talking to me. Even in your response, talk about how you're not
Yeah,
talking to me. You're
I don't
talking
want
to
to.
me.
I don't want to.
I don't give a fuck. I don't know how many times. This is probably
Okay.
like the sixth. I don't care.
Okay.
For you to sit here and say you didn't know how to take care of that when it's as simple as walking your lazy ass over to the goddamn station and filling a report is that fucking easy. You don't need proof for
I
shit.
I
That's why they
I,
have detectives to investigate these
I
things.
was so deep. I wanted God to take care of it.
You were so deep, you wanted God to take care of
Yeah,
it. And did he take
I
care of
wanted
it?
God to take care of it. I
And
don't
did
know.
God take care of it?
I don't know. I haven't been back to that church. I don't know.
Hey, you see how quick he lied?
Makes
Where
sense.
did he tell us
Yeah.
that pastor was just a minute ago? Where did he say the pastor was just a minute ago?
Where is it?
Where did you say he was just a minute ago?
Where he was,
You don't remember telling us where this
Okay.
pastor is today?
I know where he at, but I haven't been to the church. I left the church once they structured the way they could sell the building and move into another part of the building. I left the church.
Did your God
Once
take
I,
care of it?
I don't know. I left the church. I don't
What do you mean
know.
you don't know?
The fact that I didn't have the patience to stay and see what happens. The soon as it was sold to another church and they moved our service to another building, I was done with it.
Oh, where is he at?
I don't know. He probably still there. He got to be still there.
Yeah, when
Okay,
you
hold
said I
on.
wanted God
Hold
to
on.
handle it, that was your way of
That
saying I don't want nothing to do with it.
no, I wanted God to handle it. I trust me. I wrestled with that about it. I wrestled with God
Yeah, I
about
bet
that.
you did. I bet you did.
Why he didn't stop it? Why he ain't do this? Why he
Yeah.
ain't do that?
Mm-hmm.
I had them same thoughts.
I bet. And you haven't thought about it since?
I'm thinking
Didn't
about it
follow up to
now.
see?
I'm thinking about it now. What happened?
Oh, yeah. Did you follow up to see if anything got handled or if you need to step in
Nah,
and be the intermediary?
maybe I should follow up.
Oh, maybe,
Maybe I should follow up.
maybe. Especially because you know God ain't did shit about it. Maybe.
Yeah,
Uh,
he ain't do nothing about it yet.
he won't do anything until a person does.
He ain't do nothing about it yet. Well, nothing
He
to me, but
won't do
I don't have no
anything
knowledge
until
of
a
him doing
person
nothing about it.
does.
And obviously,
You think God gonna go down to the police station and fill out a report? Or you hope the guy
nah.
dies of a heart attack and then you can say God got him? Which
Or
one?
I mean, hey, if he die of a heart attack,
Oh, okay, so it's the second one.
that's him.
Yeah, that's the second one then.
That's him. That's Old Testament God. God ain't doing stuff like that, bro.
God
So
isn't saying anything. Like you could have stopped your sentence at after that word. Like the like that wasn't necessary. You only know of this God's actions in a book. Every other action you ascribe to a God has a
Nah,
human
he
being to
he
knowledge.
he sort of
shut up.
he
Shut the
sort of
fuck
in my
up.
life a couple
Shut
times.
the fuck up. You complain about how I talk to you, but when they talk to you, all you do is fucking cut them off. They can never finish a fucking sentence. Shut up.
Yeah, like that's in you ascribing to the God the beneficial event that happened to you. But even that, if it happened to you, it had to happen through another human being. Like your God does not have arms. The moment you stop speaking for your God, we never hear a word that he says. And we won't hear a word about the God until another believer comes up and opens their mouth. Y'all are the battery that keeps his God alive. Yet you
Hold on.
constantly claim he has all the power.
Hold on. Do you remember saying this? Mercy, they don't deserve it. You ain't got no motherfucking. You ain't got no motherfuckers mercy.
You can find God in jail.
Y'all, yeah, this is why your Jesus said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." Y'all be giving motherfuckers mercy that don't deserve it. You ain't got no motherfucking. You ain't. Y'all be giving. Do you remember saying he was in jail?
No, I say he can find God in jail.
No,
He's
he
not in
didn't.
jail. No, he's not
Keep
in jail.
listening. Keep listening.
He's not in jail, bro. He's not.
You ain't got no motherfucking. You wanted him to go to jail. Did you put him in jail, motherfucker? Or did you just say something?
I was incompetent to carry out the actions that would land him in jail. I didn't know law. I didn't know what I know now.
You know,
It was the responsible law. No, I was in.
Did you put him in jail? What more you want from him? Y'all be giving motherfuckers mercy that don't deserve it. You ain't got no motherfucking. Y'all be giving motherfuckers mercy that don't deserve it. You ain't got no motherfucking. You ain't got no motherfucking. You. Do you remember saying that? If he in jail, what more you want from me? Now all of a sudden you don't know where he at. You see how quick you lied? You see how quick you lied? Y'all think this shit is a joke? Huh?
Now I was just making sure I could talk. I didn't want to cut you off.
No, cut me off. I asked you twice and you stayed silent.
No, I misspoke. He's not in jail.
You misspoke. You lied.
No,
You
I
didn't
probably was full
misspeak.
of emotion and I was just spewing, but he's not in jail. I wanted him
You
to go to jail,
lied.
but I ain't lie, bro.
say he
You
doesn't know where he
lied.
is.
Yeah, first he said if he in jail, what more do you want from me? Then later on in the conversation, they sold the building and he don't know where he at.
And now we know
I
for
That's
sure
wanted him to
he's
go to
not in jail.
when I brought this to everybody in the church, the congregation, the youth I was with. I was telling them, they was like, bro, we don't want him to go. I said he need to go to jail. Maybe he'll find God in jail. Yeah, but I was full of emotion talking, but bro. And if I said that, that was just I'm trying to talk over you. I'm trying to talk over
If
him.
I said that,
No, I did say it, but I'm telling you why I said I'm trying to talk over you. I'm trying to talk over two people.
that's your fucking problem. You shouldn't be.
You made a point.
you were willing to lie for your Jesus. Because the whole point of us even bringing that up was the fact that your God allows his pastors to essay children. And y'all look the other way.
I would never look the other way, bro.
You quite literally just explained how you did. What the fuck?
Essay and stealing is two different things. I mean, it's a sin. It's a sin. It's something bad. It's something bad. But in
In
my
your
eyes,
worldview,
is
it is not two different things, though, right? All sin is the same, right?
that's in God eyes. If I see somebody stealing, hey, that's none of my business. If I see somebody getting essayed, that's different. I'm just being honest with you. I got little sisters. I got moms. I got cousins. I'm
Why
not.
is it different?
Why is it different for you but not different for God? Because
A
he's
victim.
inactive.
No, I'm a victim.
He's inactive with both
No,
of them.
I'm a victim.
I'm talking
Hey,
about the God. I'm not talking about you. You
Oh,
said you would act if you saw someone being essayed, but not for stealing. Your God doesn't act in either. Why do you know better than him when he has more resources than you? He has more access and reach than you. You wouldn't sit idly by with children. Well, maybe I don't want to assume. If you knew children were hungry and you had food to feed them, would you not give them food?
yeah.
Okay, your God won't.
I I ain't got an answer for that question, and I gotta go find an answer for that question. Definitely gotta go find an answer for that question. And obviously,
Is there an acceptable answer
the
for that
free
question?
will, um,
straight out the
morality,
comments.
true justice, true love isn't enough of an argument. So I gotta go find another answer.
You thought true love
That's
and justice was enough of an argument for hungry children.
Not necessarily, but the fact that God doesn't intervene, He's not a genie.
That's true love to watch children starve and have the power to change them. That's
No,
true love.
y'all talking about the
She asked you about children
that would be the
going
product of bad.
hungry
That would
in
be the
front of an
product of
all.
bad people.
She asked
That would be.
you
Go ahead, go
about
ahead, go ahead.
children going
Mm-hmm.
hungry in front of an all-powerful God. That's what she asked you about. That's what she was talking about. Whatever you say next has nothing to do with what she was talking about.
Okay. Quick question. Quick question. Do do we have the on Earth right now? Do we have the resources so that nobody goes hungry and nobody's homeless?
Yes, quicker question. Can
Do
your
we?
God snap his finger and make all that shit happen without having to make processes to do so?
I don't know.
You don't know if your God can make everybody housed and fed with the snap of a finger. You don't know if your God can do that. This allegedly
No,
all
no,
powerful
no, no.
God.
You're right. You're right. No, no. At first, I'm thinking about it because I'm like, my first mind went to, if he could, why didn't he? But I think so. Definitely, I think so. But the real
So
question would be
then,
why he
if
don't
he
do it.
could, why didn't he?
I, that's my I don't know. That is my I don't know. It's not I don't know if he can. I know he can. I believe he can. Why he doesn't? I don't know. But we can agree that there's enough resources
I
that
know why he
nobody could go
doesn't.
hungry.
I know why he doesn't.
Why?
Because he wants you to choose him.
And
I mean, but the people that don't, there's plenty of people that don't choose him that still eat good and live good.
there's people that too choose him and they die of starvation.
Right, but we're talking about the hungry children. Why he allows children to go hungry. It's so you next can choose him and help two widows.
Like
Hey,
quasi dating them.
I just started, bro. I mean, trust me, I'm taking this as
Then maybe you shouldn't have asked us what our purpose is in life. Like if
I'm
you
trying
haven't
to
found
grow.
yours.
You're
Like
not
if you have,
understanding
you shouldn't have
Again,
me.
even
shut
asked
up.
us. You should not have even asked us, well, what's your purpose in life if you haven't even found yours? If your excuse is that you are still a baby in Christ, a baby in Jesus, and you haven't found your purpose, don't be clocking for somebody else's.
Honestly, I feel like I'm still a baby as a man at this big ass age.
That's
I
fucking
agree with you.
ridiculous.
It
That's
can be,
fucking
but
That's
I know
ridiculous.
people worse. I know people that don't give a freak. I know people that's out here making sure kids starve. I know people older than me
making
making sure they
sure
beat on
kids
somebody,
starve.
making sure they essay kids. I know worse. So trust me, there's
Are they in
You know
jail?
worse. Exactly. Are they in jail? What the fuck you doing about it, big dog? What? Let me see that righteous anger about these worst people
I'm
that
trying
you
to get
know
me
that's
right.
out here doing
I
all this
can't pour
harm.
from an
I'm
empty
trying to
cup.
Exactly.
get
Exactly. You are
I
willing
can't
to
pour from
be
an
a
empty cup.
pacifist. Exactly. You just sat there and admitted the bullshit that we have been saying to you. The very fact that you are saying you know worse, you know men that are making children go hungry on purpose. You know men that are essaying children on purpose. And then your fucking excuse for why you haven't done anything about it or opened your fucking mouth about it is because you gotta get you straight first.
You good
You
with
you
words, I ain't gonna
literally
lie.
just said you literally just said everything that we've been saying to you.
I ain't disagree with you. You making it seem like I disagree with you. I ain't disagree with you.
That you fucking selfish.
Maybe I am. Maybe I ain't as good as I thought I was.
Like the fucking self, like your God. Well, I'm gonna tell you why I don't like your God. Like your God doesn't do anything but create people who self-loathe themselves. Like they either are self-loathing, selfish people, or they are money hungry, selfish people. That's the only thing I see your God create. And
Yeah.
usually the ones that are self-loathing and selfish are the ones who really are in this God because they want to be good people. But it's how good can't come from fucking evil. Because you have to sacrifice something in order to get whatever fucking reward this God has promised you. And you have to be willing to allow this God, this fucking beast, to do all the evil that it wants to do, and you have to still call it good. And in that, you sacrifice your morality so that you can get whatever fucking goal it is that you aimed. If it's self righteousness, if it's eternal life, if it's you excusing the bullshit that you do and still feeling good about yourself. The only thing this God teaches y'all to do is be obedient. Shut the fuck up and sit down and be obedient, and open your wallets.
I
Bring your
never,
wallets. Bring your wallets. Shut your mouths
I
and
never been
obey.
the type. I've been kicked out of many churches for speaking up, so
Oh, don't start
I get
lying
used
again.
to it.
Don't start lying again. That shit ain't funny.
Kicked
Don't
out of
start
many
How you
lying
just gonna
churches
again.
for
call me out
speaking
to
up,
be a
and
liar?
you a baby Christian, and you've been kicked out of that many churches.
Yeah, I'm not a gook. If I walk into your church, I go into the worship center, I see Sage. You don't gotta tell me 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's not supposed to be here. If what you say, if you claim to believe what's in that book,
What?
that Sage should not be here. What? There's evil
Sage.
in the church.
What
Somebody
Bible
gotta
verse
call it
says you
out.
can't light sage?
Why are you worried about lighting Sage in the church?
What
Mind
Bible
your
verse says
business.
you
You're not in the
cannot
church,
light
right? Mind your
sage?
business.
They used to light all kinds of aroma
Used to. There was
therapy
one
type shit.
sacrifice. Used
Hey,
to.
hey.
Tough guy.
Again, you have a real problem with shutting the fuck up when other people talk. We give you all the space to talk, and you sit there on mute like a dumbass. What Bible verse says you cannot light sage? They used to fill the fucking tabernacle with incense and all the other good like good smelling fragrances when they worshiped this God, when they came to this God. What Bible verse says that you cannot light sage? And several denominations they do still do that. So now what? You're indicting them for what reason? Okay, they lit sage. Where in the Bible does it say you can't do that? Yeah, they was lighting up some Afghan in the temple too. You want to indict people for smoking? Hmm?
It's crazy that he walks into a church and Sage will make his ass go ape shit, but not as saying a child.
Now I gotta get me right for that one.
I I I didn't say I agreed or like I don't get where you got that from. The essaying of children, I would never stand for that. I don't care if it's
Nigga, you
innocent
said
children.
you know niggas that do that on purpose. You said you know niggas that starve children
And
on
guess
purpose.
what? Guess what? Guess what? You know where they at? They in jail, homie.
So when we asked
Yes.
you that, and
They in
you said
jail, homie. I
So
didn't
when
know
we
they was
asked
doing
you
that till
that,
they
when
got
we
caught.
asked you where they were, when we
I didn't
asked
know
if
they
you
was
put
doing that.
them
Cause I
behind
talk so much.
bars,
I don't even. There was no
again,
chance for me to say that.
you have a real fucking problem. When we asked you about that, what did you say? I gotta get me right. I gotta focus on me. Now all of a sudden, all these niggas that you know are in jail. You lie
They
a
in
lot,
jail. They in jail the same way that that first pastor is in jail that he lied
right?
about. Like lying for
I
your
ain't gonna lie,
Jesus.
y'all cooking
Like
the.
the fact that your God turns you into a liar for it. Like for you got to defend the God with a lie because the God is a lie.
This definitely been a challenge. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all cooking me. Y'all cooking me. I ain't even for the flaws. Y'all cooking me. Y'all cooking me. I gotta calm down before I speak. Y'all cooking me. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all cooking me. Ain't nowhere else to put it, bro.
And I don't even think it's so much that we're cooking you. I think it's we're cooking the validity of your belief system and your God. Your God is
Pressure
a,
over it.
I know, right? We get pressure. You're, what you laughing at, David?
Cause pressure looked like he said nigga.
Even pressure over it. And look, I guess my question is why stay aligned with something that has no power? Like to me, it's like when y'all talk about y'all's God. I was thinking about this morning. When y'all talk about your God, what it sounds like is me going to the bank, making the deposit, signing somebody else's name, saying that that person gave me money. No, they didn't. I put that money in there. I filled out the slip. I made the deposit. I checked the balance. I made sure it was there, and then I ran right around the corner and told, "Oh, so Thinker just gave me $5,000, knowing full well I am the source of that money. I just attributed it to Thinker." And that's what happens with this God. Y'all attribute every good thing to this God, knowing what you've done to accomplish the things that you've accomplished. Y'all excuse away this God's inactivity with some divine purpose that you don't know, you don't have access to. You constantly speak on what God wants, what He's planning, what He's doing, while simultaneously telling us that He's inaccessible and no one can know His mind. Yet somehow you can tell me what His plan is. Like, none of it makes sense. And until we are able to, as adults, figure out how to move past this belief system that's done so much harm, it will continue to do harm to all of us, not just those that believe it.
Won't she do it? Thank you, thinker.
You done, my boy.
Yeah, I was cooked a while ago.
All right, bye. Do you know how to drop yourself?
Nah, not even.
Homeboy
All you
gonna
gotta do is
feed
hold
the
your breath.
nations, but he don't know how to press a fucking X on the screen.
I was gonna press the X, but I gotta get me right first.
It's, I swear he sound like either Strive or that J guy, that joke guy.
JK, yeah.
Yeah. Auntie
Definitely
Charlene,
sounds
are
like
you awake? Or are you asleep? Auntie, what the fuck?
Yeah, baby.
Daryl. Oh, okay. I was trying to see if you was still awake.
Can you hear me?
Daryl. Yeah, I can hear you now. I was trying to see if you was still awake. Daryl. Daryl,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
what are
Okay,
you
yeah, I'm
over
out
there
here with
doing?
y'all.
My
The real
Michael.
mid marathon.
What are you doing?
Who's that? I just woke up.
You just woke up?
You
Yeah,
have a
but
bad dream?
I heard something and I just
you ain't
maybe.
running in your sleep?
It was a rough sleep tonight. I don't know what.
Yeah. Was you having a sleep paralysis dream?
Huh?
Were you having a sleep paralysis dream?
I don't think. No, it wasn't sleep paralysis. It was just a little rough. I have vivid dreams a lot. I can't remember this
Oh.
one.
Oh damn!
When I
I hope
woke
you wasn't being if you were being chased by a monster or something. It sounded like you were running.
up, no, I don't think I was running.
So you joined on accident. So I'm gonna let you.
No, I joined because when I woke up, I heard a
Oh
couple
okay.
things. I said, let me request it, to get in.
Oh, you fell asleep while you were waiting.
I fell asleep. I've been on this since last night. So
Oh really?
yeah, I fell asleep maybe about, I guess, I don't know, 12:30, 1 o'clock, maybe a little later. I
Oh okay.
woke up and y'all still at it. So
Yeah, this is every night except for Wednesdays, and Fridays.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 59.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing, I wouldn't say atheist, but I've been out of it for a long time. I guess about almost 20 years now. But I had a lucrative career in it. I did. That was one of the reasons why I I got out of it. I guess because I saw too much. I started asking too many questions, and you know, and I just realized, man, wait a minute, what's going on here? And even after I got out of it, the money was so good that I stayed in it for a little, maybe about 4 or 5 years after, because the money was just so good. But then eventually I just said I couldn't take it anymore. So I just rolled out. I just
Wait, have
rolled.
you been on here before? Like, were you the one that was on here telling us about TD Jakes and all them? Have you been on here before?
Maybe 2 years, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, you were the one on here dropping all the tea about TD Jakes and them.
Oh, you remember? Wow.
Well,
Yeah,
I remember because the thing that I remember when you said that you stayed in it for the money for a little while, and we talked
yeah,
about that. Yeah, that's what jogged my memory.
yeah. Jake's doing that. Woman thou art loose. Doing that era, man, when he was really cleaning up and raking in the dough. You know. Um, I was also dealing with Maurice Starr at that time. Maurice Starr was the guy who founded New Kids on the Block, New Edition, and then we had lost touch for a while, and then we kind of reconnected right around that time when I was with that woman now art loose. And I was like, "What's up, man? What's going on, Maurice? I ain't seen you in ages." And he was like, "Yeah, I got out of the music business. My son's taking care of that, but I still do promotions." And I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "What you doing?" He was like, "Well, you heard of a guy, TD Jakes?" And I said, "I'm playing for him." And he was like, "Well, yeah, he gave me $30 million to promote his woman, Thou Art Loose." And I was like, whoa. So that was one of the things that kind of, started making me look at it a little different. And then I started asking questions, and then I started looking, researching stuff in the Bible, and just a lot. It was a lot. It took about 3 or 4 years for me to actually realize and actually see, you know, it wasn't a quick thing. It took a minute, and then I just eventually wound up getting out of it altogether. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Did you come up to talk about one of the topics on the post?
Well, I heard somebody say something about, why would somebody want to, leave it? It was true or something. And I was just going to say, well, some people's experience led them away, led them away. They were in it for a long time. It's a lot of people that's pulling away from this now.
Well,
You know.
I don't actually let people come up from the chat to talk about the previous guest conversation because they're not on stage anymore. But if you want to
Oh,
pick
okay,
one,
okay,
yeah, if you want to pick one of the topics on the post and tie in what you want to say to it.
okay. I don't even. I can't even see that. It's so early. I didn't notice how that worked. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't notice how that worked. I thought you could just join in, but I can just go back into the audience because I can't even really see all those little words. I can't see that. It's just so early.
Okay, no worries. And when you get into the chat, if you want to take a screenshot of it and look at it and come back up, and
Yeah, I'll do
then
that. Maybe
okay, all right, that sounds good.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, you're welcome. Also, there's another bear in the chat. You see it?
Now I was
Yeah.
barely looking.
Yeah. I like their name, Barely Listening. Tiff is her.
Autobots, roll out! Congratulations on being our first Transformer. Could you tell us about how Cybertron was?
That's ridiculous.
Uh, did you come up on accident, Tiff is her? I don't know. I think your mic. I don't know if you're talking to us. Your microphone is messed up. Um, I'm gonna drop you. If you came up on purpose, try again. Okay. I don't think she's talking to us.
Tinker, I feel like you've never seen Transformers. She was
Yeah.
clearly talking like how Bumblebee talks.
She
I
was about
caught
to
that, but
ask him about Ladies Man. What was the number also? Are you Ladies Man 35? When they found looking for the first. That's literally what she sounds like.
Ah! Oh shit.
I don't remember the movie. I'm sorry. From memory.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Why you insulting me?
Hmm?
Like, why are you insulting me?
You?
Yeah.
How am I insulting you?
I don't remember the movie.
And that's insult. Are you a Christian again? What happened? I'm being persecuted because I don't know the movie. Huh?
Yeah. It's your tone of voice.
I mean, it's an okay
A, a
movie. I don't
lady a
expect you to
lady
remember it.
a lady came up tonight. She said that I insulted her because I said, "Now I know you have reading comprehension skills."
Oh
And
wow.
yeah,
So
so that was it.
saying she had them was an insult?
Yeah.
Wow.
We had a Hebrew Israelite. No, actually, I don't know if I could call him a Hebrew Israelite. He was a Jadu. What do you call him? A Yahuda Jaju.
He was
No
one of them
fucking shot.
jujitsu.
Yeah,
He was a jujitsu
yeah. But he was up here
yamataka.
trying to tell me that the Hebrew in the Bible is Aramaic Hebrew, and that he speaks Paleo Hebrew, which is the right Hebrew. And
Huh?
so
Isn't
I'm
paleo just a font?
but well, we can't actually use the word font with them because they don't understand the correlation and why we would say font to try to help them understand that Paleo Hebrew is like saying Times New Roman.
Mm-hmm.
Because Google says it's a script and not a font, he thinks that means the same thing as language.
Ah.
And yeah, And so I went through the Hebrew alphabet with him, and I'm asking him to pronounce them, and he's pronouncing he like I'll say, how do you pronounce the nun? And he said noon. I said,
Mm.
okay. How do you pronounce resh? Rash is Ra'ash. It's Ra'ash. I said, okay, where are you getting these pronunciations from? The Ra'ash part. I said, where are you getting that from? He said, from older saints. What did he say? From the saints of old, he said. I said, what?
Oh, nice.
Saints of old. Yeah. It took him forever. But he
The
finally
saints of yore.
said Yehuda. I said, Judah? I said, Judah's dad ass taught you how to pronounce this? And he was like, it's not Judah because the J didn't exist. It's Yehuda. I said, okay, Yehuda's dead ass taught you how to pronounce Paleo Hebrew. And he said, yeah. I said, okay. I said, who else? Then he said, yeah. He said, Yaju. I said, are you talking about? I said, wait. Are you a Yaju Judahite? And then he ran after that. But like that
Holy
whole
shit.
conversation, yeah, that was the first. No, that was the second conversation of the night. Um, but the first conversation, will means it will happen. Will does not mean desire or intention. God's will means it will happen. That's what that means.
Will equals inevitability.
Yeah, a necessary action is what he said. The definition of will is a necessary action, meaning it will happen. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Then he said the reason why that's the definition is because God isn't human.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah.
isn't special pleading. I'm just making a separate case for this person because I feel differently about them.
Yeah. Like it's been a those first three conversations were crazy. The guy that just left, New Space, is that what his name? New Space?
Space age dumbass.
What was his name?
Space age dumbass.
I think it was next space real estate.
Oh
Next
yeah,
Space, yeah.
that one.
Um
I'm s-
so think about that conversation times 10 for the Yehudadite conversation. That motherfucking conversation was
Mm,
crazy as hell. Yeah.
mm.
And the thing about it, thinking you told him he was gonna run. He said, I'm not gonna run. I heard ski.
I
Soon as
low
I
key wanna do. God,
No, I was just saying as soon as I told him I asked him was he a Yaju Judahite because he was naming the saints that he claims taught him how to speak in Paleo Hebrew. Mind you, like I'm knowing that Paleo Hebrew don't have a sound because it's just a fucking script.
it's a script.
And when he said Yaju, and I said, wait, you a Yaju Judahite? He got quiet and he wouldn't say anything. I was like, so you a Yaju Judahite? And then that's when he ran.
interesting.
I don't think he thought that we knew who Yaju Judah was. But let me tell you what this motherfucker did. He put himself like Selena did have to keep muting him because he kept talking over me. Like I had to like scream like louder than I normally scream because he was
Mm,
like disrespectful as fuck and kept talking while I was talking. He kept trying to control the stage,
mm-hmm.
and he end up putting himself on mute because his whole argument was I can't answer the question because you keep muting me. And so when I asked him the question again, we waited and then he put himself on mute. And so I said, why the fuck are you muting yourself? I said, nobody muted you at that time. Because I have to keep putting myself off mute. I figured I might as well put myself on mute. I said, well, you got PTSD or some shit from being put on mute, motherfucker?
You said PTS muting D.
Like the fuck, like he literally would put himself on mute, like he was traumatized or some shit. But I think he was doing it because he was trying to like convince other people that the reason why he wasn't answering the question about Paleo Hebrew was because he was being muted because he
Mm-hmm.
didn't have an answer.
He don't have answers
But
for it.
And then I played, of course, I played Yadata.
Hmm.
While I said, because he kept trying to tell me that I'm reading Aramaic Hebrew. So I said, what does this say? Mind you, we were talking about them in Egypt. How this whole shit got started is he claims that the Egypt had lifetime chattel slavery, and that's where it started in Egypt.
Hmm.
And so when I pulled up Exodus 1:11, and I went to the Blue Letter Bible to show him that in Hebrew the word there doesn't isn't evet, like
Hmm.
it's my from my sim for as a labor gang. And I said, yeah, they were forced to work under like this labor gang agreement, and they were treated harshly, but they were not lifetime chattel slaves.
Hmm.
And that's when he started saying that's Aramaic Hebrew. That's Aramaic Hebrew. I speak Paleo Hebrew. I said, oh, you read Hebrew? He said, I read Paleo Hebrew. I said, what books do you have in Paleo Hebrew that you read? He said, you stupid. There ain't no Bibles available today in Paleo Hebrew. I said, what books are you reading today that's in Paleo Hebrew? He said, why would I need books written in Paleo Hebrew to read it?
Mm, that's a good
What?
question.
Then he went.
Ah!
Then he went and pulled up this chart, like the chart I be showing y'all with the this one right here. Hold on. He went and pulled up this chart from Google. Right.
Nice.
I got violated for showing this earlier anyway, so I'm gonna
Oh,
take that
nice.
down. Yeah, I told you they fucking with me with this Hebrew. I don't know
Hmm.
why.
Absolutely.
So he pulled that chart up and said, "This is what I read." I was like, "What the fuck?" So I turned on Yata Yadata, and I asked him. I said, "What am I saying in this song?" This motherfucker screaming throughout the song, talking about Aramaic Hebrew, Aramaic Hebrew. I said, "What am I saying?" He said, "I don't know. I don't read Aramaic Hebrew." Like throughout the whole goddamn
Oh,
song.
nice.
Then he got quiet and tried to listen to it. So I was like, "Well, what was I saying?" And he couldn't tell me. So I asked him like when we were going through the alphabet, I'm like, what's the shin in Paleo Hebrew? He said shin. I said, so it's the same sound, it's just written differently, right? He said, yeah. I said, oh, okay. So if it's the same sound, then it's not a fucking language. It's a script. Like you just proved that it's a script. So that's when he started pronouncing the letters differently, and he was like, "It's not noon, it's noon, it's Raj." Like he started like making up
Mm, putting
pronunciations.
flourishes on it. Yeah.
Yes, like the most stupidest uh, conversation of the night was that one.
Damn, I hate I missed that.
And remember, Dr. Bowen is Dr. James Bowen, and he's dead.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what he said. Dr. James
Yeah.
Bowen. Yeah, because when Selena asked him again, like, who's teaching you? Because we had to keep reiterating it. He said he tried to discredit Dr. B, and he was like, Dr. James Bowen is teaching you wrong, and he did too, because he tried to say Judah from the Bible taught him how to pronounce this. And I was like, a dead man taught you how to pronounce Paleo Hebrew. And he was like, Dr. James Bowen is teaching you wrong, and he's dead too.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Community, if we could just reach
This
out
is
to
why.
Dr. James Bowen and see if he's doing all right.
Hold on. Brain farm? Brand. I can't
You
see
just
that.
say Brandon.
Brand. Okay, Brandon. Thank you. Give me just 1 second. So I'm trying to get the AI to create these graphics for me, but I need them to get the the font right. Um, I don't think the AI has the accurate
Capability. Yeah.
font. Yeah, but this would be the difference, right? And a biblical Hebrew font versus Paleo script, and like the sounds are still the same, Yod Hey
Hmm.
Vav Hey. It doesn't change. And so like a guy commented on my YouTube of in the comments of Yata Yagata Ata Yadata, and it said this is a cool song. He said, but I can't make out. Hold on, let me tell you what he said. Hold on, he said. He said, "Yeah, cute song. Loved it, but a slight problem." No, he said, but a slight problem with your message. Number one, you're attempting to speak dead language, so immediately there is guesswork. You will say scholarly research, but you don't really know. Then he said, number two, little to no vowels. It sounds closer to what maybe ancient Egyptians would have spoken or Aramaic. Then he said, you have sparked my interest. That isn't what I would expect Paleo Hebrew to sound like. What time period would you say this dialect would have been spoken? Before 70 AD or well after 70 AD? You mentioned West Africa, so it gives me a clue. Hence me asking about this time period. Very curious. I said, if you can tell me what Times New Roman or Sanskrit sound like, then I'll tell you what Paleo Hebrew sound like. And then he was like, very cute. He's like, I'm interested. I really want to know. I said, this is biblical Hebrew. Paleo Hebrew is a script. It doesn't have a sound. And then he was like, all right, I'm done. Like what? Like first off, you tried to be slick and shit, and try to
Right.
say, "Oh, you don't even know what you talking." Like, the ignorance just gets on my nerves.
Can I make a suggestion?
What?
Try speaking to them in Helvetica. I bet they'll understand better.
Oh, so
I think they would understand bubble. What's the bubble font?
bubble.
Yeah, the bubble font.
Make it Comic Sans so they feel like they're deciphering the
Yeah.
scripture.
Oh my gosh. Um, Brandon, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, please.
I'm 26, and you could say I believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, Topic. I just more so was gonna say that.
It's
I,
on the board there. You see all those topics on the board? You see
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know. I feel like what I'll say is just it would probably wouldn't just be irrelevant. Yeah,
You said it'd be relevant? I mean irrelevant?
irrelevant. Yeah, probably just
Irrelevant
wouldn't
to
be
what?
too important.
You said it would be too important or not too important?
I mean, it's important information, but it probably wouldn't be. I don't think people are ready for it.
Oh shit.
Is
That's
it
Yeah.
relevant.
pertaining to the Holy Spirit? Is it pertaining to atheism? Pertaining to the God of the Bible being abusive? Like, is it pertaining to any of that?
I'm
What is
not
it
lost.
pertaining to?
It's just I don't know. It seems like everybody's already got their point of views and their belief systems, and I don't want to debate nobody or step on no
No,
toes.
I don't debate.
Yeah.
Now, I do get disrespectful if somebody disrespects me.
Yeah.
But it sounds like topic number one, where it says, "What do atheists have wrong about the God of the Bible?" So maybe what you want to say is under that topic.
No, it's just I'm the guy that comes. You know what I'm saying. I don't agree with everybody. I got my own point of view, but you know what I'm saying. I just know that the Bible isn't true. You know what I'm saying. So you know what I'm
We
saying.
know
I'll just
that.
leave it at that.
No, what do you? Wait, do you think we're Christians?
I thought you was.
What?
Yeah, this is my first time on this panel. I ain't never been on here. I thought you. So what are you?
Why are you like you said you so you came into here thinking that we were Christians and lied about being a believer?
I didn't lie about
Why?
being a believer.
I asked if you were a believer in the God of the Bible, and you say yes.
Yeah,
You
you
said
can
you could
say
say I'm
that.
a.
I believe in the God of all religions
You
and,
just
and,
sat here
and
and
all
said that it
books.
isn't true. You just said
Not
that
the, not the
the Bible
text,
isn't true.
not the text, not how it's viewed, not how it's you approach it. It's not true in that aspect.
Huh?
Yeah, as far as
And that
reading the
would be the
Bible,
text being true and not the perception. You said the text isn't true.
it's more so a blueprint towards man's ascension to becoming a god. It's
So the
not
text is true.
parts of it.
Okay, that's a complete 180 from what you said earlier.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I just didn't know you guys is where you guys stood at your
I mean,
stance.
it definitely isn't a blueprint for man becoming a god when the God in the Bible clearly stops men from becoming a god at every turn.
That's what I'm saying. It's not all true. I mean, which you guys know that.
What part of it is true where man ascends to becoming a god?
It's not the Bible is all information, you know what I'm saying? All the information in this world, including math, geometry, science,
I got that.
spirituality,
What I'm asking you
Math?
is for you to
math.
say for you to say that it's a blueprint
Yeah.
for man's ascension to becoming a god. What part of the Bible is the part where man becomes a god?
Jesus' resurrection.
He was already a god before that.
No, he wasn't. He he
Did
became
he
a
not
God
come
after he
from?
was
Did he not
crucified.
come from? Did he not come here through the Holy Spirit? Was he born of human semen?
Did he come? Sorry, I was reading the comments. Somebody had said something, but
Don't read the comments while
yeah,
you're on stage.
yeah, my
That,
bad.
was he born of human semen?
Now that part, that's up for debate. That's a question mark.
What does the book say?
I don't go off the book. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying, in general,
And it ain't a
You
blueprint for
are
you
that
going off
then.
the
gotta
book. You
you
don't know
gotta
Jesus without the book. Are you serious?
you get it, you're not saying understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying all religious
We do.
books
You're
and texts are go together. It's like a puzzle piece. They
no,
all
it's
are.
not.
Yeah, it is.
Now,
They
what does
all
Babylon? What does Babylon say about Jesus? What does Babylon's text say about Jesus' ascension?
I'm saying there's bits and pieces of the information spread out through
I
all
heard what you're
religions.
saying. So, what
You're
parts
not.
does Babylon have about Jesus' ascension? About the ascension of
I
man
don't
to
know
God?
nothing about Babylon
You
exactly.
said all religious texts.
All, yeah, there's a source for it. All of them
So
come from
then
a
you would
source.
have to know, in order for you to get the complete picture, you would have to know all of the religious texts in the world for you to get this
Yeah,
complete picture. Right. So and
that's
you don't
part of
know
it.
that. Then you don't know that the Bible is a blueprint for that because you don't know Babylon's religious texts.
No, it's not that. It's just that I know that there's a source in that, and the source of that information got spread out amongst all these different religions. So you don't necessarily have to go through all that hard
That
work
doesn't
to
make
get the
sense.
answer.
That
But
doesn't make sense. If
because
it's the blueprint, if it's the blueprint, like you're basically saying that you can have if a map is cut into 20 pieces, you can have 5 pieces and know how to get from wherever you are to Georgia with only 5 pieces of the map.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
That is exactly what you're
That's
saying.
what I'm saying.
You're
No,
saying the blueprint for man ascending to God was spread out across multiple religions. And you don't need to get every piece of this blueprint to know how to follow it. You can have a few pieces and still achieve the ascension. That's what you're saying.
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's why it's so hard and complicated and complex to do because of that reason. That's why it's so hard because you can't put it all together.
That you don't know that's the final picture because you haven't looked at the final picture.
The final picture.
How in the hell do you know that it is a blue? How do you know that it's a map to Georgia if you only have 3 pieces of it? How do you know that it's a blueprint for man's ascension to becoming a god if you only have a few pieces of the blueprint?
I didn't get the answer from reading those books.
Oh my
or the
gosh.
Bible. That's just part of it.
Why is this logic hard? Like this is like basically we know that you're making this up because
No,
there's
I'm
nothing
not.
in the there's where did you get the information that the Bible is the blueprint for man's ascension to
Part
becoming a
of
god?
it.
Where did that come
Part
from?
part
Where did
of
that
it.
information come from?
Okay, you guys don't sound crazy, but I was spiritually crucified, right? And I was reborn and resurrected. And once you get that, you gain a different clarity through your spiritual awakening, right? So I'm at the beginning stages, so I can't map everything out right now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? And I already know people are going to go against me. You know what I'm saying? In the Bible, what happened with Jesus when he went around? What happened with the Pharisees? Everybody goes against him. So I know my truth and what it is. So, and I'm in Los Angeles, and my name's Collie Babs. And if you don't believe me, just remember that name. Just remember that name.
The thing is that this is information that you have in your head that nobody else can validate or invalidate. You are saying that you had this religious experience and therefore now you have information that nobody else has information to.
Yep, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it's only
That's
one
the same
percent.
thing the
It's one
writers of the
percent.
Bible said. That's the
It's
same
only
thing the
one
writer
percent.
like that. Hold on. That's the same thing the writers of the Bible said. That's the same thing Azael said yesterday when he came in here. When his ass was saying you spell Jesus in Hebrew Yeshua, right? Like you all have these experiences, right? That only you have access to, and then you expect for people to accept it as truth when you have no evidence, like it can't be tested or proven or even
Yep.
repeated.
Yep. See, that's why I said it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for people to grasp. That's why I told you at the beginning. That's why I said I
It's
didn't really
not
want to
hard
go
to
in.
grasp. It's not hard
Yeah,
to
it
grasp.
is.
You are claiming that you've had this a metaphysical experience, but
Yeah.
no one can verify it.
Nope.
No one
Nope.
can verify it, right? So it's
No.
no different than the claims that these people wrote in this book that they had experiences with a god. And then when we even today we can debunk a lot of the stuff in this book. Like
Yep.
if you were to even tell us, I'm pretty sure that if we ask you logical questions, we would be able to debunk it just using basic logic or even use it with you contradicting yourself, right? But you would just reject all of that because all that matters to you is the experience that you had. And that's why those things, like when you have or believe you have these experiences, it's best to keep them to yourself because you are the only one who can validate or invalidate it because it happened in your mind.
Facts. And I'm not even supposed to be talking about this. I'm supposed to be living it and exuding it. But I came on here because I was bored. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
then you should punish yourself because you
nah.
disobeyed yourself.
You're right. You're right. You know what I'm saying? So I already knew before, you know what I'm saying? Once you get this, they say you're going to get backlash when you speak on this.
Nobody is
And
giving you backlash.
no,
No
I'm
one
just
has given
saying
you
in
backlash for
general.
it.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying in general. When you speak on this type of stuff, this is the type you're gonna get this type of reaction.
What type
You
of
know,
reaction? Go ahead, Fee.
People just not understanding. People, it's just different. You know what I'm saying? People want proof. You know what I'm saying? It's just a whole bunch of stuff that goes along with these words. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, just remember my name. I moved to Los
Like
Angeles and I'm
who
here.
in the hell wouldn't want proof? Like you would want proof if somebody came to you and told you that they were some reincarnated Azrael and you were supposed to be doing XYZ in order for you to reach your ascension. You would want proof. You wouldn't just accept somebody else's words for it. At least I hope not.
It,
and that's exactly what I was coming off mute to say, thinker, because like it's not that we don't understand what you're saying. We can comprehend words. Like you're not saying anything that flies above our comprehension level. Like the point is it's epistemology. You can tell us what you know, but you're gonna have to show us how you know it. And if your expectation is for people to just believe it, or you're looking for people who will believe without evidence, then there's a reason for that. Any God worth his weight in salt would realize that if you created people with brains And you, according to y'all's belief system, developed this logical system. I don't know why he had to create a spiritual scavenger hunt, but I would want to ask him that question. Some of us want to know how you know what you know. If you believe it strongly, okay, cool. I can't tell you who you are or who you're not, but you're not going to be able to just say a thing and people just say, oh, okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm going to sign on. That's dangerous.
This is exactly
It's not.
what
It's
Jesus did, right? Jesus couldn't perform miracles in his hometown because of the unbelief, right? There was so much unbelief.
yeah. You
If he
would.
was actually performing miracles, right, regardless if someone believe it or not, the 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 miracles would, they can't deny it. If he was actually performing them, belief wouldn't take the miracle away. The reason the story says that Jesus couldn't do it in his hometown because of the unbelief is because, like Fee just said, you need people who are willing to forego logic, who are willing to forego skepticism, who are willing to forego questioning, people who identify as a believer. And this is why I always say,
Yep.
when you identify as a believer, you are saying, hi, you can tell me anything and I'm not going to question you. I'm going to accept your testimony as fact, as truth, without evidence. That you know who to tell your story to as soon as they say that they are believers.
Yeah. Well, I see this more so as part of the journey. So, you know what I'm saying? So this right here, I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? So now I know where I need to go and what direction I need to do to provide that proof and evidence, and it'll come. Like I said, just wait on it.
We haven't told you what standard of evidence. Where did you get that information from?
Stephen, you got everybody needs proof.
What type of proof did we tell you we would take?
I mean, what do you mean? What kind of proof you would take? I don't understand what you're saying.
You just said that you understand now what that where to go to get like evidence, right? Like that, what type of evidence that we need. We haven't given you that information.
Yeah, because you couldn't give me the information either way.
So what do you mean this was a learning experience for you, and now you know that you need evidence and where to go get the evidence?
Because I
How
see.
how did you learn that in here? You didn't learn that in here because we didn't tell you that.
Yeah, I just know, you know what I'm saying? This is something that I needed to hear, and I got a little outside perspective, and I know demonstration speaks louder than words. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, just remember my name. I'm in Los Angeles. I moved here. I was born, and I was definitely crucified, you know what I'm saying, spiritually and unalived. You know what I'm saying? There was a time I
What
wasn't
the hell
present.
is a
What
spiritual
does that
crucifixion?
mean?
A
In my
spiritual
imagination,
crucifixion?
I got killed and came back to life.
What does spiritual crucifixion even mean?
Somebody
Brandon, that
talking?
was to you. Yeah,
Um,
I'm asking you, what does a spiritual crucifixion mean?
Okay. I'll say in just like a logical sense. If you grew up in a household and you're an empath or you're a truth teller, you're basically the black sheep, right? And you're targeted from birth by your whole family, parents included, brothers and sisters. Everybody targets you. You have like a Cinderella story, and your whole life is gaslighted. You're blocked from
She
opportunities.
asked for a definition. You don't
Uh,
know the story is
they
crazy.
manipulate your reality. They,
Hey, she asked for a definition, not a story. You know that, right?
huh?
She asked for a definition, not a story. You know that, right?
She said, "Give me the definition of a spiritual crucifixion."
Uh
Mm-hmm.
huh.
You guys got to look that up. I'm gonna just be honest.
Why do we have to look it up when you're the one who
Look that
you
up
came
because
up
you
here to
don't know.
posit?
I don't. I can't. It's
Yeah,
just
you came
different,
up here
bro.
to posit that you experienced one.
You said I haven't experienced one. And I did.
Well, no,
Oh,
no, no. That's
she
not what
said
I
you came
said.
up
I
here to
said
say
you
that you
came up
did.
here. Yeah, you came up here to tell us that you experienced something. We're asking you what that thing is. Why wouldn't you be able to define it for us?
It's just hard to articulate. It's just hard to articulate. I'm just gonna be 100. It just is.
Fee,
Then
can I
So
maybe
tell
it's
you should
hard
you
to
say that.
articulate.
what Fee? I'm gonna tell you what I think a spiritual crucifixion is.
Yeah, please, because I don't know.
A lucid dream where he was on this translucent cross, and these translucent
No,
people
no,
stuck a
no.
translucent sword into his translucent soul, and then he rose. His translucent soul rose in this lucid dream, and then he had confidence
That's
and
funny,
and
but
a new
that's not
identity and a
accurate.
You
new
said
personality.
That's funny, but
he
that's
was
not
stuck in the
accurate.
genjutsu that Itachi used on Kakashi.
That's
For
not
those
that's
who get that, that's actually good.
that's funny, but it's not
We can't hear
accurate.
you, Uso.
Oh, I said he was stuck in the genjutsu that Itachi put on Kakashi. And if you know that reference, then that was really
That's funny. It's not accurate at all.
But you do
Well,
realize
then,
that
if
the
it's not
moment you put
accurate, you should be able to articulate it. If it's not accurate,
A
then you should be
spiritual
able to
crucifixion
articulate
is
it.
basically I can't articulate it in a definitive, like defined type of word because, like I said, I'm at the beginning stages. But there was a time where I wasn't present. You know, I was isn't incoherent. I couldn't talk. I couldn't really process information. But now I'm present because I have awakened from being spiritually unalived. You know what I'm saying? So I was in my body, right? But I'm not present in my body. You know what I'm saying? So you can't do things the normal human can do. You can't really
So
socialize.
you were mute.
Basically,
Did you learn sign language?
you're like disabled in a way. You could
Did
you
you
could
learn
sign
sign
up.
language?
No, I didn't sign up. I just
How
didn't
did you
talk to
speak to the people
nobody.
in your life?
I didn't talk to nobody.
How long did you go being mute?
Well, I've been isolated for 3 years now.
Not isolated. How long did you go being mute?
I've never been a big talker.
I didn't ask if you were a big talker. When you say that you were mute, you had the ability to talk. You just didn't.
ah. Please answer that.
Are you saying you had the ability to talk, but you just didn't? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So
Everybody has the ability to talk
you were physically disabled. Is what you're saying? Like your voice
mentally,
box
but
did not work.
if you look into it, right, from my experience, my level of trauma that I experienced was at the same level as a military war veteran. And if you go look at them, right, they're not really capable of talking and all that stuff. So just go watch a
Okay.
military war veteran
No, no,
and
no.
look at the
I
trauma
know.
that
Listen,
they
I
experienced.
understand what you're
Okay,
saying. I'm
that's the
trying to
stage I was
understand.
at.
It's not okay. So you had a physical trauma, and it mentally stifled you from being able to speak. Your voice box worked, but your brain would not communicate with your voice box to make sounds come out. Is that correct?
That's definitely not correct
You could not talk because of trauma, correct?
because I wasn't present. I was stuck in my mind.
That's trauma. So you were stuck in your mind. Your brain. You do realize that your brain shoots information right to the rest of your body to communicate with your body to do things. Right. So your brain was not sending signals to your voice box to send out to make sounds to communicate your
No, I
thoughts.
was
Is that correct?
talking. I didn't say I was completely mute. Like I never opened my mouth and spoke. I'm just saying I wasn't coherent enough to have conversations with people. I wasn't present. But if I had to sit there and
You
hold a
did say you didn't
talkie,
speak. You did say you
I
didn't
didn't.
talk.
I'm an introverted, quiet person. You can even say I'm a little shy. I don't
So,
talk.
so okay. So I'm gonna ask again. You were choosing not to speak. It was
No,
not that you could
no,
not speak.
no. I couldn't talk at the same time.
You could
I
talk.
could make noises and talk like that, but I couldn't talk. You just don't understand.
You mean you're saying that you couldn't talk, but you could talk. You just was not making sense when you spoke.
I couldn't get out what I wanted to say. I'll say that I couldn't get out what I wanted to say.
You were not making sense.
The people understood me. I just couldn't get out what I wanted to say. I
You
wasn't
had
a
a stroke?
proficient talker. I wasn't a
You had a
proficient
stroke?
speaker. The abuse that
But
I
I'm
suffered
asking
was
because my mother went through that where she could do like she could make the noises, but she couldn't articulate it, and
no,
she had to learn how to talk again.
no,
So you are nonverbal, not mute.
no. It's
He's
not
not even
that.
saying that.
No, it's
He's
not
saying
that.
that he could talk. He's saying that he could talk. He said the people could understand what he was saying. But I guess the thoughts that he actually wanted to communicate, something else came out.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to say pizza, cup came out.
Nah, you're just making a joke of it now.
Not making a joke. I'm trying to
Making a
understand what you
joke of
are
it.
saying. If you want to say Jesus Christ is King, something else came out.
No, it's not that I couldn't say what I wanted to say and said a different word. Come on now.
You
So are
said
you?
that.
The
So
thing
what
You
about
said
it
it.
is,
happened?
Oh my gosh.
you said a vague thing, and when we ask clarifying questions, you get even more vague answers, and then you get upset that we
Okay,
don't
have you
understand.
ever talked to somebody in
Be
special ed?
specific.
You go to special ed, you try to hold a conversation with them.
Be
They're gonna talk
specific.
slow. They're gonna talk slow, right? You go to special ed, go try to
Not
talk to
always.
somebody in
Not
special
always.
ed. They're gonna
You're
some of them, not
generalizing.
all of
You're
them, not
generalizing.
all of them, not all of them. But just speaking, if you go to somebody that is mentally slow, they're gonna talk to you slow, right?
You
Have
were
No.
you ever
talking
talked to
slow.
somebody that came across as dumb or
Are you
slow,
saying you're
right or
mentally
wrong?
slow, or are you saying we're mentally slow?
When
Oh,
you
he's
suffer
saying.
a kind of trauma,
Hold
you can
on. Please
become
stop.
mentally
Please
slow.
stop. Hold on. He's saying that when he talked, he was talking like I talk slow and like that. That's what you're saying?
Kinda. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Kinda.
Okay. All right. So you had thoughts in your head. You were trying to communicate those thoughts, and you had trouble.
It ain't even
Making
that.
you had.
You just
Can I
not
finish?
present.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
You're not
You had
present.
thought. You had thoughts in your head. You were trying to communicate those thoughts, but your mouth, your tongue, and your lips would not do what you needed them to do in order to communicate your thoughts.
No, it's more so like you don't have the energy to talk. It's like it's
I get
hard
it.
to
You don't.
talk.
I get you don't have the energy. Cool. The energy, a lack of energy, is the cause. What I'm trying to understand is the what right now. Okay. So when you say that you didn't have the energy to talk, as you were trying to talk, you had thoughts, but your tongue and your mouth would not form the words that you were trying to say. Is that correct?
That's part of it, but that's not what it was.
I'm not giving a reason for it. Right now. I'm just trying to understand the what. The
It was
reason is
just trauma.
different.
It was trauma.
That's the reason. I'm trying to understand the what. Trauma is a reason.
Okay, the what?
Yes, the what is that you were trying to speak, but you couldn't form the words. Like your if you wanted to say I'm on TikTok, it came out like uh, tick like that. Is that what you're saying?
Mm, mm, no, I don't know. I don't know.
Was this a spiritual like experience for you?
Now it's spiritual. All this stuff that I'm talking about now would have been what am I talking about a couple years ago? I've been like, who the hell is this guy? I was being like, who's this nerdy ass nigga saying all this shit? I was not like this saying talking or none of this. This should be weird to me if I heard a nigga talking about like nigga, what the fuck is you talking about? Nigga, get away
We trying to figure out what the fuck you are talking about. This is why we're
exactly.
asking
You would have
questions.
to
You still can't articulate it.
exactly because it's new. It's new. Once you are spiritually crucified and you're unalive, you have access to new information and
What
this
new
new
information do you have
listen,
access to? Like you
listen.
can't. You haven't said anything
Because
that
you
is
have to
novel.
exactly because I'm operating in a different timeline and I'm figuring everything out. I'm at the beginning stages. That's
Then
what I'm
what do you know
saying.
from the other timeline? Give us
The
information from the other
timeline you guys
timeline.
are operating in, the 99% timeline,
Give
is
us the
completely
information from
bullshit.
the other timeline. Then
It's bullshit. You guys are
okay,
living
okay. Give
in
us information.
delusion.
Give us novel information. Then
Shit, you guys matter. You to get where I'm at, you're gonna have to be spiritually
okay,
crucified.
cool. You're so spiritually elevated. Yay! Now give us novel information.
I'll just say this: just I don't know how you can spiritually get crucified or spiritually have a spiritual unalivement, but if you want to get to
Give
your highest
hey,
potential
hey,
in this
hey.
lifetime,
Y'all,
We
I'm
you're gonna
don't
have to
know
serious.
be
if we want
spiritually.
it. We don't. Hold on. We don't know if we want it yet. What? Give us novel information from your spiritual place, wherever the spiritual high place that you are. Give us information that we
Okay,
don't know.
I'll say this. I probably won't say nothing, because, you know what I'm saying, you probably heard it all, but, you know what I'm saying, you are a God and God is lays within you, but it's dormant. You know what I'm saying? So you would have to be spiritually unalive to access your higher self. There is no just reading books and education and talking or even going through some spiritual awakening to reach your higher self. You actually have to have a spiritual do that. So good luck with that. And you're going to experience
Okay.
that incoherence in
Okay.
that
All
time.
right. Now, when we wake up this God in us, what is this God in us going to do that we can't do already?
Are you gonna have infinite, unlimited abilities? That's why I said, remember
To do
my
what?
name. Just remember my name.
Hold on. To do what? Infinite abilities to do what?
Create, destroy, do whatever you want to do. Whatever the
Like
God
what? Be
guides you do,
specific. Be specific.
anything. That's specific.
That's not specific. Anything is
Anything.
vague.
Anything you want to do. Anything. That's why I said, just remember my name. You don't
Like
even know
what?
you're talking to the
How long
realest
ago
nigga in
has
the
this been
world.
since you woken up? Have you awakened the God in you?
He's getting there.
And so he's still asleep.
No, he's not asleep. He's getting
Is
there.
he?
Yeah.
Is he awakened?
It's a journey.
Is the God awake or asleep?
I'm present, right? You're talking to me, right? At
So
one
the
point,
God
I
is
wasn't.
awake. So the God is awake.
Yep, he's aware. You can say
Okay,
that.
all
He's
right. How did
conscious,
you know the
but
God
it's
was awake?
low. It's low
How
because
did you know? How?
I
How did
manipulated
you know?
reality. I manipulated
Okay.
reality.
How?
I manipulated reality by combining truths and lies it's hard to explain. Can I
Not
say
the
it after
recipe.
you finish?
How did you manipulate reality? Like, what did you change about reality?
Okay, I have a cousin, and he's real good at basketball. You can look him up. His name is Demetrius Babs. He plays for Rainier Beach High School basketball, right? Remember that name. And I'm telling you right now on this live, he's going to the NBA. Now, I'll just say that. Now, if you don't believe me, don't believe me, but
Wait,
just remember that name.
that's future. You don't know if you manipulated reality until he goes
He's
to the
part of it.
NBA. I
manipulated his life.
You don't know that until he goes to the NBA.
Okay, exactly, right? So if I'm not on a different timeline and I'm not who I say I am, just remember what I said.
Like why would you come in here and claim some shit that you can't
Just
even
remember
prove
what
yet?
I
Like
said.
you
Okay.
haven't done anything.
Remember what I told you. I manipulated his reality.
You don't
That's the
know that.
reality.
That's what you
Yes, I
believe you've
did.
done.
No,
How do
no,
you know you did?
because it's my cousin and I was in his life and I manipulated his reality.
What
So
did you change about his reality?
I can't articulate it, but it just all right. So
Did he
it's what
suck
it's
at basketball before
2025.
you got involved?
It's
Did he
2025.
suck at basketball before you got involved? Huh?
Just it's 2025.
Was was he shooting bricks before you got involved?
I gave him
Was he like 4'9" before you got involved? Now he's 7'2".
it's not that. I gave him an internal shift. You just see I manipulated his reality and I gave him a key of me. So, like I said, it's 2025.
Hey,
Okay, so if you once you
prior
hear
to
that
this
name,
key,
once you hear,
prior
all
to
right,
this key, hey, prior to this key that you gave him, did was he bad at basketball?
he wasn't bad at basketball, but he didn't have it. He didn't have it. He was average. He didn't have it, but
And
now
then
he
okay,
got it.
so what was his stats before you gave him the key?
His stats. It's just that's irrelevant. It's a
Yeah,
spiritual
It's
thing.
not because you are
that is
saying
real.
that he didn't. You're saying he was average prior to you giving him the key of you, and now he's really good.
Correct.
Now-
This
Okay, so what were his stats prior to the key?
okay. So
What was he shooting?
he was I won't say that, but he was in the state of Washington. He was rated after 100. Now he's second in the state.
After you gave him
After
the
he
key?
talked to me, after he got situated with me, now he's second in the state of Washington.
Okay, hold on.
He practice more.
He's second in his grade or his position.
So he practice more.
It's not about that. It's an internal paradigm shift.
Second
It's
in
something
his
different.
grade at his position is different than second in the state.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Which one is it?
Look,
And he
my
got offers from Stanford.
Which one is it though? Is he second in the state or second in his grade at his position?
Second in his grade at his position, but he was outside of 100 prior to that. But
Where is
just
he
like I said,
in the overall
it's
100? Where is he in the
2025,
overall 100 then?
huh?
Where is he in the overall 100?
I haven't looked. I ain't talked to
Hold
him.
on. What grade is he in?
A junior,
So that means he would graduate in 2027.
27. Yeah, just remember that name. If you said it's 2025, it's too early to say that. I'm telling you, I'm on a different timeline and I got those abilities. So I'm telling you,
Hold
he's
on.
gonna
Hold
get
on. What's his
drafted.
name?
I'll put it in the comments.
Demetrius something. Babs.
God damn, boy, you tapping that straight hard to the mother.
Oh, Demetrius.
I mean, honestly, this is kind of like what LeVar Ball did, whatever. The little dude that can dribble for Julian Newman. This is what his dad did.
No, that's some funny stuff.
Uh huh.
That Julian Newman stuff is funny stuff. We
Uh huh.
not goofy like that. That we not no off brown clown niggas like that.
Oh
We
yeah, for sure.
we're legit.
Absolutely.
So you had this. You had
You don't believe me? Go to Tacoma, Washington, and ask who the realest is.
you
Okay.
had this. You had this spiritual awakening. This spiritual. What did you call it again?
A spiritual unalivement, a
Yeah,
spiritual
spiritual
crucifixion.
unalignment. And what else?
That's the word. That's the terminology that I learned. It was. I didn't
Okay,
know
so
that.
you had this spiritual unalignment, and
Yeah.
the best thing that this spiritual unalignment could give you was that your cousin would be a famous basketball player at some time in his life.
No. 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 That's not it. I gave him. I like I said, I manipulated and got around him, and I did something, but I don't know how to articulate it. I just know what I did, and
What can you do? Can you do that with other things? I mean,
yeah, I
because
could do it. I could do it. I could do it to
okay,
anybody.
well, why aren't you doing it? I mean, because someone, with the state of the world, we would need someone that's able to do that kind of stuff right now.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I said, remember my name. I'm at the beginning stages,
What position he play?
all of them. But I think he's a shooting guard.
So he definitely isn't number two. Somebody named Jalen McCollin is
Yeah, he's better
for
than
class
him.
of for class of 2027.
By the end of the junior year, he gonna be number one.
Hold on. Hold on.
This just seemed like a waste.
I actually don't. Let's see. I don't.
Go look
Let's
at
see
his
the
Instagram.
watch
You gonna see him
list.
windmilling
Hold
on
on. Hold
niggas.
on. I don't even see him on the watch list. And
Man,
he's not. You said he was number two, but he's not even on the watch list.
I said number two at his position in his grade.
You said I just asked
She
you
pulled
what
that up.
position does he play. You said all of them. I'm looking at class of prep hoops 2027 player rankings. He's not on the top ranked players, and he's not even on the watch list for class of 2027.
That's not true because he got offered from Stanford.
I'm looking at it right now. The watch list consists of Grant Brown, Liam Bryant, Jace Andino, Candino Blue the
Okay,
third,
all right.
Nathaniel
Those guys are
Abdi.
irrelevant. I'll tell you this.
No, they're not irrelevant because they're on the list.
They're
And then
irrelevant.
the ranked players are Raider Fanu, Jaden Hunt, Jalen McLaughlin, Jalen Davis. Why are the basketball players always named
Listen,
Jalen?
just listen. Okay,
Jack
It's
Thomas.
actually a
okay.
really funny story.
It's not. No, I'm not mad because I know the
Purple is actually really
facts.
funny.
You could go. You could go look on his Instagram. You could look at his Twitter. Just Google Demetrius Babs, and you'll see it. But he just
He ain't
transferred
on
to
this
Rainier
list.
Beach. Just go on. All right. So he's not on the list. You don't see it, but I definitely seen him on the list. Not at the list you're talking about, but he just transferred to
This is
Rainier Beach.
prep
So
hoops.
this is his new. This is his fresh beginning of this year, and you're gonna see his name. If you don't believe me, don't believe me. I'm not mad because I know the
Well, I
truth.
don't because
If
you
you if
told
you
us to
go
look
go
him
watch
up.
go
Hold
watch
on,
one
hold
video.
on, hold on. You told us to look him up, right? I went to the rankings list, looked him up. He's not ranked with prep hoops. Yeah, this is how players get offers. They get ranked, and it costs money to be on these things. I know somebody that could look him up and verify this information for us. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna text her. Hold on.
That's right. It's NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal.
Shut up.
What did he say his name was? Demetrius. Hold on. Let me make sure I
Abs.
spell it.
Babs. Babs.
I was supposed to meet Shaq at a fundraising event. His big ass didn't show up.
Wow.
But he was on NBA on TNT in Atlanta, where I was that next night. I was like, oh, okay, all right, that's cool.
Not my Shaq. That's tough.
It just doesn't make sense to me that you would go through all of this, the spiritual death and spiritual resurrection and all this kind of stuff, and the best you can come up with is you can predict somebody's basketball future. That just to me would be a waste. With all the other things you could be doing to help the world, that's the best you am I confused?
No, I got somebody looking for him right now.
This man left here. What do he say his name is? Collie Babs, and came back. That's so Raven.
Okay. You guys think you talking to a regular dude?
Man, shut up.
What?
I don't even fuck with Instagram or social media.
I mean, clearly you do, right? Because you're on social media talking about this.
I'll just be on the little ones. I don't got no main one. I don't had a
TikTok is
hundred. I
quite
don't had
literally
a
the
hundred.
biggest social media platform in the country.
Yeah, but it's distraction.
It's quite literally the biggest social media platform in the world, actually. So how is this little?
Okay. Okay,
Fuck with
so I
them
just put
biggest
my
ones.
you can look me up. I just gave you a little Instagram with a picture. That's you see me, and then you'll see that's who I am.
Oh, okay, so you do have Instagram.
That not that's not official. It's just I don't have hundreds of Instagrams.
No,
Nice.
while this person looks up this player, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
For
Okay, look,
sure.
Pangos Premier
How are
80.
you not like Julian Newman's dad? Ask
Hell
really
no,
that.
hell no.
What's the difference?
I come from royalty. That nigga is a cosplayer.
Howard, do you come from royalty?
Royalty?
I just told you, look at that little Instagram I just gave you.
Okay, I'm clearly not going to do that. I'm on stage right now, and to leave the app would not be conducive to having conversation. So go ahead and tell me.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. I just hold on. Look that up. Look this up. And they
I
said,
just told you I'm not going to leave the app because that is not conducive to conversation. Go ahead and tell me.
okay, so all right, so there's the West Coast. There's Washington, Oregon, and there's California. If you go to Washington State and you ask who the realest is, they're going to tell you Collie Babs, which is my father. And the reason they say that is because he was the biggest drug dealer in the state of Washington, and I put that on everything that I love. So, and all my family is known up there. So, like when you
You're
go,
royalty because your dad pushed product.
no, it's
If that's
our
the case,
bloodline.
y'all pressure is actually a prince.
And it's not
Pressure is actually a prince.
it's not the drug
Like in
game.
real life, my only begotten son is for real a prince.
You know, we all are really royalty. Are just we just got taken away from who we was. But we a lot of royalty is in America. But I'm saying like in the past and ancient times, if this was like in the past, then we would already be kings. But all our kings and princesses, all that stuff is at the bottom because history got
Hold on, hold
misruled.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So your dad was a king for pushing product,
No,
but you feel like in the inverse that means he would have been an actual king?
you when you get around real guys, you just know like okay, this is a real you like this is a top tier top guy. You know. You just know a high
So
quality
because
guy.
you really liked your dad and you thought he was the bee's knees, he would automatically have been a king in an alternate dimension.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. And I'm not saying that because my dad, I don't even fuck with my dad. But yeah, definitely.
I don't believe your dad is that cool. In an alternate
Yeah,
dimension,
he is.
I think
Guys
that
down here.
he would have been an assassin for
No.
like a evil organization.
If you go to Los Angeles and you talk, I don't even glorify the streets, but if you go to Los Angeles and talk to the main OGs, they know who my dad and family is. I'm not exaggerating.
Okay.
I'm not exaggerating.
If you go to the Dollar Tree round the way and you ask them about a guy that comes in there and buys licorice, they'll tell you who I is. You know what I'm
A bit.
Google asked me, do you mean Tyrone Babs, who was convicted of murder in 2000?
That's that's my cousin, but he's not yeah.
Tyrone Babs is your cousin?
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Now he's
happened in
not
this
like a
case,
cousin
though?
that was around. He's like the cousin that's not around niggas.
What happened in this case?
I don't know. He's like my cousin, but he's not a cousin that I grew
Who'd
up
he
around.
who'd he kill?
I don't know. I don't know. He's
What'd he
not the
do with
guy
the
that I was
body?
around. I know it was something about him being homeless and or something, and some guy messed with his girl or some stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that case, but I know something about him being homeless and some guy messing with his girl, and they got into a fight, and he put his body somewhere under. He hid his body somewhere under a bridge, or I want to say some homeless place. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I'm
saying?
sure the
Interesting. You
story
give
is
a
right
lot more
there.
details than somebody that don't know.
I don't know. I don't
Right.
know.
That is interesting.
You gotta but just remember that name, Demetrius Babs. It's 2025, and you know what I'm saying, and call me delusional, but okay, I'm telling you, he's going to the NBA.
Hold on, I just looked it up. You said in the state of Washington?
Mm-hmm.
State of Washington looked what up?
Bro, your dad is not even in the top two.
My
That's what
dad
I'm
isn't
saying.
in the top two,
I looked up top 10 pusher men ever to do it
bruh.
in
The
Washington.
streets, the streets is not. You got to go up to Washington and talk. The Google is not going to tell you who the real drug dealers are.
Can't say that word on here.
I'm seeing Mookie the Dookie Bryant number
But ain't
two.
nobody that's really doing that gonna be on no list.
I'm seeing Mookie the Dookie Bryant at number two.
If anybody in here on this panel or anywhere in these comments is from Washington, man, say something.
Real OG, two eyes gone, number one.
This person
And
got
I'm
their
I'm a I'm a high quality dude.
this
Hold on.
person got their director searching for your cousin right now. I just want to let you know, like, this is legit. These people are scout.
Good,
So
good,
yeah.
good. I'm telling you, I put his name. He went to the Pangos Premier 80 camp this past summer. That's the top 80 kids on the West Coast. He was number one. He won MVP, and they said they're out of all the prospects, he's the one that they would go with going forward. I'm trying to tell you, this is it's gonna come later because I got around him later. So his game is gonna come around his junior senior year. That's when you're gonna
You
start hearing
said you
about
said
him.
he's a junior right now. You said he's
This
already
year,
ranked
yeah,
number two.
yeah. The season hasn't started.
You
It's
said he's
football
already ranked
season.
number two though.
He is
Okay, that's what we're checking. Hold
on
on.
the prep hoops from this summer. What he did, they got him listed as number two in his class in his position.
Not on prep hoop. He's not. I looked,
Yeah,
but
not on that.
this person works for NCAA. So hold on.
I'm trying to tell you, I don't got no
My
reason to
brother
lie.
that's in Seattle. My brother that's in Seattle. I just messaged him. He said he has no clue who that is.
Well, he plays with Jamal
Ask him
Crawford.
who Mookie the Dookie is. I bet he say something.
Hold on. Let me message him. Hold on.
Okay, so according to the director, there's nothing on this player that is nothing to note. So no, he's not ranked. They're not even looking at him. He's not even a prospect.
Okay, all right, so let's say that. Okay, just erase what I said. Although what I said is a fact. Erase what I said. Remember that name. He's going to the NBA. Regardless of what you said, the prospect said, I got around him and did what I did. Remember that name. I put that on everything I love. He's going to the NBA. Just remember that name.
Yeah, we're not gonna remember you in 2 3 years. And then
A
on top of
fact.
that, if he's in high school, definitely not gonna like be NBA in 2 3 years. Like, he still has to go to college and all of that shit, unless you cursed
I
him
didn't
with like
say I
not
didn't give
going to
you a
college.
timeline when he was going to the NBA. I said he's
Like, so
going
you
to the
think that we gonna
NBA.
be thinking about you in like 10 years and be like, oh, there was this guy that looked like Michael Myers on TikTok in 2025 who told us that this name that I'm not gonna remember tomorrow, it went to the NBA. Like that. That's not the. This is
Who
what I'm
did what?
saying to you. Like, this is what I'm saying to you. When you say that you manipulated reality, something like this is not evidence for it. One, because it has not happened. Like, you can't say you manipulated reality when reality hasn't changed.
Yeah, it has
Reality,
changed.
no, it
Yeah, it has
hasn't.
changed. I don't
It
even
hasn't
know
changed
if the
because
guy that you
again,
said.
the NCAA don't know who your cousin is. They're not even prospecting him.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
I literally just talked to my friend who works for them, and she even took this to her director. She said they're fucking laughing. No, he's not.
Laughing. Okay, okay, so
Laughing
laugh.
because we asked them to
That's
do that. Not laughing at your
uh
cousin. Not laughing at your cousin. Laughing because she asked them to search this person to prove a point. But the fact is, they're not even prospecting him. So, and I'm not saying that it can't happen. I hope your cousin
No.
I hope your cousin's dreams come true. I really do. But this is not you manipulating reality. Reality has not changed.
Okay, so we'll see. Just see. Just sit back and see. Just sit back and see. And you will remember because he's
That
going
is
to be
so
great.
crazy. You want me to wait
Either
7 years?
10 years
You want
will
me to
go
wait
by.
7 years? You want me to wait 7 to 10 years to see to get evidence that you manipulated reality? That don't make sense. Listen to you.
No, you're gonna see shit from me sooner than that. Like I
No, no,
said, I'm
no.
in Los
I want
Angeles.
to know how you
There's
know
not
that. How do you know you have this ability?
because you're talking to a great man,
Oh my gosh.
and I gave him some of my essence in a way that, like I said, the only
What?
way I could
You might not
articulate
need
it
to finish that sentence.
What?
No,
is I
don't finish that
manipulated
sentence.
reality, and like I said, you're going to see. Okay, all right. Like I said, just remember that name.
I
Just
don't know.
remember
We
that
don't get
name, and
into
you'll
past
forget about
stuff,
it.
right?
You'll forget about it. But once you see that name in here, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that name sounds familiar." What? Just watch. Just watch.
Can we ask?
Just watch. And on everything I love, you guys think you're talking to some regular dude. I'm in Los Angeles on everything I love. I ain't walked nowhere and not there's I've never been nowhere and all the bitches didn't choose. I'm not the type of guy that got to put in work. And girls know that there's
Oh, he's
guys.
such a great man that he refers to women as bitches.
Wow. They must be real pick me's if they let you choose them.
I mean, I treat them with respect, but you know what I'm saying? It just
Like
it,
literally,
No,
That
you
guy you
don't.
literally.
call. Wow.
No, you don't. You just refer to them as bitches. Women are bitches to you.
no, not all of them.
Just the ones that you deal with.
It just loyalty don't
Oh my
exist. So I just
god.
see it for what it is. I just don't
Like,
treat
why the
females like
fuck
that.
y'all motherfuckers from different timelines saying the same damn shit about women? Like, why the fuck didn't you come from a whole nother timeline with a different mindset about women?
I don't even fuck with women like that.
Clearly, we know who
For
you be
that
giving your
reason.
essence to.
Because they're not on that conscious level to fuck with me. But I apologize if the B
Now
word.
I understand. Now I understand the
I
trauma.
Hmm.
apologize for
You
B word.
a woman broke your heart. Now I understand.
Nah, I just ain't never seen. No, it's not that. It's just I ain't never
Yeah,
seen
yeah, yeah. It is.
no loyalty. I do compassionate detachment. I don't let females close to me like that.
Females. Listen at them.
I
Females.
don't. The females,
Shit
you know
from
what I'm saying?
timeline to timeline.
You could go play that
Y'all,
game with the
same old
guy.
shit. Same old shit. Like, why the fuck you over here fucking with your cousin's reality, but you haven't fucked with yours? You haven't changed yours. Because I guarantee you, when you left the reality that fucking broke you and went to the new reality, you took that same bullshit with you.
Hell no.
Yes, the fuck you did.
When I first came to
You
Los
like, I
Angeles,
literally, I can hear it. I can hear it. They bitches ain't loyal. Fuck the bitches. Fairy
it's not
tale.
like
What is it?
that.
Fairy. She's a fairy.
It's just not
Whatever the
like
fuck y'all
that.
be
That's
saying.
just
Yeah, yeah.
language. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. That's just language.
That came out of your fucking mouth.
Yeah, I'm just not like I'm gonna speak foreign language or just be practicing some kind words. I'm still gonna be who I am.
Just the
I
same
transcended to
motherfucker
be a
from
piece of
timeline to
shit.
timeline. You
Yeah.
ain't changed.
No, yeah, I
You're the
definitely
same. You're
changed.
the same
No, I'm
motherfucker.
not.
Whatever other timeline you think that
No,
you were in.
no, I'm not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. You wouldn't say that to me if you see me in person. You would know. You'd
What
be
the
like, this
fuck
guy
is
is
what the
different.
why
I
y'all
what?
say the same
What is
shit?
up with that?
Like, damn, what is this seeing you in person got to do with it?
Because
What do
you
you
would
think is
know.
going to change?
You would be like that. That dude isn't. He's not like us.
What?
You Drake? I'm gonna have to meet you in person to figure out you're
You
not
would
like
just
us.
you would just know. You'd be like, this guy's different. You would just know. Have you ever been around somebody and they have a celebrity effect without being a
You know
celebrity?
what is so fucking crazy? Like, the fact that you think that you have to be in the presence of someone who is powerful in order to recognize that power, or the fact that you think that you have to be in front of someone in order to recognize that their personality or their influence. Like, do you what the fuck do you think the
Because
word
it's
influencer
because
means?
you
Like, why do you think the word influencer exists? Like, there are so many people who have influence, without being in front of the people that they are influencing. If I gotta be in front of you for me to recognize that you have power, you don't fucking have any.
No,
And
that's
the
not
only
it.
thing that I probably recognize about you is that you have a weird head or something like that.
No, no, no. You would get shy around me. I'm the type of guy that girls get shy around. Like and guys
No,
be
that's
hesitant to
aversion.
talk to me.
That's aversion. That's not shyness. That's
Look, another Jalen.
That's
They
not
said
no
now there is a
virgin.
Jalen. They said there is a Jalen Petty that's getting a lot of buzz, and we just got off the phone with him. What is it about Jalen's?
Yeah,
What is it
there
about
is a Jalen.
Jalen's?
There is a Jalen Petty. He was a senior that graduated, and he's in college now.
It's
Yeah,
because of
they
Jalen
that
Rose.
cause of who?
Jalen Rose, NBA player.
yeah,
There
yeah.
were no Jalen's before him, and then he became a famous basketball player, and then everybody was Jalen.
Oh, and so everybody named now that's power. That's influence. Everybody named Jalen
Okay,
play
so
basketball, go to the NBA or something.
you seen Cinderella? How they trapped
Cinderella
her in
go
the
to the
house?
NBA
Have you seen the movie Cinderella? That's how I was. That's how cold I am. That's how they had to do me.
You were the mouse
That's how
or the
cold of a
cat?
guy I am. That's how I grew up. Just like how Serena grew
Cinderella?
up on
Cinderella
that
was
movie.
actually touted for being very warm. That's how she won the heart of the prince. Do you not remember the story?
I'm talking about her experience in the household with the people she grew up
But you said
around.
I'm cold. Now I grew up in a cold environment. That's different.
That's how cold of a dude I am, not as weather.
So hold on. You're as cold as the environment she grew up in.
I'm as cold. I'm it's a figure of speech.
I'm trying to
I'm
figure
so
that speech
cold
out.
that I had adults scheming on me since birth on some real chosen one shit.
You're so inhospitable that adults schemed on you from birth
Yeah, on some chosen one shit.
because of your inhospitality.
Cause I'm so cold. I'm a cold ass nigga.
Right. You said you were cold, like the environment that Cinderella had to endure. I would say it was inhospitable. It's inhospitable, hostile, very emotionally abusive. Some might even say physically abusive. You could definitely make that case. So because you were all of these things, adults plotted on you from birth. Hmm.
I don't know. Your term might be called anointed. I don't know. Whatever you want to call that, but I definitely didn't have the
Because
regular
you were all
upbringing.
those things from birth and people did not like that, that makes you
No.
anointed because your dad was a pusher man
It's not
and
about
you
a pusher,
mistook him for a
man.
cool guy.
It's not about the drug game, bro. It's about
I don't know how many times you
Saying
told me
that.
not to say
Stop
that.
saying that.
it's not about that. It's bigger than that. It's a different type of story. It's a different
It's really not.
yeah, it is. It's
You
not
wish it
the
would be,
usual.
but it's really not, dude.
I told
This
you,
is
if you want to
delusions
see
of
what I look like,
grandeur.
I told you if you want to see what I look like, go on Instagram and type in Collie Babs.
No one cares.
I just told you. There's a picture of
No
me
one
and
cares.
there's a little article that shows my dad and you'll see it that I'm not no regular
No one
dude.
cares.
You think you talking to a regular nigga? I ain't no regular nigga.
You
No one cares.
sound pretty regular,
You're
nigga.
about the fifth motherfucker that was come up this week
I bet.
saying the same shit that you're saying.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
No.
absolutely.
One of a kind. I'm one of a kind.
I'm not even the type of person to say that. I'm just on here.
But you're
You know
I
what's
saying
actually
crazy?
it.
speak.
You're so much of a Julia Newman's dad that
Me
like
not though.
even in the fact that like nobody remembered Julia Newman's dad's name, like
That's
that's how you're
different.
gonna
That's some
be.
clown shit. I'm not
Absolutely,
delusional.
absolutely. I'm telling you, it's the exact same thing. I
No, it's
promise
not.
you.
That
I will not mislead
that's
you in that way,
actually funny. His lifestyle is actually
nigga.
funny.
Your shit is hilarious.
You have seen me perform though. If you see me in real life,
You
you'd be like
have
that
been.
nigga should be known. You'd be like that nigga should be known. You'd be like that nigga
According to
should be
you, you
famous.
already
On
are. So
everything I
what's
love.
his argument?
No, I'm saying you'd be like that nigga could be
According to
real.
you, you already are.
I am.
So
It's not
what's your
according to
argument?
me. It's not according to me. You're right. I actually am. but
I
by
didn't
my
say you
dad.
are. I said according to you, you are.
No, I'm not, according to myself,
Okay, well, I never said that you are. So I don't know where you thought you was agreeing with me.
bruh. There's just know there's a whole section of the West Coast of America that's pretty much
It is
virtually
really
unknown.
interesting that you think that your
It's
cousin has the talent to go to the NBA and you have the personality to still outshine him.
it's not even about personality. It's about character and who I am and how I do
Yeah,
things.
this is all personality. You're just trying to perfect your like cult leader kind of aura. And I mean, it's just dumb, to be honest. Like you're
I move
bad at it.
genuine. I'm
You don't
authentic. I
even have
don't.
the answers for the things that you're posing. Like this is just stupid.
You just don't understand it. That's why I said you
I
can't.
do understand, bro. You are rejecting reality at every fucking turn.
The
I get
reality
it.
that
You don't
you
want to
live
look.
in
I
is
get
created.
it. I get it. You don't want to
You
do
live in
reality. Even
you
I don't
live in
want
a
to do reality
creation.
sometimes. But you know what I don't do instead of not doing reality? You know what I'm saying? I might play a little video game here or there, right? Right. I might light up a tree or two. Um, but I won't sit here and make up the fact that I have spiritually been killed and came back to life and now have God powers. And my proof of that is going to be not just doing something now because I'm fully awakened, but waiting to see something pan out in the future. And in the
That's
meantime, in between time, if I accidentally into something that I could try to claim as a supernatural thing, then I'll do that.
you get proof. You'll get other proof. But I'm saying, as far as something that I know
Yeah,
that's
call it right now.
tangible,
Call it right now.
I'm saying it's something that I know that's
Yeah, call it right
tangible.
now. Call it
Like I
right now.
said, one thing is
Call
my
it right
cousin
now.
will go to the NBA. Period.
Call it right now.
Period. Period. He going to the NBA. Period.
Hey, call
One
it right
thing.
now. What's the thing that we're gonna see in between? Hmm?
I can't put that type of information out.
Why?
You gonna have to see.
Why?
You can't tell everybody what you're gonna do. You can't tell people your business like that. All these motherfucking
Right, so you can
uh
just claim it after the fact. I don't want you to do that. I want you to call your shot.
call my shot.
Call your shot. Tell us something supernatural you're gonna do.
A supernatural I'm gonna do. I just told you my cousin's going to the NBA, and that's probably 4 or 5 years down the road. How the hell am I know that? So it's just wait and see.
That's the only thing you did since your God woke up.
I can't
That's
tell
the
you
only
no
thing.
more.
If you shared your essence with your cousin,
Once
that's the
you
only thing you
once
did.
you go through a spiritual unalivement and and you come back alive, you're at square one. It's like you're reborn. So
Right,
you're
and the
in the
first thing you
infancy
did was,
stages.
and the first thing you did was share your essence with your cousin, and you stopped with that.
Yeah, I have to build on it. I have to build on it. It's something that it's at the beginning stages, just like
How old are you?
anything
How
else.
old did you say you were?
I'm 27.
And the first thing you did when your God woke up is go to a minor,
Go to a
share your
minor.
essence. You went. The first thing you
Yep, that's
did, your
me.
27-year-old God
Yep,
woke up, is
that's
to
me.
go and convince a minor that you have the power to
I didn't convince
make them go
nothing.
to the NBA.
I didn't convince nothing. All right, so go look. All right, so I'll say this: go look at him play basketball because there are definitely clips of him you could watch and see. You don't got everybody has eye. Everybody's smart. You could tell a talented player when you see one. Is he not windmilling and dunking on people? He was not doing that before I
He's
got
Yeah,
here.
fucking
Julian
six
Newman's dad.
five.
Come on now.
He's 6'5".
No. Okay, just watch. Okay, he's 6'5". How tall was Michael Jordan? 6'5". So you don't think this nigga is gonna go to the NBA and be
You think
elite?
What,
every
Michael
six
Jordan
five
six
player
six?
goes to the? You think every 6'5" player goes to the NBA?
No, he has the
Right.
frame. Just wait. I'm gonna say that. Just wait. He got
You're
all
attaching
everything. He got
yourself
all
to
the
your cousin
tangibles,
preemptively because you want a piece of his success. You're a
and
selfish
and
fuck.
and and that's me in the picture. If everybody can't see, that's me, but
Absolutely. You're
it's
trying to
blurry.
attach yourself preemptively because you think he has the talent, but you know you don't have the talent. You're 27. You're looking at the rest of your life like, fuck, man, I
Talent,
do not
bruh.
want to be here. I don't
I'm
see another way out. So you're trying to attach yourself to this young man. You're trying to put out all this goddamn personality. You're trying to be Julian Newman's dad, except
no,
for
hell
this guy's
no,
actually probably going to be better than Julian Newman.
no. I don't.
You're
Me and
trying to
my
get
cousin.
ahead of the game. You're a deadbeat. I hate that shit.
That's me.
I hate
I'm on
that
a
shit. You didn't
total
give a fuck
different
about that
path.
kid until you realize you could use him to get out, bro. That's so fucking
I'm in
weird.
a total different path. I'm in
Hey,
Las
You're a
my
Vegas.
friend
fucking
from the
weirdo.
in
Hey,
my
that's
why you
me.
like Colin Kaepernick? My friend from the
Hell
God damn.
no.
from hey, my friend from the NCAA is listening, and they told me to tell you that only about 3 out of 10,000 high school
That don't
basketball
mean
players make it to the
nothing.
NBA.
That don't mean nothing.
I'm just gonna tell you what they said.
That don't
Three
mean
out of ten.
nothing.
Hey,
Shut
stop
up.
it. 3 out of 10,000 high school basketball players make it to the NBA. I'm just telling you what they asked me to tell you.
Okay, so I should be wrong then, right? So I'm telling you he's going to the NBA.
We didn't say that. I'm just telling you what they told me to tell you.
He said Timu J.
He
Cole. It
must be
looks
going to
good.
Europe at the high school.
Everybody, people know a real guy when they see one. You guys would be
He gonna
around me
play
in real
with
life.
Luka
Tell
Doncic
you
in
about
them,
it.
man.
Uh, what did you say your thing was on Instagram?
That's me. The picture of the guy that posted, that's me right there.
I'm asking you what was your name on Instagram? Donald Glover. Sorry, Aunt Charlie.
That's me. I don't have Instagram. That's just that dude grabbed that off some little Instagram.
I'm sorry, because that's what you said. Look you up on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't have an official page. I don't be on there.
So why telling people to why if you don't? Oh,
Because that's the picture. That's where I knew you could find a picture of me. So you can see what I look like.
Okay, so you don't have any information to share. Um, thank you for coming up.
Just remember that name.
I'm gonna forget the
Somebody say
next
his
time you
essence is
gone,
like
child.
Remember that name. And you
his
guys
Have
see
a
essence
me.
is
good day.
on IG is crazy.
All right. Have a good day.
That was a waste.
The spiritual psychosis that this religion causes, this belief system, these metaphysical deities and spirits and shit is it's sad.
Yeah, he's gonna try to ride that kid's coattail and then like convince himself that's not what he's doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Mary, are you in the box on purpose? Martha, or on accident? C, C, are you there?
No green.
Mary, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Black butterfly, on purpose or on accident? Scotty's world.
Yeah, buddy.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are
Why
you
y'all
a
picking on that
believer?
man like that?
We weren't picking on him.
Y'all
Are you
definitely
a
picking.
are you a oh, okay? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist? You
I
there?
believe in a lot of different things, but I grew up in the church.
But do you believe in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I don't know what you would call it, but I believe in God. I probably don't just I don't believe in the God that you would believe in. I believe that God is in all of us.
Why are you asserting that I believe in a God?
I'm not sure.
Huh?
I don't know. You're asking your question, so I'm assuming that you have some you know
I'm
some
asking because
stance
I'm the
in
host
something.
of the
So
space and I need to know if you qualify for the conversations I have in this space.
yeah, I'm a believer in self. I'm a believer in the God that's in me.
Okay, so
And
we're
to
not talking about that
OJ's
God.
point,
So I'm gonna drop you, okay? That's not we're not talking about that God in here, okay?
I need to y'all. If y'all can't be on here
Hey
now.
man.
No is no, dumbass. I think I got rid of a couple of racist bot accounts.
Which one? You didn't block Andy, did you?
That might have been one.
Okay. Yeah, and I've talked to Andy ass before.
You want to bring them
He's
back?
not a bot. No, he's good. Like Andy is he's not a cool person, but like um like I don't block them unless they are being racist or harmful in the chat.
hmm
Yeah, but
hmm
He done been on stage before.
Okay. Well, I mean, there was a
Yeah.
couple of bots saying racist stuff, but he was also saying racist stuff. So
Okay. Black Butterfly, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Please do not type in caps in my comments, y'all. Remember the rules of the live. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment only. I think Black Butterfly is in there on accident. Yeah, I'm not scared of them right wing motherfuckers. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, not you being the God. If you are deconstructing or thinking about it, or if you are an atheist, you can be someone who identifies as spiritual. If as long as you believe in the God of the Bible, whether that be Jesus or Yahweh. We don't have conversations in here about African spirituality, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam. That this live is specifically focused on the God of the Bible. Ashley,
Yeah.
hi, how are you?
Hi.
Can I get your age, please? And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am a believer in the Bible,
Okay, which
but
topic did you
also
come
in
up to
my
discuss?
Hindi. And
That's okay. I just need to know if you believe in the God of the Bible. Which
yes,
topic did you come up to discuss?
I'm just here to listen.
Okay, I'm gonna put you back in the chat. Then you can listen from the chat. I don't know, the coming on stage to listen is kind of weird to me. All right, y'all. The stage is for people who come up to have a conversation, not to listen. Only hosts can come on stage or dragons. I don't understand needing to be on stage to listen.
you don't mind if I colonize this space real quick, do you?
That's kind of weird.
What if I whisper it to you? Does that change things?
All right. While we wait on somebody to hop in the box, so I did write a song yesterday for the top super nerds. TikTok sends a list in the uh, in our accounts. Let us know who the top supporters are. I don't know if it's for the month or for the week, but I did take some of those names, write a song, and then I added in a few of y'all who I know supports. Hands down, Ashley, get out of the box. Like you cannot come on stage to listen. So if you don't hear your name, that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate your support. I appreciate all of y'all that are here. Every nerd, every super nerd, every nerd that joined the Think Piece club. I appreciate y'all. Also to the nerds on YouTube, you're not gonna hear your names yet. I'm getting to know y'all and y'all's personality, so don't think that I don't appreciate y'all support, but I do. But this is for the top super nerds, I guess for the month of October. And the name of the song is Happy and Free.
Are you relaxing and chillaxing with an open book? Don't do that on TikTok. that's not a good look. Grab your collard green and cornbread, sky candy and Kamari. Did you mean calamari? Nah, I said Kamari. I'm no fancy Nancy, I'm woke like Adrian Reddick. Fuck the fall like Jamal, free like Keddy Woody Beddit. Writing my own scripts like a Beth Rado Dimzel. Sweetie pie, why they lie? K free will. That's so dumb, we're having fun. Where they go? They run, pause, they run, This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in chat, keep it cute, Thinkers might, absolute, No cab, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker in the nerves, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian, and just say it loud. Facts only. Tell them Brian, they stuck in la la land, cause she mute them when they wrong. They be mad if fear of thoughts trapped in their head all night long. But I'm happy and free, I'm baptized and unbothered. Building unity with Stephanie. Did you say except for me? Go get Persephone. Cause she back from the dark with the glow in her hand. Teaching lessons from the underworld they don't understand. Hopper crack jokes while the truth got deep. And the cop took notes, never fell asleep. And the arc and a lit, sage for the vibe. Mr. Curtis kept time while the comments collide. Auntie Charlene said, baby stay bold, mama bash whispered, let the story unfold. Then Joshua typed fast, Yahushua chimed in. Barnabas laughed, saying Thinker did it again. So if they ask who the crew be, point to the sign. Thinker and the nerds, the stars still align. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, check, keep it cute, Thinkers mic, absolute, No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker and the nerds, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, keep it cute. Thinkers mic, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Love to the chat, see y'all next live.
Thank y'all so much for all of y'all support. Just want to let y'all know I don't always shout out every gift that y'all give, every cash app that y'all give, every super chat that y'all give, because we be in conversation and I don't know how to work it in yet, without like having to interrupt the conversation to shout them out. But know that I do see your support, that I see the things that y'all do on during the live and out of the live and the Discord and all of that good stuff. Y'all are my heart. I appreciate y'all so much. And that is something that I'm going to try to work in as TikTok sends like new lists for like super fans, adding y'all in the content during the live and on my main page. Also, the who just sit there? Who said yes? Jahan do that. It said don't do that. Like I said, don't do that. I said, are you chilling and are you chilling and relaxing with an open book? Don't do that. That's not a good look. You're in the top. You're in the second. Yes, I did say your name. I said don't do that. Yeah, I'll play it again. Listen really carefully, okay? Listen, I did.
Are you relaxing and chillaxing with an open book? Don't do that on TikTok, that's not a good look. Grab your collard green and cornbread, sky candy and Kamari. Did you mean calamari? Nah, I said Kamari. I'm no fancy Nancy, I'm woke like Adrian Reddick. Fuck the fall like Jamal, free like Keddy Woody Beddit. Writing my own scripts like a Beth Rado Dimzel. Sweetie pie, why they lie? K free will. That's so dumb, we're having fun. Where they go? They run, pause, they run, This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in chat, keep it cute, Thinkers mic, absolute, No cab, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker in the nerves, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian, and just say it loud. Tell them Brian, they stuck in la la land, cause she mute them when they wrong. They be mad if fear of thoughts trapped in the head all night long. But I'm happy and free, I'm baptized and unbothered. Building unity with Stephanie. Did you say except for me? Go get Persephone. Cause she back from the dark with the glow in her hand. Teaching lessons from the underworld they don't understand. Hopper crack jokes while the truth got deep. And the clock took notes, never fell asleep. And the arc and a lit sage for the vibe. Mr. Curtis kept time while the comments collide. Auntie Charlene said, baby stay bold. Mama Bash whispered, let the story unfold. Then Joshua typed fast, Yahushua chimed in. Barnabas laughed saying, Thinker did it again. So if they ask who the crew be, point to the sign. Thinker and the nerds, the stars still align. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, teach your check, keep it cute, keep it cute. Thinkers mic, absolute, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Thinker and the nerds, the fam, the alliance. And I can't forget Brian. Now that's how you spell community. This the live, not the pew. Say what's real, tell the truth. Nerds in the chat, keep it cute. Thinkers mic, absolute. No cap, no collar, no robe, no chain. We study, we laugh, we break the frame. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Love to the chat, see y'all next live.
Did you hear it do that? Where's she at?
I heard it.
Where'd she go?
If you Hello Saray, do
Okay, there she go.
see.
Okay.
What did
Yeah. What'd he say?
what did
If you
Osa say?
Hello Saray, do that.
But no, this won't be like the only time. It's 847 of y'all. So I'm gonna work y'all into the content more often. It was something else that
Fee
I was
doesn't
gonna
get
say
one
before
though.
I saw that. Huh?
Fee doesn't get one.
Fee has a whole song to herself.
Yeah, she don't get a shout out. Sorry, twin. I mean triplet, but that's just fair.
Thanks for the reminder, Osa. I appreciate it.
I
I want
heard
to keep you as integral as possible.
Right.
I heard Fee's song for the first time this morning and I cried.
Me too. I cry every time I hear it, Auntie. Like every single time.
I mean, I'm getting feeling a love for Climp right now. She's just so talented. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Thinker.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it on Discord for you right now. Um, the second thing I was gonna say is if you are a super nerd and there is a topic that you want me to cover in my content, like make a long form video for YouTube or for TikTok, that's another benefit that I'm gonna give you as a super nerd. So like if it's something that you want me to go in detail and explain through video, send me a message either on Discord or on TikTok, and I'll do that for you as well. I know somebody reached out, wanted me to create a video because they was having a conversation with a family member, and so I did that video for them. And then I was talking to Happy and Free, and they were saying that they were having a conversation about that same topic with a family member, and that's where I got the idea. I was like, that's something that I can offer to the super nurse as well. That way, if you don't feel comfortable having the conversation with them or know how to articulate it, I can make the video for you and you just send it to them. You're a super nerd, Vita. Yeah, let's see who's in the guest box. No, thank you. I appreciate every last one of you for being a part of the community. Bree, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Yeah. Let me see if we have somebody on that's coming up. Oh, is this D the Barber? Did he change his name to B the Barber? The Barber?
We'll know as soon as he speaks. He has such a distinct voice.
Be the barber. I don't know if they're going to connect. Oh, TikTok took the dragon icons away. They took it away and exchanged it for the date, so I can see the date that you became a super nerd or a nerd, and we have to calculate your dragon status that way. Yeah. What did Bree say? Are they in there on purpose or on accident? Bree, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Scotty, I don't know why you want to be on stage so bad to talk about yourself, but we are not talking about you as a god. Okay? You're not going to make me talk about you as a god. You are not the topic in here. So we'll not be adding you to the stage. I mean, you can say whatever you want to say in the chat. Cool. You still not coming on stage.
In lowercase.
Huh?
I said in lowercase.
Right. This is the issue with identifying as a god. Like you so eager for people to call your ass a god. Like you no different than fucking Yahweh.
Scotty felt like he bought his right to be on stage and talk.
Who?
I said Scotty felt like he bought his way, bought his right to be on stage and talk.
The fuck?
This is aggressively different.
Right. Now they're furries?
What the
Like a
Teletubby is going on?
What the
like a
fuck?
Teletubby, like a kitsune and mask.
Block
Like what
them.
the fuck is going on?
Block them for me, please. Can y'all? They're in the guest request
Yeah,
again.
for
Can y'all
sure.
block them? Thank you.
Absolutely.
What the fuck? Well, that was very weird. Yeah, they were kids.
Go
Like
ahead
it's
and block
kind
him.
of scary. Like sometimes you don't know if kids are being forced to do shit like that. Like that's and they had on pajamas like um a gown like a onesie.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Somebody asked for me to play Theology. I'm gonna play that really quickly while we wait on somebody to come on stage.
I love that song.
Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love be dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth, there's no need to fear inquiry. That's not the theology. What I drink will never make you pee. You can't drink to quench my thirst, that's fee. Theology is the study of a subject without an object. Theology is the effect when logic connects. When you stop preaching, your God goes silent. But with fear flows, effortless, divine, not violent. Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love you dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth has no need to fear inquiry. That's not theology. True theology. Truth and word blend into clear precision. Every time she speaks, it's a soft collision. You have to be a safer space, because when you blame others, you give up your chance to change. Phoebe dropping gems like she don't even try. Each line feel like scripture redefined on the fly. That theology be about as deep as a tablespoon. The Holy Spirit sounds like an inner monologue with a halo on. She teach with tongue, wisdom wrapped in rhythm. No pulpit, no robe, no theology. It's theology. Christian love be dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look. Theology, truth has no need who sees, who don't try to sell me heaven, but reminds me to breathe. Feels what happens when your main focus ain't to be perceived as a good person, but just tries to be your best friend. The best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth is I don't need to be great. That's not theology. It's theology. It's not theology. Theology. Theology.
I like this picture because on the surface, it looks like Jay-Z is hating. But if you see the video, which is the full context, he's actually vibing out tremendously to the song. And I felt like that would be a perfect representation of how I feel because fuck you, that song is so beautiful.
It is. It
But
is.
Fee did not hate when September 23rd had El Oso Rey or Tariq in it.
I mean, it was a brief mention. We say it's the same?
It's not brief.
Ah, all I
It's
know
not.
is I need a Osoology song and it has to be twice as long.
Mm.
Taboo, are you there? No? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Did I delete September 23rd? Because the rapture didn't happen.
This is not helping your argument. Holy shit. Did I get rid of that because it's no longer relevant? I made you a song. Holy shit.
Hey, hey, he got some pilot 25. They just, are y'all ready this time? Hey, hey, the rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. Pastors on TikTok to end up broadcast to live stream. Got people quitting their jobs. This ain't a scheme or a dream. In the live stream chat they scream, Jesus took me up, it's true. Lack of evidence don't matter. They say my faith is the proof. Yeah. The rapture's coming. Are y'all ready this time? September 23rd. They say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. Buy your VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print don't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray. He actually will return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to Elo so right. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week, saying he was gon' show. Pastors delete TikToks, trying to pretend you weren't cocky. Staying 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq. Long body believers looking salty. Can't explain it away, but don't worry, y'all. New date coming in May. Yay. The rapture is coming, y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance. No Noah's Ark. Sell your house for a 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing. You done took it too far.
See, even pressure was mentioned.
That's not even my dog barking. Listen, here's the thing.
I was gonna ask, was that pressure barking?
The only way that we can say you made this song for me is because I did request that you make a Rapture song.
Right. I didn't have to put your name in it. I didn't have to put both your personalities in it or your dog.
Um,
And let me say this, I might add. While I'm writing the song, I was
hmm
tired as fuck.
absolutely.
And I pushed through it.
And I appreciate that.
No, it don't sound like you do.
I do. But it's just that I graduated top of my class from my school, and that school was the school of J.G. Wentworth. It's my money, and I need it now. Okay.
Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Ooh. Golly. Boy, you sick. You got issues. You know that. You got some deep ones.
I'm just
Thinker.
joking. I think it's funny.
Can I share those songs elsewhere? Like if I want somebody to hear them, or are they just to
Yeah.
stay? Okay, okay.
Yeah. Y'all, the guest box is open. It is 8:28, almost 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern. We still have 2 hours to go before Christina goes live. So let's see if we can make it to 10:30. And also, did you get any payout yesterday for your subscriptions? Or did you
Push
get a
to the
message from
22nd.
TikTok? Huh?
Mine says push to the 22nd.
Mine said they sent it yesterday, but nothing came.
Interesting. If you go into the studio and look at the like the balance or whatever,
Look at
it
what
might have a date on there.
it has two. It has one for the 15th, one
Hmm.
for the 22nd, but they're different amounts than what they said they sent yesterday. You got payout yesterday, Zena? See, that's weird. And how the
For
fuck
subs?
yeah, that's what she said. But how does it go up to 9.99 and the payout goes like drastically down?
And
My
also that
payout,
70%, I don't think it's kicked in yet.
like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what TikTok is doing.
From what mine said, it gave me a okay, yeah, yeah. I don't think it was for sub. What mine said was that it split them up into basically the grandfather payment tier and like the new payment tier, and it has them split. And for whatever reason, they could tell me about this for the 15th, but we have to wait till the 22nd to receive it. But it is categorizing them separately, and I guess that eventually the the grandfather price will be phased out. But from what I was looking at, it was they split them off into separate things. You get your separate little bonuses or whatever the case, and then that's gonna be doled out on the 22nd.
So, but what I guess I'm confused because most people were on the old plans for September.
Hmm.
Then I shouldn't the payment for September be the same as it always been? Like
I
why is it less? If like I didn't lose any subs.
right. Honestly, mine doesn't register as many as I have, so I don't know what that deal is. But that's just I don't know. That's just what I was able to piece together. It doesn't look like it. I don't know. Like I really think that they've implemented this thing. I can't tell you the reason, but they've done it in such a poor way. Like this is so poorly planned, poorly executed. I think they're honestly playing catch up, and like the reason why we can't have any like solid information in advance is because they are just like flying by the seat of their pants. They don't know what they're doing right now.
Can I ask a question about this? Because I've been trying to understand it. If you have more than one subscription with different people, like if you have several different people who you follow, each one of those subscriptions are going to go up to $10,
Yeah.
basically. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then so like the way that they like the emotes are gone. Like all of the emotes that we had are on the grandfather plans, but it looks like those that are still on the grandfather plans don't have access to the other emotes. Do y'all? Like if you're on the grandfather plan, do you still have access to the 45 emotes or just the 15?
Just the
Just
15.
the
That
15.
see, that
Just the
doesn't
15.
make sense.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But the 45 emotes are available on my profile page. Like why would you increase the price, give them less benefits, and then uh charge people $2.99 to subscribe, but give them more emotes? Like how the fuck does that make sense? And then they won't even
We
add the
got less
15th
emotes
emote. That's no, the 2.99 don't. The 2.99 still has
Mm-mm.
access to the 45 emotes on my page.
On your
The two
page.
ninety
I'm
nine,
looking at them right now.
yeah.
I only got 15.
I
No, no,
only
no.
have 15.
On my profile page, when they can look at the sub only videos, the
Mm-hmm.
2.99s are the only ones that can see the sub only content on my profile page. The super fans can't, which is stupid to me. You would think the super fans would get whatever get what they get plus the 2.99.
No, I can't see sub only.
You got 25 emotes vibrating sky.
I can't see sub only. I think you have
That's
to be a super fan to see sub only.
no. Super fans can't see sub only. The only people that can see sub only are the ones that's on the 2.99 subscription.
I'm on that and I don't see it. Like when I go to there,
No,
remember me and Mac were on stage and we went there, we couldn't find it. Like we couldn't leave it
you
below.
can't be. You can't be because I'm talking to the 2.99 in my sub only. Like you can't be. The super fans don't have
Hmm.
access to it. It's a different subscription, not the grandfathered one. There's a new $2.99 subscription. If you subscribe to that, then you can see my sub only content on my profile page. That's where the 45
Oh,
emotes are. Yeah, that's where the 45 emotes are. And there's like 20 people on that one,
So
and I can talk to them through that.
what?
so how
That's what
many
I'm
different subscriptions are
saying.
they gonna have? Are they gonna offer?
So it's two. They're getting rid of the grandfathered ones that y'all are on.
Okay,
Those are rolling over to the 9.99, right?
got you.
Okay. And then there is another one that is $2.99 that gives you sub only content on my main page, sub only lives that are not super fan lives, and you get 45 emotes, which is fucking stupid to me because how do you charge $9.99, take away half the emotes, don't let them have access to sub only content, and then they don't get the sub only lives. So the sub only, the 2.99 don't have access to the super fan lives. So when I start doing the super fan research lives, like teaching the class, if you're on the 2.99 plan, you won't get access. You can't watch the super fan lives. The
Oh
super
man.
fan, yeah, and the super fans cannot watch the sub only lives. So it, I don't know what the fuck TikTok is doing or why they even decided to do this, but it's stupid to me. The
So I
five
gotta be
ninety
a
nine is
super
going
sub
to in order to
and view them all.
yeah.
Nice.
Um TikTok is if you're on the 5.99 plan, that's rolling to 9.99 after 3 months. And I don't have any control over that. That's TikTok's doing. So I didn't even know that there were. It doesn't even show me that there are people still on any of the grandfather plans. So that makes sense that there are still people on the grandfather plan. I thought when the badges changed, everybody changed over to the super plan.
I bought mine
Oh,
3 months at a time, and it re-upped before the switchover. So like I'm locked in till December.
I don't know what I'm on, y'all. When they get
Oh,
early.
Lucy, it doesn't show that you're kicked out. You're. You're a super fan, Delamara.
So what is
Yeah.
it? What is it showing about me, thinker?
Can you comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Duh. I'm sorry.
Me
Okay.
too, TikTok go, but I'm gonna figure it out. Like I think TikTok is still trying to figure it out their damn self. You're a super fan. It doesn't show if you're on a grandfather plan or not, but it shows that you've been a nerd since January 31st, 2024.
Okay. Hmm. Okay.
It says you've watched 554 live streams, Auntie.
That's all. I watch you every time you on. I know you've been on more than that.
Look at Oso. How many for me? Oso's like Yahweh. He get jealous.
I want to compare it to what it says.
Oh, so don't be jealous of my boogie.
Oso has been. Oso, you ain't even a dragon yet.
That's so inaccurate. I've been a dragon.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. So it says you've been a nerd since May 28, 2024, and you've watched 472 live streams.
472. That sounds about right.
How do you know? Like? Why are they keeping up with that?
No, I mean, if I've been here for like a year and a half, 400 something, yeah, me don't go live every day. That would be damn near every day that you go live. Yeah, that makes sense.
Always keeping up with attendance. Chatty Catty, you've been a nerd since March 10th, 2025. You got about 5 more months for dragon status, and you've watched 176 live streams. Poor children are what children passed away? What children passed away, Frost? TikTok's new owner decides to steal more money from. Oh, what? You said poor children RIP. What children? Please don't tell me that was another school shooting.
Mine says I got here 502 days ago, so 472 out of 502 isn't bad. It also doesn't sound right though.
It's also single. Oh, so are you single?
Yes, very much so.
Yes, Frost. Do you want his number? Do you want his number, Frost? All the children of Gaza. Do you? Yeah, I agree. That is pretty sad. Frost, I'm mad at you for answering that question right when I'm asking you if you want Oso number. Do you want Oso number, Frost? Is he gay? Oso, are you gay?
Mm, it's a great question. No.
No, unfortunately, only on TikTok. Right?
Well, I don't know that I could say that. I will say, um, I think gay people are cool. I get along famously with gay people. I rock with them. We can hang out. Not today.
No,
It's crazy.
they said damn. Damn.
We could be friends though. Like I'm chill.
Oso's pretty chill if you like the serial killer type.
What? Do you not hear how
If you
majestic my
like
background
if
is?
you like the sociopathic serial killer type, like if you want to be tripped while you're like cooking dinner and shit, like Oso's cool. If you don't want to be tripped, you dodge the bullet, Frost.
That's crazy. You don't hear the Cinderella lifestyle that I'm living?
The chickens and the donkeys and shit.
Well, donkeys. All you hear is birds. What are you talking about?
Where did the person go that was in the guest request that asked to come up? Eric, you're in the box on accident. Where did you go? I was trying to bring you up to the person that asked if you could come up. I was trying to bring you up.
That's just Eric's way of saying good morning.
Max. Hello, Max. Okay. Oh goodness. All right, y'all. Your fan status gaming cat. You should be a dragon too. Not yet. Dragon cat. March 4th, 2025. So you have same 5 months. Yep, 5 months to your dragon status, and you've watched 124 live streams. Yeah, you're almost there. Yep. Also has no empathy whatsoever, fucking ever, except for children and women. Yeah,
And the youth of America that's being poisoned by these idiots in power.
yeah. That's what Oso cares about. Anything else, Oso could give less than two fucks about. Yeah.
That's accurate.
Uh, uh, a gnome. What's
Yes.
what's your name? Is
You
it
can
how you
call me
pronounce
NDJ. It's okay.
NDJ? How old are you?
30, 36.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I do believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay, and which one of the topics on the board did you want to discuss?
Okay. Um, that plan, God's will, God no, Jesus were against slavery. What do you feel atheists need to repent for? Not believing. I don't mind. Why do you feel atheists need to
Okay.
repent for not believing?
All right. What are your thoughts?
I think that anybody needs to repent because if this is the only way to get to the kingdom, you need to repent first.
But if an atheist, that question specifically asks, what do atheists need? Why do atheists need to repent for not believing? Like if they don't believe, they're definitely not aiming to get to the kingdom that they don't believe in.
Oh, okay. Well, they will need to repent if they are interested in the promises that the kingdom has for people who believe. That's why will they I think they will need to repent for. So you if I ask an atheist, well, even though you don't believe, well, you cannot say that, you cannot deny that God has promises. So if you want those promises, this is what God asked you to do. So that's what they will need to repent. You
An
know.
atheist will and has denied that your God has promises because they don't believe in your God. Go ahead, Fee.
No, I was just going to say that's what you just said. Like, we don't believe it. So, what exactly am I repenting for? Like,
But
using
I
logic.
said that if you don't believe,
Hold on, let her finish.
oh, okay.
Yeah, am I repenting for not being convinced by reading this book that this God is real? I think thinkers started with that. We are not convinced. Like, belief is not something that you choose. So, what is there to repent for?
Okay.
That's the question.
So that's why I said if an atheist would like to have the promises of the kingdom, that's why they will need to do that. So if they're not interested, well, of course, they don't need to repent. That's what I would say. They would need to repent to have the promises. So now, if you don't
What are
like
the
the
promises?
promises,
What are the promises? Is one of the promises to not burn for not believing?
the promises, no, that's not the promises. The promises is
Is there a hell for not believing?
the first promises is salvation,
What do you need this salvation for?
the salvation for your soul.
And what happens to your soul if you don't have this salvation?
Well, you remain in sin.
Okay, and so what does that do?
Well, your soul is not rest, is not at peace. You don't you don't reap the fruit of the spirit, which is peace,
That's not
everlasting
true.
peace, joy. What is
That's
not
not
fruit
true.
in the
A
Bible?
person,
That's not the
you're
fruit of.
basically saying that a person can't have peace within themselves if they don't believe in your God. That's not true.
I repeat, you ask me what are the promises
And I
of, or
repeat,
what are the
they're
fruit
not
of the
true.
spirit?
And I repeat that it's not true because atheists can definitely have peace without believing in your God or having this fruit of the spirit.
Okay, if they do have peace, that is good. Okay, I didn't say they don't have peace, but you asked me what are the promises or what are the fruit of the spirit. Peace is one of them, but peace in the Holy Ghost, by the way.
You do
Peace
realize
is
that you said if an atheist wants peace, that they would need to repent to
if
get
you
it,
want the promises that are in the book, because at the
which
end of the day, you
includes
need to be
peace.
including. Yeah, it mentioned peace is in the
What's
book.
the difference between the peace that you get through your salvation and the peace an atheist has without it?
I don't know the peace that an atheist has. I just know that when you accept the message of Jesus Christ, you have peace in within. Now, if you tell me you're an atheist and you have peace in within, who am I to deny you have peace? I'm okay that
Right.
fact
So
that
then
you
your
have peace,
salvation. So there's no
but
need for an atheist to
it
repent.
doesn't. Hold on, let me finish. It doesn't. It's not because you have peace that I cannot have peace as well. That
I
the
didn't
kingdom.
say that.
Okay,
I'm
so
not the one
what's the
saying that you
problem
need to
when I
repent.
mention? I'm
I
just
listen.
listing.
You
I'm
just
just
said that an
listing.
atheist would need to repent in order
If
to
they
get
want the
this peace.
promises that are,
And your God's promises are irrelevant because an atheist can have all of that without repenting to your God.
You can unmute, but you got to stop talking over the host. It's hard for her to hear. It's hard for us to hear.
do they have peace? Do they have the promises?
Yes.
We
They
got
ain't
peace.
your God's promises, but yes, atheists has peace. Atheists are kind-hearted. Atheists are gentle. Atheists have self-control. Atheists are patient. Atheists show love. Yes, they don't need your God for that.
I don't. Hey, listen. If if you're an atheist, okay, respect. I respect the fact that you're an atheist. Now the question was, why do you feel atheists need to repent for not believing? I'm giving you an answer. Now, if you are an atheist,
Do you expect me to just accept your answer and not respond to it or
no,
reject it?
but if the conversation is genuine, you will just you will not feel like I'm trying to set you up or anything. I'm just
I don't feel like that.
okay. So my
I
question
never
is,
said
are you
that.
an atheist? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm an atheist. Why do you think I asked that fucking question?
For somebody who has peace, you cursing a little bit too much.
Oh, you know why I curse? Because I fucking can, and I have peace about it.
I didn't say you cannot, but
The fact
for
that
somebody
you are complaining, the
who's
fact that you
supposed to
are
have
complaining
peace,
about the
you
fact that you
seems
are
to be
complaining, the fact that you are complaining about how I choose to communicate means that you don't have peace. The fuck?
Again, stop speaking over the host.
because at least I don't curse and I'm
Good
not
for
being
you.
disrespectful.
Good for
I don't
you.
either, and I don't
Well,
believe in your
this
God.
this
So there
this
you go.
one reason you guys need real peace to learn how to control
You know,
yourself
the
because
crazy thing about it is
you
that
can say you have
if
control
I
of
if
people.
I gave if I gave a fuck, right, about what you thought about me, then maybe I would change the way that I speak, but I don't give a fuck. You know why?
No, why?
Because I have peace.
Okay, well, your definition of peace
Can I
is
ask?
is is literally different from mine.
It
Can I
would be
ask?
Regardless of
because you and I are,
regardless
it
of
would be, NDJ, it would be because you and I are two different people. And what brings me peace versus what brings you peace would be different.
okay. Well,
Can I
I'm
ask?
happy that you have peace, even though I don't think that we're talking about the same piece. But I'm just answering your question.
We're not talking about the same piece.
It seems like answering
Go
your
ahead, Fee.
question makes you.
I'm just trying to figure out the connection between cursing and peace. Because using swear words or profanity is linguistic, not moral. Words don't have goodness or badness associated with them. That's not how language works. So, how are you tying the use of the word fuck to peace? I could say I am relaxed as fuck. That does not mean that I'm not peaceful. That those two things don't connect. Can you provide that bridge for me?
Peace equals purity culture.
You should know how to unmute by now.
I can have a disagreement with somebody without using profanity. To me, that means that I have
That's
sense.
fine.
But when you use profanity, it means that there's there's something in you that think that without the use of profanity, you will not make your point across.
But that's just not
No, that
true.
just means that's
Well,
the
well,
choice word
that's
that I
that's my
chose.
philosophy because
That just
I
means
know
that's
if
your
you
own
guys got
philosophy. Will you
kids,
please be quiet while I'm talking? That just means that that's what the standard that you set for yourself. And then if you try to apply whatever standard you set for yourself to other people, you're just being judgmental. And that means that you don't have peace because you're worried about what other people are doing with their own choice of communication instead of living your life.
I told my son just yesterday, I was like, I am so fucking proud of you. Like, I used a swear word, right, according to you, but you're saying that that indicates a lack of control or lack of peace. Like, I was feeling happy and proud of my child and definitely at peace. Like, I'm just not seeing how, like, to Thinker's point, the personal barrier or limitation that you've set for yourself, you're applying that meaning to other people. And that's not how anything works. That's just how you see it. Just because those are the reasons that you don't use profanity, it doesn't mean that people using it are using it for the reasons you're not. That's just not how any of this works.
okay, in order to have a conversation, we need to actually agree on the standard definition of the different notion we talk about. So, what is your definition of peace? What is a peace for an atheist? I need to understand it first.
I have already said that to you. I have
Okay, can you
already told you.
repeat it?
Like, first off, stop interrupting me. Practice the self control you claim your Jesus of salvation gives you. While you are trying to clock someone else's peace, you need to be clocking the claim of the fruit of the spirit that you have
Okay,
and control yourself. You have
I
interrupted everybody when they are speaking.
okay,
Practice
I
patience for
apologize.
one. Practice patience for one. You couldn't even be patient enough to apologize. Your apology means nothing. And in the moment you get cussed out for disrespecting me, you're gonna make yourself a victim.
Don't worry, you cannot make me a victim.
I said you will make yourself one.
You don't know what I can make myself anything. Define peace
Including
for
your
me.
Okay.
family.
Okay.
Define peace for me real quick.
I'm not defining shit for you. I've already done that and you were not
But
listening.
I don't understand the purpose of this panel if you don't want to answer anything I'm
I have
asking you.
already done that and you were not listening.
Can
I'm
you
not
then
waiting for
repeat
your
it?
ass twice. I'm not. No.
Why not?
Because
You're
your ass wasn't listening.
Hey, bro.
But NDJ, the
yes.
host asked you to give her the difference between the peace atheists have and
But
the
I don't know
peace
the
you
peace that
say. Wait
atheists
a
has. That's why I'm
minute.
asking.
Wait the fuck a minute, bitch.
I mean,
Damn, that
You
bitch was.
claim you have peace, but you
So
can't stop
delayed.
yourself from interrupting people. This is how I know you don't have peace. You go around trying to bulldoze motherfuckers because you're not at peace. So let me ask my question. How the fuck you gonna answer a question I ain't asked yet? So my question is, what is the difference between the peace that atheists have and the peace you say your God gives you? Go.
Now, to answer that question, I first need her or you to repeat what is peace according to you, and I will be able to answer that.
I'm going to give you the definition of peace. Let me give you the definition of peace because I don't have a definition of peace. Right? That's how a motherfucker come up with that my truth and your truth shit. No such a thing. Let me give you the definition of the word peace. Right? Let's do it. Peace is a noun. Right? Let me find it. It's the freedom from disturbance, tranquility. That's what peace is. That's what peace is, NDJ. It's the freedom
Okay.
from disturbance. It is tranquility.
Okay. That's the definition. So do that's the definition you have? You have peace and tranquility?
I have tranquility. I have freedom from disturbance in my life. Nothing disturbs me.
Nothing disturbs you.
Nothing. Not a
But
thing.
since I've been on this panel, it feels like I've been
No,
disturbing you
no,
quite a
actually,
lot.
no, sir. I just got on this panel. You haven't disturbed me.
No?
Right? You're not even disturbing me now because I know that you are rude and you can't help it. Like this is how your parents raised you, and so you can't help it. It's not even really your fault. It's theirs. So, what is the difference between the peace that I have as an atheist and the peace that your God gives you?
Well, the piece that I have and the piece that you have are different in the way you express it. For example, I would say, because for somebody who has peace, the way you express your peace is way different from mine. I never talk about your parents, for example.
I
I
know,
never
but you
been
interrupt
disrespecting
people. But you
your
interrupt
parents.
people. You interrupt people. So what's the
Okay,
difference? What's the
I
difference?
but
Can you tell me the difference? You
I
interrupt
just
people. You
said the
interrupt
difference.
it.
The way you
Okay.
express your
So
peace
because you don't
is
talk about
different.
my parents, but you interrupt everybody on the
Yes,
panel, is
I
that
haven't been
peaceful?
disrespecting to your parents. I haven't using
You
profanity,
can, sir. They're dead. It doesn't matter. Um.
which is to me real tranquility.
Okay. No. So you
And
think
I forgive you
interrupting? Let me. So you
for
think
that as
interrupting
well.
people when they're speaking? You think that's
And I
peace?
apologize already
I know, but you keep doing it.
interrupt her.
because you haven't
You
really.
keep doing it because you don't know how to control yourself because you're not peaceful down inside. That's why you keep
All
doing
right,
it.
you really. This panel is not really a panel where you give genuine answers,
Sir,
but
this
you
is
just
I'm giving you a genuine answer.
no.
The
According
problem
to
is
who? You haven't
listen, you
advanced
want to be
nobody.
listen,
Interrupt.
You
you
haven't
want to be
helped
able
nobody.
the
You
thing
just
is you want to be able to interrupt people and talk over people and bulldoze people because that is what you do in real life. But remember, the host is God here, right? The host is God here. So if you want to be able to have a conversation and talk about the topic, then you have to stop interrupting people. You cannot answer questions that you won't allow people to ask. You got to stop doing it. You want to have a conversation? You got to stop interrupting people.
I wanted to just throw this in here, NDJ, and I'm gonna have like I'm a really peaceful person. All of these promises are, first and foremost, they're not necessarily promises, they're fruits of the Spirit. They're not promises of the Spirit, but they are fruits of the Spirit. But all of those fruits are completely subjective. In other words, there is no way for me to know if you have peace. You have to define your own personal peace. There is no way to know when you have been patient. Now, I might say that wasn't very patient of him. And you might say, well, I waited as long as I could, right? I was being patient. But there is no way to know if you have joy. What brings me joy might not ever bring you joy, right? Okay. These are not anything that we could quantify like objectively, right? These are your feelings, and your feelings belong completely to you, right? So if a person who believes in Jesus says I have peace, and a person who believes in nothing says I have peace, they are both right. The only difference between the peace of an atheist and the peace of a Christian is the fact that they're just two different people. But the peace of two Christians isn't the same, because what brings you peace may not bring the other believer peace, or what brings you joy may not bring the other believer joy. Right? So this whole question is, I don't want to say, it's not necessarily well founded, if I'm making sense. Does that make sense, NDJ?
Okay, so the question that your panelists ask is not really founded. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I agree because you know, but it doesn't mean that I cannot, we cannot develop on that because there's many ways to get to the truth of the matter.
Well,
It's
no.
true
Hold
that
on.
at the
What
end of the
question
day,
is not
you
founded?
see,
What question is not founded?
interruption. I was talking to the
I just got back.
gentleman.
What question are we saying?
What I was saying, the question founded is that there's no way to judge a person's peace, because a person, if you say you have peace, then there's no way for me to know that you don't, because it's a subjective experience,
Who
right?
asked that question?
I'm telling him that we're talking about the question that's formed. He's saying we have to come to an agreement on what is peace, and I'm saying you can't come to an agreement on what is peace. That's a bad founded question.
No, no. He said. So the question your panelist asked. What question is he talking
Oh, I
about?
thought he asked the question that's on the panel is ill formed. And I was like, yeah, the panel is asking. I thought is what he said. Is that what you said? The question that the
No,
panel
that
is
was his.
asking.
That was his question.
Oh, okay. That's the question you asked. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought we were just discussing this as a panel. I thought he said the question the panel is asking is ill formed, and I'm
No,
saying yes, this question is ill formed.
no. The question he's supposed to be answering is, why do you feel atheists need to repent for not believing? And
Oh, okay,
he's saying that atheists need to repent if they want the peace of God. And he's
okay.
making the claim that atheists having peace versus Christians having peace is different.
Oh, okay. Well, NDJ, that's an ill formed statement, because no two people have the
This
same
is not what I
peace.
said. Number one, I
Okay.
said I need to know because if we're going to talk about something, we need to know first of all. We need to know what all the context of the question. Peace. What is peace? First, you come with your answer, and she did. She said it's tranquility. That's her
Yes.
definition, right? And I said,
Yes.
okay, well, tranquility, you will know them by their fruit. So you're supposed to, if you have tranquility, you're supposed to have some sign of tranquility in the way you express yourself. That's what I did. I
Right.
said,
But here's the
as an
problem, though, bro.
example,
Here's the
and I
problem,
said,
bro.
you
Here's the
don't
problem.
really show tranquility. So I'm not sure you have peace.
No,
That's
but
what I said. And
here's
then
the problem, though, bro. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. No two people show their emotions the same way. There are people who cry
very
when
true.
they're happy and laugh when they are sad. There are people who scream when they have the most peace. and people who get as quiet as they can when they have the most peace. No two people show their emotions the exact same way. So there wouldn't even be a sign, right? Like the way you express yourself, bro, is the way you express yourself. Somebody might say about you, like people have been saying, hey, you don't have peace because you interrupt people. And you're thinking, wait, that's just the way I talk. That has nothing to do with my peace, right? Okay. I am really patient. For the most part, I'm a pretty patient person, right? But that don't mean I'm not pissed off. I could be as pissed off as I want to be. It might come off as tranquil to you because that's just not how I show my emotions, right? So there is no sign. There is no sign, right? These are subjective experiences. Thus, you can't promise me that. You couldn't promise me peace because peace is something I have to experience. Like you can't promise me an experience. Okay.
Okay. My question to you is now, when you express joy, right? For example, let's take joy, happiness. Have you ever went and hit somebody violently because you were joyful?
Actually, yes.
Violently, you made that person
Yes.
bleed.
Yes. Yes.
And then what happened after that?
Nothing really happened after that.
Were you cool with that person?
Yeah. I hit a friend of mine
You hit that person on purpose
on purpose.
multiple times.
Yes. It's one of the things we do.
You adding stuff now.
Yeah, no, no, no. It's one of the things we do. As a matter of fact, when I won my very first Grammy, my best friend was sitting beside me, and I punched him in the arm 8 times, hard as I could. Bop, 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 bop. Swung on
Hmm.
him, and we laughed about it because he knew why I was hitting him.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. He knew. I like the fact that you say he knew. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you have peace, I would say, instead of reading a definition from the book, I would say, okay, give me the give me your definition of peace. Like you said, everybody's peace is different.
right.
You, when you're happy, you hit people.
I might hit someone. I might not.
Okay, but what I'm just saying is that this conversation is to share, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm not forcing anybody to have the same peace as me. I'm just sharing, right, my experience, because that's all human beings, as you say, being different, can do anyways.
Right, but
Atheist
Indy.
believers, we just saying, okay, to me, peace is XYZ, and for you is different.
Okay,
Then
right, but
you
Indy.
go and
Think
then
about
you,
what you're saying,
you
though,
think
bro.
about it.
Think about
Okay,
what you're
what I'm
saying.
saying.
You could never offer as a promise a subjective experience. Right? Just hear me out. This is why I'm saying
What?
that the concept is ill formed. I could offer you an action. I can't offer you how you're gonna feel. I could say, hey man, I'm throwing a party. You should come by. Right? I hope you have a good time. Like I think we're gonna have a good time. But you could come to the party I threw, and everybody there could have a ball and you hate it. Right? Right?
Okay.
Because I can't offer you how you're going to feel. I could never offer that to you. I can
See,
only offer you my actions. So this is why I'm saying that this whole thing is ill-formed. Peace cannot be a promise. No one can offer me peace. Peace is something that I have to experience. You can't give me that. You can't give me joy. Joy is something I have to experience. You
okay.
can't give it to me.
So hear me now. I'm saying I'm not the one who's gonna offer you peace.
No one could offer
Jesus
it to me.
is.
No one could
Jesus
offer.
does.
He can't.
Well, that's why he said he can.
But that means he's lying. He can't do that.
That's the difference between, and that's where you believe he can't. I believe he
No, no,
can.
it's not that I believe that he can't. It's not possible. Think about what I'm saying.
What is not possible?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's not possible. Because joy is something you have to experience. It's not something that can be given. It's not a substance, right? Again, I could give you $1 trillion right now, right? But if you just, you just use it as an example, lost your mother, father, best friend, like if your whole family just burned up in a fire, it might not bring you joy. Right? Okay. Because joy is something that you have to experience. Nothing I can do can bring that to you.
It's
That's
not
something
something you
you
do, first of all.
say
Joy
again.
is not something you do. You're
Right.
right.
That's what I'm saying. So you
But
can't give
this is
it.
not, this is, you cannot give it.
Yeah. So you can't promise it.
Okay. So because I do something, when I'm saying this, is like when Jesus said that he can give you peace, he will
Right.
define what peace is. And
Tranquility.
no, not tranquility. That's the dictionary definition.
But that's what
If
we
you
asked, but that's what we've been asking you. What is the difference between the peace we have and the peace that you say that God
aha,
gives
right?
you?
Okay, cool. I'm about to answer that. Now, the peace that I have in God is to know that no matter what happens in my life, whether my mom dies, like he said, whether there's World War III, whether I'm broke tomorrow, I will still have peace because ultimately there is nothing that can happen to me that he cannot overcome. That's what gives me peace. The fact that I will live the rest of my life without having anxiety or fear over anything. That's what
But
the
NDJ,
peace that I can attest that I have right now.
NDJ,
Now it's up to you. First of all, let me finish. It's
okay.
up to you to believe that I really truly feel that way or not. My presence in this panel is not to make anybody force to believe what I'm saying. I'm just went somewhere, witnessed something, and come to report. And it's
That's
up
okay.
to each and every individual in this
Put a
panel and
period
in
in
the
there,
world
sir. Come on now. Bash trying to talk. Put a
That's okay. And
period
I
in
want
there.
to
Put a
pass this to
period in
Fee.
there.
to
But
Hold
believe
on,
NDJ,
so
to believe
yeah, hold on, y'all.
to
Please
believe
don't do
what I'm
that. Like,
saying.
let him finish, please.
That's it.
no, I believe you, bro. I believe you. But that's no different than any of the rest of us. Like, no matter what happens in life, I'm still alive, bro. I'm still here. I'm here till I'm not. I can make it. I have that as a piece. Your turn, Fee. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to see if maybe this will, because I think DJ is not really following what you're saying. Peace is kind of like, think of it like hydration. You know how they say you can point somebody to water, but you can't force them to drink. Peace is like hydration. So other people may inspire you to feel a certain way. They can point you towards the source of that feeling, but you have to take it in and you have to make it a part of you. You're talking about it as though it's a product that can be given to you or handed to you, but it's more of a practice, and that practice comes from like a consistent way of thinking, a consistent way of managing your emotions. Now Jesus may inspire that in you. You may use Jesus to attain that feeling, but he didn't hand it to you. You did the mental work to accept it and to process it as peace. So to Bash's point, what that product looks like or what that experience looks like that results in peace for different people is going to be different things. Like for me it's quiet, for me it's journaling. That's what brings me peace. I have a good friend who for quiet makes them crazy. They need noise around them in order to feel settled. So to Bash's point, it's different for each person. So when you make the claim that, oh, if I see this in another individual, that means that they're not at peace, that's just erroneous because you don't have access to them in the way that you have access to you. Does that make sense?
It does. I never said that. I mean, I understand. I said that it seems like the fact that you're cursing and etc. Don't you don't have peace, but it's not a claim actually that I know if you have peace or not. If you when you have peace, you're cursing. I'm not the one to say she's not at peace. I'm not saying she's not at peace.
But you
I'm
did
just
say
saying
it, and you did say it, and the
I say it
gaslighting,
seems
like
like it
you
seems like
no, but you
it's different.
focused, right? I don't care the gaslighting that you're trying to do. You made that claim, right? Because you did not appreciate me cursing, and I told you that I don't give a fuck because I am who I am, right? Because I am at peace with who I am, and what you think about me is not going to change that.
I'm not thinking anything about you
You already
specifically.
made a
I don't
statement. You did
I
think
don't know
something
you.
about me. You did think something about me, and you just stated what
We
you like.
all
Are you
did.
okay? Like, are you listening to yourself?
We all
Do you
did.
listen
You
to?
cursed me
No,
out.
no, we all did not. Everybody did not think what you thought. Everybody did not
But
say
somebody
what you
cursed
said.
me out in this
Those were
panel.
your words. That I ain't got nothing to do with what somebody else said to you. We're talking about what you
Are you
said
the
to
host?
me. We're talking about yes.
So
We're talking.
you
We're talking
kind
about
of
what. Will you
responsible, but
stop talking while I'm talking?
you
We're
kind of
talking about
responsible.
what
I'm
we're
just saying.
talking about. What you said to me, and you said those words all by yourself. I don't know why you're trying to drag everybody else in it.
I'm not trying to drag anybody in anything because I understand the other two panelists, but I don't understand
Susan,
your point
hold on, NDJ.
and the fact that
Susan, we're
it
not.
feels like
Hold on, NDJ.
okay, I cannot talk with you.
Susan, we're not gonna do the microaggressions in the chat. Okay, I don't coddle white fragility. Okay, if you think that I sound aggressive or an angry black woman, then you can scroll the fuck up out of here. But your microaggressions will not be tolerated in here. Go ahead, NEJ.
Uh, can I know your name or your just your alias if you want me if you don't want me to know your
Why the fuck
like
would I tell you my real name? For
I said your
what?
alias. Oh my god.
It's on the screen.
Thinker. Okay, thinker. Listen,
How have you been here
take
this long?
let's go back. Okay, let's go back to the beginning, okay? Let's chill out. I apologize for whatever reason you think that you need to, you know. I apologize for anything I might have done wrong. Let's go back to the beginning, okay?
I don't accept that apology because you just tried to say for whatever reason you think like you tried to put it on me,
Yeah,
and
because
then
I'm
you said,
honest. I
"Hey,
don't know
look,
why
there you
you
go
so
again,
mad.
interrupting me. There you go again, interrupting. I don't respect disrespect.
But you disrespect me.
I didn't disrespect your ass. I
You
don't
are.
respect. Shut up. I don't respect disrespect.
You
And
are
you
disrespectful,
can keep
thinker.
that damn apology. You can keep the apology. I don't fucking want it. I never asked you for it.
Nobody
It's
cares
not
what
a.
the fuck
It's
you
what the
want.
fuck are you? Shut the fuck up.
I want.
God damn
You
with y'all
notice
fake ass faux Jesus and
he didn't
shit.
he didn't interrupt the man on a
You're
panel.
you're
He
full.
didn't interrupt
Oh
the
my
man on a
gosh.
panel. You know
Hold on, Lord.
we
Hold on.
Trigger.
Listen. I don't care about your apology. I do
You're.
not care. Be quiet. I don't care about your apology. You can
I
keep
don't care.
it. Continue the conversation. I listen. Nobody cares about that. Go back to the damn conversation. Are you about to make yourself a victim? I'm about to teach you what you can make yourself here in about 5 seconds.
Who cares? We don't care. Fuck.
mm,
Did
Come
somebody just curse?
on.
Did somebody just lose their peace?
Debate.
Did somebody
We
just
yeah,
don't
lose their
create
peace?
no debate.
he lost it. He lost it.
Somebody just
He
lost their
lost it.
peace.
Yeah,
He
I
lost
did
it.
lose it.
hmm
I did lose it
Yeah.
this time. Who
So
cares? I don't
so
know why you guys do it on
so
her
do you
panel.
Ain't
want
that a
to?
She
motherfucker?
Yeah.
sucks as a host.
Do you
So
want to get back to the conversation, Baker?
not with thinker.
Okay? Well, you can get back to it with
Bitch,
me,
you don't
cause
have a choice but to talk to me.
yeah.
No, you
I
don't
don't
tell
care
me
about
that you're not
talking
gonna
to
talk to
you.
me on my
I
motherfucking
talk
stage,
to the
motherfucker.
other
You can
people
leave.
real
Hey,
good.
crybaby. Hey, I already ate your motherfucking piece for fucking lunch with this fucking piece of chicken and these collard greens and these baked apples I just chomped the fuck down. What else do you want me to eat, bitch? Like, if
That's
you don't
all
want
I'm
to talk to me, then you can drop. You can drop. I'm so
saying.
sick of you crybaby ass, demasculated ass men getting on this fucking panel hiding behind Jesus's pacifist ass. Like
I
you came up here trying to say that I didn't have peace because I cursed. Bitch, I told you who the fuck I was from the moment you stepped on this fucking stage. I told you I don't give a fuck what you
that's
think about me. And I'm still who the fuck I am. And I still have my peace and I got your shit between my motherfucking teeth.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you get back to the panel? Yeah. His mama called him.
These damn crybaby ass men. Shit get on my goddamn nerves. Shut the fuck up, Scotty. Still whining about not being able to come on stage and talk about your motherfucking self. Go look in the goddamn mirror and have a whole ass conversation. Y'all motherfuckers get on my goddamn nerves.
That
Y'all
bitch,
like little
no.
kids who parents didn't pay y'all no motherfucking attention. Steady talking about, look at me, look at me, look at me.
That's what it is. They out here working for nub, child. Dang.
And then like his whole flip out was unnecessary. Like what the fuck did he even flip out for? Like he just gave his fucking piece up. Like his claim of peace, he just fucking handed it on a plate for what? I wasn't even asking for it. Like I was eating chicken. Like I wasn't even asking for the shit. Why did he do that? Like what the hell? I don't even know what made him flip out.
I think it was just you speaking, because he wasn't like that with Bash. He listened very patiently when Bash spoke to him. I think he realized that the foundation of what he was saying was just not strong enough to withstand any questions. Because the reality is he came in saying that Jesus gives you peace when that just can't happen. And I think he was realizing that, so he just kind of lost it after that.
The crazy thing is that he came in saying Jesus gave him peace, and then he's like I told him like before this whole call was gonna be over that he was gonna make himself a victim. And he said, "You don't know what I can make myself." And there he is.
That's so funny. You don't know how high I can fly.
Like what? I don't know why they keep trying to sell us shit that they know don't fucking work. Like what do y'all get out of it? Like y'all know the shit don't work. You know that you're having to convince yourself that your fucking car is turning on. But that motherfucker is still in the driveway. Why are y'all trying to sell us a broken down car? I don't understand it. Like what the fuck do y'all get out of that? It ain't like we about to pay y'all for this shit. At least when somebody sell a bust down car, they getting cash. What the fuck are y'all getting out of it? What's up, Kill
Peace that
Bill?
the world can't take away.
I mean, shit, not even that because he just gave that shit up. We weren't even asking for him to give up his
No,
piece. He just fucking did it.
I know.
Like, what the fuck was that?
I think that's also how you know they just say things that are just very surface level. Because if Jesus really gave him peace, then he would have had a strategy or a method to maintain his composure during this conversation when he was pressed. So that's why we always go back to tell me how that works. What is the system that you're using? Like what techniques are you utilizing in order to maintain your, and what he's talking about ultimately is emotional regulation, but they don't know how to do it. They just want to pretend they have it because they're Christian. That's why I keep saying like this thing is like this whole belief system is like a empty Christmas box under the tree. It's got a wrapper on it that they think is pretty, but it's not filled with anything that's actually usable. Because the moment you put any pressure on it, it completely collapses. And they show that day after day, conversation after conversation.
I think it collapses because it starts with a lie, right? Like first, it starts with a lie and being judgmental, like this fake moral superiority that they know that they're not living. Like he came in here and because I said fuck, and my response to him is, oh no, you said a cuss word, so you're not at peace. Like the pretending, right? Knowing all along that he curses, right? It's going around judging people for the same shit that you do. And then and in reality, you're feeling some type of way because the person that you're judging they don't care about what you think about them. And you wish you could be that way. And now you're gonna go beat yourself up. You done gave up your peace. You done admitted that you have no peace. You're gonna go beat yourself up for fucking failing the standard that you set that you don't even believe in the fucking first place. All because you wanted to try to say that you wanted to try to demonize me and the peace that I say that I have, and I still have my peace because I am who the fuck I am, and I told you that from the very beginning.
And I
Y'all out
also
here
don't know how.
pretending and shit. Sorry,
And
go
I
ahead,
think
Fee.
that's what I was. No, you're good. I was just going to dovetail off of that because I think it's repression. Because the reality is, you're not going to be able to have true internal peace repressing just normal human emotions. Like people that are really internally peaceful, they're comfortable with expressing their emotions. And that includes anger and frustration or passion or joy. But I think there's this idea in Christianity, almost this requirement to be stoic, this requirement to be unfazed because I know I have this hope that Jesus will come through or everything's going to work out fine. It's that internal gaslighting. If you are gaslighting yourself, there's no way you can have peace unless you completely decided to walk in a realm of delusion. But if you know that you are presenting something that you are not, you can't have peace with that. Like I say this all the time. People tell lies, but the very worst person you can lie to is yourself because you can't avoid you. And we know when we're presenting a front that we don't actually exemplify. And I think that's why he started behaving the way that he did towards the end.
I also think
Thank
he
you,
was,
Tim Tam.
that was cute. Also think he was angry because we didn't believe him. Because he said something to Bash. The effect is, I just learned something and I came to tell you what I know. He is
Yes.
mad that we don't believe him. I'm telling you, believers come up here not to have a conversation, they come up here to convince. And when you are not convinced by the thing that they're able to convince all of the believers of, they get angry.
But you know what it is? Like I think he had one of those spiritual experiences, and now he's a Jesus messenger. That's because he said when I got back, he said I learned something, and when I got back, I came to tell what I know. So I think he had some type of like experience, and now he's a messenger of Jesus.
Yeah.
And when he came back, God said, if all else fails, just cuss them out. You know, that's what God told him. When you get back, and if all else is not, they don't listen to nothing you said, just cuss them out.
Not shake the dust off.
I was just about to ask, is that the dust shaking, the cussing?
Listen, the
Nah, he
not
said let
don't.
him have it this time.
He said, cast your pearls before the swine, and if they don't listen to you, cuss them out.
King James translated it as give him the old what's for, I believe.
Coach Vic, are you ready to come up and have a conversation with me?
Not Oswald Bates Jr.
What did you say, Lawrence?
I said, not Oswald Bates Jr.
What's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
Let's go with the second bottom on the right.
God's will versus that's just life. Second bottom? You mean the middle,
Yeah, my
or
bad. Yeah, the middle. Yeah. So
if
I'm
God
gonna
is
call
not a
it number
genie,
6, the one all the way to the
what
right in the middle.
what are you saved from, and how do you know it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So looking at that question, that made me think back. I don't know. I won't be too long, but like just growing up, um, through my experiences. And so one of the things I first like came to my head, I still remember this from I don't know 6, 7, 8 years old through my experiences. I made a statement to my mother that, hey, I didn't ask to be created. And so, of course, I'm African American, right? So my mother, like, what you say? And I said it again, right? And I told her, I said, I didn't ask to be created, right? I didn't ask to experience all this mess. And so as I look around me and everything that's happening, right, for me, I see again commonality between people, behaviors, good people, people not so good. But at that age, based on this question, it was apparent to me, in my perspective, that I had to be creative, right? Like logically, I can't understand not having a creator, right? And that hey, I just randomly appeared based on thoughts I have, and again, how people treat each other at the end of the day. So seeing that people can make a choice and how they want to treat people, like to me, is not random, right? So I go back to that question. I ain't asked to be created. So then I go through life and I'm seeing that whether I'm intentional or not, I impact people. I make decisions, right? Good, bad, from my perspective. Um, and continue to do that in certain ways, right? Whether I choose to or not. So I guess, for me, with that question is my framework is people at different levels and people experience and impact affect other people. It's logically in my mind, right? I gotta be saved from something. Um, so you fast forward, right? Take hold of the Bible. I read through it, and again, as I read through it, my perspective is again this common thing that I see in the Bible of good, evil, sin, all these things. It logically makes sense in my mind, um, that this shit is created, right? Because I can't understand why people would want to harm, right? Intentionally do things to other people that cause them to not enjoy, right? Or have peace and all these things y'all just talked about when I came on. So you asked me like what do I think I'm saved from? I think for me, yeah, taking hold of Christianity, reading through, I feel from my perspective, I identify with this thing called sin. Um, I identify with this thing called disobedience, even being a child of a parent. And so me knowing that, hey, I'm created, right? I didn't create myself. I ain't random, right? I can't believe I'm myself is random. That initially led me to believe in a creator, right, and taking hold of the gospel. So I feel like, yeah, I have to be saved from, or if there is something being presented for me to be saved, one, I'm saying I look at my own life, whether good or bad. I've done some things. I do things. I see other people doing the same things, church or not, believers or not. I do think I do need to be saved from something, right? And I guess for me, when I read the scriptures, is again this Christianity saying, "Hey, restoring a relationship with God, right? Having a relationship with God, and knowing that this time on earth is just not it, right? There's more to this, which is, my perspective, right, is eternal life. But what really makes me feel like I'm being saved from that is, again, when I go look at history, anthropology, like everything logically makes sense to me, right? From our perspective, that this there's some truth to this good and evil, right? Everything in the Bible might not make sense, but there's some truth to this, right? And that's where um, I feel like I don't judge people, but when I look at what's to me what's common to people, I don't know, man. It's like we struggle with the same things, and so how do we account for that? Given what Christianity, I think some of you all say you all were ex-Christians, right? So you know what I'm talking about with the word from a word perspective.
So it sounds like to me, just to sum it up, you're saying
Mhm.
that you are saved from the feeling of insignificance, your existence being insignificant, to the world that you live in. And you believing in Jesus gives you some type of significance because you believe that your God created you. You are not random, and that belief makes you feel like you matter. You have some type of significance here.
Yeah, but yeah, based on the story, right? Yeah, I believe like this can't be it, right? Like this, because again, as you all discuss it, and we've seen how things happen through history. Like in my mind, this can't just be life, right? The unfairness, the injustices, like this can't be it. Like in my mind, I'm like this can't be it, right? We just to live to hurt can't just be it. Yeah. So for me, reading, Genesis through Revelations, and I'm like, yeah, this, and again, going through anthropology, right? When I study, it's like, wait a minute. So if civilizations have been um, into religion as a practice since the beginning of time, and we can see it in different forms, whether it's churches, whether it's people again in the church preaching, what have you, it's embedded to me, right? Embedded in our culture so deeply, and not just African Americans, but just across the board. How do I not account or take that into consideration that there's more to this just than what we see? How do I not believe or have a space that there's an afterlife that a creator has for people?
I mean, what you're talking about is a mental. Bash, did you just come off mute?
I did, but I could wait. Go ahead.
What you're talking about is like some type of mental salvation, right? It's not like an actual physical feature of this Jesus, because you can't prove that there is actually an afterlife. It is a concept that you've chosen to believe in to give yourself some solace, right? While you are here on this earth living amongst all of this suffering.
So let me process that. Yeah. So mentally, okay, and I'm with you on that piece, right? So then, how do you interpret? Um, and I'm going to history, right? I'm going to science, man, like archaeology, like anthropology. How do you handle that? Since the beginning of civilizations, right, had these beliefs, right? This ain't just something I made up in my head at 7, right? Asking this question, look, I ain't asked to be created. So when we look at just a world of having temples, shrines, artifacts, figurines, symbols, right? From an anthropology, like how do you account for that? Because I just can't think that that's random, right? And that
I
all
mean,
old civilizations just make this stuff up.
it's not like that. I'm saying that you're right or wrong about that.
Mhm.
What I'm talking to you about is what the belief in this God does for you, and what you are considering salvation. You
Mhm.
are considering the belief, or if you want to call the anthropology that you studied or researched evidence, the evidence that you are created brings you the salvation of significance. That's what we're discussing. We're not discussing whether or not your God is real. But and then you talked about the afterlife. Um, because ancient civilizations believed in gods, and they didn't all believe in the same one. They didn't all believe in an afterlife. But let's say they did. That still does not prove that there is life after death. You just choose to believe the same things they believed, and that brings you some sort of peace. Uh, amongst the world that you currently live in today. The world you live in today is drastically different than ancient civilizations. You deal with different types of suffering. And the primary difference is that you are the one that is living through it. And so what you choose, right, to bring you peace, to help you get through day by day, is different than what they chose. but it doesn't make it true. It's still a mental salvation.
So you wouldn't think that there's like a common truth, or like surely like if I'm having this thought, like you saying, and others before us had this thought, like I'm looking at like for me, I'm looking at a trend of a common thought
Except
that
the
is.
ancient, I don't know how far you going back, but there wasn't a belief in the afterlife until the Greeks. The ancient Israelites didn't believe in an afterlife. Not until they got occupied by Greece. So this hasn't always been the common thought. It's a learned thought, an
So
adopted
even
thought.
mhm. So even when you look at the ancient Egyptians that we see in history that was prior to Greek, that had this common thought of an afterlife,
It's not
you think
common.
is
The ancient Egyptians did not have the same thought of an afterlife that you have today. No, they didn't. Theirs was different, as well as the Mesopotamians, the Assyrians, and the Israelites just believed in death. They did not believe in an afterlife. It's not common. Again, it's a learned belief that has passed down from culture to culture over time, and people adopt it. But but I don't understand this. Like we're not
hmm
talking about whether or not you know we're not talking about whether or not it's true. We're talking about what brings you salvation from it. Like, is it bothering you that I said that it's a mental salvation?
no. Just no. I think the salvation for me is like to me is that eternal peace in a
Well, I
way,
mean,
and
have
yeah,
you
from
ever
that.
had eternal peace? Do you know what eternal peace feels like?
No, absolutely no. Can't.
So
Nope.
why are you claiming something that you've never experienced?
So that's what, yeah, I guess, right, like you say, through the lens of Christianity, right, and what we believe is, and all y'all, in different forms, right, we talk about faith and all of that, right, what we believe, but it's as we experience, you know, peace, right, which could be subjective, I think, as y'all said, in different forms, we know through experiences what, I'll say this, for me, my peace is some of the attributes that you all named off, right? So for me, just in those experiences, is that something that I would want more and continually? Absolutely. Can that means it might be different as far as eternal peace? I mean, absolutely. But as far as the connotation of peace and these things that are discussed in Christianity with God, in my perspective, right, is painted more as a positive experience than what we typically see on Earth.
Painted as versus what you experience. That's a very rich
Yeah.
statement, and I think you might want to like think about the words that just came out of your mouth. Because other than that,
hmm
it just sounds like you're saying the script that a someone who believes what you believe should be saying, although you haven't experienced it. And it leads back to me asking like why? Like what do you all get? And Bash, I'm about to pass it to you, and then I saw Fee's hand. What do you all get by trying to sell us this picture that you yourself have not yet experienced? Like I don't understand that. Like
Yeah,
why?
yeah, yeah. I mean,
But go ahead.
interesting question, thinker, because it's you know the word, right? So it's like to me that same hope that Abraham had and didn't experience, right? And it's like like for me, I look at the world. I'm in the world. I experience. I hope I experience like others experience the good and the bad. And sometimes for people, it's more bad than good, and so that's what I'm saying is like when I do look through the lens of what the Bible is saying, my hope, right, based on what we believe, is that eternal experience is different than what we are experiencing consistently here on earth in a positive way.
I don't quite understand what you mean by Abraham had hope that he didn't experience, but I'm gonna put a
Hmm.
pin in that because I want
Okay.
Bash and Fida
Okay.
to say what they want to say. Go ahead, Bash.
Okay. Vic, good morning to you, first off.
What's up, Ash?
Man, it ain't too much. Hold on. I'm trying to turn this little camera off. You were talking about how you know that there must be something else, right? And
Mm.
just for a second, I just want, why would a creator make an afterlife?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, my perspective, right? What I believe, based on the Bible, right? I see that again, creating the heaven and the earth, right? So me knowing and believing there is an existence in heaven, um, is just another realm created, right? With as earth
But
for
I'm asking
mankind.
why, not what
Yeah.
is it, but why would a creator make an afterlife? For what?
See, I don't think. Okay, so let me say it like this. So, from the perspective of me, yes, I see it as an afterlife, as a continuation from I guess God's perspective. If I'm looking at in the end, maybe it's not an afterlife badge because he's always been in existence. So that the heaven, that eternal peace was always there. But for me, having going through physical death to an eternal space, I think that's byproduct of the eternity of God.
But I mean, I'm not saying is God eternal. I'm not saying is life eternal. I'm asking, okay, for example, if what I want you to experience is peace, love, joy, righteousness, yada 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 yada, and you're experiencing life, right? And on the other side of this, there is some fathomable amount of that you couldn't even understand, right? Like you can't even understand it. This wouldn't be good practice for it. This right because this wouldn't be good practice for it. You don't know anything about it, right? If I wanted you to have that, why wouldn't I give it to you right now? Like, what would be the point? And that, maybe when I say why, maybe what would be the point of making an afterlife?
I mean, so that yeah, I mean that could just go back to the story, right? Of what I believe, right, in being reconciled back to God. Um, so yeah, to
But even if you were reconciled
experience.
back to God, like if you were it, if
Mhm.
you let's say me and you had an argument, and God forbid that we should ever fall out like that, but me and you had an argument. If I wanted to reconcile that with you, if you did something wrong to me, or if I did something wrong to you, and we wanted to reconcile that, at the point that we reconcile that, right, there should be a difference, right? Okay, so at the point that you are reconciled to God, then why don't it's reconciled, right? Like you've done your part to reconcile it, then why wouldn't God do his part to reconcile his part? Right now. You did your part to reconcile it right now. Why wouldn't God do his part to reconcile it right now? Again, what would be the point in afterlife? Like you
Well, I
reconcile
mean,
to
yeah,
God.
if I'm understanding what you're saying, I mean, so one, I don't like, I guess I gotta say this personally. I don't personally believe when I read the Bible, right, that man was to be created in an eternal state. So for me, that is the reason why. So to
But Vic, think about what you're saying. You're saying man was not created in an eternal state, which is fine, right? Upon receiving this thing, you now have eternal life. Okay,
mhm,
that's fine.
mhm.
Why would you have to die? Think about what I'm asking. Okay. You now have eternal life, right? This would be a much easier sale to everyone, to
Mm-hmm.
everyone. Kind of like when Jesus was talking, he said, man, there's some of y'all that's standing right here right now that'll never taste death. I
Mm-hmm.
would totally be able to, and when I say totally, bro, 100%, I would at least believe that this is real if the people he said that to right there were still here. Because now I know that they have eternal life. And the people who did not believe it are not still here. Right? Okay. So if you're granted eternal life, right, why would there be an afterlife? Right? Like this should be something that is like you have eternal life. And I should be able to look at you and go, oh man, they got eternal life. Like if you want eternal life, you should do that. Otherwise, I'm looking at your life and my life,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm saying, oh well, Vic got some problems, I got some problems. Vic gonna die, I'm gonna die. Right? All right. Doesn't seem like there's much of a. He didn't seem like Vic was saved from anything. Right? Like he went through the same stuff I went through. Right? He didn't have better health, wealth, safety, peace. Right? He lives a peaceful life. I live a peaceful life. Right? What Vic has that he can sell me is that, hey man, after this life is over with, there's something I can't explain to you. I don't know how it works or why it's there. I just believe that it's there. Now, on one hand, that's not really harmful, not per se, not that in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. That's just a hope. And I believe when you said, well, why does this thing happen since the cradle of civilization? And it does. Since the cradle of civilizations, we have kind of moved towards like corporate hopes, right? This is how we rule things and yada yada yada. And I'm not saying, I'm not going to hit you with that old trope. It's just a religion. This is an excuse to. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but this is how we made our corporate rules. This is how we get like, oh, this is a law here, right? This is good for everyone. Okay, all right. But basically, you're saying is after this is all over with, right? My desire is that it doesn't end. Right. But who would benefit the most from saying, hey, there's going to be evil here that you cannot fix? It'll be better for you in the next life. Who benefits the most from that? Do you benefit the most from that? Or do those that do evil benefit the most from that?
That's a good way to put that. I mean, honestly, bad thing. We all benefit.
Who benefits the
Um,
most from it? The person that gets away with living luxuriously on this earth, that gets to rob you and steal from you on this earth, that gets to put your children in wars on this earth, that gets to jack up the prices of healthcare on this earth, that gets to jack up the prices of houses on this earth, right? And you struggle to get through it because you'll experience it in the next life, right? Do they benefit more from that or do you benefit the more from that, right? Because now you won't fight back because, God gonna handle that, right? Who benefits the most from your believing in the afterlife? You or the people robbing you?
yeah, the disadvantage. Yeah.
Okay. So the person that's getting away with the robbery benefits the most, right?
No.
Because
No.
oh, you
No.
think you okay? How do you benefit more from the belief, not from the existence, from the belief in it?
See, that's I got to go off the words
Take your
again
time.
off
Yeah,
off the
that's fine.
scriptures. And what I believe, right? When I read the scriptures, right? So like when I'm reading parables, and let's just, I mean, y'all know the scriptures, right? I hate to like
Yeah,
teach,
yeah.
right? I
Take your
know
time.
y'all
You good?
know the
You good?
scriptures. I don't like repeating scriptures. Um, but I mean, even if we just looked at the rich man and Lazarus, um, we based on scripture, right?
Hmm.
It's be very hard for the rich man, right, to get to eternal life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
so when we look at government structures, right, whatever.
yeah.
Matter of fact, good question, right? So what just came to my mind, I was reading an article. Actually, I was looking at the video of our president. I don't know, maybe y'all caught it too, when I think some reporter asked him, "Why you don't think you're gonna go to heaven?" Anybody
Yeah,
see that clip?
yeah. He not
And
going to heaven. He don't plan on going.
and
He
his
don't believe this.
yeah, his response was, "Yeah, look." And so again, I don't judge, but we can go off fruits to say that yeah, you did a lot of things that kept people down, right? So maybe you're being honest with yourself or not. So to answer your question, yeah, I don't think all these rulers, kingdoms, right, that are against you, robbing people, stealing, all of that is going to have it better. And I don't
Not where they have it better. Think
think
about what I'm asking. Uh, okay, we don't know that the afterlife exists. We don't know that. You believe that, and I respect that, right?
Mhm.
But you wouldn't be able to verify it one way or another, right? And there's really no reason for there to be an afterlife. Again, if God wanted to give you eternal life, He could just give it to you right now, right? But who benefits from the idea of you thinking the rich ain't going to heaven? Right? Don't try to be rich. don't you try that. Let the rich people do that. Let the rich people do that. If you got a master, just keep working for your master. Who would benefit the most from you believe? Not if it's true. Not if it's true. Who benefits the most from you believing it?
A disadvantage.
Nope. Couldn't be. Think about what I'm saying. If you thought if that book said only the rich will inherit the kingdom, if it said that only the rich would inherit the kingdom, you would wake up every day to get rich. If it said no man, never let another man rule over you, you would wake up and topple systems. If it said women are, in order for you to get in the kingdom, you must treat women with equity, then you would wake up and be equitable towards women. If it told you, in order to enter the kingdom, create equitable systems to fix the world for the marginalized, take care of the environment, then you would get up and do that. But it doesn't teach you that. What it teaches you is, and what you said about the being disadvantaged is, it's okay if you're disadvantaged in this life. It's okay, right? It's okay that people live better than you. It's okay. It's okay that they robbing you. It's okay because in the next life, it's gonna be much better for you, and it's gonna be bad for them, right? Now, keep in mind, the president of the United States said, "Man, I ain't going to heaven, bro. I'm not gonna make it in there. That's not for me, right?" Okay, which means that he's not storing up his treasures in heaven, huh? Huh? He's storing up his treasures on earth. And let's say there is an afterlife. But hear me out. Let's say there is. It ain't coming today. It ain't coming tomorrow. Right? I'm positive because if I and don't say well it could, because if I made a prediction that it was coming tomorrow, you go, no man knows the day nor the hour.
No, I ain't
So
making no prediction.
okay. All right. So it's probably not coming today. It ain't coming tomorrow either.
Hmm.
More than likely, Earth's gonna be where Earth is for a while. More than likely. Jesus don't seem like he in no hurry. Right? Okay. So while he's storing up for himself riches on this earth that he get to pass to his kids and their kids and their kids, your children, on the other hand, are gonna wake up poorer and poorer and poorer and poorer through the generations. Yeah. Yeah. And if by chance there is an everlasting life somewhere 10 million years from now, who cares? That who cares? Because all you gonna hope to get is a long life of being Donald Trump. And he got to do his and pass it to his kids and they kids and they kids. The best you could hope to do is be like the rich folk you couldn't be like on this earth. That's the best you can hope for. Is to be like the rich folk that got away with doing it while they was living. Somebody and they sell you this and they do it every time the same way. And I'm gonna shut up after this. They do it every time the same way. They get you to bite on this idea of morality. Now, not that morals aren't good. Morals are great, right? But how they sell it to you is, oh, you have a moral flaw. And because you have a moral flaw, you don't deserve riches in this earth.
I don't.
Hold
I
on, let me
don't.
get it out. Let me get it out.
Go
Let
ahead.
me get it out. Because if you deserve them, again, if they taught you that only the rich can inherit the kingdom, right? Then you would get up and go get rich. Right? But the reason that you think, oh, see, mankind fell. See, we used to have it, but we fail in our morals. And so God got to redeem us. And he can't give it to us in this earth. He got to give it to us in the next. So we're going to struggle and we're going to fight and struggle in this earth. Because why would God do that for me? He ain't no genie. He don't have, if I can ask him for something, he ain't got to do it for me. But I promise he going to give it to me in the next life. He going to become a genie then. I don't know how, but he going to be a genie. Everything I want, I'm going to have in the next life. Bro, they get you by selling you that you're morally depraved. But you're not. You're not morally depraved, Vic. You're a human being. You're just a human, right? You do some things right. You might do some things wrong. But for the most part, Vic, you probably are doing more right than wrong. And you've probably been trying to live that way your whole life. Right? But somebody will tell you, hey, forego for right now. Right? Because there's this glory coming. There are these riches coming. You ever seen gold streets, my nigga? Right? All they doing is selling you the same life that Jeff Bezos get to live Tuesday. Oh
I mean,
man.
I hear you, Bash. Right, and you made some, some good points in there. Right, I
Yeah.
think. Um, but when I read the scriptures, man, like for me, um, I don't, I can't escape this thing called love, which I know is subjective to
Yeah.
some people.
Yeah.
Um, and for my perspective is again because we do believe in eternal life, having a relationship with your Creator.
Yeah. But again, Vic, I'm with you on that. Let's say this actually would make more sense. Let's say at the point you reconcile with the creator wanted to reconcile with you. So you meet the creator, you get this immediate everlasting life, and he comes and sits and has a chat with you. Right? He gets all y'all together and just, hey, man, y'all doing really good. Y'all gonna be on earth for a while. We're gonna clean up the earth together. You guys are gonna make the earth a great place because you believe in me. Here's how we're gonna do it. Yada yada yada. Right? Boom. Again, you'd have believers galore. Galore. I would sign up for that immediately. Okay. But that's not what happens. Again, I put it behind a paywall. Right? I put it behind a paywall, and you gotta pay for it with your life. Okay, right. That's how you get that. You got that. You can't see it on this side, guys. You can't see. You can't even imagine it on this side, right? Okay, all right. And I can't tell you much about it. All I know is that in order to get there, you got to believe this, right? Okay, this
But here's
does
what I
not
do know,
benefit,
Bash.
huh?
Go ahead.
Oh no,
Go
what you
ahead.
saying? Oh, go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead.
Here's what I do know.
Okay,
And again, my perspective is I believe the scripture, love covers a multitude of sin.
I'm with you.
Because again, when I look at experiences, again, going back to 6, 7 years old, anything that was evil or negatively done around me or me to someone else
Mhm.
was not love.
I agree.
And that was about an individual changing their mindset, right?
Mhm.
To let love rule in their heart
I
and
agree.
practice that as much as possible. Yeah. So, but that's the message I get, right, from the word.
But hear me out though, bro. This is okay. Any of that message that you got, think about what you just said. You
Hmm.
learned that from your experience, right?
Hmm.
You learned, okay. I learned that from my experience too. That's a common human understanding. The word did not teach you that. That's what you got. Which is even wilder to me because again, all the goodness that you keep mustering, like all the goodness that you're telling me about, that's in you, is the goodness that's in you. Because it's somebody that read that same word. Now you're gonna say they took it out of context, of course, right? But context is not what the words actually say. Context is what you get from it, right? At least that's how y'all use it. Context is just what you get from it, which is fair, right? But somebody read that same word and then went to war to keep your folks as slaves, right? So it's not that the word is saying anything that they aren't saying. Vic's saying this. Okay, so I'm hijacking Vic's goodness, calling it the goodness of God, to then sell Vic a plot of land. He don't know where it is. He don't know how far away it is. He don't know what it looked like. He don't know nothing about it. He can't even imagine it. They don't even try to make a good brochure about it.
So let me ask this question, right? And I guess to anyone, I guess, on the panel, and on this subject of love, and we know what the scriptures say. We know it's a commandment. Are we saying like, so when I go through life, Badge, I can't like logically understand or perceive that humans, not that we can't like see love, know love, and experience it, but I don't, because I look at the, like me seeing the world for what it is right now,
Yeah.
and there is disconnect. There's a lot of stuff happening at this moment.
Uh,
This is one of the reasons logically why I can't believe that people can just love,
yeah, you
right?
must
Like
think that though.
without going through an experience and having it tagged as somewhat as a command in a way, right?
Vic,
To
love
keep
can't
it
be
on the
commanded.
forefront of people's
It
minds.
can't be commanded. Vic, again, it's kind of like what I was telling NDJ about this, and I'm gonna shut up after this.
Mm.
Love is an experience. You cannot command love. You can only command obedience. And obedience can look like love, but they are not the same thing. Let me explain what I mean. I played piano as a kid.
Mhm.
And for a while, I played piano because I loved it, right? Like, I just liked the sound of it. I like to get out there and play it. And then eventually I started taking piano lessons, right? And I hated my piano lessons, right? Okay. But I had to be obedient. And for a while, I fell out of love with the piano. It wasn't until I stopped taking lessons, like I had taken all my lessons at school, and got back to doing what I loved to do, that I started loving the piano again. I never stopped playing the whole time, right? Like I was playing the entire time. So somebody might think when I'm in the middle of my lessons, oh, he must love playing the piano. I do not. I do not. I hate taking these lessons because I'm being commanded to do it. I loved it when they took those rules off for me and I realized I wanted to do it. You cannot command a love. That's just not possible. You can't command nobody to love nothing. That's not possible. Okay. The same folk that's here on earth that's got that commandment to love here on earth, who are ruining that. If we're assuming that God really said that, I'm going with what, in the internal critique. The same folk that got that command to love here on earth will supposedly have that same command in heaven. They fucking it up here, right? They fucking it up here. Okay. So even if there was an afterlife, them the same people, the same folk. Okay. All right. But again, and I'm not knocking that Vic should love. As a matter of fact, I love the fact that Vic loves. And you should do that. But they're hijacking your goodness. Like you don't love based on a command. That's not why you love people, Vic. You like love. You think the world should work that way. That's not because
Yeah,
nobody
yeah.
commanded you to do that.
Well, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you, but like I'm the like the nugget I've taken out of y'all lives, right? Past 4 months since I've been on TikTok. When we get on this subject, because you all comment, right, and you quote me if I'm wrong, right? When we say love is subjective, and it could mean something different. So when I go back and put on my top hat to look at, okay, we got over 8 billion people in the world that have this different subjective experience. In my experience, right, and I could be wrong, but when that word love, even though it's subjective, calls attention, like, or at least in my perspective, my worldview calls attention um, to most people.
I would agree.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would agree.
So even though, yeah, so like, yeah, I could be good at the heart, right? And yeah, I want to love, right? I'm gonna be real. I'm a man. I got kids. I got a family. So I want to get better at love because I can admit even right now I don't always do that. So, but the call to attention because the person on the other end could receive that differently, right? Is where I'm saying I could the way I interpret the Bible is love being a commandment is something that resonates with should resonate with a lot of people because it's subjective, but that term should resonate.
But you just said it. The way you said two things right there, and
Hmm.
and then Fee, please take this. You said two things. One is the way you interpret the Bible. That's one,
Hmm.
right? Okay,
Hmm.
which is purely the only person who interprets the Bible the way you interpret it, like in its entirety, is you, right? There is no other human being on the planet that interprets the Bible in its entirety the way you do. Okay, I um God, no. I do not believe at all. Like I don't think love can be commanded at all. I made that statement. I don't think you can command
Hmm.
love. Okay, all right.
Fair enough.
So,
Fair enough.
but I'm not knocking the way you interpret it. But every human being on the planet is going to interpret that differently. And again, think about what I'm saying. If you have reconciled yourself to God and you are getting this eternal life, right? If we wanted to make this place better, the easiest way to do that would be to go ahead and hand you the eternal life, have God come down and sit down with the people who believe in this, teach them what he means by love, right? This is what I mean. And then we could see the benefits of it. Then we could walk and do that. And then life would get better. There is still no reason for an afterlife to do that. Like, there is no reason for an afterlife. Because if you told me, I'm gonna live forever, right? I go, word. And I was like, how you know you're gonna live forever? You go, well, look at this lady right here. She been here since AD 21. And I go meet her and I go, hey, ma'am. And she shows me, yep, been here since 18. Whoa, you been, hey, that's crazy. And then I meet Abraham and he goes, yeah, man, I've been here since 2400 BC. Yeah. And we're going around and look at our community. We all love the way God said love and look at our lives. It's great over here. Don't you want to do that? I might invite you in the house like the vampires on Sinners at that point. Right? Because I know that I know that this is true now. I know that it's true. It's the best explanation for the facts. Okay. But what I'm saying to you is because you have a desire to love, which is purely subjective, and you want to get better at it, again, okay, all right, cool. Someone is able to take that great desire of yours. In capitalism, literally everything is a commodity, even your desires. Your emotions are commodities. Someone is able to take that desire that you want to be good, right? And then extract from you the labor and resources that make their life good.
I don't disagree
Meanwhile,
with that. Yeah, I see. I get your angle.
yes,
Yeah.
and what they offer you in return for your wanting to be good is, oh, yeah, yeah, after this is over, it'll be good, right? You'll never see that good on this side of the planet. Let me see it on this side. Right? I'm gonna see it, and then when you die, you'll see it. Right? That's a hustle, Vic. That's a hustle, bro. And and it's all because Vic want to be good, and Vic could still be just as good, right? And not only would Vic be just as good, let passing this to Fee. Last sentence. I love more now
Hmm.
than I have ever. I'm passing it to Fee.
Good deal. I receive that.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what Bash was saying, I think the reality is as humans, we can receive an external command to do a thing, but that external command will never override internal mechanisms, right? Like in the same way, somebody can command me to hate cilantro. I love cilantro. For some people, it tastes like soap, and they can't change that. So it's the same with emotions. Like they can't be dictated. They can't be commanded externally. It's a emergent property of the person who's experiencing the thing, right? That's causing the emotions. But it's such a great point. I wanted to circle back to something you said at the very beginning because you were pointing or referring to anthropology.
Hmm.
And as much of a science nerd as I am, I think we
Hmm.
all have to understand and accept that do you know how anthropologists determined when religion, if you will, started appearing in like our ancestors, or what was the thing that gave them that indication?
Specifically for our ancestors.
Hmm. And I'm not, I mean, going back like to like Cro-Magnon, the Neanderthal, all of that. Do you know what it was that led them to realize, oh, this could be an indication of a religious belief?
Uh, are you talking about like the hunter gatherer societies, like from their perspective,
All of it. Yeah.
or give me a hint because I got a couple things running through my
Yeah,
head. I
that's
want to
what
make
I'm.
sure I'm on the
So
same.
whatever people group you're talking about is all the same. It's when dead ones were buried with things like
Yeah,
tools
yeah,
or ornaments,
absolutely.
things that were valuable.
Okay, I'm
And
tracking
the
with you.
reality is that anthropologists can't claim certainty on why they did that because bones can't tell a story. You can't
Hmm.
read the minds of why a dead person did a thing. But I
Hmm.
think sometimes when we look at this thing like a through line through all of humanity, where humans all over the globe, have this innate desire to worship or this innate desire to praise, I think we look at it through the lens of what that means to us in our modern day society. And this is not shitting on anthropology or any other branch of science, but the
Hmm.
reality is that they don't claim certainty. And we don't know why those people did what they did and had those burial practices and things of that nature.
Hmm.
Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens did the exact same thing. It suggests that they needed those things beyond life, but we don't know why they did that. We're looking at it through a very anachronistic lens. And although, yes, this is the best evidence we have, and all that may very well be true, but your version of worship, even your version of God,
Hmm.
doesn't move past you. To Bash's point, no one else has that except you. So when we talk about these things and we wonder why is it that as humans we have this desire to stay here? Why is it as humans we have this curiosity or this need to connect with something larger than ourselves? It could be an emergent property of us, our species. It could be that this is just how our brains wired. It could be a lot of things, but I think to decide that it's what you think God is and it's what you think God wants, and then to extrapolate that to, oh, and I'm not saying you as in the individual, but
Hmm.
Christianity as a whole, specifically the Abrahamic religions, they then kind of stretch out to the point that I believe this so everyone else has to as well. This belief makes me feel comfortable because I don't know, I don't want to die, or I don't want to think about the fact that my life will end at some point, because that's the course that anything that is living is going to experience. To then posit it as an objective truth is where we start getting into some issues, because to Bash's point, if you zoom out a little bit and look at the entire picture, who benefits from you thinking that? From you accepting whatever your lot is in life while they live rich on the hog, and realize that they don't have a chance of getting into this heaven that they've sold to you to keep you subservient and placated. It's an interesting thing that I think we don't do too often, is that we don't really look at the entailments of what our positions actually are, and we don't look at the why behind it. I was listening to a podcast the other day that somebody, how a lot of people talk about the
Hmm.
moon landing being fake, and um, because if it wasn't, we would have gone back. But if you look at the geopolitical motivations behind why America went to the moon when it did, it makes the picture completely crystal clear. They like to talk about conspiracy theories and things of that nature. And I brought that up because I think if we did this with religious belief systems and we understood the evolutionary and the psychological and the sociological benefit of these belief systems on humans in this culture and the society and time that we live in, it would take the mysticism out of it. Not to say that you can't have it, not to say it, it isn't allowed to be amazed or, wondrous about the universe around us. But I think sometimes when we put these curiosities into the brackets of religion, it loses the beauty. For me, it does. Because like Bash was saying, I definitely feel like I connect with every single person that I know now on an authentic level, not on
Mm.
this level of commanding love, not on this idea of, okay, I've got to be nice to this person because it's going to win me some brownie points with God. No, this is a human being that's standing in front of me that has a whole ass life just like I do, that has bills and stresses and frustrations just like I do. And being able to hear them to me and engage with them and let them know that they are heard, that is love. And I don't need that to be regulated or dictated by something outside of me that doesn't have that doesn't see me as worthy of even demonstrating that they're real. I think that we complicate this unnecessarily when the natural thing is to be decent. The natural thing is to be kind. Because if it wasn't, the society that we live in would look very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Fee. Yeah, I'll take that in.
Did you have anything else?
Man, you got a whole lot. Well, you got some other. Yeah, I'll wait for another time. It's like two other questions on here
Go
that
go ahead.
I'll wait for another time. Uh,
Are you sure?
yeah, yeah, because I can get to talking a lot too, right? This is it's a passionate subject for me too. So, but I
I
want to
mean,
respect your space, man. I'm gonna get other people. If
there's
I get
nobody
other
else
people,
in the
waiting.
chat, but as long as I'm awake,
Let me
go
look at my
ahead.
hold on. Let me look at my calendar real quick. Let me see. I think I'm cool. I'm on lunch break right now. Well, you know what? I really just wanted to understand or get your perspective. Uh, Middle left, God's plan was supremacy and capitalism. So I really just want to understand your take on it. I'm not gonna have any questions at this point on it, but if you wouldn't mind just giving your perspective on that one.
Yeah, like so the concept of the Israelites, right, being uh, chosen above all humans on earth, right? The exclusivity, the special rules for Israelites on how to treat an Israelite versus how to treat a foreigner, and their laws, right? Different punishments for the Israelites, certain graces awarded to the Israelites that the God doesn't award to outsiders outside of the camp. And so the supremacy or superiority of the Israelites as the chosen people on earth to be the light to the nation, which the nations are every other race of humans or ethnicity of humans, where they are the rulers. The Israelites are the rulers of the nations, and everybody worships their God through Israel ruling the land. That was the plan of the God, right? To build nations and use the Israelites to do so. And they were going to be basically the stewards of his world. And then the capitalism, when we read the story of Joseph in Egypt, the
Hmm.
God, you know, interpreting the dream for Joseph, being with Joseph while he's in Egypt and blessing Joseph through those interpretations in the way that he gave him the dream, right?
Hmm.
On how to store up wheat during the 7 year famine so that when the people of Egypt and Canaan would come up during the famine, they were not prepared. and they had to buy wheat from Joseph. And so all the money that the people had went from the people to Joseph, right, to the Pharaoh with Joseph in charge. And then they ran out of money. The second year they had to sell their cattle and their land. They ran out of cattle and land, and then they had to sell themselves and become slaves of Pharaoh with Joseph in charge, with the Hebrews in Egypt under Joseph, right, being treated as royalty. So that plan, that story, is basically a plan for going into a land and switching the resources from the people to the powerful, and then renting it back to them. Like even in that plan, the princesses, the priest were given special consideration. They didn't lose their land, right? They were given their percentages. The government, the Pharaoh, and Joseph got their percentages, and then the people were able to keep a little bit of whatever it was that they worked for. So what they used to own, they then started having to pay taxes on, and buy what they used to own. They had to now buy from Pharaoh and Joseph. Where the Hebrews got special privileges and was getting double portions from Joseph, just simply because they were Hebrew.
So is your position, so based on the prompt, like your position that those are, that's a negative undertone, the way
Well,
you're
I mean,
using
you
supremacy and
just
capitalism?
you just spent a
Mm,
good 45 minutes explaining that your salvation
mm,
in this God is, the idea that you are not random because this world is filled with suffering.
mm.
The world is filled with suffering because of capitalism, because of supremacy, right? Just those are just two things that have caused a lot of suffering on this earth. You tell me if those things are good or bad.
So the terms in and of itself, from my perspective, right, is not bad. Um, I mean, where it goes wrong is the people or individuals that uses those vehicles and how they operate. Um,
Can you give me a
cause I could
picture
say
of?
like it within, okay,
Can you
okay.
give me a picture of good supremacy, a culture? Tell me what that would look
Um,
like.
like I could say like within our ancestry, right, prior to, slavery, that our people were supreme.
No, no, not
And
supremacy.
yeah,
Supremacy culture. Yeah, saying that they are supreme and supremacy culture is two different things.
so the state or condition, right, which, if I'm remembering right, that's just being superior to all others in authority, power, right, etc.
Supreme. I'm gonna read the definition to you
Okay.
for supremacy. Hold on. Y'all hear that music? I don't know what the
Yeah, I
hell
hear
is
it.
this
Yeah, I
girl.
hear.
What is she
It's
listening
not
to? I
me.
swear. That's my daughter. She has an old
Oh, okay,
song.
okay.
Um, okay. So, supremacy culture is cultural supremacy is the belief that one's own culture is superior to others, leading to a desire for that culture to dominate
Okay.
or be the norm. It can manifest as ethnocentrism, where a group judges other cultures by its own standards, or more specifically as white supremacy culture, which involves the dominance of white cultural norms, often unconsciously in social, political, and institutional systems.
No, I got you. Yeah, from that context, I'm with 100% with. Yeah, I'm right. I'm with you.
I think that you were going to go towards just the stated condition of being superior to all
Right,
others in authority.
right. Right.
In what world is it okay for one race to see themselves as superior to all others in authority, power, or status, and that be a good world?
Well, so I'm just saying, like, purely in just the definition I was referencing, right? So by nature, supremacy, even within our ancestry, we were superior and having authority and power over our
Superior to
resources
who? Superior to who?
to some other nations,
Who?
just by nature of the condition itself. Then,
Yeah, I'm asking who. Like, who are we superior? Who did the West Africans assert that they are superior over?
let me think back. So I want to say, I mean, even I don't know, maybe we wouldn't classify our ancestors, the Egyptians, right? I guess I should separate that culture from our African culture.
Yeah, like we didn't make any claims of superiority. Our ancestors didn't. That supremacy ideology came from the ancient Israel and Rome.
I guess I'm curious to know why would there be a need to compare them to begin with? Like
Yeah,
the
I'm not advocating like comparing it. I'm just saying as the term is so like to me by nature of people, culture, organizations by nature in my mind, right? I guess my perspective, let me say it that way. There's going to
but
be a supremacy.
well, you can't label anything as supreme without a comparison, right? That's like wanting an
Oh,
omelet without
yeah,
eggs,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
you can't do that, right? So I don't think any culture is objectively superior to another. Yeah, there's diversity in practices and
hmm
beliefs and things of that nature. But I think to claim one group being superior to another is ultimately going back to the genesis, if you will, of the issues with this
hmm
belief system, where this God chose one group of people as being chosen and the other groups were optional and honestly disposable. So when you look at it, like there was something, I don't know if it was Zena's live or somebody's live, we were talking about the fact that
hmm
genetically humans are we are the same. Like there are small differences that you see in like the amount of melanin that we have, which has everything to do with where we evolved closer to the equator, and as humans moved farther away from the equator, there wasn't a need for it. From a genetic perspective, we shared 23, I think, percent genetic similarity with fucking bananas. Humans are genetically related to every single thing on this planet. We're more genetically similar to mushrooms than mushrooms are to green plants. Like these are genetic facts, right? So when you start talking about superiority, you completely ignore how much we're similar. And then when you add in the cultural piece of it, like cultures develop based on the resources that are around them. Based on the things that they have access to. So to deem one better than the other is to compare apples to oranges literally. That would be like saying that, a fish is better because it can swim compared to another animal that's not aquatic. Their environments are not the same. When and I think when we start
right,
talking about religion, we completely lose the fact that these religious beliefs are made up by humans, human beings, which is every single one of us falls under that category that are included in this conversation. So when you start making these claims of supremacy, all of that, it seems retaliatory to the fact that we were on the bottom by the people who followed this book and put us there because the example was set by the God in the book.
In what world is capitalism done correctly?
done correctly. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't, can't disagree with you on the history we've been through related to these two terms. But I'm just saying purely in like, okay, capitalism, right? I mean, it's an economic system. Um, so like to me, going back to early civilization of time, again, by nature of regions, civilizations, capitalism in and of itself was going to be was going to be an economic system because some civilizations was going to prefer to trade, not trade, right? Hold back for
But you
to so
do
that their own system profit.
right, like you do realize that capitalism requires exploitation. It
Hmm.
requires someone to be at a disadvantage. Inequality is a feature of capitalism
Yeah.
in order for
So
there
so
to
it
be
yeah.
success. And so, like your God established inequality in ancient Israel. The foreigners were at a disadvantage. They were charged interest on loans where the Israelites were not, and could not be charged interest on loans.
Mhm.
They were at a disadvantage. They were given the unclean foods to eat and sold unclean foods, while the Israelites were given the better food at a lower rate. Like, how is that a good thing?
Well, I'm not calling it a good thing, right? That's why I wanted to understand like where you were going when you use those two terms, right? Because I understand your perspective now. Um, it's just also when I look at the terms, just in and of itself, is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like you indicated, which I thought you indicated, like capitalism is a necessity to some degree, right? But then how a person uses that vehicle, right, to monopolize or take advantage of other people, to me is a different story.
That's what I'm asking you to
Yeah.
show me a different picture of capitalism where exploitation is not a feature. What can you give me
Are you saying exploitation is
a
not a feature?
society?
Not a
Yeah,
feature.
give. Can you give me a society where capitalism is the system and it does not have monopolies or exploitation or inequality?
Give me a second. Let me think. I'm just thinking through all my research. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that might be a hard one because I can't. Like I said, I'm not a. I'm human, right? I'm not. I can't remember every civilization. I'm trying to think. I thought there were a few. Like right now, is it Finland? Don't quote me. Let me see if I leave my phone, then it's gonna kick me out, right? Hold on. Let me try to get to
There
my.
are multiple non capitalistic societies and economies that function just fine. Capitalism is not required. There are socialistic economies, communistic economies. That's, capitalism is what we have here. It's what's been presented as the only
Hmm.
option because it benefits people that are in power and it keeps those who are not working for them to maintain their riches.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not right. Like, I mean, I would agree, right? Maybe it's not, right? Maybe we don't have any, right, capitalistic environments where there's not exploitation. Which then, like, then my only point is who the person, right, or entity that is in control of that is using that for gain, right, and exploiting others. It doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't have to be that way, but we know
You know,
people do that.
I mean, your God helped Joseph do that. Your God was with Joseph when Joseph did that. You don't think what Joseph did was exploitive.
Yeah, I need to probably read that one. Thinker. It's not that I'm not saying you wrong, but I think just for me to have a basis to have a conversation on that
uh,
point, like I probably
uh,
need to.
did Joe? It's really easy. Did Joseph stir up wheat for 7 years during the 7 year abundance?
Yeah, he did.
During the famine,
Yeah, he stirred up, yeah, large quantities of grain.
did he warn the people that a famine was coming so they could do the same?
Yeah, yeah, he bought all the land of Egypt
Hold on.
for Pharaoh.
Did Joseph warn the people of Egypt and Canaan that a famine was coming so that they could store up and prepare for the famine? Or did he intentionally keep it to himself?
I don't remember. I'm not recalling the
Were the
exact.
people prepared?
I
Were the
thought he
people
did
prepared for the
warn. I thought
famine?
he did warn. It was like after he interpreted. I'm going off memory. I think after he interpreted like Pharaoh's dream, I thought he didn't. He advised Pharaoh. Was that the part you're talking about, where he advised
No,
Pharaoh to
that
store grain
no,
for
he
those
didn't
years?
advise Pharaoh. He didn't advise Pharaoh to store grain. He interpreted Pharaoh's dream, and when
Right.
he interpreted the dream, that's when he decided to store up. Hey, baby. That's when he decided to store up. Can you give me a bottle of water? Never mind. Never mind. I got one. That's when he decided to store up the grain, right? But my question is, did he warn the people, the citizens of Egypt and Canaan, that a famine was coming, or did he
Oh no,
keep that
I'm
to
not sure,
himself?
man. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, were they prepared for the famine?
Well, I'll say not. I'll say not because I think if my memory serves me right, that they endured that famine. So I would say I don't think there was a warning.
How did they get food during the famine?
What I remember is the famine that was going on in Egypt. That because that famine was so severe, there was no food in that land. And so then, like what I'm understanding, and again, I might need to go read this again. That I thought Joseph, um, he collected like all the money in the land of Canaan, right, and
How
exchanged
how
that for the
how how?
grain that they bought.
So the answer is they. When I ask how did they get food, Joseph didn't collect the money. Joseph sold wheat to them, their own wheat. Joseph sold it back to them.
Right, so he brought that money back to Pharaoh.
But who was in charge of the money? Who was in? Who was running Egypt at that time?
He was, I don't want to say it. I don't like saying things incorrect.
It's okay to be
Joseph,
incorrect. Joseph was.
yeah,
the
Joseph,
the Pharaoh the Pharaoh took off his signet ring, right, his robe, and he gave it to Joseph and told him, "You are in command. I'm only higher than you in name only." That was to signify that Joseph was running everything.
yeah, and so it's parts of it coming back. So after he gave the Pharaoh that money, right? I think there's a scripture in there where the
What do
Egyptians
you
also came to
what
Joseph and
wait?
said,
What do
"Hey,
you
give
mean
us."
he? Hold on. What do you mean after he gave Pharaoh the money?
Okay, so during the famine in Egypt, right? If I'm tracking what you're saying or the story, what the part we're talking about, um, there was no food because of the famine, right? There was no food in the land of Egypt or Canaan. So, from my memory, Joseph collected money, and in exchange for the grain that he had bought, he ended up giving that money over to Pharaoh. And then the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Hey, like we need food, right? Like why should we die?" Something to that effect. And plus, our money is gone, something like that, right? And so Joseph, I thought he told them while in that famine, like, "Give me your livestock. I will give you food in exchange for your livestock if your money is gone." Are we talking about the the same story? Or point me to, I guess they could point me to the chapter so I make sure I'm on the same sheet of music with you with the scripture.
Um, yeah, give me just a second.
And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. You know what I mean?
No, no, it's
That
not.
whole piece just not in my mind at this point. Like pieces come back, but I probably need to read it again.
Hold on, let's see. I think it starts at chapter. Um,
And I'm just thinking back, like I know he took all his family to Egypt, yada yada yada. Uh, remember the interpretation of the dream.
I think it's 42. I think it starts at chapter 42. Let's see. So that's where his brothers are. And then, oh, maybe it's 43.
23.
Oh, it's chapter 47. I, I know. Yeah, it's going to be 47. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Now there was no
47.
food. There was no food in all the land, for the famine was very severe. The land of Egypt and the land of Canaan languished because of the famine. Joseph collected all the money to be found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan in exchange for the grain that they bought, and Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. When the money from the land of Egypt and from the land of Canaan was spent, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? For our money is gone." And Joseph answered, "Give me your livestock, and I will give you food in exchange for your livestock, if your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and Joseph gave them food in exchange for the horses, the flocks, and the herds, and the donkeys. That year he supplied them with food in exchange for all their livestock. When that year was ended, they came to him the following year and said to him, "We cannot hide from my lord that our money is all spent, and the herds of cattle are my lord's. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord but our bodies and our lands. Shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land in exchange for food. We, with our land, will become slaves to Pharaoh. Just give us seed so that we may
Hmm.
live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, All the Egyptians sold their fields because the famine was severe upon them, and the land became Pharaoh's. As for the people, he made slaves of them, one from one end of Egypt to the other. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had a fixed allowance from Pharaoh
Hmm.
and lived on the allowance that Pharaoh gave them. Therefore they did not sell their land. Then Joseph said to the people, now that I have this day brought you in your land for Pharaoh, here is seed for you. Sow the land. And at the harvest you shall give 1/5 to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be your own, as seed for the field, and as food for yourselves and your households, and as food for your little ones. They said, you have saved our lives. May it please the Lord, we will be slaves to Pharaoh. So Joseph made it a statute concerning the land of Egypt, and it stands to this day that Pharaoh should have the fifth. The land of the priests alone did not become Pharaoh's. So, like, if we think about today, right, how capitalism works,
Hmm.
there's a group of people who control all the land. They sell it back to you, right? You live on it, you tend it, but they have eminent domain. Whenever they want, right, they can come in and take that land because it's theirs. It belongs to the Lord. And you are simply a tenant on that land. You pay taxes to them for the land that you bought, the land that you work. You work in their companies, right? And then you turn around and you pay them to use the utilities, the to buy the food, to wear the clothes, in the same companies that you work for. You turn around and you give the money right back to them,
Yeah. So
right?
did you stop? I want to make sure you just
Not,
finished.
well, the last thing that I was going to
Okay.
say was in this system, you also have the churches who get to keep their land. They don't pay property taxes and they don't pay taxes. Similar to the priest getting to keep their land and not pay the fees that the people had to pay after they're working on their land that they once owned that now belongs to Pharaoh and now splitting their profits with Pharaoh.
Okay. So from what you read, your interpretation um, is that like which was being exploited from your perspective? Egypt, the
Pharaoh was
Egyptians.
being exploited. Pharaoh,
So he
Pharaoh
was
was being
exploited.
exploited. Yeah,
Interesting, right?
Pharaoh was.
So even
Yeah, it's
though like I got they sold their land in exchange for food. So the fact that eventually like Pharaoh got all the land except for the priest's property and the
and and
servants.
and like it's fucked up, right? That
Mhm.
Pharaoh got all the land and was exploited in such a way,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
You know, I see your angle.
yeah. It wasn't Pharaoh. The people were exploited. The land belonged to them first. Joseph put them in the position to need them so that they would be in that position and have no choice but to sell themselves in the land of Pharaoh. Joseph orchestrated this position. If your God gave Joseph the interpretation of that dream, right, and your God wanted the people to prepare for the famine, it would be a different story. The people would have prepared. They wouldn't have lost their wealth. The wealth would not have switched from the hands of the people to the hands of the powerful and mighty.
So then, but when you think the relationship then between Joseph and Pharaoh would have been disconnected, just like what we see in present day,
The what would
if
have been disconnected?
if based on that exploitation, like so the Pharaoh and Joseph's relationship, right? So here's my take on it. Even with what you stated, both gained, right, exchanged. and gained something. Their relationship between Joseph and the Pharaoh maintained in good standings. Where I'm with you, like when we see capitalism and exploitation today, we see the hemorrhages, right? We don't. There is no connection the way we
What
see capital.
relationship are you talking about? Are you positing that they were like best friends, like Trump
Not
and
best, no, not
Epstein?
best friends, not best friends. But
What
but
what
when Joseph
relationship are
left,
you?
yeah. So when Joseph left, right, he went, and you can correct me again. I'm going off memory, but when Joseph initially left to go to Egypt, right, and became, I'll just say, he established a relationship with Pharaoh, and he
When
was even at the point where he was interpreting dreams for Pharaoh.
he
Like
was in
they was in the
jail.
right, yeah. But they be, but I'm with you, yeah, absolutely. He was in jail, but then he got Pharaoh released him, right? They at least obviously built some type of bond relationship.
It doesn't say that. Like, why are you positing this? Like, what importance is this assumed relationship between Joseph and Pharaoh? Does it change anything?
I,
Does it change
so
anything?
what changes for me is a little bit is I'm with you when we talk about capitalism and exploitation, right? Which to me, then there's a negative, a pure negative exchange there. People not getting along, right? So when we see
Who
capitalism today, like
who's
I'm
not
not,
getting along? Who's not getting along?
I'm saying in general with capitalism, right? Because of the exploitation that comes along with that. Like I'm agreeing with
What
capitalism
I don't
incorporates
I
exploitation, which
I
is a
don't
negative.
understand. What are you even talking about right now, Coach Vic? Like, I don't understand what
Capitalism.
you're talking about. But who's not? Whose relationship is strained today due to
Oh, so yeah,
capitalism?
well, actually, I was gonna use like our government or our past experience with our ancestors as again as an example of capitalism
But what
and
does that have to?
exploitation.
What does that
My
have to
point, my
do with the
point,
elite?
yeah, my point
Like,
was.
hold on. Joseph
Go ahead.
and Pharaoh would be the elite class. What does the relationship between the elite class and the oppressed have to do with Joseph and Pharaoh? They're in the same class. They're the ruling class.
So maybe that's where the disconnect is. So you're seeing Joseph in the same class now because of the transactions that had taken place in chapter
Did
47.
No, because of the conversation that took place in chapter 39 when he
Hmm.
I think it's hold on, maybe it's 40 when he interprets the dream. And then Pharaoh says to him, see, hold on. Wait, this is a long ass story.
It is, yeah, I remember that. so, so
Here
the
we
first
go.
dream, if I remember,
No,
Pharaoh.
yeah, I don't want to go over the dream.
Okay,
I want to go over here it is. The proposal pleased Pharaoh. This is chapter 40 or 41. I can't remember
let me
where I
write it
stopped.
down.
The proposal pleased Pharaoh and all his servants. Pharaoh said to his servants, "Can we find anyone else like this, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has shown you all this, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only with regard to the throne will I be greater than you." And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "See, I have set you over all of the land of Egypt." Removing his signet ring from his hand, Pharaoh put it on Joseph's hand and arrayed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck.